Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today are gonna see what if Naruto assaulted Anko and Kurenai and made them pregnant. He had arrived in training ground 7 at their usual meeting time as usual. After waiting for a few hours their sensei finally arrived. After they listened to his lame excuse for the day they took a D-ranked mission. How is pulling weeds a mission? Once they had finished, they did an hour of teamwork exercise. Well, Naruto tried to work with them. All he received was insults and punches to the head. Alright, that's enough training for the day, spoke their so-called sensei. Kakashi-sensei, when are we going to learn a jutsu or take a real mission? Asked Naruto. Sorry Naruto, but you're not ready for either, he spoke, never looking up from his book. You need to increase your chakra. How? He insisted. You haven't taught us how. You'll figure it out. Try asking Sasuke or Sakura, they have good chakra control. He answered, or didn't, before he shunshined away. He turned to look toward his team in hopes of help. Unfortunately they were preoccupied. Sasuke-kun, would you like to go on a date? Asked Sakura. No, he answered before walking away to brood more. I'll go on that date with you, Sakura-chan. Naruto tried. His response was a punch in the head. Why would I go on a date with you, Naruto baka? Turning back she ran after the Uchiha. Wait. He called, stopping her. Do you think you could help me with my chakra control? Why should I help you? She asked. It wouldn't do Adobe like you any good. You were a failure in the academy and you'll be a failure as a ninja. With that she walked off, leaving a hurt Naruto. Flashback end. As the memories continued to replay in his head, he came upon his destination. It was one of his favorite spots, a safe haven. It was one of the few he had away from the hateful villagers. It had a waterfall that flowed into a river that reached his knees. He would often fish here when he couldn't afford Ichiraku ramen. There was an empty field with a bit of wildlife. The field also held an array of plants and berries he liked ate. His favorite part was the large and deep cave behind the waterfall. The water came inside, making a little pool. The rest was a dry place to rest. He would often hide or camp here when he needed or wanted to. It was partly because of this place he hadn't starved. Why he had shelter when his home was wrecked by villagers. A home from home. He even had a small family here. Hey, I'm here, he called. As soon as the words left his mouth he felt 4 light impacts to his chest. They didn't hurt, but it was enough to knock him over. As he tried to straighten himself out, he felt as they crawled around inside his jumpsuit. He quickly pulled them out and set them down. Not even a hello before you go looking for treats? He asked in mock hurt. When they lowered their heads in shame he smirked. Reaching into his pocket he pulled out a few pieces of dried fish. Once they laid eyes on it they dove for it. He sighed happily as he watched them eat. Foxes. It was ironic that they were his closest family. After the Kyuubi attack, foxes were illegal in Konoha. Most people would just kill them out of spite. That made it hard for them to survive since the villagers hated them. Not him. He happily did his best to help take care of them since they were alike. Hated for something they had no control over. The oldest female was the mother. Her name was Aki for her constant autumn coat. The oldest male was the father. His name was Jin for the patch of silver on his head. It was more pronounced thanks to his black fur. The youngest son took after the father. His fur was black with a silver collar. That's how he got the name Eriko. The older sister was an enigma. She didn't take after either parent. Her fur was a constant snow white. He decided to call her Midori thanks to her grass-green eyes. He then undressed as he laid himself into the stream. Bracing his feet into rocks he closed his eyes and relaxed. This way he wouldn't float but stayed relaxed. He felt the foxes lay down beside him. He loved the flow of the water on his body, the feel of nature to his senses. The peace of seclusion. It was here that he could let his mask drop. It's right over here, girls, came an unfamiliar female call that was heading toward him. That's just not fair, he growled. He quickly grabbed his clothes and started putting them on. Once Naruto was dressed he moved deeper into the cave with the foxes. It was one of the problems with being here. The place was practically boxed off. Once inside there was only exit, unfortunately one way. Was occupied by the whoever they were. He didn't want to have a run-in with whoever they were. Something told him they were ninja. He was always good at telling who was a civilian or not. These were definitely not. He sat and waited. See, I told you, this entire place is great. And you're sure this place is away from perverted eyes? Positive, I'll even have the triplets scout the area while we're here. Relax, Nai-chan, if there are any perverts we'll give them the beating of a lifetime. That doesn't stop them, and I think some are enjoying it. Okay, there are 4 women, most likely kunoichi. Then there are the triplets, maybe pets. He decided to move further into the cave. He really didn't want to be seen. Unfortunately, our blonde ninja forgot his bright attire. Hey, who's there? Show yourself. What's wrong, Anko? Stay calm. Maybe they didn't see me. I saw a hideously orange color. I think someone's in there. Darn it. Come on out. Hana think the triplets can drag them out. No need, he called. He took a deep breath and allowed his mask to reform as he motioned for the foxes to hide. Then slowly and cautiously he made his way out. As he stepped out, he saw who caught him. Who are you, Gaki? Asked the one closest. Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, spoke on instinct. And you are? I'm the sexy and single Anko Midarashi. The first spoke, Snake Mistress of Konoha. I'm Yugo Uzuki Kenjutsu Mistress of Konoha, came the second. I'm Kurenai Yuhi. The now named Anko seemed to urge her for more. Genjutsu Mistress of Konoha, she continued with a sigh. I'm Hana Inuzuka, started the last, the second Hound Princess of Konoha. Yugo was a woman with purple, violet hair that came to her waist and chocolate brown eyes. She seemed to be wearing reddish-purple lipstick. She was wearing standard Anbu clothing. Something about her seems familiar. Kurenai had long, black wavy, shoulder-length hair. She seemed to be wearing an outfit that looked to be made of bandages. Her hand and upper thighs were wrapped in the same material. Her eyes were what stood out the most to Naruto. They were an odd but truly beautiful shade of red. She seems familiar as well. Anko had light brown, pupil-less eyes. Her hair was black with a tint of violet, styled in a short, wild ponytail. She was wearing a tan trench coat and a mesh bodysuit under it. Over it was a dark orange miniskirt. Never seen her before. Hana had long brown in a ponytail with 2 locks hanging in front of her face. Her eyes were an average black. She had a light shade of pink-red lipstick and Inuzuka markings. She was wearing a beige medic uniform. Those markings mean that she's related to Kiba. Their headbands proved what he feared. They were all kunoichi. What are you doing here? Are you spying on us? Asked Yugo. He didn't answer. How about we play with him? Offered Anko. We won't go all out, just teach him a lesson for what he's done. Anko, he's just a genin. Stated Yugo. If he doesn't learn his lesson now, he could grow to be worse than Jiraiya. Stated Kurenai. None of them could deny that. Besides, he'll just heal. The truth was she didn't care about that. She just wanted the boy to suffer for what he did. Tell your friends to come out as well, ordered Hana. What friends? I'm here alone, he lied. My companions here say they smell others, stated Hana. Bring them put or they'll be dragged out. Naruto stood defiantly. Just do it, Hana, called Anko. The Gaki is too stubborn to listen. With just a gesture, one of the triplets were making their way toward the cave entrance. Not wanting his friends hurt, Naruto stood in front of the approaching canine. He glared at the dog with such intensity that it actually started to whimper. After a few more seconds he ran back behind Hana and his siblings. Anko, seeing the distraction, decided to have a little fun. She threw a kunai. Thanks to all of his years of living through the hate of Konoha, Naruto gained an extra sense. It was one that warned him of danger. It was warning him now. Ducking his head, he avoided the kunai. As he stood right, he felt slender but powerful arms wrap around his neck, holding his head still. Struggle as he might, he couldn't get free. Hold him tight, Anko, he heard one of the women shout. The triplets will drag whoever's in there out. Wait, he begged. He didn't want his only friends to be hurt because of him. Don't hurt them. Them? Asked Kurenai. Go, got them, boys, ordered Hana. As the triplets closed in on the entrance, Anko decided to have a little more fun. Whoever is in there is in for a world of pain. Leaning toward his ear, she whispered. Right, Foxy-kun. At hearing the name, his blood ran cold. They know about Kyuubi. That's why they're here. It was replaced by boiling rage. Using what little chakra control he had, he directed it to his arms. With all the power he could muster, he pried Anko's arms open. He broke free. Spinning in a full 180, he kicked Anko in the stomach. The blow didn't harm her, but it was enough to stun her. To say the kunoichi and dogs were shocked would be an understatement. Anko was a Junin, a special Junin perhaps, but a Junin all the same. To see a mere genin force his way free was truly amazing. Putting his hands in a cross form, he shouted his signature technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. At the name, 10 solid clones appeared. They took a protective stance in front of the cave. "So the little Gaki wants to play, huh?" asked Anko. "Well, let's play." Charging forward, Naruto threw 2 exploding tags toward the women. As they scattered to avoid the explosion, the clones charged. "This is getting out of hand," spoke Yugo as she dodged another kunai. "We have to restrain him." They nodded in agreement. "Hey, runt," Hana called. "You're not the only with moves." Weaving her clan's hand signs, she called, "Man, beast, clone." At the name, the brothers jumped to her side and went up in smoke. When they were visible, it was revealed that they took her form. After weaving more signs, they all dropped to all 4. Ninja art, beast mimicry, all 4's jutsu. They charged forward before jumping into the air. Multi-fang over fang. All 4 Hanas began to spin, taking a blurry, drill-like form. The attacks then began to rotate around each other as they charged forward. They tore through the clones. Naruto saw the direction of the attack. They were heading toward the caves. He knew what he had to do. Thinking he would just jump out of the way, the Hanas pressed the attack. To her surprise, he only put his arms up to defend himself and stood defiantly. "He'll move," she thought, as did the rest. "He'll move. He'll jump away. Move already." "He didn't move, you baka," Hana called, but he didn't, and it was too late to stop their attack. Each Hana hit Naruto full on. They tore through his clothes and his body. He fell to his knees bleeding. Once the attack ended, the real Hana turned to ask why he took the attack. Or at least she tried to. As soon as she turned, she saw a kunai fly past her, a kunai with a tag. Each Hana barely had enough time to cover themselves in a coat of chakra. It was enough to save them from the explosion. The blast knocked them each far back in a different direction. They transformed back and were unconscious before they hit the dirt. Naruto would have continued if it weren't for Anko striking shadow snakes. Multiple snakes ejected themselves from Anko's sleeve. Turning, he was able to see the attack, but not dodge. The snakes each coiled around his limb and various parts of his body. Each snake then latched onto Naruto with their fangs. He felt the burning sensation as the venom spread through his body. "The poisons in these snakes aren't lethal, but they do cause great pain," stated Anko cheerfully. To her continued amazement, Naruto had more surprises. Using his very will and chakra, he moved his hands together. She herself added chakra to strengthen her technique, but it wasn't enough. Not when facing a host of a tailed beast. "This Gaki has more chakra than even me." Shadow Clone Jutsu, summoning 4 clones, he smirked. "Kurenai Genjutsu," ordered Yugo. Now, Kurenai began weaving. They each drew a kunai and cut through the snakes, freeing the original. They gave a cry as they rushed forward. Anko drew another 2 kunai and took aim. Not know which was the real one, Anko threw them toward non-lethal spots. They both hit their mark. The first hit a clone, dispelling it. The second hit Naruto in his upper leg. It embedded itself deep, drawing blood. The pain was only intensified from the venom. "Anko!" cried Kurenai. "You stopped my genjutsu before it set in." "Oops. Sorry about that, Nai-chan," apologized the sheepish snake mistress. He continued forward, not even losing speed, with only a limp and slight flinch to show he was hurt. The remaining 2 of them proceeded to henge into demon windmill shurikens. Looking at his opponents, he took aim. Need to get rid of the biggest threat. With a spin to build up momentum, he threw it with all his might. It flew past the snake mistress and the kenjutsu mistress. He was aiming for Kurenai. She had to admit, she was impressed. Naruto was holding his own. He even managed to take out Hana and the triplets. Turning her head, she let the giant weapon fly past her. She never noticed it graze her cheek. But it's not enough. The shadow windmill henge flew right past her, lodged itself into a tree. It dispelled itself a second after contact. "K Kurenai?" asked a hesitant Yugo. Are you okay? In her confusion she felt a warm moisture drip down her cheek. Bring her hand out. She felt the spot and pulled her hand back. There was a light stinging sensation. She looked at her hand, blood. That henge, it was real. She stated in shock. A real illusion, that should be completely impossible. Even some of the greatest genjutsu users in the world can't make a real illusion. Naruto prepared the second shuriken. As he prepared to throw it, something clamped down and stopped his arm. Painfully. It caused him to drop and dispel his clone. Looking at what stopped him, he saw that one of the triplets had latched its fangs around his arm. He felt a second latch onto his one of legs. The final blow came from Hana herself. She tackled Naruto from behind, pinning him under her legs. She held a kunai to his throat, forcing him to be still. I've had enough of this, she snarled. We'll find out who you're hiding. As soon as the words left her mouth, the final brother stepped forward, out of the cave. What Naruto saw in the dog's mouth horrified him. It made his blood go cold in his very veins. It was the foxes. The dog was dragging their bodies out by their tails. No, no, he pleaded. This can't be happening, not them. No Aki, Jin, Eriko, Midori. When they didn't respond, his fear was taken. In its place he was given hatred. It was raw and uncontrolled hatred. It was so much that he even started to pull on chakra from the Kyuubi. This isn't good, the Kunoichi thought as one. They didn't know what to do as they watched the red chakra become visible. All they wanted to do was punish a pervert. Now things were truly out of hand. He knocked Hana and the two triplets off just by simply standing. There were burn marks on them as well from Kyuubi's corrosive chakra. He dashed toward the family of foxes. When the remaining triplet saw the approaching Naruto, it dropped the foxes and fled. As he knelt down to them, he calmed himself down. The Kyuubi's chakra began to disappear. He was angry, but he wasn't blind. He saw what had happened to Hana and her dogs. Come on guys, get up, he pleaded. He wanted his family to be okay. Komian, you guys are all I have. They didn't move, they all just laid there, unmoving and lifeless. He reached for them but pulled back when his blood fell on them. He didn't want to let Kyuubi's influence touch them. He turned his attentions back to his attackers. They flinched at the level of hate in his glare. He felt both his rage and Kyuubi's chakra return, with a vengeance. It was more potent. You could even see a fox head grin at them. Damn it, he's drawing on the fox and Hana is out, no choice. Everyone, we need to end this, no more holding back. Spoke Kurenai. I need a distraction. Come on, Naruto shouted. I'll take you all on. Anko went first. Jumping high into one of the trees, she yelled. Multiple striking shadow snakes. As the name said, multiple snakes flew toward him, much more than the first time. However, they weren't aimed for him. They were aimed for the foxes. He rushed back to their side to take the blow. As the snakes hit dead on, it seemed that the masses of them consumed Naruto and the foxes. With a mighty roar, he sent out a shockwave of chakra. It tore through the mass of snakes, leaving only shreds behind. He stood under their falling parts, not losing an ounce of hate. Not even uttering a command or forming signs, a clone popped into existence. As soon as it formed, it became another windmill shuriken. Giving a mighty heave, he threw it toward Kurenai. She made to dodge it but didn't count on its angle. To her surprise, it turned as she did, cleaving her in half. Kurenai! Cried Yugo in disbelief before schooling herself. Your Anbu, so control yourself. Yugo! Cried Hana. They could use some help now. Running forward, the Kenjutsu mistress attempted performed her name's sake. As she came in range, she raised the weapon high in the air. She intended to knock him unconscious with her sheath. As she came into striking distance, Naruto made his move. Stretch his arm out, he grabbed her arm. Adding pressure to her wrist, he forced her to lower her sword, but she didn't drop it. But it was enough. Grabbing the sheath, he yanked it free. Holding the blade's sheath, he took a stance. He then started hacking away at her, or would have. Thanks to years of practice, she was ready. She was able to dodge or block every single strike. His stance and form are great, she thought, for an amateur. He must have a great teacher, if only she knew. Unfortunately, it was because of that experience that she did what she did. Out of pure instinct, she dropped back and lashed at him. She cut him across the eye, causing a short grunt, probably ruining it permanently. But it didn't stop him. He was too angry to feel any pain. Not that he would have anyway. He stopped suddenly. Something was holding him in place. Looking at his restraints he saw vines. He struggled against them. He even hit them with the sheath, but they just carried him off the ground. Now he had no leverage. String bean bind illusion. Looking toward the one who named the attack, he saw a giant bean pod. As it opened, kurenai stepped out. This is a genjutsu from the Kurama clan. You won't be getting out that easily. What are you doing? Asked an aged but powerful voice. Release him. They turned to the source of the voice. Standing before them was the Hokage. And he was angry. Kurenai stepped forward. Hokage-sama she was cut off. That was an order, he stated. She did as she was told. As soon as he was free he charged Kurenai. With a powerful jab he struck her in the stomach with the sheath. He continued charging, painfully pushing Kurenai along the dirt. Coming to a sudden stop he drew the sheath back. Kurenai dropped to her knees gasping in pain. Raising the sheath he brought it down across her face. She was out cold as she hit the ground. He prepared another strike when he felt the familiar sensation of fangs biting into him. We're done here, Gaki, stated Anko. Dropping the sheath he grabbed two of the snake. With a might heave he pulled Anko free from the tree, but he didn't stop there. He kept pulling, and with a spin he aimed her. She crashed face first into the downed Hana. Turning he looked toward Yugo, and then there was one. He stated coldly, that won't be necessary, Naruto-kun. Turning to the voice he saw a rush of red and white. Five-pronged seal. He felt an intense pain in his stomach where he had been struck. As the chakra faded, so did his consciousness. I hope you like, it's my first Naruto story, so go easy on me. Review, I'll take flames and advice as well. Chapter 2. I do not own Naruto. Apology. After removing the seal from Naruto, they stood outside of the hospital room. Inside was Naruto resting after the ordeal. The doctors had checked him over. They say he'll be up in the morning. He doesn't need this. He had allowed his surrogate grandchild the secret. Hiruzen was always aware of Naruto's comfort spot. It had kept him stained, so he saw no reason he couldn't have it. It was out of the way, so Naruto had all the peace he could want or need. Until now it was a good thing he made regular checkups on him. Of all the irresponsible and stupid, haunted. The four kunoichi stared at their village leader. They felt an immeasurable amount of shame from their action. Do any of you have anything to say? He asked. They each flinched at his cold tone. They were used to their kind and soft-spoken leader's warm tone. Not this cold tone that could cut even steel. I have never felt this disappointed in you three. He stated. You two especially. He pointed to Anko and Yugo. What do you? Asked Hana, but was stopped by his glare. Yugo, you used to protect him as his personal anbu guard when he was a child, the only one that would. He whispered the last part. Why? It was true. All of the other anbu would sit back and let the civilian and ninja beat on Naruto. On many occasions they would often join in. She was the only one that would save him, both on and off duty. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, was all she could say. You will turn in your mask, you are on suspended. He stated. You will return to regular duty as a Junin. I understand, she stated. Anko, you know his pain. It was all he said, causing her to reach for her neck. It was all he needed to say. Anko wasn't very well liked in the village thanks to her sensei. She was used by him, blamed for all of his crimes. She even had a burden that she never wanted. Now here was one of the few people that accepted her, now utterly ashamed of her. She couldn't feel lower. Hokage-sama, they would start but never finished. They were too ashamed. Anko, I was going push to let become a full Junin, but for now you will remain a special Junin. He stated. Hana, you will be put on leave from the vet and your mother informed. Kurenai, you and your genin team will be receiving the most humiliating D-rank missions for half pay. How long, Hokage-sama? Asked Hana. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. He leaned back as disappointment replaced the anger. The years became visible on the powerful leader. Until Naruto forgives all four of you, he answered, not a moment sooner. Understood, Hokage-sama, they stated in unison. Be in my office first thing in the morning. With nothing left to say, he left via Shunshin. They all walked home to wait for him to regain consciousness. They needed to find a good way to apologize. They planned and worked the remainder of the day away. The next day Hiruzen made his way toward the hospital only to find Naruto asleep. He waited but not long. When he awoke he only asked, "Am I in heaven or hell?" "Neither, you're alive," Hiruzen answered. "How do you feel?" "Okay. Good, come with me." He grabbed Naruto Sunshine to his office. When Naruto looked around he found himself surrounded by his attackers. They expected him to shout out, attack or even panic. He did none of these, he only looked at them. "Who ordered you to kill me?" he asked so offhandedly it scared them. "What?" asked Kurenai. "Don't play dumb, was it the shinobi or the civilian council?" he snapped. "Neither," Anko answered. "Does it happen so often that he can be so casual? I would be out for blood." "So you all just had me as well," he simply stated. "No," shouted Yugo. "None of us have anything against you at all. Right, girls?" They all agreed. "Then why?" he growled. "Why attack me? Why kill my only piece? Why kill them?" "The foxes?" asked Hana. "Yes," he answered blankly. "They aren't dead," she stated. "When I found them they were healed to near full health. I healed them the rest of the way," she added proudly. "Why?" he asked in shock. "How? We in Izuka don't hurt canine if we can avoid it." What she had her companions did to the foxes have shamed her so much. Her mother was so angry that she took the triplets from her until the Hokage's punishment was over. She even made Hana go back to help the foxes. That's how she knew they were alive. "She is telling the truth, Naruto," stated their leader. "It seems that when your blood fell onto them and has some healing properties, we will have to do some tests later. Please hear them out." "Thank you," he stated. "They are very important to me." When Hana took a discreet look at the Hokage, she asked with her eyes, "Did I do good?" The glare he gave was all the answer of a hell no. "We don't hate you, Naruto, not for your problem," stated Kurenai, hoping to avoid mentioning the Kyuubi. "That's why we're here, to apologize for what we did. Furball has brought me a lot of hate, I'm used to it," he stated. "I do want to know why though." "We thought you were a pervert," stated Anko. "We have a history of being violent with perverts." "It's true," thought Hiruzen. "Some of those poor souls never made it home. However, the ones that did never peeked again. Except Jiraiya, not even Tsunade could stop him." "That's a relief, and I agree wholeheartedly with your actions," stated Naruto cheerfully, shocking the Kunoichi. "Hey old man, can I go now?" The Kunoichi were shocked at the complete emotion change. Even more so that he had forgiven them. "Are you saying you forgive us?" asked Yugo. "Yep. Just like that. He forgave us just like that. He's so different from what the reports say," thought Kurenai before realization hit. "He's wearing a mask." She looked toward her friend. "Anko, just like Anko. Wait, I have something for you." Reaching into this desk drawer, he pulled out a few sheets of paper. "This is the deed to 3 acres of land, so you are now the sole owner of that area." He held up a second sheet. "This is a copy just in case. Can you guess the center of those 3 acres? The happiness in Naruto was indescribable. He was being given the land that had been like a home to him and more, so much more. There was only one way he could properly thank his leader. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," spoke Naruto through a deep bow. To say that Sarutobi was shocked was an understatement. Naruto, as in Naruto Uzumaki, had been respectful. He quickly recomposed himself before sadly asking, "This isn't going to happen often, is it?" "No way, old man," shouted Naruto, "just on special occasions." "It was good to dream," mused the leader, "but I'll get him to give me proper respect one of these days." The aged leader swore. "Well, I'll see you later." Opening a window, the blonde boy jumped out. His shouts of happiness could still be heard from inside. The leader turned back toward the Kunoichi. "Well?" he asked. "Get out there and apologize," he ordered. But she was stopped by his glare. "Not good enough." His tone ran them right out of the window behind Naruto. "I meant through the door," he whispered to himself. Reaching into his desk, he pulled out his crystal ball. He would make sure that they properly did as he ordered. "If it happens to get me out of doing paperwork, then it's that much better." Naruto couldn't be happier. Even the glares from the villagers couldn't bring him down. He finally had something that was his and couldn't be taken by the villagers. He saw his teammates come into view. Even their sensei was there. "I must be late." He decided to hide the deed to his sanctuary. Better safe than sorry, he thought as he placed it in his pouch. "Hello, Kakashi-sensei." "Sakura-chan, Teme," he greeted. "Baka, you're late." she screeched as she punched Naruto in the head, and don't talk about Sasuke-kun like that. That is starting to get annoying. He thought. Why are you late, Dobi? Asked the Uchiha. Because of you I couldn't get a mission. You also missed team practice. Spoke their sensei, never looking from his book. It's not good for a shinobi to be late, Naruto. Now that is the pot calling the kettle black. Answer me, Dobi, ordered the Uchiha. If you must know, Teme. Baka. Punch. I was in the hospital. Well, since you missed the mission and training, the day is over. Probably tripped and fell on your own kunai, he spoke before walking off, missing Naruto's smirk. I got into a fight with a few Junin, he retorted, much to Sasuke's ire. There is no way a dead last like you could fight anyone, he snapped. Yeah, Naruto Baka, screeched the howler monkey. Only Sasuke-kun can fight a Junin, so stop lying. Actually, a calm voice intoned, he worked us over pretty good, even if we were holding ourselves back. Was the Uchiha's reply. Why are you four here? Asked Kakashi, putting his book away. He'd read in front of one or even two of them, but not all four. We want the boy, stated Kurenai with a bit of an edge after seeing the book. More training, spoke the Uchiha, stepping forward. Perfect. Not you, we want Naruto-kun, stated Hana. Why are they calling him kun? Why would you want that, Baka? Screeched Sakura. Sasuke-kun is so much better in every way, but he's mine. Ah, shut her up before I go deaf, begged Hana. Her enhanced hearing were driving her crazy. Let's go, Naruto-kun, called Yugo. I demand to know what you want with that Dobi instead of me, an Uchiha, an elite, ordered an arrogant Uchiha. He froze when he felt a cold steel of a kunai against his neck. You think you can give us demands, asked Anko as she cut his cheek and licked his blood before spitting it out. Oh, that is the foulest blood I've ever tasted. Hey, you get away from my Sasuke-kun, screeched Sakura, and his blood is not foul, it's amazing. I wonder what yours is like, she spoke, freezing Sakura. Let's find out, she said, taking a threatening step forward. What? She looked around to see her sensei wouldn't help in. Sasuke frozen. Only the Baka smirking inwardly, she put on her most pitiful face. You wouldn't let them hurt me, would you, Naruto-kun? He only stared at her. Save me already, you Baka. Tell these hussies to get lost. Please leave Sasuke and Sakura alone. Kakashi finally spoke. I need my best students in full health, he said, ignoring Naruto's feelings. Fine, sighed a mock depressed Anko, but I'll get her blood, she vowed to herself. Yugo grabbed onto Naruto and the four kunoichi shunshined away. They arrived inside an empty training area. Whoa, what was that? Can you teach me? He asked. The kunoichi stared at him. Even through his mask they could see he wanted to learn. A kid will always be a kid. Drop the mask, Gaki, ordered Anko. Anko, that's, Yugo started. I'll drop mine if you drop yours, he stated, gaining a shocked glare from Anko. Not many could see through hers but her friends and those with a similar mask. Naruto-kun, we as in Anko, Yugo, Hana and I feel awful about yesterday. Kurenai motioned to each. So we want to make it up to you, each of us. If it's out of pity then save it, he stated coldly. I don't need pity from anyone. It's not Gaki, stated Anko. We don't do a NY thing out of pity. That earned her a smile, a real smile. Where shall we? Hana was cut off by a deep rumble sound. It seemed to echo from Naruto and cause him to shake. Was that your stomach? Anko asked in disbelief. Naruto had actually blushed from it. Well, I haven't eaten since yesterday, he answered sheepishly. How about buying me some food? He missed Anko's smirk. Here's a perfect chance for me to pay him off. I'll be a full Junin in no time. Well, Gaki, if you're hungry let me introduce you to the greatest food ever made, she said with stars in her eyes. But I already know about ramen. Ramen, I'm talking about dango. He mouth-watered, the food of the gods. Ramen is the broth of truth and the noodles of hope. You poor misguided soul, she said with a shake of his head. Reaching into her trench coat she pulled out a hissing snake. Allow me to convert you with pain. The three remain kunoichi watched in amusement as they went back and forth. They were a bit upset at the fact that Anko took the first chance of forgiveness. But the show mostly made up for it. They decided to stop things before they escalated to another brawl. Anko put the snake away. Naruto no clones, ordered Yugo. How about we eat the ramen? Offered Kurenai, receiving a betrayed glare from Anko. We eat dango so often, we need a change. She then gained a mischievous smile. You did say you were paying. To Ichiraku, shouted Naruto, dragging the 4 kunoichi. 18 bowls of ramen later. Anko was crying over her wallet. He's still going, she mentally shouted. Where is he putting it all? It also didn't help that she was paying for her friends as well. Yep, another bowl. Ne-chan. He froze when he saw the look in her eyes. The crazy snake lady is paying. Let me guess, you offered to pay for the whole meal, didn't you? Asked Yame, the ramen cook's daughter. Yes, she answered, ignoring the snake lady named Naru-chan. You aren't going to break this nice lady's wallet, are you? He froze at the accusation. Crap, I've been found out. As the sweat poured down, he remained silent. No, nothing like that at all. That's good to hear. Tucci spoke in his usual cheerful tone. It's good to see him with some friends, and such beautiful ones at that. He eyed Naruto. I'd hate to ban him for being ungentlemanly. It's okay. Gaki here earned it, grinned Anko, leaning her impressive bust onto his head. Surely Naruto-kun brings team at least? Asked Hana, noticing him tense. Naruto-kun, huh? When did my #1 customer become a player? Tucci asked, ignoring the question. It's not like that, they're just treating me as an apology for a misunderstanding, he answered. What happened? He asked, interested. We accused him without any evidence and were punished for it. Yugo answered, causing the 4 kunoichi to away ashamed. How would you ladies like to know a secret about Naru-chan's whiskers? Ayame asked in a mischievous way. This gained the interest of all the kunoichi. No, Ne-chan. He begged, just give them a rub. Spoke Tucci before walking into the back, ignoring Naruto's call of traitor. Wait, if you don't do it I'll pay for my own meal, he pleaded. Not happening, Gaki. Hana, hold him down. Anko ordered sadistically. Wait, Anko, I think you should take him up on that, reasoned Hana. Just look at how much he ate. As she looked at the piles of ramen bowls, her wallet started to feel very small. He had somehow eaten another 19 bowls. How did you? She looked him in the eyes. Why? You shouldn't turn your back on me, he chided. Remember, I'm the prankster from hell, for a reason. Fine then, she growled. Pay for your own meal. Look like it'll be a special junin for a little longer. After an extra 2 bowls, Naruto paid for himself and the kunoichi. Kurenai's turn. Since you are a genin, we've decided to take you shopping for proper clothes. A real shinobi would never be caught dead in that monstrosity. They heard him mumble something under his voice. Could you please speak up, we can't hear you, Yugo requested. It's all the villagers let me buy, he repeated. They either sell me out of date or ruined stuff for over double the price, usually both. Anko lowered her head in understanding. She went through the same thing when her sensei left the village. No one wanted to do business for the snake whore. His mask jumped back on. It's not all bad, I actually like orange. I know a place that will sell to you. It's where I persuaded Anko to go. It's a shinobi-only store, so you can get clothes and weapons, but not food or household items, spoke Kurenai. Where is it? What's it called? Can you show me? He asked almost desperately. Come on. Grabbing his arm, she sunshined them away. They reappeared in front of the shop. It was a wide 1-story building with several wide windows. A symbol of a Chinese dragon coiling around a leaf sat on the center of the roof. There was one thing that really caught Naruto's attention. One of the windows were boarded, and it looked as if had been boarded several times. This is the leaf dragon, stated Anko. You can get anything for a shinobi here or have it custom made. Be it clothes and weapons to fighting styles and low mid-level jutsu. Walking inside, they were greeted by the owner standing behind a counter. He was a tall man with strong-looking hands and arms. He seemed to be going gray but gave off the power of a man in his prime. He watched each customer with a calculative eye. There was a long scar running down his cheek. A new customer, huh? He asked. Who are you and what can I get you? Cough demon, cough brat. One of the customer hinted, not too subtly. Instantly Naruto turned to leave but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Surprisingly, it wasn't from either of the kunoichi. The hand was from the owner. Excuse me a second, sir. He spoke kindly. This is going to be good, giggled Anko. The owner calmly reached over the counter to the one that had broken the third's law. Grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, he hurled the man out the boarded window. Reaching under his counter, he easily pulled out a large twin-headed axe. Does anyone else want to insult my customer? He asked menacingly. I have plenty of windows. Silence. No one was crazy enough to say anything. A few people did leave quietly. They'll be back. They always come back. He ran one of the best shinobi stores in the village. Naruto, this is Daiki. He did the same for me the first day. Spoke Anko, perfect shot. Doesn't look like it, spoke Hana, you missed the center. Wasn't aiming for the center, there was a rusty nail sticking out, he grinned. Like I said, gloated Anko, perfect shot. Now what can I get you? He asked Naruto. Naruto was in a state of shock. Not only was this man allowing him to shop here, he had protected him. We want to get rid of this. She motioned to his jumpsuit, and make him look like a proper shinobi. But leave some orange, he seems to like it. All right, kid. He spoke, strip and spread. He ordered in a serious but slightly dark and sadistic tone. What? Cried Naruto, ready to jump out the newly opened window. Wait, Naruto, shouted Yugo over Daiki and Anko's laughter. I need to take proper measurements, he said after calming down from his laughing fit. Your jumpsuit is too bulky. That's just how he pranks new customers, spoke Kurenai before sending him a glare, and speaks to his longtime customers. You think you would have learned after all of the people you've run off or the kunoichi who've attacked you, chastised Hana. This means war, spoke Naruto low and sinisterly. He was the king of all pranksters in Konoha. He would not be a prank victim without retribution. No one pranks the prankster from hell and gets away with it. Now Daiki paled. He had heard how Naruto pranked people for revenge. They would always be remembered for their high degree of humiliation. No one shakes a bee's nest without getting stung, he thought. Wait, I'm sure we can reach an agreement, Daiki spoke, sweating heavily. I'm listening. I have an elite set of training weights in the back, he hurried. They only need chakra so you won't have to take them off during battle. He explained. They're yours, for half off. I need to eat too. Naruto's mouth was watering at the prospect of those training weights. He could train at all times while doing the simplest of tasks. I'll get stronger in no time, believe it. Deal, he spoke with his best poker face. As Naruto had his measurements taken, a thought occurred to him. It had been bugging him since they had picked him up from his team. They had given him an answer, but now he wanted the whole truth. Once the measurements were finished, Daiki went to the back. He chose that moment to ask. Why are you all doing this for me? He asked. I told you that I forgave each of you in the old man's office, so I want the real reason. We told you, you're lying, he stated. I know when I'm being lied to. We felt sorry for you, Anko answered before mentally kicking herself. It was half true, but if he is anything like me, he'll. Not even getting a chance to finish her thought, he started speaking. Pity, you did this all out of pity. He was already walking put the door before he was pulled back. Naruto, I think you should know the whole truth, stated Yugo. They told him everything. How the third Hokage ordered an apology. How he demoted them until was fulfilled. Everything. I see, he stated calmly. I'll tell him I forgive you and you can go back to your lives. You won't have to bother with me again. He whispered the last part sadly. No, stated Anko. What? He asked confused. Isn't this what they want? I said no, she repeated. I am going to apologize properly. Tell me what you want. You don't need to. He stated. I said tell me, she hissed. Do you want money, jutsus? Do you want someone dead? She thought. Do you want me to sleep with you? No, maybe a no, he stated. I don't want you to do something out of. He was stopped by a hard slap across the face. Daiki, who had returned thought that will leave a mark. He had no idea what was happening. He just knew it would be best to stay out of sight. You asked me to drop my mask right well here, she stated. Look at me. He did. He looked her in the eyes. He saw everything, her pain and regret. There was the fear that it would never end. It was all being held on a small line of hope. Your eyes are just like mine, he stated. Yeah, she admitted, just not as intense as yours, not far behind. Naruto, I ask you again, What do you want? He knew what he wanted. It's something he had been denied since the academy. Do you all feel this way? He asked, receiving a yes from them. Train me in your arts, so that I can be powerful. That's all, Gaki? She asked. We can get plenty of jutsu scrolls for you. No, I want you all to train me, not buy me off. Can you do that? He asked. Do this for me and we're even. If not, I'll still tell the old man I forgive you. There aren't many ninjutsu or taijutsu we can teach you, spoke Yugo. I know, he said. I want to be trained by you in all of your arts. The kunoichi looked at each other. There was someone who wanted to learn their skills from them. He was even offering them a way out if they decided not to. What about your sensei? Asked Yugo. He must have taught you something. My sensei hasn't taught me anything. All he does is go on and on about teamwork and needing better chakra control, which he hasn't taught me, then focuses on the Uchiha. They frowned at the obvious favoritism. He hadn't even seemed to care that they were taking Naruto. They shared a smile. He had shown great potential in their scuffle. We've warned you that we couldn't teach you a lot of flashy jutsu. Hana warned. If we do this, you have to give us full commitment. The minute you start slacking, we stop and are even. Deal, he answered. But I have one request. Depends. We keep this secret from everyone on my team. Deal. They gave Naruto an encouraging smile. It was quickly replaced by a look of true sadistic pleasure. Well then, Naruto, welcome to hell. Should Kyuubi be male or female, I can work either way that I'm sure you'd all like. I need your votes before next chapter. Should Naruto have one organ too? Swords? How should I bash Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi? I want them to feel the pain. Vote in your reviews or PM me, my followers. Chapter 3. I do not own Naruto training. That concludes today's training and puts another mission under your belts, spoke Kakashi. You've all improved, but Naruto, you need to. I know, increase my chakra control. Naruto cut off with a drawl before smirking. I've got the feeling it'll be getting much better soon. Baka, screeched the pink harpy. Show sensei more respect. She rolled up her sleeve as if to look intimidating. To her and everyone else's surprise, he just looked bored. Are we done, sensei? He asked, still bored. I need to go. Yes, he answered, never looking from his book. As Naruto turned to leave, he heard the arrogant voice of the Uchiha. What does Adobe like you need to do? He too was cut off. Hang around those whores of yours. Shut it, Teme. He snapped. And don't call them whores, they're better than any woman you'll ever get, if any, the way you turn down your fangirls. Naruto, you need to be more respectful of your teammates, spoke Kakashi into his book. Yeah, you should know your betters, and I can't stand this. Goodbye, cruel world. Naruto shouted. Let boss deal with them on his own. Grabbing a kunai, he impaled himself. He just couldn't deal with them any longer. He went up in smoke. A shadow clone, they thought. Since when? Naruto was excited. Today was the day that things changed. It was the day that he started getting proper training with his new senseis. He had gone to the Hokage and told him that he had forgiven the kunoichi. After a few minutes of discussing everything, he agreed to Naruto's terms. They had decided to train him in rotations so that they could keep up their duties. He would train with Anko and Yugo, then Hana and Kurenai. The only real downside was he had to wait for Daiki to make his cloths since they were custom made. They'd take a while to be done. Until then, it's just you and me jumpsuit. The second and most obvious was his team. They made my clone kill itself. An upside to that was that he had been training all day. He was wearing the weights that Daiki had sold him. They were 100 pounds on each limb, and chasing that cat was a great workout with them. I just couldn't stand that Uchiha always trying to be better. Time for my real training, he stated to himself, and then I could get a few bowls of ramen. Now here he was at his training ground on his land tour. He loved how that sounded. He looked around and saw the open field. The only one there was the foxes, who were playing with the foxes. Where are they? Though I know they aren't like Kakashi-sensei. He closed his eyes and relaxed as a smile appeared on his face. So that's your game, huh? Hello, Anko-chan. He greeted over his shoulder where she stood silently, with a kunai in hand. Yugo-sensei. Into a tree where his second sensei dropped from. How do you always know where we are, Foxy-kun? Asked Anko, impressed. And how come only Anko gets a chan? Asked Yugo. I've always known when people were near me, since I was little, he answered honestly. And the Chan? Asked an intrigued Yugo. It doesn't seem fair. You didn't threaten to do horrible things to me with a snake if I called you San, he answered blankly. Well, now you call us all Chans or Sensei Gaki, spoke Anko. That way my friends aren't jealous. On a serious note, stated a lightly blushing Yugo, she may have been a little jealous. You say you feel people? Yeah, it used to help me hide from the mobs when I was little. I've gotten a little better at it. Naruto, are you a censor? Asked Yugo. She didn't want him to even think of those mobs. A what? He asked. They didn't cover that in class? Asked Anko, shocked. Censor Nin were the best trackers, even better than her clan, not that they'd admit it. That's something important. I thought they'd warn you about them. They probably did, he answered. It was probably one of those days they'd kick me out of class. How much have they neglected this kid? Where their collective thoughts, they needed to do their best to make it up to him. Naruto, I want you to do me a favor, spoke Anko. I want you to focus and tell me where the foxes are. Looking around, he saw that they were indeed gone. Relaxing his body, he felt as far as he could. Raising his hand, he pointed in their direction. 10 meters that way. He answered correctly. Now they are moving toward us. They'll be here in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as he predicted, they came busting through the woods. The kunoichi gave a smile of understanding. Well, Gaki, you are a censor. Anko spoke. We'll try to train you in that as well. Truth be told, she didn't know what she was going to train him in. Impress us and we'll teach you a jutsu. Naruto, please make as many clones as you can. He did so without question. Soon the field was full of hundreds of Narutos. That is, a lot. I can make more if you want, he offered. He was proud of his clone skills. No, first thing we need to work on is your chakra control, stated Yugo. First thing we'll do is tree climbing. Focus your chakra to a certain point and maintain it as you take a step. I've come up with a way you can work on that, your reflexes, and entertain me, stated Anko sadistically. I don't like that entertain part, he stated fearfully. Where's this going, Anko-chan, and why do you have that smile? Why do you have that kunai? Dodge, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Throwing the kunai directly at him, she frowned. She threw it slow enough for him to dodge, but fast enough for him not to know she did. I have a reputation. However, all he did was let it hit him in the arm. If it had been the real one, he'd have a horrible gash. That's what she was talking, Naruto, stated Kurenai. Clone or not, you just took a kunai to the arm. I have a high pain tolerance, he stated. Naruto-kun, spoke a sad Yugo. We know about the villager. No need to hide anything, not from us. The villager would often gang up and beat Naruto until he was physically broken, but never emotionally. His birthdays were the worst of them. Instead of beating, they would actually torture him. It had happened so frequently that only the birthdays were the ones that truly hurt. They stopped when he started his ninja training, but the damage was done. That is why we to kill two birds with one stone, spoke Yugo. Using your clones you can work on chakra control. What do my clones have to do with this? He asked, and what will I be doing? The kunoichi frowned at this. What has Kakashi been teaching him? They knew he was neglecting Naruto's training, but this was ridiculous. Your clone's knowledge will pass on to you, explained Yugo. You can train faster in anything but not strength, speed or reflex. It was how most Anbu trained. That was with 2, 3 or 4 clones. Naruto had much more. If a clone is destroyed you won't be able to get stronger. Now. Dodge. This time the clones dodged. Good. Now I can begin having fun. Dodge. She is enjoying this a bit too much for my taste, he thought. They decided to train in another part of the field. It was difficult for Naruto to focus with Anko trying to kill him, especially since she liked to aim for what made him a man. Every single time. It was a sad day to be a clone. They will do that while we work on a few beginner kenjutsu katas, spoke Yugo. Naruto, focus. I'm going to teach you the first katas to this style, she ordered. Pick up that katana and hold it like so. She held a ready stance but saw he was strained. Are you okay? She wanted him to get used to the type of weapon he'd be using and the dangers of self-harm from it. Unfortunately for Naruto, she Wouldn't let him have a real one until he needed it. Can I take off these weights? He asked. The strain is getting to me. He has been wearing them all day, she contemplated. No, she said after a minute of thinking. It's best you keep them on to build more speed and force in your blows, she reasoned. She had been expecting him to protest or even groan. She was proud to see him only set himself for practice. What determination. Okay, sensei. He answered. You can drop the weight a bit if it gets to be too much, she offered. If you master these series, I'll teach you a kenjutsu technique. With the promise of a jutsu, he was given new energy. She trained Naruto in a series of katas. He even made a few clone to watch himself to see his errors. There was a lot, but Yugo proudly stated that most came from his exhaustion mixed with weights. As the sun began to set, Naruto ended his chakra control and kenjutsu practice. Even though he hadn't mastered the series of katas, he made progress. He did, however, master the tree walking. You did good. Just need to dispel the clones. Anko spoke. Hey clones, she called. As they turned to the source of the voice, they blushed. They were greeted with the sight of Anko's bare chest. It took them a full 3 seconds to register it as they flew back in a massive nosebleed before dispelling. Unfortunately, the strain of hundreds of clones dispelling at once was too much. It caused him to pass out on the spot. He did, however, have a goofy smile and trail of blood flowing down his nose. Anko, that was too much, scolded Yugo. Are you trying to turn him into a pervert? Hey, with that much stamina I wouldn't mind, she answered truthfully, gaining a blush from her fellow kunoichi. Well, let's get him home, stated Yugo. He'll love the surprise he'll find when he wakes up. Well, maybe my gift, Anko. When Naruto awoke, he found he was in his apartment. He had an extra hour until team meeting began, then an extra 2 before Kakashi arrived. Deciding to get out of bed, he found slight difficulty. I must have trained harder than I thought. As he grabbed for the ramen in his cabinet, he felt something off. Where is all of my ramen? He found a note and 2 scrolls. Dear Gaki. Stop eating ramen. It's why you're so short. Here's some dango sealed in the first scroll. Just add chakra. You had better eat and love it. Also, don't even try that ramen stand. I paid them off not to sell to you for the week. P's. You earned the second. PP's. I doubled your weights. PPP's dodge. As soon as he read that last line, he tossed the scroll. No sooner than he did, a kunai flew out of it. It lodged itself into his wall. Sealing a kunai. I think she's trying to kill me. Wait, she doubled my weights. Reaching inside of the second scroll, he unraveled it. It was a jutsu and a small book. Sensor Nin and its mechanics. We found you a book on sensors at Daiki's shop. Shunshin. High-speed movement allows ninja to move short distance at near instantaneous speed. Enjoy. Forgetting all about his hunger, he headed toward his training ground. He wanted to impress his real senseis. Baka, why are you late? Cried a harpy. And what's with that smile? He wouldn't let them ruin his day. He would do his best to get through the day as fast as possible. I'm not late, Sakura. I beat Kakashi-sensei, he answered. Both were in shock. Not only had he said something logical, he hadn't called her Sakura-chan like normally would. Deciding not to get involved with them, he chose to sit away from them. I have an hour until he arrives. It's a good time to work on being a sensor. After 20 minutes of reading, he closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax. He skipped through straight to the how to. As he focused, everything seemed to become more vivid than with his eyes open. He could feel every from his teammates to the insect crawling near him. He tried to extend it. The further away he went, the less vivid it became. It seems my range isn't far, but it's focused. After messing around with his abilities, he decided to read more and eat some of the dango Anko packed for him. She'd make me suffer if it went to waste. As the smell of fresh dango spread across the field, he felt his hunger kick in. At the first bite he thought, not ramen, but a close second. He sat back in peace, enjoying the book and food. Hey Baka, give me one of those, howled a certain pink-haired monkey. And just like that, my piece is gone. No, he answered. He wasn't giving up anything given to him by one of his senseis. Not to any of them. What? She asked. She had just been denied something by Naruto. It was hard to believe. He's supposed to worship me. Yo, sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road. What are we learning today, sensei? Asked Naruto. He wasn't going to listen to another excuse. I can't teach you much until you increase your chakra control. Turning to his other students. Sasuke, I have a new technique for you. Sakura. I want to watch Sasuke-kun train. If you don't train Sakura you'll be weak, stated Naruto. Who asked you? She screeched. I'll have Sasuke to save me and then we'll get married in. He just tuned her out. Can I be dismissed? He asked. Not even waiting for an answer he walked off. He doubted any of them heard him. He wanted to get some real training done. Hello Hana-sensei. He said from his book. You can stop hiding. Kurenai-sensei. I knew you were there the minute you came into the field. Anko and Yugo warned us about that, stated Kurenai coming into view from her genjutsu. They never said it was so creepy, continued Hana as she walked into the field. If you want I can stop it, he offered. No need, Kurenai stated. Now tell me, what genjutsu you know? Henge, he answered. And, that's it. He finished. Sensei, can a person use genjutsu without hand seal? Yes, but you still need a medium, like your eyes are sound, and better control and yours is. Kurenai looked for the kindest way to phrase it. Could you teach me? He asked to spare her, at least she cares enough to spare my feelings. I can only do a few myself, but maybe later. They then began the lesson. As it turned out Hana had decided to teach Naruto's clones how to make storage seals. Kurenai did her best to teach Naruto some genjutsu. Naruto was in a bad mood. It had been 2 weeks and he couldn't learn his sensei's simplest genjutsu. His kenjutsu was going well. He didn't blame her, far from it. Kurenai had spent hours trying to teach him and find the reason why he was having trouble. She had even given him low-level scrolls to practice. He blamed himself and the reason he couldn't learn, the fox. Since one needed balanced chakra to do genjutsu, he couldn't learn. His and the fox's chakra were always fighting. The only reason he could do henge was because control wasn't needed. His thoughts were focused on that so long he never noticed himself falling asleep. Mindscape. So, my jailer finally decides to show up. Stated a deep rough voice. What do you want? I want answers. He shouted, shocking the giant fox. Why are you ruining my control? There was no fear in his question. There was plenty of anger in it, but no fear. That only enraged the fox. Rearing back, the fox let out a roar. It was enough to shake a village and knock people over. Naruto just stood and glared. Come closer. The fox ordered, seeing no reason to fear the fox. He did so without hesitation. That enraged the fox as well. With the speed of a demon, the fox stabbed the giant claws at Naruto. They never made it to him thanks to the bars stopping them, just inches from his face. Naruto hadn't so much as flinched at them. Damn you, boy. Came another roar. Fear me. I am the very stuff nightmares are made of. Why should I? The blonde asked. Just give me control of myself. And why should I? Enraged Call. You've always preached about hard work, so go with that. Why must you ruin everything in my life? His screamed. Well, know this, fox. He spat. I don't fear you and I want control so I can continue my training. Ah yes, your training, he commented in a tone Naruto didn't like. How very fox-like of you. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked. He was hating where this was going. Come now, genjutsu is fox domain, he stated, a sword for claws and you're already a trickster. Those are so I can get stronger, he stated, and they're happy to train me. How would you like even more help? The demon asked. Help in both of training and more. What are you getting at, fox? Naruto wasn't as dumb as he let on. He wouldn't be tricked so easily. Just a deal between a host and his burden, Kyuubi commented. It could be beneficial for the both of us. I'm listening, he stated. The deal is simple. I give you the means to take your skills to a whole new level. The fox offered, for a price. How would you do that? His answer was simple. A bloodline. Seeing that he had the boy's attention, the fox continued. And give you a few needed modifications. What do you want? It was worth listening to. 3 things. The fox stated. The first, since you won't give me my freedom, I want access to your senses. The second, I want you to spread fear in my name, he roared before smiling cruelly. And finally, a little piece of your mind becoming mine. What? I could agree to the senses, but why would I spread fear in your name? He asked. Give. It would give the villagers even more reason to hate me? It's not like they could hate you more than they do, the fox stated, and I doubt they'll even try to like you. Why do you want fear? It had been bugging him for a while. That goes back before I was even the Kyuubi, he spoke in a memory daze, back when I was just an average, larger than normal, but average fox. If you weren't born a demon, how did you become one? He interrupted. The fear, from the very beginning it was the fear that gave me my power. The bloody kitsune they called me. My reign of terror was legendary. Dozens of villagers would fall to my claws at a time until I was slain. It was then I became something worse. The stuff nightmares are made of. I became a demon. Since I was so feared, the fear brought me back as a demon and the fun really began. Then why do you need me? He asked, can't you keep escaping death? Because of your fourth Hokage. The beast roared. After I was sealed, people thought I was dead and they lost fear. He continued, being dead isn't a problem but being forgotten. Now that's a bitch. I can't come back if nobody fears me. I can't come back if nobody's afraid. That's why you need me. The blonde stated, without fear you're nothing. Yes, I need you. That had to hurt. You've got the body, I've got the brain. Why do you mean some of my mind? Do you honestly believe you can be cruel enough? It seemed to be an honest question. Do you think you could get the amount of fear I need? The bloodline, what would it do? He asked, ignoring the question. The bloodline is called the Fox Glare. It has two abilities. The first you can learn and use any genjutsu you know. The second is trapping a person inside a genjutsu domain controlled by you just by eye contact. Explained the demon. Through it you can either hold or break a long-lasting side effect. What is the drawback? He wasn't stupid, there was always a risk. You need to see the opponent, or the genjutsu will run wild. Kyuubi stated, if you use genjutsu anyone around will be affected the same, such as pain by fire or drowning unless you're focused. The fox wasn't finished. Anyone better at genjutsu or smarter or have a stronger will can defeat you at your own game. Taking a moment to think. It also can be turned off or hidden through genjutsu, so good luck hiding it. Anything else? You can detect genjutsu but not break or copy it. The fox added. Those are your own skills. And the modifications would I receive? Enhanced. Everything with slight fox features. You blood will be a great cure for all ailments. Taking another minute to think. I will also train you in a few techniques so your body, sensing skill will be taken to new levels. What's the catch to those? Increased levels of bloodlust and cruelty. Deal? Kyuubi wanted to chuckle but wasn't foolish. The fox knew that so much as smiling could ruin the deal. Tear off a tenth of the seal, the fox ordered, and prepare for pain. Doing so, Naruto experienced something he hadn't felt since his childhood. Pain. He felt pain coursing through every part of him. It seemed to be focused behind his eyes and in the center of his head. The fox's constant laughing wasn't helping. Damn, fox. He got out before the darkness claimed him. Real world jumping up, Naruto was sure he wasn't getting back to bed. Damn fox. Well, I have an hour until team meeting. Getting out of bed, Naruto noticed that he felt as light as a feather. Guess I'll be increasing my weights again. He also noticed that he was at least a foot higher off the ground than usual. The changes. Walking toward his mirror, he eyed his reflection. His once sun-kissed blonde hair now carried traces of red highlights. His teeth were now razor-sharp, fang-like. His blue eyes were the same, but his pupil were now had slits. He couldn't help but give himself a few once-overs. I'll need some new. Daiki told me he would be finished today. He tried dressing in his now too small clothes. When that didn't work, he decided to henge into his regular self. Since mine is real, they'll never notice. Reassured, he dressed and left. Leaf Dragon, hey Naruto, greeted Daiki the usually. I wasn't expecting you until much later in the day. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Don't you have any employees to cover the night shift? Nope, I do everything, and using soldier pills I can keep going, he explained. Daiki, how many of those pills have you had? He asked. So I assume you're here for those clothes? He asked, ignoring the question. Yes, Naruto answered worriedly, smiling sheepishly. Daiki grabbed one of his clothes. They were the standard black Anbu pants, a new pair of black, steel-toed combat boots, a crimson-red trench coat similar to Anko's with black flames. licking the bottom and end of sleeves. In the center of the coat was a kanji. The kanji said kitsune, which stood for fox. The cloths even came with great features. Add chakra and they'll grow to any size, dry themselves and even keep the wearer warm. Great for extra chakra control. Daiki only blinked and the cloths were on the blonde. Naruto liked the clothes so much he brought several sets. Usually this would be out of his price range, but Daiki worked him a deal. If he purchased all of his ninja items from the Leaf Dragon, then everything was half off. Naruto, why do you have a henge on? Daiki asked, losing all humor. Deciding the gig was up, he dropped the disguise. The cloths instantly grew with him just as they were created. Well? The semi-blonde asked nervously. How'd I look? Can't have the only useful shop hate me? Daiki stared at the now red highlighted blonde in front of him. His gaze was even and calculative. It made Naruto a bit uneasy as he stood there. You need something for the eyes, he spoke, to cover up their extra features. Have anything that can completely cut off my sight? He asked, relieved. I'm training in being a censor. Sure. Pulling a crimson cloth from somewhere, he handed it to Naruto. It's from the same material as your suit, created it just for you. Written on it was a kanji meaning mirage. As he tied the on cloth, he decided to explore until his sensei arrived. Maybe I'll go to an empty training ground. He continued around until he entered into a training ground. The area was littered with weapons and the posts were horribly beaten. He felt a powerful chakra signature and two weaker ones. It is most unyouthful to spy on my team, came a voice from behind. Naruto acted on pure instinct. Turning, he threw a kick toward the source of the voice. It never connected because his leg was caught. The grip on his leg was like iron. That too is most unyouthful. The source of the voice was a kid wearing green spandex with orange leg warmers. He had an awful bowl cut and, good lord, are those his eyebrows? They looked like caterpillars. How did you get behind me? Naruto asked with, how come I couldn't sense your chakra? He felt out for it. I still can't feel it. He was even tempted to take the cloth off his eyes to see if he was there. Even if it were civilian level, one should feel it. Lee, what is going on? Asked an older-looking version of the now dubbed Lee. Have you brought another to the ways of youth? Not yet, Guy-sensei. He yelled, but if I cannot convert as many as you to the ways of youth, then I shall do 500 laps around the village backwards on my hands. Lee, my student. The older version yelled, your flames of youth glow brighter every day. Guy-sense. Lee. Guy-sense. Lee, Guy-sensei. Naruto didn't know what he was seeing. He didn't want to know. The two look-alikes were starting to hug, with his legs still in the middle. As they did, a horrible sunset began to form behind them. Why can't I dispel that thing? He didn't know how, but he had to get free. He saw only one option. Drawing a kunai, he prepared to saw through his own leg. Lee, Guy-sensei, came a feminine cry. You're about to make another person sever their limbs for freedom. They finally released his leg. Turning to his savior, he began to thank her. He never got the chance as he was stopped by a cold, arrogant voice. Who are you? He asked. Naruto Uzumaki. And you? I am Neji Hyuga. He gives off the same vibes as the Uchiha. This is my teammate Ten. Thank you Ten for saving me, he spoke, but they seem to be finishing, so I need to run. Wait, she called. This is a private area. What were you doing here? I just wanted a spot to train, he answered. Did someone say train? He noticed the two by seem motioning for him to say no. Yes. Then let us train. The lookalike shouted as one. I shall make you into a youthful shinobi and continue in my conquest for world youth. What have I gotten myself into? The blonde asked himself. Youth, my friend, spoke Lee quietly. Youth. Training for Naruto was hell. He wasn't able to keep up with Lee's speed, but he matched him in stamina. The others were very surprised to see it happen, especially when they found he wore weights. Ten was able to help Naruto train with his kenjutsu. She kept an array of weapons, so he was always kept on guard. He bonded pretty well with all but the Hyuga. Naruto couldn't stand his arrogance. Putting on a henge and his blindfold, he headed toward his team meeting. They were already in progress, most likely never noticing his absence. When he made himself known, well, he wished he hadn't. Naruto Baka, where have you been? Howled a pink monkey. You're late. Naruto just ignored her, he was too tired. Practice with Guy was tough, what possessed me to schedule more with them. Naruto, where have you been? Asked Kakashi, and why do you have a blindfold around your eyes? It's for training. The blonde answered, not a complete lie. What kind of training? Asked the Uchiha. If it's useful I should be the one learning it, not you. Deciding he wasn't going to deal with them, he turned to his teacher. I can believe he reads that stuff in front of us, we're minors. What are we learning today? The blonde asked, his answer was predictable. Since you missed another mission, we decided to do some teamwork. Hey, where are you going? To train. The blonde stated, but before that I feel the need for my oldest friend. Ramen, and lots of it. Ichiraku ramen. Hey old man Tucci. Naruto called. Ayame-chan, Naruto needs his ramen. 15 bowls later and he felt better. There was one thing that was making it difficult to enjoy the food to its fullest. Actually it was 3 things, 3 people. Konohamaru rocks aren't square, he stated, moving toward his next bowl of ramen. So you saw through our disguise? The rock spoke. I expect nothing less from my rival. At the end of the sentence the rock went up in smoke. There was a lot of coughing and complaining from the one inside. Udon, Konohamaru shouted. You used too much powder. Hey, you wanted a big entrance, Udon countered. Naruto-kun, who are these kids? Asked Ayame, seeing an opportunity for their entrance. They began posing. I'm Konohamaru, future Hokage. I'm Udon, I like math. I'm Moegi, the cutest girl in my class. And together, taking another pose, they spoke as one. We are the Konohamaru Corps. They waited for some type of response and they got it. It was clapping, from Ayame. Naruto had already turned back to his ramen. That's so cute, isn't it, Naruto? She asked. Not after seeing it every time I see them, he stated. Boss, can you teach us something please? Asked Konohamaru. Please? Sorry, but I have my own training, he stated. I see. Moegi, bring out the big guns, Konohamaru ordered. On command, Moegi was in front of Naruto, giving him the puppy eyes. He tried to resist, but they pulled him to look. They commanded him to obey. I'm wearing a blindfold. How am I affected? Fine. I'm sure those puppy eyes are some kind of jutsu. I guess I'll teach them what I learned. What will we learn? They asked as one. A jutsu, a secret skill, how to dodge, he stated. What? Udon asked, drawing a kunai. He leaked out killer intent. He let a bloodthirsty aura fill the area. It was a small amount, but to fresh academy students it was Junin level. Dodge. The chase had begun. After running the kids back to class, much to their annoyance he headed for his land. I think I'll surprise them with a page from Konohamaru, a flashy entrance. As he arrived he decided to use his new abilities. Dropping the jutsu he let his real appearance out. The kunoichi sat in patience, minus Anko, as they waited for Naruto to appear. They had all appeared today for various reasons we won't go into. It didn't usually take this long since he was punctual. Out of nowhere a reddish blonde-headed guy appeared in the forest. He stood there as the kunoichi took guard. This is a private area, stated Hana. I know, he stated. Please leave, ordered Kurenai. No, the kunoichi were now ready to fight. They each took a position around the intruder waiting for him to act. What do you want? Asked Anko. To meet some of the most powerful and beautiful kunoichi of Konoha, he answered. From there it's anyone's bet. Who would they be? Asked Yugo, both upset at the compliment. Don't tell me he's a pervert. I'm looking at them, he spoke. Anko took the first opportunity to act. Drawing a kunai she cut his cheek, allowing a bit of blood to flow. Compliments will get you everywhere, she stated, taking a lick at his blood. Wait a sec, Gaki? I shouldn't be surprised you've memorized my blood, Naruto stated, after the amount you've drained from me. What's with the new look? They asked, and were you flirting? I'd like to answer all questions, stated Naruto. Say over dinner? Naruto, are you asking us on a date? Asked Kurenai, as in all 4 of us? Maybe. Realization fell into place. He was Naruto Uzumaki, pariah of the village. Why would they even consider dating him? Sorry, he spoke. It was a foolish idea. Naruto, you aren't a fool, spoke Yugo. Yes I am. I'm a no-name genin, he said, pointing to himself, and you are 4 of the elite kunoichi of the village, pointing to said kunoichi. Naruto, to top it all off, I asked all 4 of you out, he ranted. That was a perverted thing to do. I don't want to be a pervert. Why would you want to date us? Asked Hana. You all have been nice to me, he started, you're all amazing women, he continued. You're each skilled and proud but not the slightest bit arrogant, he thought for a moment, and my time with you all has been the happiest of my life. They could see that he was really upset about this. He seemed to want a genuine relationship with them, not just a mindless pervert. They then shared a look. It was one of those looks women get when they're somehow having a conversation. You men know the one. They nodded their heads as if reaching an agreement. Naruto, you aren't a fool, Hana stated. Yes, I am, he countered, a demonically enhanced fool. Naruto. Yugo snapped. You are not a fool, do you know why? Number? Because my mother told me never to kiss a fool, she shouted. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his head, she pulled him forward. Their lips locked and Naruto felt absolute bliss. The world seemed to pause as he enjoyed the kiss. All too soon it came to an end. We each expect a reinforced clone to pick us up tomorrow by 8 to show us a wonderful night, stated Kurenai. Remember Gaki, we each have different tastes on what we believe is a perfect date, warned Anko. Dress casually, he spoke, until then my Himes, gaining a blush from said Himes. Hope you like it. Now review OR, dodge next chapter, the date, and after that we have Wave. I do not own Freddy vs. Jason speech. Naruto will only have one sword but KYUBI gender poll is still open with female in lead. Vote which of the mistresses you want to go to Wave with Team 7, only one. Chapter 4 I do not own, Naruto. The date. Naruto was nervous. He was going on the first date of his life, and it was with 4 women. Most men in his position would be boasting. He however wasn't most men, he stayed silent. He had taken the day off of training from his team and the kunoichi. There were a lot of things for him to do for his date. Not that he neglected his training. He sent multiple clones out to practice. Some in genjutsu with the scrolls Kurenai left. Some in the katas Yugo had showed him. Find something for each kunoichi to enjoy. Find places where he wasn't hated. Find out how to act on a date. Get advice on what to do for the date. I need serious help advice. Who can I go to? Should I ask the Ichiraku family? No. How about the old man Hokage? No, he's a pervert, I've seen those books. There's always Iruka sensei. 10 minutes later and he was in front of his old academy. It seemed his teacher was giving a lecture. Oh, how I hated those. Deciding to spare the kids the pain he went through, he entered. Hey Iruka sensei, I need your advice, he called. Naruto? He asked, shocked. I'd love to help you but I'm a bit busy with class. He looked at the class of children. They were either sleeping from the lecture or talking. Deciding to be honest to his teacher, he said. Sensei, you've lost them. Just tell me what you need, he said, annoyed. Why does nobody like my lectures? Dragging his former teacher outside, he said, I need dating advice. Now Iruka had to admit that he was shocked. It didn't mean he would show it. He was after all both a ninja and a teacher. What do you need to know? He asked, not even taking a minute to think. Naruto simply said, everything. Flowers. Yamanaka flower shop. Hello, greeted Ino. Welcome to the Yam. Naruto. What are you doing here, Baka? He did his best to ignore the insult. I'm here to buy flowers for my date, he stated. I'd like to make a good first impression. Who would go on a date with you? She asked. I bet you just annoyed Sakura until she said yes. I am not going on a date with Sakura, he stated. He really didn't want to deal with a fangirl. I just want to buy some flowers and leave. Fine, she sneered. What do you want? I want 4 bouquets. Each mixed with red and black, pink, orange, and white. One for Anko, Kurenai, Hana and Yugo. Great, now I have to tell you what they mean, she sighed, annoyed. You probably just chose them for looks anyway. I know what they mean. Red love, black the beginning of new things. When not death, pink elegance and refinement, orange warm vibrant tones, white humility and innocence. Ino was in shock. Not only had Naruto of all people picked out flowers, but he actually knew what they meant. How does someone like you know what they mean? She asked. Can I have my flowers? He asked, ignoring the question. Why would you need 4? She asked. Are you cheating on somebody? You are, aren't you? She accused. Probably some poor civilians who you lied to and said you did all the stuff Sasuke-kun did. How is Sasuke-kun? Has he mentioned me? Enough. He roared. I'm not cheating on anybody. He stated, I just want to buy my flowers for my dates. If you want to talk about the Uchiha, then find Haruno. Baka. She shouted. You should treat me with respect. I'm heiress to the Yamanaka clan and I don't have to sell you anything. She stated but wasn't finished, and you are just a nobody. What is going on here? Asked a new voice. Ino and Naruto looked toward the source of the voice. It was Inoichi Yamanaka, Ino's father. He had been watching from the beginning. Your daughter refuses to sell to me, stated Naruto. He knew Inoichi had been watching, and she constantly insults me. But he's a nobody, she stated, trying to defend himself. And what are we Yamanakas without the Nara and Akamichi clan? He asked. I apologize for my daughter, the flowers are free. Not wanting to wait a second longer, Naruto grabbed his flowers and left. He had 4 different dates to prepare for. Remember everything Iruka-sensei told you and you'll define. Who does that Baka think he is? Seethed Ino, getting me in trouble with daddy. I'm going to make him pay. Okay Naruto, you can do this. He repeatedly chanted in his head. I just have to show them a good time. Stealing his resolve, he knocked on the door and Anko. Hello Habiheim. He greeted, getting a blush from Anko. I brought flowers. Hello Foxy-kun. Greeted Anko as she took the flowers. Well, come in and we can get down to business. Down to business? He asked. What do you mean? Well, what do you think men and women do? She asked with a perverted leer. Naruto's face put a tomato to shame. Anko-chan, I don't think I'm old enough for that. There is a motto many shinobi live by. She spoke in, old enough to kill, then you're old enough to drink and have sex. We're not well enough into a relationship for that, he tried. Anko saw that he honestly wasn't in this for the sex. He wants to just have a relationship. I guess I'll throw him a bone. Fine, she spoke. But if we're going anywhere, I want you to drop the henge. He did so happily. It made him feel accepted. What will we be doing? She was honestly curious. There's a place my former sensei recommended, he answered. It's supposed to be non-biased for us as well, he said, referring to her problem as well as his. Do they have dango? If they didn't, there would be trouble. And red bean soup, he added. Well, what are we waiting for? She grabbed him and literally started dragging him. Which way is it? Grabbing her arm, he shunshin-ed them to the location he was given. When they arrived, it looked like a bar mixed with a diner. It seemed to be a decent place on the outside, however there were very few people around. Fire in the hole, came a shout from inside. No sooner had that been said, a man ran out through the entrance. What the? He never finished. The whole building started to light up, before coming down in a fiery explosion. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked another voice. This area is closed for demolition. Looking around, Naruto became aware of the signs. Well, Gaki, teased Anko. What do you have planned? He took a minute to think but came up empty-handed. I've got nothing, he admitted. I do, spoke Anko giddily, a little too giddily for Naruto. Grabbing her date, she took him a few blocks from their location. When they arrived, they were surrounded by unfriendly-looking people. They didn't seem to pay much attention to them, but the few that did just glared and looked away. Anko? He asked. Where are we? This is a place I go to celebrate after a mission, she spoke. As they walked inside a shady-looking pub, Naruto knew he was in for a wild night. Anko was greeted by several people as they made their way toward the bar. They took a seat and waited for the bartender to notice them. Hey Anko. The bartender greeted. What can I get you? 2 of the usual, she ordered, but make his a small, she pointed toward Naruto. He was tempted to say he would take the same as her until he saw what it was. It was a drink. That much was obvious. Anko quickly snatched hers and started downing it. A second later it was half gone. Taking a pause, she let out a large belch. Naruto eyed his. It looked to be mostly foam. Taking a single, but large, sip, he tasted it. It didn't stay long before he swallowed it all. It doesn't taste half bad, he quickly downed the rest. We got ourselves a natural, laughed the bartender as he handed out a refill. 5 minutes later they were having a drinking contest. Anko was impressed. Naruto was able to hold his liquor. I should take him out more. Another 10 minutes later they lost count. Naruto wasn't drunk, but the same couldn't be said for Anko. Hey, hick. Hey Naru-chan. Could Anko. How about we, hick, go back to my place and, hick, become much closer. Sorry Anko, but you're drunk, he said, I'm going to have to take you home. Ah, but I want my Foxy-kun. She whined. Truthfully, she wasn't completely drunk, she just wanted to know what he would do, please. When you're sober, he reasoned. Unfortunately for Naruto, Anko knew a sobering jutsu. After fumbling through a series of hand signs, she was back to normal. There, I'm sober, she stated. Let's go. Wait, you tricked me, he accused, gaining a laugh from Anko and the bartender. Hey, if you don't want her, we'll happily take her off your hands, came a new gruff voice. Turning to the source, Naruto and Anko were greeted by an awful sight. There were 3 men, all dressed like thugs. They had made a small circle around Naruto and Anko. They constantly gave Anko lusty looks and Naruto glares. Sorry pal, but she's my date for the evening, he spoke coldly. I hope you 3 understand. I hope you understand, brat, the apparent leader sneered, that we don't care if she was with the Hokage. Naruto was about to tell them to leave when he saw Anko smile. She has that look on her face. It usually ends up with pain. Hey Naruto, do you know what would make this evening perfect? She asked as her smile grew. No, Naruto noticed the bartender lower himself out of sight. What would? Taking a sharp kunai, her smile grew. As fast as a ninja she drove the kunai deep into the shoulder of a stranger. She then tossed the bloodied weapon into the hands of the leader of the trio. The stranger stood and looked toward the couple, then the trio. He spotted the weapon and stood to full height. This guy has to be 7 feet tall. Letting out a war cry, he dived toward the trio. Bar fight. 20 minutes later, Anko and Naruto were the only ones standing. Even the bartender had jumped in at some point. Anko was happy, exhausted but happy. She got to drink, fight and even eat some poor sap's food for free. He shouldn't have gotten knocked out so soon, she stated. Naruto wanted to remind her that she was the one that knocked him out but decided against it. The worst part was she sodomized several innocent people with her snakes. Let me get you home, Benihime, stated Naruto. They reached her apartment a minute later through Shunshin. They stood there for a full minute. They stared at each other, or in Naruto's case felt her chakra. Deciding not to wait any longer, Anko made the first move. Leaning forward, she gave him a chase kiss. It felt wonderful to Naruto, no matter how short it was. I had a wonderful evening, Naruto-kun, she stated. I hope we can do this again soon, she hinted. So do I, he admitted as she opened her door. He turned to leave but was stopped by a large snake coiled around him. Come in, Naruto, she ordered while licking a kunai in hand. How can I say no? He nervously laughed. Hana. At Hana's home, he was greeted by Hana's mother. Hello, you must be the pups dated, Naruto, spoke Hana's mother. Hana will be down soon. Hello, Ms. Sume-san, he greeted. No need for formalities, Naruto-kun, spoke Hana, descending the stairs. My mother hates them as much as you. Hello, Inuheim, he greeted, gaining a blush, handing her the flowers. I have these for you. Do you know what they mean, pup? Sume asked, looking at the colors, gaining a nod from Naruto. Have a good time, pup. Sume, before taking a teasing tone. Have her back before 10 and don't let me know if you're in the house. Mother. Sume wasn't finished. Don't forget, I want grand pups. Grabbing Naruto by the hand, she dragged him out. Once they arrived at the destination, Naruto dropped his disguise. They were in an open field on top of the Hokage monument. In the field was a blanket and picnic basket. Inside, Hana could smell a lot of delicious items. It was making her appetite grow. Let's see, started Hana. Outside with a beautiful view, delicious food. You did your homework on Inuzuka women, Naruto-kun. I tried my best, he said. Sukune. He offered. They were Hana's favorite. She was even more impressed when she found he had made them himself. They sat and ate in silence. It was a comfortable silence, but still silent. Hana decided to break it. Naruto-kun, she called, gaining his attention. Where are we? The Hokage monument. He too was glad the silence was broken. This was my first comfort spot, he stated. I still come here to think. Why did we come here instead of your field? Look up, he answered. They sit in the vastness that we know nothing about. They hide from us in the day while staying in plain sight. She saw what he meant. The stars, they're beautiful, she whispered. Yeah, you are, he whispered, thinking she hadn't heard. She did. Naruto, see, can I touch your whiskers? She cautiously asked. Naruto visibly tensed at the request. He didn't let many people touch his whiskers, and the ones he did were rarely. To Naruto that was a very intimate thing. As he thought the request over and over in silence, Hana mistook that as a no. Sorry I asked, she apologized, realizing he had been silent too long. He apologized. No, you can touch them, she assured her. It's just, they are a very sensitive part of me. Really? She knew it was like someone touching the family tattoo on her cheeks. Reaching slowly, she rubbed him. What happened completely shocked her. He purred, oh my gosh, she mentally squealed, that is so cute. She couldn't contain herself. She playfully tackled him to the ground, knocking his blindfold off. It seemed like she was pinning him, but was in fact hugging him. To her even greater surprise, he flipped her over and pinned her. When she looked him in the eyes, she saw that they were innocent and playful. Like a young pup or young kit. Sorry Naruto, but I like being top. They repeated the process over several times. It wasn't long before they were running and chasing each other on all fours. They looked like a fox and a dog playing. It felt great for Hana. She felt like a child again, not a soldier. She wished it could last forever. But all great things must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed yourself, Inuheim, spoke Naruto as they approached her home. I did, Naruto-kun, she said. I felt like a pup again, she admitted, blushing. She then stared at Naruto. How would you like to come in? It was Naruto's turn to blush. He quickly recomposed himself. He leaned in to kiss her and turned to leave. He didn't get far. In front of him were the triplets, growling fiercely at him. They seemed to have surrounded him. The center triplet stepped forward and pointed his paw toward Hana. I think I'll take you up on that offer, Hana-chan, he stated, but could you call off the triplets? You go. Hello, Uzuheim, he greeted as he handed her the flowers. Hello, Naruto-kun, she returned. They're beautiful, so where are we going? Well, I know how you're tired after Anbu and rarely relax, he spoke, and she admitted it was all true. So I've planned for a smooth and calm evening for you. Naruto held to his word. He had taken her to see the latest Princess Gale movie. It was a few days after airing, so it was relatively empty. They watched in peace. Yugao was impressed when Naruto made no attempts to feel her up. He simply let her watch in peace. Once the movie had finished, they had taken a stroll through an abandoned park. I've got to admit, Naruto-kun, she started, this simple evening has been amazing. Deciding to take a break, they sat on a bench. He noticed that Yugao would constantly rub her shoulders. Are you okay? He asked. Yugao smiled at his concern. Yes, just a little stiff. I could give you a shoulder rub, he offered, if you don't mind. If you do, I totally understand. She thought the offer over in her head. He seems to want to help. He hasn't made any perverted attempts. I'll trust him. Sure, she answered, turning so that she wasn't facing him. They began. He started by giving gentle rubs and kneads. These earned groans of pleasure from Yugao. With these encouragements, he added a bit of pressure, and the groans grew louder. Naruto, would you mind adding a little chakra? She requested. I don't mind, but my chakra isn't good, he offered. My chakra destroys while my blood heals. Oh, she had forgotten about the fox. I could use that, he offered. Why, your blood? Yes, but, he trailed off. But what? You'll need to take off your shirt. He flinched and brought his hands up for defense. Not the face. Relax, I'm not going to hit you, Naruto, she assured him. I've already taken my shirt off. When did you? He asks. Why? You're wearing a blindfold, she explained. As long as it stays on, then I know you aren't a pervert. Don't worry, he promised, it'll stay on. Pulling out a kunai, he made a small but deep cut on each hand. He let the blood fill his hand before the wound healed. They close faster now. Began to rub around where she felt the tensest. The groans increased further as the blood healed the pain. Naruto-kun? Called Yugao. Yes, he asked. Instead of answering, she simply turned toward him. Because of the blindfold, he wasn't aware of the expression on her face. Leaning forward, she gave him a deep kiss. It was a complete surprise to Naruto, but he loved it. Before he knew it, she had knocked him to the ground. Removed his blindfold, and some of their clothes. Yugo-chan. He gasped. You're moving a bit too fast. Shush shush shush. She shushed him. But Yugo, she silenced him by drawing a kunai and slamming down. Beside his head she drew a second one. You were saying? She asked. Nothing? Kurenai. Hello Benihime, he greeted, handing the flowers over. Hell Naruto-kun, she greeted with a smile. What have you planned? I was thinking a nice dinner, he stated. There is a place that makes great seafood. Taking his arm, they shunshin ed away. They appeared in front of a small, casual restaurant. Hello, I'd like a table for two, requested Naruto. Table for one coming right up. The greeter spoke with a sneer. If you would please follow me, miss. I think you misheard him, spoke Kurenai. He said a table for two, she spoke with emphasis. I'm sorry miss, but we don't serve. He seemed to think of a right word. That, he pointed as if accusing. It would be bad for business. I see, spoke Naruto. Time to gather my first bit of fear. Removing his blindfold, he allowed his new eyes to be seen. Seeing the fear in the greeter, he decided to take it up a bit. He allowed his hinge to unravel, slowly for added effect. He gave his best feral smile. It would have made Anko proud. Now about that table, he stated coldly, tea table for two, coming up. They were quickly seated and abandoned by the greeter. The waiter, after seeing the look, took their orders and disappeared. As he attempted to reapply his disguise, but was stopped. I want the real you, she stated. It was not a request. What do we have here? Came a new voice. Turning to the source, they saw Asuma Sarutobi, son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hello Asuma-ku-san. She quickly corrected, Naruto, this is my friend Asuma, she said, getting a raised eyebrow from Asuma. Nice to meet you Naruto. He greeted, ignoring Naruto's appearance. You don't mind if I join you, do you? No, great. He said, pulling up a chair before either could answer. It's not as if this is a date, is it? Actually, it is, corrected Kurenai. What? Asuma was in total shock. But he. Later Asuma, stated Kurenai fiercely. We'd like to enjoy our date. She really hoped he caught the hint. He didn't. How did you two meet? He asked. I'm trying to teach him a bit on genjutsu, she answered. Genjutsu, huh? He thought on it. Wouldn't you prefer ninjutsu? Or even taijutsu? It seemed reasonable with all the chakra and stamina Naruto was said to possess. It was well known from his prank sprees. Actually, I've seen how useful genjutsu is firsthand, stated Naruto. For taijutsu, a blade can do a lot more than a punch. I understand the blade part. I use them myself, agreed Asuma. But you usually can't use genjutsu in combat without support, time or focus, reasoned Asuma. But genjutsu can usually be easily broken in multiple ways. Yes, but you also can't use a ninjutsu because of allies, surroundings and even bystanders, countered Naruto. Also, if the genjutsu is strong enough or the wielder is skilled enough, then those things are unimportant. True, but Kurenai was upset that Asuma was ridiculing genjutsu, her specialty. She was happy that Naruto was defending the art. As she watched the arguments continue, their food arrived, as did Asuma's. When did he order? Asum then began to light a cigarette. This seemed to irritate Kurenai, which in turn irritated Naruto. If Asuma noticed their expressions, he happily ignored it. Could you please not light that here? Asked Naruto. Asuma took a light look around before speaking. Don't worry, he said. There are no smoking signs. This irritated both Kurenai and Naruto further. Okay, how about this? Tried Naruto. Let's make a deal. What kind? If I can prove, right here right now, that genjutsu is just as useful as ninjutsu, he thought. Then you pay for our dinner. Deal, he agreed. And if not, you pay for my steak and rice. Maggots, stated Naruto. Fear, here I come. What? Asked Asuma, confused. He didn't like Naruto's smile. Is there something squirming in my mouth? You're eating maggots. Asuma looked down at his food. There on his plate were maggots squirming on his food. The food itself looked rancid and had a mixture of various trashes. Realizing what the squirming in his mouth was, he began to vomit. He wasn't able to continue emptying his stomach. It was as if his very mouth had been sealed shut. It didn't stop the puke from filling up. Looking toward Naruto, he saw a deformed face. It seemed to be a meld of fox and a man. The shock was too much for him. Jumping from his seat, he saw that the seat was empty. All of the seats were empty. He did hear a chuckling and felt a piercing sensation in his back. Turning, he saw that it was Naruto. He was holding a kunai that he had lodged deep into Asuma. He continued to twist the blade, drawing out the agony in the junin. Naruto then raised his hand and made to punch Asuma in the face. Attempting to block, Asuma raised his arms. He never felt the blow come. Opening his eyes, he saw that he was still sitting at the table. Naruto was giving an attempted, and failed, innocent look. Kurenai only sat back with a smug expression on her face. "What was that about genjutsu, Asuma?" she asked. "Also, I'll have you know we changed our orders." She chuckled. "It wasn't cheap." "How did he do that?" he asked. "I never even saw him weave any hand signs." He looked at them before her words sunk in. "When did you two order and eat?" "I was out for only a few seconds." "There weren't any hand signs," Naruto admitted, "and with genjutsu time becomes irrelevant." "That kind of genjutsu takes years of experience," Asuma shouted. "Or just a great teacher," countered Naruto. Kurenai blushed at the compliment. "I had a student that is very eager to learn." Their eyes met and they shared a blush. Kurenai felt like a girl on her first date. Naruto was a boy on his first date. "A deal is a deal," Asuma admitted before reaching around his pockets. "Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten my wallet," he spoke, trying to be sly. "Well, that's too bad for you," spoke Naruto with a smile, "because we've already left." With that, both Kurenai and Naruto faded out of reality. "Sir, I was told to give you the bill for your companions," spoke the waiter. Looking at the bill, Asuma felt his heart stop. She wasn't kidding when she said it wasn't cheap. He looked at his cigarette. "If I smoke my whole pack, now will it kill me and keep me from paying?" There is only one way to find out. Somewhere in some park, Kurenai and Naruto were sharing a laughing fit. When they regained control of themselves, they began walking toward her apartment. "Oh, Naruto-kun, that was truly hilarious," she spoke. "Where did you learn to do that?" "I used what you tried to teach me in those scrolls," he explained. "I then added a little change." "Well, it was amazing," she stated. "You taught him not to underestimate genjutsu, and I'm sorry he ruined our evening." "I'm sorry that he ruined our date," stated Naruto in a sadder tone. "It's okay," she assured, honestly. "Well, I'd feel much better if I could make it up to you," he stated. "I know, look that way." He gestured toward the sky. Looking in the direction, she saw something that truly amazed her: a sunset. She watched as the village was illuminated by the setting fireball. It was as if the sun was trapped in a state of orange and crimson perfection. "He did this for me," she thought to herself in amazement. The raw beauty was overwhelming. Kurenai couldn't stop the single tear that escaped from her eye. And like that, it was gone. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it any longer," panted Naruto. "I need more practice." He then saw her tear-stricken face. "Oh no, Kurenai-chan, what's wrong?" She looked at him and smiled. He really cares, she thought. "Nothing is wrong, Naruto-kun," she assured him. "I didn't mean to make you cry." He was cut off by a finger to the lip. Kurenai then leaned in and gave him a chaste kiss. She then deepened it as their tongues fought for supremacy. And like the genjutsu, it came to an end all too quickly. "Naruto-kun?" she asked. "Would you like to come in for some coffee?" Now Naruto wasn't the smartest, but even he knew what she meant. There would be no coffee if he entered. "I'm not a coffee-per." He stopped at the scene in front of him. Kurenai was staring blankly at him, as if dead. Her hair seemed to be moving on its own. The shadows seemed to crawl around her. This all made her crimson eyes all the more vivid. "Naruto-kun," she stated coldly, "I'm sure you will love some of my coffee." "See, coffee sounds great," he spoke. Next day, Anko. "Morning, Naruto-kun," greeted Anko as she watched Naruto awake only seconds after her. "How are you this morning?" "I'm fine, hubbyheim, and you?" he asked. "Good, but," she trailed off. "But, what?" Naruto asked. "There is something I want to try," she explained, "and so far no man has wanted to even give it a try." "Well, what is it?" he asked. "I'll prove I'm not like other men," he stated. "Oh, you have Foxy-kun," She admitted, again and again and again. She snickered, but what I want to try is a jutsu for what we've been doing. Sure. He was open for more of last night. Great. She squealed in joy. Trouser snake jutsu, I should not have to explain this. Naruto proceeded to stare at Anko. He then made a dash for the front door. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a mass of snakes. The front was blocked and behind was Anko. Only one option left. He jumped out the window. They always SSS run. One of Anko's snakes spoke. Yeah. Guess I'll go see how the other dates went. Hana. I'll be getting those grand pups in no time, thought Sume before noticing the silence. They finally stopped. Finally, cried several members of the family as the people laid themselves down to sleep. They felt bliss. Time for some well-deserved rest before work. Ring. 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 The alarm clocks went off. It was time to begin another day of work. Several of the family members began to cry. All they wanted was to get some sleep. As Naruto and Hana stepped out of Hana's room, they were greeted by several faces. Sume, who was looking at Naruto and Hana in great interest, Kiba, who eyed them both in disbelief. Several Inuzuka men in envy, several Inuzuka women in jealousy. Sume spoke first. I want to name some of the grand pups. Dobi. Shouted Kiba. What are you doing here? He looked at Hana, and with my sister. Hey, don't blame me, spoke Naruto. Blame the triplets, they forced me to stay. The triplets themselves were regretting their actions. They, like all present, didn't get any sleep. Sika Makumaru. Ordered Kiba. Okay, I can't fight him because he's Hana's brother. What can I do? Naruto did what any man would do when faced with his predicament. He ran like the devil was after him. Get back here, Uzumaki, roared Kiba. You'll pay for defiling my sister and keeping the clan up all night. I guess I'll go meet the girls, thought Hana Yugo. When Naruto awoke, he noticed that he was in an empty bed. When did we leave the park? There was, however, a note and a scroll. Dear Naruto-kun, have Enbu meeting, then meeting with the girls. Feel free to raid fridge, then practice katas in scroll. Yuga OPS from Anko Dodge. Kurenai awoke to an empty bed. She looked around the room and saw that his cloths were gone as well. She felt a great pain in her heart. No, he's just like the rest. The tears of the betrayal she felt just fell. Kurenai-chan, you awake? Asked Naruto from nowhere. I made breakfast. He noticed her teary face. Is everything okay? Yes, Naruto-kun. She answered quickly. But I can't eat. I have to meet the girls. I can't believe I doubted him. Girls. They headed to their usual meeting spot. When they arrived, they noticed that each of them had a certain glow. It was one they themselves were familiar with, and were experiencing. They each pointed a finger at another and shouted, You slept with Naruto-kun. They accused of each other. They eyed each other before breaking. Those hands, spoke Yugo. That body, spoke Kurenai. That size, spoke Anko. That stamina, spoke Hana. That tongue. They spoke as one. They then sat around each other as they each recounted their dates with Naruto. Each kunoichi began going into their more graphic night activities, which happened to go early into the morning. They were interrupted by a cough, 3 to be exact. Hello girls, spoke Hayate eyeing Yugo. We were just wondering why you were sleeping with Naruto, continued Iruka toward Anko. When you were supposed to be, Asuma to Kurenai, dating us, they finished as one. We can explain? They said. Sorry, no lemons now. Review? Alright, time to get to the reason we came here. To see some amazing plot and badass fights. Warning, few if any of these fights are original. Also people please send me genjutsu and kenjutsu, original or not, and maybe description. Keep voting. WHO visits Wave Anko 4 Yugo 2 Kurenai, Team 8, 1 Hana 0. Voting for 2 people will be ignored. Vote 1 Chapter 5. I do not own Naruto C rank mission. Ever since Naruto changed his training was upped. He didn't mind, in fact he was happy. His progress was what most considered genius. Naruto however wouldn't take that kind of credit. He gave credit to his sensei and his longtime companion. They never questioned Naruto on his change after that. They didn't care, they trusted him. They also trained him in stuff outside of combat. Hana was happy to finally have something to train Naruto in. His newly heightened senses, it was perfect for her. There were basic manners and politics taught by Kurenai. To his misery there was human anatomy by Anko and basic sealing. Yugo taught Naruto about a lot of the village's laws. Ever since he learned genjutsu his pranks have increased. Naruto's relationship with his sensei has also been amazing. They kept it mostly a secret from the general populace to avoid the hate. Kiba kept silent so many wouldn't know that he was dating Hana. They would keep each other company in public, though he kept his hands on. He also kept his blindfold on to help him with his sensing. He had improved greatly without a proper teacher. The Hokage was aware of his new changes and abilities. At first he nearly had a heart attack, much to the fox's delight. Naruto made him promise to keep it a secret until he was ready to reveal it. However, neither the Hokage nor his senseis knew of the fear collecting. They also didn't that he was receiving extra training from the fox. They were some of the few people he didn't want fear from. When he wasn't with the mistresses, or ice queens, as the male populace named them, he kept busy. He often trained with Team 9. Ten and Lee were very fond of Naruto. The Hyuga was another story. Neji seemed to think Naruto was a weakling. He tried to challenge Naruto to a fight, often insulting him. Naruto would just ignore him and act as if the Hyuga was beneath him. He often thanked his sensei for teaching him to control his emotions. Even when he slept he was busy. He would often spend this time with Kyuubi. The fox had taught Naruto a lot of genjutsu. Even taught him a bit of kenjutsu. When he awoke he instantly started training in everything. I love clones. The fox taught Naruto more about his new bloodline. The more fear he gathered the more powerful both would become. His illusions would become stronger and more realistic to the victim, and he would also become stronger and faster. If he looked someone in the eyes he could find their worst fears. However, he could only use fox genjutsu with Kyuubi's chakra. When he gathered enough he could use his skill without limit. When he wasn't training himself he trained the Konohamaru Corps. He hadn't taught them any jutsu. He did help increase their speed, stamina and stealth. They were now physically better than Sakura. They had collected a lot of fear but nowhere near enough. He needed to gather true despair. Training wasn't all he did. When with his heims he would relax, often giving them massages or taking them on dates. There was however a major downer in his happiness. Naruto Baka, screamed Sakura, pay attention. His team. And he used that title loosely. They were no team of his. If any, his would be Team 9 minus Neji. Naruto had to deal with his team's insults and constant ridicule. His sensei would ignore it in him. He has also neglected to teach Naruto anything, often favoring the Uchiha. Sakura just sat on the sidelines doing nothing but praising Sasuke and ridiculing Naruto. Not that he showed much. He held everything back during their team bonding, exercise and training. He would bide his time. To show them what I can really do. He couldn't wait. He even continued his sensor training, not even putting a genjutsu over the blindfold. Alright, what mission do you want today? Asked their leader. We have babysitting, gardening, catching too. Please don't say that cat's name, begged Naruto. Can't we get a real mission, not these chores? Naruto, you are still fresh genin, ranted Iruka. Taking a higher mission will require months of experience, and hey, are you listening? Old man, shouted Naruto. If I don't get a real mission I'll teach your paper to multiply. The Hokage paled at the threat. He was sure Naruto could and would do it. Naruto, spoke an uncaring Kakashi, you shouldn't threaten your superiors. Especially one adobe like you couldn't go through with, spoke the arrogant Uchiha. Hokage-sama, spoke Naruto in a lower tone. I've already taught the paper shadow clone jutsu. Looking at his desk everyone noticed that the paper had multiplied. It was so much that the stacks couldn't keep balance. They soon fell over and he couldn't tell which he finished and which he still had to do. Iruka, get them ANS rank mission, ordered the village leader. Get it now or else. He was cut off. Hokage-sama, shouted the Chunin in disbelief. They're genin. Right. The old leader agreed. I lost my head for a second. I have AC ranked. He stated. Send in the bridge builder. At his order an old man walked in. He seemed to be drunk and continued to drink sake. He eyed the genin. These are the snot-nosed brats who are supposed to watch me, he asked. They look like they'll wet themselves and run at the first sign of danger. He eyed them closely, especially the short, blonde one. Everyone was surprised when they didn't have to restrain Naruto. He simply looked at the client and stated, "We are shinobi, we are meant to be deceiving." He used his best anko smile, "But if you want sinister then just say so." The minute he saw Naruto's smile he nearly wet himself. Many of the occupants felt the same way. No thanks. He readjusted himself. "I'm the super bridge builder Tazuna. You are to protect me with your lives." "Don't worry Tazuna-san," stated Kakashi. "I'm a Junin and Sasuke here is my best student. We can handle anything." Naruto and the Hokage frowned at the statement. It was the sign of a teacher playing favorites. "I'll have to have a talk with Kakashi." "Alright Team 7 inches," called the Hokage. "You leave for your mission in an hour, so go prepare." They left. "Wait Naruto," he called. "The papers are still multiplying." It was too late. Naruto was already gone. "Iruka help," the aged leader begged. Iruka looked as the number papers grew and grew by the second. It was truly maddening. He didn't want a part in it. "I wonder how Anko is doing." With that thought he decided to go for a walk, a long walk. It had only taken Naruto 10 minutes to prepare for his mission. He had already prepared a scroll of all he needed. An hour later they were in front of the gate. "Well, it looks like the Dobi forgot to pack," chided Sasuke. "Baka, now we have to wait for you to go pack," added the Uchiha's pet. "Actually I have everything sealed away," stated Naruto, showing the scroll. "Keeps me from carrying a bulky bag everywhere." He pointed to their bags. They couldn't think of a comeback for his statement. "Naruto, that's a bit advanced for a genin," stated Kakashi. "Where did you?" "Who are you?" asked Naruto. "What do you mean?" asked Kakashi. "You're on time," spoke Sakura in disbelief. "Just head out." He ordered on time once and they think I'm a stranger. The trip was mostly uneventful. The only thing interesting was that Naruto was silent. "Hey Baka, why are you so quiet?" asked Sakura. "If you're thinking then don't, you'll only hurt yourself." He was about to respond when he saw a puddle. "Kurenai-chan would be so insulted if she saw that," he stated. "What are you talking about Baka?" "Saw what?" asked Sakura louder than needed. "And who is Kurenai?" Everyone just ignored her. As they passed the puddle, two mist shinobi jumped out. The duo made their way toward Kakashi, surrounding him with their shuriken chained claw gauntlet. With a mighty pull they severed the Junin to pieces. Sakura saw this and started screaming. "One down," spoke the first. "More to go," finished the second. They ran for Tazuna, but Naruto jumped in way to protect the client. The closest struck with his claws into Naruto. With a mighty tug he disemboweled the blonde. The lifeless body collapsed as his innards fell to the ground. They made their way toward Tazuna, only to be close-lined by Kakashi. The Demon Brothers, two Chunin ranked mist ninja. With great speed he restrained both of them out and tied them up. "Sensei!" cried Sakura. "You're alive?" She looked toward the body, only to see logs. "You used replacement," she stated. "Yes, but your friend died," stated Tazuna, pointing to the remains on Naruto. "Who cares about that Dobi?" asked Sasuke. "He only slowed me down." "Yeah, he only got in between me and Sasuke-kun," stated Sakura. "He's better off dead." "How can you allow them to speak like that of their teammate?" asked Tazuna. "He died to protect me." "He wasn't even an adequate shinobi," stated the sensei. "He won't be missed." "It's nice to see what you think of me," stated Naruto's walking from behind a tree. "My team and sensei." "Dobi, how are you alive?" howled Sasuke. "We saw you get gutted." Naruto said nothing. He just glared at them as walked toward his team. Good thing he had control or he might have sent them into a nightmare. "Naruto Baka, you answer Sasuke-kun now," ordered Sakura, "or else." "Or else what, Haruno?" he asked with such venom. "You aren't even a threat to an academy student." This caught everyone, minus Tazuna, by surprise. Naruto never badmouthed Sakura, even as he started acting strange. In a moment of rage Sakura charged Naruto with a raised fist. Naruto, seeing her attack, simply backslapped her. The blow caught her across the face and knocked her a few feet across the ground. She sat on the ground in disbelief. She stared up at Naruto, and even though she couldn't see his eyes she could feel them. "Enough is enough Sakura," He stated, I won't allow you to continue using me as a punching bag. The others were in disbelief as well. Naruto had struck Sakura. Naruto, that was uncalled for, stated Kakashi. Apologize now or I will have your license revoked. If you do then you will have Haruno punished, stated Naruto. She attacked me on a mission not including all of the other times she struck me. He drew a kunai. In fact I could execute her right here and now without any repercussion. Why you wouldn't do that to me would you Naruto-kun? She asked. That seemed to only make him angrier. Wait, I'll go on a date with. She offered. He didn't even seem to think it over. Sensei, make him stop. She begged, running behind their teacher crying like a child. That is enough Naruto, stated Kakashi. Stand down or I will have your license revoked for abandoning the client. This was met with a chuckle from Naruto. I never abandoned the client, he stated. Tazuna, come on out. At his call another Tazuna appeared from behind one of the trees. It seemed the bridge builder was ready to make a run for it. You sure everything is safe? He asked, gaining a nod from Naruto. Good, glad that. I could have your license revoked for abandoning the client and your students, stated Naruto, backing Kakashi into a corner. How are there two of the client, Dobi? Asked the Uchiha as the Tazuna closest began to fade away. I placed a genjutsu on the area and hide the real Tazuna, he stated. I needed to know who they were after. Kid had me terrified the whole time, he stated. I'm not going to kill you Haruno, so stop crying, he ordered. I need you alive so I can continue the mission. Actually Naruto, started Kakashi, hoping to get some revenge. Since these ninja are after Tazuna as you revealed, we will have to cancel. It's too dangerous. Nice work Baka, shouted Haruno after regaining herself. Now Sasuke-kun won't have a perfect record. No mission means I don't need you Haruno. That sent her back to begging and crying. Please, begged the bridge builder. Wave needs your help, and he went on trying to guilt-trip the team. Don't worry Tazuna-san, stated Naruto. We're going to complete the mission. That is my decision Naruto, stated Kakashi. Not yours. This is a C rank turned A rank. If you don't want people to know your actions we will complete the mission, stated Naruto. Are you threatening me Genin? He asked, his rage at the boiling point. That is a grave offense. No, I'm blackmailing you like a shinobi, he stated. What was your motto again? We will continue the mission. Kakashi strained out. Dobi, where did you learn those illusions? Asked the Uchiha. Naruto made no attempt to answer. I demand you tell me. Naruto just continued walking. Sasuke, enraged at being ignored by the Dobi, drew a kunai and tried to attack him. The key word is tried. Somehow he was on the ground with the kunai gone. It was in Naruto's hand, which he had pointed at Sasuke's eye. Are you attacking me as well Uchiha? Naruto asked, knowing the question. Maybe instead of killing you I'll just pluck an eye out. Collecting fear is becoming addicting, he thought. Enough Naruto, shouted Kakashi. Let's just continue the mission. One sec. The blonde. I need to collect my trophies. Well, tell you nothing, one brother stated. I don't need either of you, Naruto stated. Raising his blindfold he stared the brothers in the eye. They looked back. A second later they were asleep. Pulling out a scroll he sealed the mist nin claws inside. Kid, what did you just do? Asked Tazuna. I knocked them out, stated Naruto, holding the scroll. My girlfriend will love these weapons. Like a baka-like, she never finished. I will end you, he simply stated, cutting her off, and she believed him. The rest of the trip went without incident but was still agonizing. The Uchiha would demand his techniques while Haruno would cheer him on. I sense a present, thought Naruto there. Drawing a kunai he threw it toward where he felt the signal. This put everyone on guard. He relished in their fear. When he went to investigate he saw a white rabbit. This caused Sakura to start yelling again. That color is out of season. Though Kakashi. What are you doing? Asked Tazuna. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm going to cook this rabbit up, Naruto stated. Rabbit stew is amazing, oh, and you all might want to dodge. At his words a large cleaver-like sword came hurtling through the forest. The genin ducked to the ground while Kakashi brought Tazuna down. The cleaver impaled itself into a tree. On top of the handle was the enemy. It was another Kiri shinobi. This guy is giving off some powerful chakra, better drop my weights. Zabuza Momochi, stated Kakashi, demon of the hidden mist. Kakashi Hitaki, the man who copied 1,000 jutsus, no wonder the demon brothers lost. Zabuza returned. Hand over the bridge builder. The nin ordered, then added, and the rabbit. His rabbit is going into my stew, stated Naruto. Get your own. Taking a minute to think, you can have the Haruno, he said. It's a fair trade, a harmless creature for a useless creature. I think I'll stick with the rabbit. Enough, stated Kakashi, we won't be handing over the bridge builder. I see, he laughed. Well, let's begin. Jumping away, he landed in front of a lake. Hidden mist jutsu. As its name said, mist began to fill the area. Everyone, behind me, ordered Kakashi. Zabuza is a member of the Seven Swordsmen and a master of the silent killing technique. He raised his headband and uncovered his eye. I'll need this. A Sharingan. How does Sensei have that? Asked Sasuke. Well, at least he can't copy my genjutsu, thought Naruto. 8 point. Came said master voice. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He named. Which will I go for? As the mist became thicker, the fear began to set in. It was getting to all the genin minus Naruto. One of his teachers, anko, thought he should be ready for the killer intent of battle. That's it, Zabuza make them nice and afraid. The Uchiha is about to slice himself. Naruto then felt a chakra signature appear behind him. Using the speed from all of his training, he turned toward the signatures. He impaled Zabuza with a kunai. However, instead of blood he got water. The whole body just fell apart in a puddle. Water clone, huh? That kid has some skill, complimented Zabuza. Your fight is with me, stated Kakashi. Cannon fight, but with water clone holding Kakashi. Sorry, but does anyone care? Run, shouted Kakashi. Take Tazuna and get out of here. This fight was over when I was caught. And where would we go? Asked Naruto calmly. This guy would just find us and cut us down. As he spoke, the area started filling with water clones. You should just leave the bridge builder, stated Zabuza. I have no time for kids playing ninja. This coming from a man pretending to be a demon, taunted Naruto, enraging Zabuza. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Handing the rabbit to Tazuna, he stepped forward onto the water. My own medicine? Zabuza asked before laughing. What can a kid like you do? You've probably never even spilled blood. Do you think you're the only one who messes with the enemy's senses? He asked. The only one who induces fear. He allowed his weights to drop so he could adjust. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a sword. The handle was average, but the rest was anything but. The blade was crimson red. The guard was actually a fox head holding the blade between its teeth. Well, that's an impressive sword, Zabuza complimented, but nothing out of the ordinary. Really? Asked Naruto. Something sure smells good. Realization hit everyone. The area was lightly filled with a sweet aroma. Zabuza tried to cover his bandaged nose, but the smell got through. No use, Zabuza, stated Naruto to an upside-down Zabuza. Welcome to the inverted world. How is this kid upside down? He looked around before realizing he was the one upside down. How did I get upside down? This is the power of my invert, he stated. I reverse one's sense of direction. He looked and saw his everyone else was affected before charging. I don't own bleach. That is interesting, Zabuza stated, but not original. Zabuza turned around to face Naruto. He swung the blade toward the blonde only for Naruto to disappear. A gash appeared on his arm a second later. Naruto appeared upside down to his left where he swung. Naruto again vanished and a scar appeared on Zabuza's back. This continued for a few moments as his team watched in disbelief. How is that Dobi doing something I can't do? Asked the so-called Avenger. I deserve that power, not him. As Naruto continued to dance around Zabuza, he felt something off. There was no fear coming from Zabuza. He needed to end the fight. Tightening his grip, he charged forward and struck at Zabuza. He brought his blade into range. He struck, he missed. Zabuza had backstepped. The rogue swordsman then swung his sword at Naruto. As the sword came in contact with Naruto, the blonde scattered in an explosion of black rose petals. They reformed into Naruto a large distance away. As the blonde stood there, he covered his chest. He had been able to avoid a fatal blow, but not without some damage. "You're good kid, but as I said unoriginal," complimented Zabuza. "You only distort the sense of sight, it's been done." He stated, "I however am a master of the silent killing technique. I can take you out with sound alone and you couldn't hide your footsteps." Realization hit, he needed a new plan. He dropped the invert technique and began to think. Time to put my kenjutsu to the test, he thought. "Let's go Zabuza." Taking the stance Yugo had him train and he prepared. Let's see if a member of the Seven Swordsmen is more than a title. This kid is still willing to fight. Zabuza was impressed. It'll be nice to cut down another swordsman. Zabuza took a swing at Naruto, who blocked. The blow was very heavy for the blonde, but he managed. Giving a heave, he barely pushed Zabuza's sword back, giving a clear view of the older swordsman's stomach. Taking the open shot, he jabbed his sword toward Zabuza. The demon swordsman merely sidestepped. He then swung and swatted the blonde a few feet away with the side of his massive sword. Naruto stood. He needed to stop Zabuza, and fast. Zabuza made the move. Leaping forward, he attempted a downward slash. Naruto quickly jumped back, but Zabuza was persistent. He tried to defend, but the blows were too heavy and getting heavier. Zabuza delivered a kick that sent the blonde tumbling back. While Naruto was off balance, he went in for the kills. He cleaved Naruto in half. Naruto dispersed into black rose petals and let them scatter far and wide. While they held a distraction, he reformed overhead. Coming down, he intended to impale Zabuza through the head. The demon of the mist turned and with a massive swing cleaved through Naruto, only to go up in smoke. Crushing snake constriction, Naruto activated. "Thank you, Anko." Zabuza couldn't move. He was being held by a snake. It began to squeeze him. More genjutsu pulsing his chakra, it dispelled. Naruto had already reached him. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Using his clones, he split into 3 different Narutos. The first 2 charged from either side while the third disappeared. As the first 2 came in range, they each struck. Zabuza back-paced and gutted the first, which had tried to attack head-on, only for him to go up in smoke, one down. Raising his sword, he blocked the second strike. With another mighty swing, he decapitated him, only for them to go up in smoke as well, whereas he. On cue, the final Naruto came from above. He delivered a powerful cut toward Zabuza's torso. Before he could strike again, he too was cut down. As he looked around, he saw no trace of Naruto. He looked toward the kids' team and smirked. "It seems he ditched you," mocked Zabuza, holding his wound. "Too bad. Well, who's next?" The other 2 grew terrified. Before he could move toward them, he was stopped. Looking toward his feet, he saw vines holding him. String bean binding illusion, the vine continued to grow. They wrapped around Zabuza, raising him into the air. They tightened themselves to restrict the victim's movement. "Actually, I was just setting this up," stated Naruto, appearing from inside a giant bean pod. "What are you afraid of?" he asked as he began removing his blindfold. Before he could do so completely, Zabuza started dissolving into water. "A water clone, when did he?" "You were good," he spoke behind Naruto, "but not good enough." Raising his sword, he slashed at Naruto. The wound was a large gash across the blonde's chest. Thanks to his high pain tolerance, he could barely stand it. "Okay, new plan." Standing to full height, he summoned a clone. With an unspoken order, the clone transformed into a windmill shuriken. "A shuriken," he said, "impressive henge, but I'm tired of genjutsu." He then took a ready stance. "Besides, you'll never touch me with it." Naruto did his best to hide his smirk. "The same Mitake my Heims made." Taking aim, he threw the shuriken toward Zabuza. As it grew closer, he casually leaned to the side. As the shuriken passed him, it slightly cut his cheek. That cut was enough. "That shuriken is real," he thought, looking toward the direction it was heading. "He wasn't aiming for me. He was aiming for the water clone." The real target was hit. The water clone was dispelled and Kakashi was free. "I knew I couldn't beat you on my own, so I freed someone who could," stated an exhausted Naruto. "Now you 2 play nice," he stated before moving toward land. The 2 Junin squared off. They began circling each other's. "Well, Zabuza," stated Kakashi, "let's see if you've got enough in you to continue." They began weaving their hand signs. "Water style. Water dragon jutsu," they shouted simultaneously. From the water rose 2 giant water snakes. They tore above all present. Their attacks collided. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Kakashi will need an edge to win this. They began weaving again. Now. Hey, no brows. He called, drawing Zabuza's attention. Ha ha, you looked. Taking a serious demeanor, he called. Invert Zabuza went wide-eyed. Turning his body around, he aimed the jutsu behind him. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu at nothing. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Turning to the sound, he saw Kakashi wasn't behind him. He was in fact to his side, too close for Zabuza to defend or dodge. He took the hit head on. The force behind the jutsu was too much. It carried the Rouge Nin all the way to land, knocking him into a tree. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. The tree seemed come alive as it wrapped around Zabuza. From the tree emerged Naruto as if he were a part of it. He loomed over Zabuza, kunai in hand. Surrender, Zabuza, Naruto ordered. You've lost. Zabuza struggled but didn't have the necessary energy. The demon of the mist gave a glare worthy of his title at the blonde. He stiffened as two senbon needles impaled his neck, then the fallen nin went limp. Looking toward the one whom threw the needle, he saw a masked figure. A hunter nin he remembered from his studies. The figure stood beside his team, motioning for him to bring Zabuza forward. He did so. Thank you for distracting him, the hunter nin stated. I've been tracking him for a while. No problem, replied Naruto calmly but on guard. You were here for a while. Why not aid us? The figure stayed silent. I see. Naruto, stop harassing the hunter nin, ordered Kakashi. Hand Zabuza over. Biyu, that is an order, genin. Do what you're told, Baka, shrieked Sakura from behind their sensei. All right, stated Naruto. Don't blame me when this fake hunter nin kills us. Fake? They asked as one grabbing Zabuza. The fake hunter nin disappeared in a shunshin, appearing behind Tazuna. The hunter nin then grabbed the rabbit and left again. No, my rabbit stew, wailed Naruto. What happened? Asked Tazuna. I was ordered to let the enemy live and ended up losing my chance at rabbit stew, Naruto stated. By the way, Kakashi, good night. In 3, 2, 1 inch at the end their sensei collapsed. What did you do to sensei? Asked Sakura. Fix him now or they'll never find your body, he stated, silencing her. Now Tazuna, is your house nearby? Dobi, I demand you. He was silenced as well. Sleep. The Uchiha was out like a light. He put Haruno under as well. No real reason behind it. He just wanted her out. Could you blame him? 20 minutes later they were at Tazuna's house. They had sat Kakashi down in a room to rest. It turned out he just had a mild case of chakra exhaustion. The next morning Naruto sensed a familiar chakra signature. Running to the door, he saw one of the most beautiful faces ever. Helmaiheim. He greeted in joy, leaning in to kiss her. Okay, review. I made him powerful but not too powerful. You like? Should Haku die, Naruto will learn the ability of real genjutsu. Should Haku live, she will join the harem but no new ability. Find out which mistress appears. Chapter 6. I do not own, Naruto. Wave, Foxy-kun, greeted Anko. How are you doing? Better now that you're here, Hubbyheim. He answered. Not to sound rude, but why did the old man send you? I saved him from some paperwork. She eyed him. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you now, Naru-chan? Naruto wouldn't meet her gaze. When he continued to avoid eye contact, she laughed. She walked in the room. Looking around, she saw the family she would help in guarding. Naruto-san, asked Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter. Who is this? This is Anko-chan. He introduced. Anko, this is Tsunami, Tazuna the bridge builder's daughter. Nice to meet you, Tsunami. Anko greeted. Where is the Cyclops, the emo and the pink howler monkey? Upstairs, she answered, giggling. When she entered the room she saw Kakashi was asleep. The Uchiha was in a corner brooding and Haruno was pestering him for a date. Hey Cyclops, Anko shouted, waking Kakashi. Who whooped your butt? What are you doing here, Anko? Asked Kakashi. I haven't sent for any backup. I did, stated Naruto, right after we were attacked by the demon brothers. We don't need help, Dobi, stated Sasuke. I could have handled this mission with it. We ran into a rogue ninja called Zabuza. Sakura answered. Sensei got caught and Sasuke-kun was going to save me, but the baka got in the way and tried to show Sasuke-kun up, and she turned a glare to Naruto, then did something to him and Kakashi-sensei and me. So basically he saved you and now you're whining because it wasn't the Uchiha. Anko stated. She turned to Naruto. Tell me what really happened. Naruto lowered the blindfold to reveal one of his eyes. On contact he activated a jutsu meant for briefing. Flashback jutsu. That's right, I went there. As the scenes replayed inside Anko's mind, she felt pride. Naruto had used the very skills that she and her friends taught him with great skill. He then admitted that he needed help and freed Kakashi. Nothing is wrong with your sensei, stated Anko. He just has chakra exhaustion from overusing that eye of his. What did you do to me, Dobi? The Sasuke asked. I put you under a simple genjutsu to knock you out. The blonde answered. It was actually pretty easy. The answer enraged the Uchiha. How could the Dobi put me in a genjutsu? I'm an Uchiha, the elite. It must be that sword, it has to be. No way that the Dobi is that strong on his own. Naruto, you have been acting brash this whole mission, stated Kakashi. Learn to respect your team or I'll have you punished. Yeah, baka, shouted Sakura. You won't be as good as Sasuke-kun is. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's not like I just saved their lives. Naruto turned to the door to leave. Where are you going, Dobi? Naruto continued. I asked you a question, Dobi. Don't ignore your betters. Kakashi, shouted Anko. What do you think you're doing? She gave a glare that froze them. How can you have such a dysfunctional team? I tried to get them to work together, but some people, he glared at Naruto, don't understand the value of teamwork. That is a lie and a half. I've seen your form of teamwork. She stated. I've known about your negligence for a while now. She wasn't finished. Because of that you have a group of unprepared genin on a dangerous mission. Anko, I believe I can effectively train my genin, stated Kakashi into his book. They've done well so far. Only thanks to Naruto, the one you neglected, she retorted. If it weren't for him you'd all be dead. Why do you care so much about the baka? Sakura asked. It's like you're his girlfriend or something. I am, stated Anko. What? Shouted everyone in shock. You're dating Naruto? Naruto has a girlfriend. Come on, Naru-chan, called Anko. You can give me a full body massage. Wait, Dobi, Sasuke called. I demand you give me that sword and the claws from the Demon Brothers. He held his hand out. Someone like me could use them much better than you. Hell no, stated Naruto, rage building. This sword is mine and the claws are for my other girlfriend. Other girlfriend? They asked. You're nothing but a pervert, screeched Sakura. That's probably my fault, admitted Anko, but it wasn't me alone. Women, I demand you take his weapons and give them to me, ordered Sasuke. I deserve them more than an abandoned nobody. Naruto has had enough. He was used to insults, but doing so to his family was his breaking point. He began reaching for his blindfold. Sasuke Uchiha, he growled, what you're afraid of? Naruto, shouted Anko, I think you should go for a walk. The blonde took a few deep breaths before calming. This is going to be a long mission. Okay, team, time for some training, called Kakashi. You will be learning something special today. Woods. Sensei, you can't teach us in that condition, called Sakura. And why do we need to train? Zabuza is dead, right? Actually I can, and no he's not, he replied. Hunter Nin are supposed to destroy the bodies on the spot. That can only mean he's allied to Zabuza. I did say he was a fake, stated Naruto. What will we be learning it? Asked Sasuke, hoping for a powerful jutsu. You will be learning to climb a tree without hands. How is that possible? Asked Sakura in amazement. Anko had a different feeling, annoyance at her comrade. You're just now teaching you the team tree climbing? She asked. On an A-rank mission. She sighed. Let's go, Naru-chan, called Anko. I was given some stuff from the others for you on this mission. She gained her usual grin. We don't want you going soft in training without us. Anko, I'm afraid that Naruto must train like everyone else, stated Kakashi. He needs the chakra control the most. I already know it, Naruto stated. I've mastered up to Junin level chakra control. There is no way you know that much, stated Sakura until she saw he wasn't listening. Hey, don't ignore me. Why are you wasting your time on Adobe like him? Asked Sasuke. You should be training me, not that. He was cut off by a kunai to the neck. I will choose who is worthy of my training, stated Anko as her killer intent flowed out. Let's go, Naru-chan. Anko is still a slave driver, he thought. Other parts of woods. She had increased his weights and then gave him orders to start training immediately. He was happy to be learning new techniques, but he had limits. Running and dodging kunai while trying to learn new sword katas on top of water brings you to them fast. Why is the world spinning? Did I say you could take a break, Naru-chan? She said in a false sweet voice. Yes. He tried. Fine, let's break something, she grinned. I'm going for your legs. He was back to training. Anko looked at the exhausted Naruto and she was nothing but proud. He may not have mastered everything, but he was doing well. He's not even using his clones. He didn't want to be dependent on them. That is enough for now, Naruto, she called. No sooner had she said that he collapsed. Dinner should be ready. He seemed to find a bit of energy in her statement. When they arrived, they were greeted by the family. It seemed dinner was ready. Naruto hastily dug into his food. His peace didn't last. Dobi, called the Uchiha. What did she teach you? None of your business, Teme, Naruto stated. Naruto baka, you answer, Sasuke-kun, shouted Sakura. Naruto did, stated Anko. You just don't like the answer. Naruto, it would be helpful to know what learned, stated Kakashi, looking from his book. We could use it to our advantage. You mean give it to Sasuke to copy, stated Naruto. I won't give him my hard-earned skills. Why do you all train so hard? Asked a new person. It was Inari, Tsunami's son. You're all just going to die. No one can beat Gato. You should all just go back to your comfy homes. Kid, you shouldn't speak on things you know nothing about, stated Anko as Naruto tensed. Some people don't have the luxuries you think they do. You all think you can just come here and be heroes? Heroes don't exist. Inari shouted. None of you know suffering, so go back to your peaceful homes. Suffering? Asked Naruto in an icy tone. You don't know suffering. You live here with a family that loves you. He raised his head, glared at Inari. You have a food in your stomach and a warm place to sleep. Naruto may. Anko couldn't finish. The killer intent coming off of him is maddening. Are you hated for something you couldn't control? Have you beaten so badly and so often that you don't notice most pain? Do you go home every day to absolutely nothing? He stood. Maybe I should show you some of my pain. He began to raise his blindfold, but a hand stopped him. Anko then hugged him from behind and whispered something in his ear. As she continued, he began to calm himself. He turned to everyone present and stated, I'm going to go blow off some steam. He then shunshin Ed away. Anko turned to look at the crying Inari. The massive killer intent had been too much for him to handle. Stop whining, you deserved it, she said. Just because you have it bad doesn't mean you have it the worst. That baka probably made that all up, right, Sasuke-kun? Spoke Sakura. HN, was his response. You have no idea what Naruto has been through, hissed Anko. The trial he's endured just for living, she whispered, all for something he had no control over. Was it really that bad? Tsunami asked. No, Anko answered. What he said was the sugar-coated version. Woods. The next morning, Naruto was lying in a field. He had done a lot of damage to the area. No tree was spared in his rage. Now he was enjoying some well-deserved rest. He then felt a chakra signature enter the field. It wasn't a member of Team 7, his Haim, Tazuna, or even one of his family members. It was, however, very familiar. The signature grew closer. Excuse me, the voice called. You'll catch a cold if you sleep out here. Don't worry, Naruto reassured. I have, inside, work on my immune system. He let out a quiet chuckle at his own joke. So what is a pretty lady like you doing out here all alone? You have a blindfold on, how do you know I'm alone? A thought then occurred. What makes you think I'm pretty? I know, when someone's around the same way I know you're pretty, Naruto answered vaguely. He then lowered his blindfold and looked Haku in the eye. I was right, pretty. Their eyes met. As they looked deeper, they saw each other's pain. Those eyes are just like mine. They thought as one. I'm Naruto, by the way, you are? Haku. I'm picking herbs for my sick friend. Haku answered. Should I be worried that I'm alone? No, he hastily answered. My senseis would kill me if they thought I thought something perverted. He saw her work. Do you want any help? Sure. Haku answered. Naruto sat down beside Haku and began picking herbs. Haku wondered how Naruto saw which to pick but didn't ask. Naruto-san, are you a ninja, right? Asked Haku, gaining a nod. Are you strong? Yes. Naruto responded with pride. But I need to get stronger. Do you have anyone precious to you? Yes. Naruto answered with no hesitation. They're very few. He thought of each one. But I'd happily lay down my life for them. Then you will be truly strong, Haku stated. I think I have enough herbs. Thank you for your help. They stood and turned to leave. Hunter-san, Naruto called, stopping Haku. When I said I'd lay down my life for them, I meant it, he continued. But I'd make sure whoever hurt them suffered as well. Neither turned face the other. They began walking in their separate directions. Although neither knew of the smile on the other's face. Naruto-san, where have you been? Asked Tsunami. The others have been worried. All of them are just Anko. She didn't answer, so he did. I had a strange day. I was told to give you something when you returned. Spoke Tsunami. It's a gift from Anko-san. He noticed she had a frying pan in her hand. No, he begged. Please don't. I'm sorry, but she took aim. Dodge. For a civilian, she had good aim. Bridge Naruto had guard duty. He didn't mind. It was part of the mission after all. He was even able to collect a little fear from the nervous workers. He just wished they would stop quitting. Tazuna called a random worker. I just can't keep working on the bridge, he said. I'm sorry. Hey. Naruto called to the man. What do you think you're doing? I'm going home. He stated. So you're going to give up too? It wasn't a question. He turned to the remaining workers. Are you all just going to give up? A worker who was about to quit stepped forward. What choice do we have? He asked. Some of us have a family to provide for. We can't do that if we're dead. Naruto unfolded his blindfold. Kyuubi is going to hate me for this. He needed to help them. This bridge needed them. He looked into their minds for the cause of the fear. Builders of the bridge, I know what you all are afraid, he stated as he faded away. Gato appeared out from nowhere and stood with all of his arrogance. The builders were all afraid. If Gato was here, then that meant that he was going to stop them. They were going to die. What happened next shocked them all. Naruto reappeared behind Gato and sliced away at him. In one swing he removed the tyrant's head. As the body fell to the ground, it faded away. And I can help you rid yourselves of it, he stated, if you are still willing to work for the future of Wave. Naruto stood in silence. He waited for them to make their decision. Finally, one of the bridge builders stepped forward. We are done, he stated as they looked on in confusion. You are all willing to defy Gato. He elaborated. You are willing to continue for Wave. He shouted. You all have already casted out your fears. The builders looked toward one another. They were willing to defy Gato. For their family and for their future they were willing. They cheered as they returned to their jobs. There was a new vigor in each of their movements. That was a great motivator, kid, spoke Tazuna. I just hope it was enough. I try. Wait, what do you mean? Even with this new energy we already lost a lot of workers. I have that covered, Naruto stated, forming a cross with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tazuna was speechless from what he saw. For every one worker he lost there were 3 Narutos, maybe more. Just tell us what we need to do. Review Anko is the one WHO had the most votes, so don't complain to ME. I wanted Team 8, some Hinata and Kurenai hate. Next chapter, The Bridge, should Zabuza live or die? Chapter 7 I do not own, Naruto. Bridge. Naruto was happy. Kyuubi had worked him into the ground for giving hope instead of fear. Now Naruto was allowed a night of peace. Even as he slept he had felt the others leave. It was a lesson his Heims taught him. Always be prepared and on guard. That was how he knew of the 2 extra signatures that entered the house. Let go of my mom, cried Inari, and that was how he was aware they were enemies. He was already downstairs. He had concealed himself and observed. One of 2 swordsman thugs were holding onto a bound Tsunami. The second was making his way toward Inari, drawing his sword. Stop, Tsunami cried. If you kill him, then I swear I'll bite my tongue. Even these thugs knew that she wasn't bluffing. Fine, the first said. You got lucky, kid. The one closest to Inari kicked him down. Much to everyone's surprise, he stood back up. Naruto decided it was time to make himself known. You did good, Inari. He spoke. Your dad would be proud. It looks like one of the ninja was left behind. One spoke. It seems so, Naruto returned calmly. What will you do now? Do? He asked. Nothing. We have all the cards? He motioned to Tsunami. We are leaving and you will stay. Or we start cutting this one, the other threatened, putting his sword to Tsunami. Cut who? Naruto asked. The thugs looked to Tsunami. To their surprise, she merely faded away. They looked and saw that she was next to Naruto. She was no longer bound and was holding Inari tightly. They drew their swords and took a menacing step forward. Wait, Tsunami cried. You want money, right? If I give it to you, will you leave? The two thugs looked at each other. They shared a cruel smile and looked to Tsunami and said, Sure. Naruto knew it was a lie. It was very obvious. He was also sure that Tsunami could tell it was a lie as well. He decided to see what she had planned. In that scroll to your side. She pointed. It has everything we have. It's a ninja tool and all you have to do is open it. The two snatched it up and opened it. Inside was a letter. They read the letter out loud for all to hear. Dear Naruto-kun, we are at the bridge. P.S. Dodge. As they read the last part, a violent stream of kunai shot out. Many of them embedded themselves inside the thugs. They fell down dead. Mom, how did you know that would work? Asked Inari. That scroll was from Anko, wasn't it? Naruto asked. She added a lot more kunai than usual this time. Anko-san wanted me to give it to you. Tsunami admitted. She told me how it worked so I wouldn't be hurt. Were you really going to give it to me? That was something he needed to know. They're waiting for you at the bridge, she said, not answering his question. Bridge. As Naruto entered the scene, he noticed the air was laced with chakra because of the mist. It was much more potent with the extra water. This would make it difficult for Naruto to use his sensor skills that he relied on. He dropped his blindfold so that he could see. He didn't like it. His eyes hindered his sensor skills. He headed toward the closest signatures. They were to the side and by far the weakest. Hello, Tazuna. He greeted, nearly scaring Tazuna and Sakura to death. Kid, are you trying to give me a heart attack? He asked. Not yet, Naruto spoke, but I'm so close. Baka. Sakura started but never finished paralysis jutsu. What? Naruto asked. Don't look at me like that. She's better off this way. He continued, motioning to her frozen body. Now you have a proper meat shield, one that won't run. Tazuna thought it over and admitted he was right. I can't think of a single thing against that. Tazuna admitted. So what have I missed so far? The blonde asked. The Scarecrow one is fighting Zabuza. Tazuna began. The kid and the snake lady are fighting against a new enemy in there. He pointed toward an ice dome. I guess I'll go and save the Uchiha, Naruto stated after a moment of thinking. What about your girlfriend? Tazuna asked. She's inside that thing too. Who do you think I'm going to save him from? The blonde asked. Dome Sasuke was not doing too well. He had so many needles inside of him that he looked like a pincushion. Anko was doing much better. She had very few needles inside of her, but it could have been worse. She would be doing better if it wasn't for one problem, Sasuke. Why? Because she had to keep saving him from the hail of needles. Dodge! She shouted, knocking him away as she too jumped away. If the Uchiha dies, then the council will blame either me or Naruto, if not both. I can't let that happen. Woman, I demand you stop doing that. I am an Uchiha. I do not need someone saving me. Sorry kid, but I can't have you dying, she stated. I'm an Uchiha. I don't need saving, he shouted. Now watch as I end this fight. He began sign weaving. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The flames spread onto the ice mirrors. Anko would have been impressed if she hadn't seen Uchihas his age do the same thing. Soon the flames died down to reveal the damage of fire toward ice. Nothing. Good job, Gaki. She laughed. I think I see a stream of water dripping. Please surrender, Haku pleaded. There is no need for your deaths. Huh? You see? Shouted Sasuke. My flame must have done more damage. Now the enemy is weak. Why else would the enemy ask for it to end? Yeah, whatever kid. Stated Anko. She knew that the enemy was just being merciful. Haku prepared to give off another volley. Anko prepared to tackle the Uchiha to safety. Sasuke prepared for something else. He stepped onto the tail of Anko's jacket. He began to channel chakra like Kakashi had taught him. Soon he had stuck himself and Anko to the ground. This will teach her. As the attack came, Anko prepared to jump. However, she was being held by something. Looking back, she saw the Uchiha's arrogant smirk. The attack came and Anko took the full brunt of it. The needles were in every part of her. Sasuke had used her as a shield. She took another look toward Sasuke. Traitor. She gasped, oh, you should feel honored. He smirked. You get to say that you were of use to an Uchiha, the greatest honor. If there isn't any consolation to this, she spoke with a smirk of her own, it is that you will die along beside me. I'm an Uchiha, he stated, this ice ninja won't be able to kill me. I'm not talking about the ice ninja, she pointed before closing her eyes. Sasuke turned to see what she meant. Entering the ice mirrors was Naruto himself. He had seen the whole thing. Anko-chan. He cried, running to her side. Wake up, Habiheim, please wake up. All he got was a lifeless limp. He held her as he cried over her. Please give her back to me, don't take one of my heims. Make them hurt, spoke a familiar fox. They dared to hurt your mate, your heim, hurt them both. Yes, they dared to harm her. Use it, the fox continued, use what I taught you. Use the fear you collected and make them no fear. Naruto looked Haku in the eyes. He needed eye contact for this. He didn't need to see hers, just for her to see his. Shin no Ippo Stage 1 success. The technique worked. The technique froze her in place. It was temporary, she would break it, but it was enough. Naruto drew his sword. He held it toward his face and looked into his reflected eyes. Using his fox glare, he began. Shin no Ippo Stage 3. He was fear, and fear feared nothing. Over his head, chakra began to form an image of a smiling fox. His henge had dropped. He no longer cared for it. He felt the fear he collected. He let it out as it consumed him in a red aura. It sent him past the peak of his abilities. His power only continued to grow. He would make them suffer. Standing to full height, he stared at the frozen faces before him. His blue eyes were now crimson red. He had a coat of red chakra that seemed to flow around him like a second skin. It was wild and uncontrolled. He looked and saw that they were afraid. It wasn't enough, he wanted them terrified. He wanted them in true despair. You dare touch my heim, spoke Naruto as his rage and bloodlust grew. You dare hurt my heim. Out of the way, Dobi, spoke Sasuke. This is my. Sasuke never finished. Naruto didn't even turn as he kicked him into the mirror behind them, but it didn't stop there. The force of the impact shattered the mirrors. Sasuke sailed straight through it. He landed in a broken heap next to Tazuna and in frozen Sakura. Haku was terrified. This wasn't the same boy she had met in the woods. It was as if he had taken in everything that scared her. Haku saw that he was ready to act. Using her mirrors, she summoned her reflections to appear in each one. As they each pulled their hand back to throw the needles, another hand stopped them, each of them. It was Naruto. He was inside the mirrors behind her, each of them. He easily held her hand as she struggled against him. He grabbed her by the throat with his free hand. She struggled as he forced her to look forward. She was looking at her reflections as they were being restrained as well. How did he get inside? He let go of her throat now that she was looking. He drew his sword and leveled it to her neck. In a flash he had slashed her throat. She felt the blade give her the fatal blow. She watched as her reflections bled out, waiting for the cut to end her. But it never came, and she opened her eyes. She could see him standing there in the middle of the dome as if he had never moved. That's right. It's only genjutsu. He can't hurt me. She would stay in her mirrors. She was safe in there, right? It's only genjutsu. Wrong. He spoke as if reading her thoughts. Just because you're covered in ice doesn't mean you can't be touched. He spread his jacket out and she could see the crimson interior. That wasn't what he wanted her to see. From several points in the jacket, hooked chains shot out. They flew straight into the mirror, digging into her flesh. She had never felt such pain as more continued to pierce into her. They pulled, forcing her out of the mirror. Each step more painful than the last. They stopped pulling as soon as she was in front of Naruto. She looked him in the eyes and saw something she wished she hadn't. This wasn't the same boy she had met in the woods a few days ago. This was someone who truly wanted to see her suffer. "I'm going to tear your mind apart," he whispered, and he was going to make it happen. The chains released her as an invisible force pushed her back. She continued straight through the mirrors just as the Uchiha did. Haku, however, landed between the two battling Junin. The shock of what happened stopped them mid-battle. They looked toward the one who had caused the interruption. Zabuza couldn't believe it. Haku was down in a bloody heap. The shock was so great that he stopped giving chakra to the mist. This revealed Naruto. The reddish blonde was making his way toward Haku. Zabuza dashed toward Naruto. He wasn't going to let the kid kill Haku on his watch. Raising his massive sword, he brought it down with as much force as he could muster. As a Junin and master of his sword, that was a lot. Naruto simply raised his hand and caught the blade. He held it in between his thumb and fingers. Everyone was in shock. Zabuza tried adding more pressure, but it was futile. Naruto held the blade in a simple but powerful grip. The blade didn't budge an inch. "You're in my way," Naruto said. "Move." Naruto raised his free, clawed hand. With careful aim he jabbed at Zabuza, impaling his hand into the older ninja. With strength only a ninja could muster, he raised Zabuza into the air. Without looking around, he tossed the Junin to the side. He didn't need to look. Zabuza landed in a bush of spikes. Each spike impaling him, going straight through to the other side. Even though they stuck through, none of them were fatal. "It's like the brat is keeping me alive for some reason." Naruto made his way toward Haku. The fear has been nice, he thought, now it's time for some despair. Haku looked up and saw a shadowy figure coming toward her. It was Zabuza. He stood over her and raised his sword. "Zabuza-sama," she asked. What are you doing?" "You are a broken tool, Haku," he stated coldly. "I no longer have any use for you." Haku couldn't believe what she was hearing. The one who gave her any purpose in life was tossing her aside. He was going to kill her. "No, Zabuza-sama," she begged, "not him." It was just like all those years ago, just like with her father. Zabuza brought his sword down. Haku acted on all of her battle instinct. Using her bloodline, she commanded the water on the bridge. Using her control, she raised ice spears. They impaled Zabuza through different spots, each one a fatal wound. Haku looked in shock at what she had done. "Why, you are really were a defective tool," he gasped. He fell limp and dead. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no," she cried. "Zabuza-sama, wake up," she begged. She melted the ice and ran to his body. As she fell on top of it, begging him to live, she heard it. Laughter. She turned to the side and saw the source. "Naruto. He's not dead," he stated, "but it must be nice to know you would have killed him." Haku stared in disbelief. Naruto pointed toward the dead Zabuza. Right before her eyes, he faded away. He then pointed to the real Zabuza, stuck and restrained by spikes. Naruto raised his sword to finish her. "Well, what do we have here?" spoke a new voice, stopping Naruto. It seems, the demon of the mist, was all talk. "Gato, what are you doing here?" Zabuza asked. "Well, Zabuza," Gato started, "it has come to my attention that you are too expensive, so I decided to end our agreement." He looked on the bridge. "Kill the men, the women on her knees is yours to play with." Naruto, who had been ready to kill Haku, was enraged. "She can wait," he thought. "Anko would want me to end filth like him first." Naruto grabbed his sword and took a new stance. It was the one that Kyuubi had taught him. He never used it because it was brutal. Now he would use it without restraint. He eyed each of the bandits. They were all so full of confidence. The arrogance wasn't what he wanted. "Time for more fear. Remember, Kit, you get the blood," the fox reminded. "Bti get the glory." His body seemed to convulse as he began to mutate. Fur began to cover half of his face, which became more fox-like. His free hand became claw-like. From his backside 9 glorious tails sprang free. "I suggest you all come and die quickly," Naruto called. "Do it while you still have the chance." These bandits were terrified. Fear makes people do crazy things. The bandits did the craziest thing. They charged Naruto head on. Naruto charged them as well. Naruto impaled the first victim with his sword. Lifting the body with his sword, he gave a mighty toss. The body crashed, knocking a few over. Naruto ducked under a blade. Standing, he cut the enemy's throat with one swing. One tried to run. Naruto ran after him. Grabbing him by the back of the head, he forced the bandit's mouth open. Reaching his hand in, he began to tug and pull. With little effort, he ripped the top half of the bandit's head off. More tried to run. Naruto charged after them. With a powerful leap, he landed one of the bandit's shoulders. A second later, he jumped again. However, the bandit was missing his head. "Man, I sure know how to get ahead in life," Naruto joked. Two of the closest decided to attack from behind. Their blades made it through and pierced Naruto in the back. He ripped them out. Letting loose his tail, he impaled many that were foolish enough to be behind him. There were several on each one of his tails at a time. He held the bodies high for them to see. Many tried stabbing and beating him. He would either disappear like a mirage or dodge them. He would then slaughter the attacker before moving to the next. "Why, you're a monster," one bandit shouted. "A demon. Look at him," another cried. "He's a tailed beast." "Go ahead. Count my tails," shouted Naruto. "I want the world to know the number." "Nanin, 9 tails," one shouted. "K Kyuubi. Let the world know," shouted Naruto. "That Kyuubi is going to make a comeback." "No, Kyuubi is dead," Gato shouted. "A ninja killed him." "Wrong," stated Naruto. "Kyuubi is fear and fear is forever." He looked toward Gato. "You however aren't." Naruto turned his gaze toward the bandits. He had gained enough fear for now. It's time to end this. Soulbane the jutsu took immediate effect. The bandits were turning on each other. They couldn't tell who was friend or foe. Naruto could have let them go on. Let them kill each other until there were none left. Where would the fun be in that? He jumped into the slaughter. Neither Team 7 or Tazuna, nor Haku or even Zabuza could believe what they were seeing. This was a slaughter. "Haku, what did you do to that kid?" asked Zabuza. "I didn't do anything," she stated in equal shock. "It was the Uchiha. He used that woman as a meat shield." "Is she dead?" asked Zabuza. "No, she's just asleep," explained Haku. "Wake her up," ordered Zabuza. "Wake her up now." Haku was already moving toward the body. She began to remove the needles from Anko. Unfortunately, Naruto saw her. "Even in death you won't give her peace," he shouted. Naruto made his way toward Haku. Each step was deliberate, each drawing more fear in. Haku had removed the last of the needles. She was now shaking Anko. "Wake up already," Haku shouted as Naruto stood above her. He raised his sword. 5 more minutes," Anko mumbled. "Habiheim?" he asked in shock. Anko's eyes snapped open. She looked around as memories began to flood into her head. She looked to the one who had called her. "Naru-chan?" she asked as she took in his appearance. He quickly dropped all genjutsu and allowed his true form to appear. As he looked into her eyes, he saw many things, but not fear. "She's not afraid," he thought in confusion. It soon turned into happiness. "She's not afraid." "Monster," came a shout from Gato. "You're a demon." All eyes turned to the forgotten tyrant. He stood in front of a pile of bodies. Only a few were still breathing. Naruto would spare them. They could tell what happened. That would bring in tones of fear for him. The demon of the mist stood. Even though his wound was lethal, he had enough energy to raise his sword. He pointed it toward Gato. "Gato," called Zabuza. "Before I die, I'm killing you." With a mighty heave, he sent the blade flying. Gato only smirked. Taking a step to the side, he awaited for the blade to pass him. He noticed Naruto's smile. The blonde mouthed one word. "Invert. Invert." He asked, "What is he talking about?" He never received an answer. The blade that was supposed to pass him did. It passed right through him. Now it was lodged inside his midsection. He fell to his knees. He had never felt any pain as excruciating. He had never felt fear so potent. As he looked up, he met eyes with Naruto Fox glare. He was in a small dungeon. "Where am I?" he asked to no one. "You are in my realm," Naruto said, appearing from thin air. "In here I control space, time and reality." "Why am I here?" "Before you die, Gato," You're going to give me some information, stated Naruto, and then you can die. You won't get squat from me, monster. Gato stated defiantly. Oh, I'll get squat, Gato, he assured. I'll get squat. Burn in hell. Gato shouted. Such a limited imagination. Naruto skied. Down these dark decades of your pain, I'll make that sword in you feel like a memory of pleasure. Gato knew he was trapped. He did the one thing a worm like him could do. He began to cry and beg. Don't cry, Gato. Naruto sighed. It's a waste of good suffering. What are you going to do to me? He asked. I'm going to make you feel everything done to every single person in Wave. Naruto stated coldly. Every last man, women and child. He smiled coldly toward the tyrant. I will repeat it over and over again because hell is repetition. Gato had long since been broken. Naruto just wanted him to suffer for his crimes. He repeated the torture over and over again. When Naruto was finished, Gato embraced his death. Said blonde just blinked. Inside hide the fox glare. Years had passed. In reality only a second passed. Kid, Haku. Zabuza called. Come here a second. Naruto knew Zabuza was dying but was cautious. Even near death he was dangerous. He just tossed that sword half a bridge away. Yes? They asked. I'm dying, he stated calmly. He accepted his death. No, Zabuza-sama, Haku protested. We can get you help. From where? The man asked. I accept my fate. I just have a single request for the both of you. Whatever it is, Zabuza-sama. I want you to take my sword. He ushered to Naruto and Haku. Wait, you want me to do what? Naruto asked. I don't care what you do with the sword, he stated. Sell it, give it away, or even gamble it away. Zabuza-sama, you can't. I can and did. He stated. I want you to go with this boy. As you wish, she stated. I can save you, Zabuza. Naruto stated. You can continue to live. What's the catch? 3 things. He stated. The first, I want you two to come with me to Konoha and become ninjas. The second, I want you to free Haku. She should make her own choices. And the third? Asked Zabuza. I want that rabbit, Naruto shouted. I need that rabbit stew. Deal? Naruto drew his blade and cut himself across the arm. It was deep enough so that the blood flowed freely but not lethal to him. He held his arm and allowed it to fall into Zabuza's mouth. The battle was over. Naruto had saved Zabuza, Haku and his Haim. They would be coming back with them to join Konoha. Now Naruto just wanted to be with his hubby Haim, to enjoy the fact that she was alive. Naruto. Anko asked in his arms. What are you thinking about? There was, however, one problem. I killed them. He stated. I just killed every last one of those bandits. The guilt of their first kill, Naruto. She spoke. I know exactly how you feel. Everyone has it after their first kill. Although so few ninja have ever killed on such a large scale. Do they enjoy it? He asked tonelessly. Anko had no answer. The only one she could think of was her sensei. There has to be an explanation. I know for a fact that Naruto isn't a monster. Naruto, I heard that you used technique after I was knocked, she stated. It was a genjutsu that I learned from. He hesitated. He never told THM, from the Kyuubi. He felt her tense in his arms. He could feel a bit of nervousness creep deep into her. He did not enjoy it. What does it do? She asked. It has 3 stages, he explained. The first traps them in a paralysis of fear. The second is more potent. It freezes the victim's lungs. And the third? She asked. When used on a user, it increases them to their maximum potential. He stated. It allows me to use kitsune illusions and other genjutsu without restraints. That's it? She asked, losing hope. It helps in my merge with Kyuubi. He trailed off. That was the answer. He wasn't a monster. Naruto, that jutsu practically turns you into a new Kyuubi, she stated. I don't want you to use unless necessary. Okay, he agreed. He would have agreed to anything at that moment. A thought occurred. Did someone ever free Sakura from that genjutsu? Who cares? She asked. Bridge, citizens of Wave, shouted Tazuna. The bridge is complete. Cheers flowed from every citizen. They were directed to the ones standing by Tazuna. What will you name it? Asked one citizen. How about we name it after the true hero? He asked. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Sasuke, who had stepped forward, expecting the glory, stood in disbelief. They want to name it after the Dobi, over me, and Uchiha. Hey, you shouldn't name it after that baka, shouted Sakura. You should name it after Sasuke-kun, he's much better. I will not name the Bridge of Our Hope after that traitor, spat Tazuna. He heard what happened. Your Uchiha isn't nearly as great as Naru-chan, chided Anko. This got shouts of protest from Sakura. Tazuna, spoke Kakashi from his book. It would seem that you're playing favorites. That wouldn't be fair. That is the pot calling the kettle black. Everyone, though, it would be better to name it something else. Who likes the name I gave? Asked Tazuna to the citizens. His answer was an ocean of cheers from the citizens. The name stays, he stated to Kakashi. Let's go. They made their way back to the village hidden in the leaves. Review Chapter 8. I do not own Naruto, home Hokage office. Hiruzen wasn't one to be shocked. When you've lived as a ninja as long as him, you learn to cope. He was called the God of Shinobi. The professor, the strongest leaf shinobi. He has served in the great wars and led them victory. He has trained the Sannin, each cage-level shinobi. That means nothing with Naruto. It was his first C-rank mission. He was supposed to protect a bridge builder from bandits. He somehow ended up overthrowing a tyrant. Becoming a symbol of hope. Getting a bridge named after him. Bringing home an A-ranked rogue and a mystery ninja. It's my fault for expecting something normal in my profession, he thought, or just when Naruto is involved. Hokage-sama, I believe Naruto should be punished for his. I demand the Dobi give me his. Such a baka, oh Sasuke-kun. After getting several different types of mission briefs, the Hokage felt a headache growing. It all seemed to be centered around Naruto, that much he could tell. Hokage-sama, I believe I know a solution, stated Anko over the racket. Upon arrival of wave, Naruto performed a genjutsu that allowed me to see what happened. I believe it would be well suited for now. I want all but Naruto to leave, ordered the Hokage. I deserve to know what the Dobi is going to hear, stated the Uchiha. Anko, on it Hokage-sama, she stated, striking shadow snakes. Grabbing the arrogant child, she dragged him out. Once they were alone, the Hokage began pulling out his sake. He had a feeling that he would need it. Okay, show me this jutsu, he ordered. Flashback jutsu. Now he had answer and an even bigger headache. Naruto showed almost everything from leaving the village to the bridge. What he left out was that he owned every dime Gato stole. He was trained by Kyuubi and that he feeds on fear. Let me get this straight, spoke the Hokage. You went on a mission obviously outside your rank. Way outside, stated Naruto. You blackmailed your sensei? He's a hypocrite. You fought a missing A-rank ninja? I held him off, yeah. You sent courage through a bunch of hopeless bridge builders? We needed the mission to be completed. You then killed near 200 bandits? That one had him a little worried. I can't take all the credit for that one, Naruto stated. I made most of the bandits kill each other. You also say that your new appearance is because of you drawing on so much of the fox's chakra? Yep. You know I don't believe that last part, but I won't press on the matter, he stated, knowing the headache wasn't worth it. You will have to wear a henge so you don't cause an uproar. I know, he sighed. It would have been too easy just to have the disguise break like that. I'll do my best to keep the council off your back, he stated, but it won't be too long. Thanks, old man. You then turned said missing ninjas into your friends? They're more of an ally right now. The Hokage and the hidden Anbu stared at the blonde. And now you want them to be shinobi of the hidden leaf? Yes. The wizened leader stared at his surrogate grandchild. It seemed the kid was a crazy magnet. Why couldn't he have had a normal mission? Were the thoughts of the village leader and several hidden Anbu. Fine. Zabuza will need a few months under Anbu watch, but Haku can start immediately. Can I have another mission? Get out, he ordered. Ichiraku ramen stand. Hey Ayame ne-chan. Naruto greeted. Old man, I need some ramen. Coming right up, Naruto. He called. Hey Dobi. He heard an all too familiar voice call. I demand you give me that sword. For the last time, Teme. He stated. I'm not giving you my sword. He turned. Why do you want it anyway? You don't even practice kenjutsu. I know that it was how you did those things in Wave, he stated. Yeah, baka, shouted Sakura. If it wasn't for that sword, you would be nothing. even with that training you're getting. You think that I get it from my sword? He laughed. Teme, howler monkey, he called. I get my skill from hard work. And having a fear-born demon living inside me. But thank you, you reminded me to visit my girlfriend and give her the gift. Order up, Tucci called. Right after ramen, Naruto happily ate his ramen. He had hoped if he ignored the two of them then they would leave. No such luck. Baka, you give Sasuke-kun what he wants now, ordered Sakura. Why don't you two just sit down, shut up and eat some ramen? Naruto shouted. It might make you two less irritating. Ramen can only do so much. I don't want any of that piss-flavored noodle, stated the Uchiha as another bowl was placed by Naruto. You shouldn't insult the ramen, Teme, stated Naruto coldly. It could get upset and upset ramen is bad for you. Who cares how the ramen feels? He should have taken the advice. Before Sasuke could finish his insult, the ramen attacked. The noodles stretched around the Uchiha and began constricting him. The bowl swung toward him and covered his face as the broth began drowning him. Sasuke-kun! Sakura cried. Naruto, you called of that filthy. The bowl jumped to her. Well, time to go. I wonder how my Heims are doing using his sensor abilities. It was a breeze to find them. Better get them something. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Welcome to Yamabaka. What are you doing here? Asked Ino. I just want to buy some flowers and I'll be on my way, he stated. Do you know how much trouble you put me in with Daddy? She asked, ignoring his statement, and continued ranting. It's like a blonde Sakura. I kind of don't care. Just give me my flowers. A lot, she shouted. It's all yo. Hey Ino. He cut her off. This is what got you in trouble last time. He stated, do you want me to tell your father how you treat customers? He began raising his blindfold, or I could punish you myself. That won't be necessary, Uzumaki-san, called Inoichi. I don't know what you're about to do, but please don't. Flowers please, Yamanaka-san, Naruto said to Inoichi, and I'll go away. What kind? The clan head asked. Do you have a one-of-a-kind somewhere around here? Of course we do, Baka, Ino shouted. We have? Ino. Inoichi shouted in disapproval. Right this way, sir. He turned to his customer. We have a small array of foreign flowers. Because of the customer service you received. He sent a disapproving look toward his daughter. You will be getting a large discount from my daughter pay. But Daddy, the look in his eyes told him to be silent. After Naruto paid, he left. Not this time, Naruto. I'll revenge Kurenai. He found Kurenai inside of a food stand. She was with Asuma, who was smoking, much to her annoyance. Well, he already knows we're dating and the others won't care. Still, I had better not draw too much attention. Hey Kurenai-chan. He greeted. Hello Naruto-kun, she greeted back. You remember my friend Asuma? She asked, hoping Asuma caught the message. Hello Asuma-san. Naruto greeted. How is your food? I hate you, Asuma stated, gaining a glare from Kurenai and a chuckle from Naruto. And when I leave you will love me, the blonde stated, then you will hate me again. I hear you had your first C-ranked mission, Naruto-kun, Kurenai asked. How was it? I have some gifts for you, he stated, reaching into his pockets. I hate this henge, it's easier to just steal stuff. I got my C-ranked mission pay, so I brought you all something. Finally finding what he was looking for, he handed her two things. The first, a bouquet of desert roses, and the second, an all-expense-paid trip to the Leaf Lotus. She shouted, Naruto, how did you get this? The Leaf Lotus was the most expensive salon. They did everything from massages to nails and hair. Everyone who went there felt as if they bloomed twice. This would cost more than a C-rank mission. I collected a few bounties, he stated. It actually came from Gato, but let's just keep that a secret for now. Naruto. She smiled. You really know how to treat a lady. She sent a glare to Asuma, who looked away. I need to find the others. Bye. With a quick kiss he was off to his next time, Kurenai. Be quiet, Asuma, she ordered, just eat your steak. Steak? He was eating dumplings. Looking down toward his plate he saw a perfect T-bone. I think I love that kid. He took the first bite. It was cooked just the way he liked it, perfection. He could taste the flavor and feel all of the maggots in his mouth. Wait a second. A second later he was emptying his stomach all over the floor. I think I hate that kid. Want me to kiss it better? Kurenai asked. Sure, Then clean your mouth? Click click perfect Hana. Hello pup. Sume greeted. Hana is in the back. Thanks Sume-chan. Heading around back, Naruto saw her training with the triplets. Hello Naruto-kun, she greeted. Hello Inuheim. He pulled out a scroll. I have some things for you. I hope there's something nice. Hana stated. She knew it would be. They're coming from Naruto-kun after all. When she unsealed it, what she saw surprised her. Inside were the gauntlets from both of the demon brothers. They were in perfect condition. Naruto, these are amazing, she stated. Where did you get them? Dumb question, she thought, kicking herself. I had a crazy C-ranked mission, he stated. It's the same for the second gift. He handed it to her. An all-expense-paid trip to the Leaf Lotus. I'd love to hear all about it, she stated. How about you stay the night and tell me all about it? She used her most seductive voice. Then we can. No, came several shouts from the distance. The Inuzuka family was starting to appear and surround them. They were giving hateful looks to the blonde host. The one glaring the hardest was Kiba, Hana's younger brother and Naruto's old foe. He stepped forward and spoke. All member of the Inuzuka, I ask you, he shouted. Do you enjoy your sleep? Do you enjoy your peace? Yes. They answered as one. Then we must keep that Dobi from sleeping with my sister, Kiba shouted, or we'll never get any sleep. Attack. Someone shouted, run pup, run. Sume shouted, I need you alive to give me my grand pups. She really wanted those grand pups. Shunshin. Darn it. Kiba shouted, after him, you go. Naruto simply walked by a tree and stood by the bench by it. It was a nice day, but he had to move. Setting down a scroll, he continued on his way. He didn't look back as a hand stretched from concealment and grabbed the scroll. He didn't look back when he heard the gasp of surprise. Looks like someone likes the sword I got her. Thank you, dead bandit with good taste. During his rage, he had found a beautiful sword but knew that he would never wield it. He didn't look back when he heard the feminine squeal. It looks like someone loves her spa trip. Click Anko. And that is how a kunoichi seduces a man, stated Anko. Anko, I just asked you how you were and where you've been, stated an annoyed Iruka. Now you've traumatized my female students long before they need to be. He looked to the class. And you knocked the male out through nosebleeds. They'll probably be perverts now. Oh, I'm fine, she stated, and I was on a mission with Team 7 Inches. She leaned over the desk, revealing a lot of cleavage to Iruka. How are you, Iruka-kun? Her voice had taken a very seductive tone. I'm fine, he stated, flustered. So you went on a mission with Team 7? Hey, that's our boss's team, stated Konohamaru. Boss? Anko asked. If you say the Uchiha or Haruno, then I will. No way. The shouted as one. Our boss is Naruto Uzumaki. Naru-chan, huh? She asked with a smile. Has he taught you anything? It was a simple question. To the core, it was a horrid one. The trio fell into a huddle. They were shivering not from the cold but from an untold fear. It seemed as if they were trying to push it to the back of their mind. It wasn't working. First rule of Naruto training. Udon shouted, do not talk about Naruto training. Moegi. What's wrong with them? Asked Iruka. Moegi was the only one not panicking as much. She was shivering in fear, just not as much. Naruto. She stated as if it were obvious. Ah, Kud Anko. My Naru-chan has them terrified. She was so proud. Knock knock. Iruka-sensei. Called Hanabi. There is a man with a large chakra supply at the door. It's him. Udon shouted in fear. He's come for us. He knew we were talking about his training, shouted Konohamaru. Now he stopped at all the horrid thoughts. Oh, don't stop on my account. A disembodied voice spoke. By all means, give me some ideas. Out the window. Moegi shouted. They jumped out. It didn't matter that they weren't on the first floor. It was better than Naruto catching them. Iruka-sensei. Hanabi called. He's not at the door anymore. Then where is he? Anko asked. Ah. The K-corpse shouted. With them, she answered stoically. Class, stay here. They cried out in protest. Anko, if you would. Summoning jutsu at her command, a large coral snake appeared. It was large enough to gobble up any of the kids in a single gulp but small enough to stay in the room. I want you to make sure these kids stay in order, Anko ordered. If any of them so much as twitches outside of their seat or opens their mouth. She stared at the kids. Eat them. Anko. Iruka shouted. That's a bit extreme. Fine, fine. She sighed. Punish them as you see fit, she told the snake. Grabbing Iruka before he could protest, she jumped outside the window. The snake was alone with the terrified kids. It eyed them hungrily. Does anyone want to move? The snake asked. I might let a few of you go. The kids didn't so much as shake their heads, but they wanted to. The snake could wait, they were kids after all. They weren't costumed to sitting still for too long. Fields. When the two ninjas arrived, they saw a sight to behold. It nearly gave Iruka a heart attack from sheer worry and annoyance. Anko was laughing as if she was seeing the funniest thing possible. Udon and Konohamaru were tied upside down by their feet. They trying not to move and put unwanted strain on the ropes. Under them were a pile of explosive notes. Moegi was just watching a distance away. And that's how my first C-ranked mission went. Naruto finished. Cool. Konohamaru stated, causing the rope to shud. Naruto, what are you doing? Iruka asked in a panic. I'm telling them about my mission, Naruto stated. Why are they upside down over a bunch of explosives? Iruka asked. I'm just training them, he stated, by putting the fear of Kami in them. Why isn't Moegi getting the same treatment? Anko asked. You're not being soft because she's a girl, are you? There was a warning in her tone. No, he sighed. Every time I try something like this, she just uses those eyes. He spat in hate. I honestly believe you women are taught that at birth. What eyes? This had Anko and Iruka curious. Naruto drew a kunai and made his way toward Moegi. Puppy eyes jutsu. See, he pointed accusingly. Naruto, that is the dumb. You left one of Anko's summons with the kids for more than 5 minutes. Naruto stated. How many do you think are left? Iruka was already running back to save as many of his remaining students as possible, if there was any left to save. He's such a worrywart. Anko stated. So what are you doing here, Naru-chan? Anko asked. I came to give you this, what he had given his other Heims. Anko squealed in delight. She looked for Naruto but saw nothing. All that was left were a few flower petals in his place. She was impressed. Can't wait to tell the girls about the mission. Wait, someone cut us down, shouted Udon. I have a better idea. Anko laughed. How about I help in your training? What? They didn't like her smile, it was too much like Naruto's. While you're upside down, I want you to. She drew a kunai. Dodge. Now that is done, review. Next chapter, the exams. Things will come to light over the next few chapters. Chapter 9. I do not own Naruto Chunin exams. It hasn't been much time since his mission to Wave. He's had to deal with his team very little since then. Naruto would show up for a mission and then go off training. He would train with his Heims like usual. When he wasn't with them, he was with Team 9, minus Neji. Unknown to both Team 7, 9 and his Heims, he often trained alone. He wanted them to be proud of him. He's taken to learning the silent killing from Zabuza. He progressed greatly with the stealth skills he built over the years. Zabuza would consider him a prodigy if Naruto didn't hate the title. That didn't mean he didn't have to deal with them. Sasuke would demand fights, his secrets, his weapons and his power. He was usually ignored, which made things worse. Sakura was a usual lapdog to the Uchiha, making no effort to become better. Kakashi, he refused to call him sensei, usually allowed them to have their way and scolded Naruto for antagonizing his team. His skill has progressed regularly, for Naruto. Whatever passes as regular for Naruto is what happened. He wasn't Chunin level yet. He could however give any Chunin a run for their money. He was so skilled that the Hokage was confident enough to give him small solo missions. His Heims or Zabuza would even take him on the more dangerous missions. Now here he was, enjoying his ramen. He decided to enjoy the 2 hours it took for Kakashi to arrive. It gave Naruto more time away from Team 7. There was just one pest left. Actually, make that 3. Udon, Naruto called. You're the smart one, right? He asked no one in particular. If I have to tell you 3 rocks aren't square one more time, he let the thread hang. Ha ha, so you saw through our disguise, Konohamaru asked. I expected nothing less from you. Naruto noticed smoke rise before their disguise blew up. From the explosion the young trio jumped out and each took a pose. Before they could say or do anything Naruto spoke up. If you do that intro then I'll get Anko to watch your class again. We weren't going to do that. He lied. Were we? His friends said nothing. What are you three doing? He asked blankly. You're supposed to be at the academy. We broke out. Moegi cheered. You could teach us real stuff, not that boring stuff. And you promised to play ninja with us today, boss, Konohamaru stated. A ninja playing ninja, huh? Asked a horrid voice. You really are a baka. Hey boss, who is that? Konohamaru asked. Is she here? He held out his pinky, earning a scowl from Sakura. Konohamaru. Naruto started. Do you like having your mind unbroken by horrid vision that would forever haunt you? Nightmares eating at your very will? Why yes. Then don't associate me as being in a relationship with Pinky over there, he stated, pointing to Sakura. I'm stuck with her as my teammate and nothing more. This angered said Pinky. This also hurt her. She didn't know when, but Naruto just seemed to drop her and move on. It made her miss the boy that followed her. Like a lost puppy. Now he was someone who else that scared her. Then it was back to anger. What do you mean, baka? Sakura asked. You think you're too good for me. I don't mean to brag, but my girlfriends aren't bad, mother. Hush your mouth, the K-Core shouted. I'm just talking about my Himes. We can dig it. So if Forehead isn't your girlfriend, who is? Moegi asked. Watch your mouth if you know what's good for you, Sakura threatened. We can take you, Konohamaru stated. It was true. Even without Naruto training them they could take her, easily. They were 8 years old. Easy, Udon tried to reason. Why don't we calm down and go get some ramen? I don't want that filth, Sakura shouted. You should not have insulted the ramen, Naruto stated, turning. He grabbed the kids and ran. Sakura felt something moist slither across her feet. Looking down she saw a noodle moving as if it had a mind of its own. She didn't look back as she ran. Once Naruto was sure he was far enough he sat the kids down. Hey boss, why do you eat so much ramen? Konohamaru asked. It was a simple question, too simple for Naruto. He loomed over them. Using just a touch of killer intent, just enough to scare them, he answered. It's the only thing that keeps me from craving human flesh, plus. He answered them with a mouth full of fangs. I never did get to eat my fill today. He eyed the kids. Let's fix that. They ran like the wind. I was just going to ask if they wanted to eat some with me, he said as he stood alone. Ouch, that hurt you, little brat. A gruff voice stated. I need to teach you a lesson. Naruto happened to come around the corner just as the threat was made. What he saw was two sand ninja. He decided to watch and see what happened. Kankuro, stop. A more feminine voice shouted. What if he shows up? Don't worry, Tamari. Kankuro stated. We have nothing to fear. Oh, that poor fool, he never met Naruto. Would you please drop him? Naruto stated coldly, making his presence known. And why should I do that? Kankuro asked. And who are you? I'm everything you ever were afraid of, Naruto stated. Ha ha ha. Kankuro laughed. You're nothing. He hated this form. He couldn't gather any fear through intimidation. Naruto raised his blindfold and looked Kankuro and Tamari in the eyes. I think it's time I put the squeeze on you. From nowhere two giant snakes appeared. One latched onto Kankuro and began to squeeze him tightly. He was already turning blue. The second grabbed Tamari. Unlike Kankuro, it was merely restraining her. And you should have dropped him because I don't think your friend in the tree would be upset if you hurt the Hokage's grandson. Naruto stated. Also Sasuke, you might want to dodge. Sasuke had been waiting in the tree for a moment to show Naruto up. The Uchiha learned that Naruto knew when danger was near. When he said dodge, it meant you dodge or die. Gaara. Kankuro called. I can explain. Shut up, Kankuro. Gaara ordered, or I'll kill you. Naruto stared at Gaara. He felt the fear radiating off of Kankuro and Tamari from the simple death threat. It frightened them more than Naruto's skeleton hands that were crushing them. You with the blindfold? Gaara addressed Naruto. What is your name? Why do you care about him? He's just a nobody, Sasuke stated, stepping forward. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki, he answered, irritating Sasuke further. And you are? I am Gaara of the desert. He stated, "These are my siblings Temari and Kankuro." "Hello." They greeted. "Mother wants your blood." Naruto walked forward toward the now named Gaara. It made Naruto excited. It meant he had a challenge. The stronger and braver the opponent, the more potent the fear. It seemed Gaara had the same opinion. Naruto dropped his henge and drew his sword. He flooded the entire area with fear. Gaara uncorked his sand and flooded the area with demonic killer intent. It almost feels like Kyuubi that made him even more excited. "Neither of us could back down from a challenge," Naruto stated. "Welcome on Desert Punk." "Yes, Uzumaki." Gaara gave a crazed smile. "You can make me feel alive." "B-boss." Konohamaru called. Naruto turned his attention toward his little followers. They were on the ground in a terrified huddle and were having trouble breathing. The fear and killer intent was both crushing and drowning them at the same time. Their eyes constantly shifted between Gaara and Naruto. It seemed they were trying to see who to fear the most. This wasn't something they could handle. Even Sasuke had dropped to one knee. The other two sand ninja were doing a little better, just barely. Sakura was passed out. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so careless." Naruto stood over the Konohamaru core, bringing them into a group hug. He relieved the pressure on them by releasing calming aura with his genjutsu. It stopped the pressure from growing, but the damage was done. "I forgot you three weren't ready for something like this." Using Shunshin, he took them to his private land. It wasn't the nearest or emptiest training ground, but it was the safest. Now he was sure that they would be okay in their vulnerable state. Looking down, he saw that they were covered in cold sweat. Their eyes were glazed over in a daze, but even then they wouldn't meet his. He removed his jacket and layered it with his strongest calming genjutsu. As he laid it across he called his foxes. "Bet you all forgot them, be honest." They would protect them with the training Hana gave them. As he turned to leave, he felt Moegi grab his red shirt. "Be careful," Konohamaru whispered. He gave them a smile as he shunshined away. When he returned, he saw that Sakura was awake and, like Sasuke, trapped in Gaara's sand. Temari and Kankuro, likewise, were still in his illusion. He addressed Gaara. "Gaara, this is neither the time nor the place." Gaara stood there for a moment before his sand retreated. As he did this, Naruto released the other sand ninja. "You are right, we shall continue later." They would. "Do not die before then." As they turned to leave, Sakura thought it was time to put in her opinion. "Hey, wait. What do you want?" Temari asked. "Even if we are allied, you need a reason to be here," she shouted. "What are you doing here?" Sakura, "They are obviously here for the Chunin exams," Naruto stated. "We're hosting them this time." "He's right," Kankuro stated. "Wait, before we leave." Temari eyed Naruto. "See, can I touch your whiskers?" "Sorry," he stated. "That's only allowed by my Heims and Moegi when using those eyes." "Wait, Heims, as in girlfriends?" Kankuro asked. "As in more than one?" "Yes and yes." "You lucky bastard," Kankuro mumbled. "I guess I'll just have to become one of your Heims," she purred, "until Gaara kills him." They turned to leave. "Dobi, how did you know about the exams?" Sasuke asked. Even he didn't know. "Who cares how I knew?" Naruto asked. "I'm going to finish my ramen." "Forget that." Sasuke was silenced by Naruto's hand over his mouth. The blonde pointed behind Sakura. When they turned to look, they saw the monster ramen peeking from behind the fence, waiting. "Never mind." Reapplying his henge, he shunshined to Training Ground 7. After waiting 20 minutes, his team finally arrived. "Baka!" Sakura shouted. "Why did you leave us behind?" "Because I'm not very fond of either of you," Naruto answered. Before Sakura could start her screaming match, a puff of smoke appeared. "You're late," Sakura stated. "Hello, Kakashi," he returned. "That's sensei to you, Genin." Kakashi stated. "I'll call you sensei when you teach me something." "Well, my cute little Genin," Kakashi started, and Naruto, he hissed. "I have a surprise for you." "You're signing us up for the Chunin exams," Naruto stated. How did you know?" Kakashi asked. "We ran into some sand ninja," Sakura stated, hoping to show Naruto up. "Any trouble?" he asked, looking accusingly toward Naruto. "That Baka tried to show Sasuke up," she screeched. "Not that it worked because—" "Well, here are you in trance slips," Kakashi stated, not wanting her to rant. "Be there tomorrow." Next day. What took you so long? Naruto asked. He and Sasuke had been waiting for Sakura for over an hour. I had to look my best for Sasuke-kun, she stated. Let's go, said Uchiha ordered. They came into a block on the second floor. The hallway was under a low genjutsu to weed the weaklings out, Naruto deduced. He saw Team 9 trying to enter the exams but were knocked back. I know they aren't weak, so they must be holding back. It was a good plan. He was doing the same while under his henge. Hey you. An arrogant voice spoke. Drop the genjutsu, we're going to the third floor. You fool, Naruto snapped. That genjutsu was to weed out the weaklings. The Uchiha said before walking away. So this is your team, Uzumaki. I'm not impressed. Another arrogant voice spoke. You with the dark eyes, what is your name? It's polite to give yours first when asking for another's name. Sasuke spoke. The two arrogant boys had a stare off. Without any warning they made attempted kick toward each other. I repeat, attempted. Lee stopped both kicks from connecting with his bare hands. Yosh! The green-clad ninja shouted, we must save our flames of youth for when we need it. Hey Lee! Naruto greeted, 10-10, you two seem to be doing well. We are, Lee answered before turning to Sakura. You are Sakura Haruno, yes? Please go on a date with me, I will protect you with my life. No way! She shouted. You are too weird. Lee does not give up easily and was not to be denied. Lee stepped toward Sakura. He eyed her with such intensity that it made her nervous. What Lee did surprised everyone, even Naruto. He winked. It wasn't an average wink. Out of his eye a heart popped out. Sakura just barely made it out the way. Lee wasn't so easily deterred. He sent wink after wink at her. She was barely able to dodge. I thought Lee couldn't use genjutsu. Naruto stated. He can't, 10-10 assured. Then how does he? Better not ask. That right, Naruto? 10-10 spoke as if she understood his thoughts. The less you know, the better. Sasuke, Naruto called. Can we leave her? That was all he needed to say. They had made it into a hallway before Sakura finally caught up. Hey you, Lee called. You are Sasuke Uchiha, right? I wish to fight you. Lee, this isn't the time or place. Be quiet, Dobi, Sasuke ordered. This won't take long. Yeah, baka. Sakura cheered. Sasuke-kun is going to crush that freak for trying to flirt with me. On second thought, Lee, crush him into the ground, Naruto ordered, but make it fast. Right. Lee shouted. Sasuke ran toward the green ninja in fury. How dare that Dobi think this fool could beat me, and Uchiha, the elite. Leaf Hurricane. It was fast. Lee delivered a devastating spin kick to the Uchiha prodigy. The force behind the blow sent the Uchiha sailing back toward Sakura. Man Lee, even with your weights you're faster than me. It was true, if Naruto took his weights off he was still slower and weaker than Lee. Naruto wasn't jealous. In fact, Lee was an inspiration to Naruto. I'll just have to work harder. Sasuke-kun. Sakura cried. Are you okay? I'm fine, in fact I'm better than fine. He spoke. I found a worthy opponent. Sasuke stood and took his stance. This time there was a small but major difference. He was using the Sharingan. So he unlocked it, huh? I need to be careful. Even though Sasuke couldn't copy his genjutsu, he could copy his kenjutsu. Naruto would have none of that if he could help it. The Uchiha charged again. This time with twice as much arrogance as before. Does he ever learn? Instead of giving another spin kick, Lee vanished. He appeared under Sasuke, giving him a devastating kick to the chin. This sent the Uchiha soaring straight into the air. Not even a second later Lee was behind the airborne Uchiha. He wouldn't. The bandages on his arm began to unfurl. He would. As Naruto prepared to act, he felt a familiar chakra signature make its way to them. That was worse. If Guy sees Lee, he'll go on about the flames of youth. Whenever they begin ranting they always hug. Their hugs always involves a certain genjutsu that even Naruto fears. I have to act fast. Lee, you are dimming your flames of youth. He felt so dirty. No more words needed to be said. As soon as Naruto spoke those taboo words, Lee cancelled his attack. Anything that could diminish the flames of youth was something he would have no part in. Now Lee was on the ground doing push-ups. I must reignite my flames before the exams begin. He stated, if I could not do that then I will do 200 laps around the village, and if I cannot do that. Thankfully he couldn't continue. Guy made his appearance. Lee, my glorious student, shouted Guy. I see your flames are as bright as ever. Those eyebrows Sasuke and Sakura thought, are they caterpillars? Oh, thank you Guy-sensei. Lee shouted with tears I lost to this buffoon. Hey you, what was that? Sasuke asked. Why couldn't I follow it? My techniques are neither genjutsu or ninjutsu. Lee stated, I use only taijutsu. So you are Kakashi's students? Guy spoke. Has he mentioned me? Sakura noticed Naruto was trying to get her attention. He was motioning for her to say no. Unfortunately Sakura had to be Sakura. You know Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Guy got that twinkle in his eye. Why yes, for we are eternal rivals, he shouted, just as Lee and Naruto are to carry on the flames of youth. Guy-sensei, it is an honor to carry your rivalry, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Time to go, Naruto thought. However, there was one decision he needed to make. Should I let them witness the sunset? What kind of question is that? Of course he should. As silently as he could, which was pretty silent, he made his escape. Hello Naruto. Kakashi greeted, not even looking from his book. Where are the others? You make this too easy. They're learning the wonders of the flames of youth, Naruto shouted. Kakashi nearly dropped his book when he heard what Naruto said. When he looked up he said Blonde wasn't wearing his orange jumpsuit henge, instead he was wearing green spandex. His average blonde eyebrows were now 4 times larger in every way and pitch black. Number? Kakashi whispered. Yes. Kakashi-sensei. He heard Sasuke call. I've finally found the power I've been searching for to kill my brother, he spoke. It comes from fanning the flames of youth. Sasuke was also wearing a green spandex with an Uchiha symbol on the back. His eyebrows were tremendous. No. If Sasuke-kun is following the flames of youth, then so am I. Sakura shouted, youth. Naruto stood before her holding out a green spandex. It jumped onto her and began to move around her like slime before settling. Sasuke stood before her with a pair of large eyebrows. They jumped onto her forehead. They stood before their sensei and spoke as one. Join us, sensei. They chanted. Join us and we can spread the flames of youth further. They held out a spandex and eyebrows. Assimilate, they chanted. Assimilate. Never, he would never join their cause. The choice is not yours, sensei. They spoke. Join us or be destroyed. No. Yes. The green spandex jumped onto him and all went black. Sensei? Sakura asked hesitantly. Their sensei was lying on the ground in the fetal position, writhing in an awkward manner. It was an embarrassing sight, especially for his genin team. Sakura? It seemed her words reached him. Sasuke? They took a step toward him. This made him take a step back and draw a kunai. Sensei. What are you doing? Sakura asked. Before any of you take a step forward, he spoke. How do you all feel about the flames of youth? That stuff those green freaks were spouting about? Sakura asked. I hate it, she answered before stating, unless you like it, Sasuke-kun. He answered. I need a real answer. Kakashi shouted, pointing the kunai towards Sasuke in a threatening manner. Are you one of them or not? I think it's useless. Sasuke answered. Naruto just stared at Kakashi in amusement. It was absolutely hilarious. Now it was his turn. It's not so bad, Naruto answered. They just need to tone it down and stop hugging. Naruto, no, you know what, just get in there. Kakashi stated, going back to his book. Any words of encouragement? Naruto asked. Are there any limitations? Do your best, Sasuke. Kakashi stated. The faster Sasuke is promoted the better. Wow, you could at least act like you're not playing favorites, Kakashi? A new voice spoke. Hello Naru-chan. A second voice greeted. Hello my Himes. Naruto greeted to Anko and Kurenai. Naruto, when you go in there don't hold back, Kurenai ordered. We want you to do your best. So, you're giving me permission to do whatever I want to pass? Naruto asked. Yep. Anko answered. Aren't we the greatest and hottest senseis ever? There was a moment of total blankness. It was the calm before the storm. All eyes turned toward Naruto. He had a smile on his face. It was no ordinary psycho smile. No, this smile small and looked calm. However, it put even Anko's most bloodthirsty and sadistic smile to shame. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Anko. Kurenai spoke. What have we just unleashed onto those genin? I have no idea. Anko admitted. May Kami have mercy on whoever runs into Naruto. Because Naruto will have none. Oh, all the horrible fear Naruto spread. Here we go, people review. Since it's Christmas, I decided to update for my fans. Chapter 10. I do not own Naruto Chunin exams. Written exams. After Naruto started his laughing fit, everyone became terrified. Even Kurenai and Anko were a little freaked out, though Anko was experiencing pride as well. Sasuke and Sakura decided to head into the exams. Sasuke-kun. A shrill voice called as a blonde kunoichi jumped onto his back. Did you miss me, Sasuke-kun? Get off of him, Ino pig. Sakura shouted. Sasuke-kun is mine. Yeah, right. Just go to your lost puppy Naruto. Ino spoke. Yahoo! A gruff voice called. We're all here. Troublesome? A lazy voice spoke. Do you have to be so loud? Hey we were I is n nar to K-kun? A timid kunoichi asked. Hey, where is that Baka? Ino asked. I need to give him a piece of my mind for getting me in trouble with daddy. I'm going to kill that Dobi. Kiba grumbled. Suddenly the entrance doors burst open with a loud bang. As everyone looked, they saw that no one there, just a long empty hallway. Then it happened. The lights at the very back began to flicker before going off completely. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes became visible from afar. It was all that was visible. They were very fox-like. Then the singing began. Total slaughter, I won't leave a single man alive. The eyes began moving forward toward the entrance, but there were no footsteps. The lights began to flicker off as the eyes came closer. The room began to fill with fear. La da 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 die genocide, la da 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 dud, an ocean of blood. The eyes were finally at the door and still the only part of the stranger visible. The room was full to the top with fear. It only continued to grow. Let's begin the killing times. The first foot made its way through. From the shadows Naruto appeared. He was still under his henge, but his blindfold was off. He gave the room a full view of his fox-like eyes. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto, you troublesome blonde. Shikamaru sighed. You scared us half to death. Only half? Naruto asked. I'll do better next time. I wasn't scared, Kiba boasted. Then why are your legs shaking? Shino asked. Shut it. Hey, you guys should keep it down. A newcomer spoke. Yours drawing a lot of attention. He looked to Naruto. Especially you. You freaked out a lot of people with that intro. It was true. Everyone had their eyes on the rookie 9. Naruto decided to hobby some fun. Well, the only thing to fear, he eyed them, is fear himself. He felt them grow anxious, so they should be afraid, they should be very afraid. Naruto began reapplying his blindfold when Ino opened her mouth. Baka, why are you wearing a blindfold? She asked. It makes you look like a bigger Baka and it clashes with that orange monstrosity. You just don't understand that being a ninja isn't about fashion or looking good, Naruto spoke. Plus a blindfold makes everything look impressive. Just look at that Rain ninja over there. Everyone turned to the Genin squad from Rain. There was one with both eyes covered. It wasn't an exact blindfold, but it proved the point. The Rain ninja gave a simple nod and thumbs up. Someone understood. Well, maybe I could be of service to you all, Kabuto offered. I have information from my previous times here. Is this your second time, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked. No, it's my 7th, he admitted. Man, you must really suck, Kiba taunted, or these exams are extremely difficult, Shikamaru stated. Kabuto. Sasuke called. Do you have information on individuals? Yes, who would you like? Gaara of the Desert, Rock Lee. He paused, and Naruto Uzumaki. You know their names, he stated. That's no fun. He drew 3 cards and began to read the first, Rock Lee. A taijutsu expert with no known ninjutsu or genjutsu. His teammates are Tenten and Neji Hyuga. 25D ranks 21C ranks 1B rank. That's pretty impressive. Gaara of the Desert. His skill is unknown and his teammates are his siblings Tamari and Konkuro. 0D ranks 9, C ranks 8, B ranks 14, A ranks. The scariest part is, Kabuto spoke. He's never even been scratched on a single mission. Naruto Uzumaki, a Genjutsu and Kenjutsu user. His teammates are Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. AKA the Mirage Blade, the hero of Wave Fear. 84D ranks 16, C ranks 2, B ranks 1, A rank. There is no way that Baka did all those missions. Sakura screeched. You must have mixed them up with Sasuke-kun's stats. Actually, these are missions he's taken with his girlfriends, that's right, plural. He paused and watched the men's reaction. The Ice Queens of Konoha. He managed to fight off Zabuza the demon in the mist and turn him into a leaf ninja. Instill hope and save a village, getting a bridge names after him after killing near 200 bandits. And he was the one people believed was the Dobi. Many eyes were now on Naruto. This was like a fear buffet for him, however. Some of that information is classified, I'll have to watch this guy. Hello Naruto-kun. Tamari greeted. Are you going to let me touch those whiskers yet? Hello Tamari-chan. Naruto returned the greeting, and no, still for my Heims only. He noticed off to the side that Kabuto made a comment on the sound genin. That was foolish, insulting an unknown enemy. Alright maggots, take a seat. Ibiki shouted. It's time for the first test to begin. After explaining the rules, which I will not do, they began. It was simple if you looked underneath the underneath. You have to get the answers without getting caught. The only way to do that was to cheat. Unless you're Naruto. Proctor-san, Naruto called, can I have the answers? Everyone paused in their actions. They couldn't believe that someone would actually ask for the answers during a test. Yet here was Naruto, doing that very thing. Junin Lounge Kakashi was banging his head on the wall in embarrassment and anger. How could one of his students do that to him? The answer was actually pretty simple. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Anko was happily laughing her head off. Kurenai had to admit it was a little humiliating but worth it to see the look on everyone's face. Plus, it was a technique no one had ever tried before. Did he really think Ibiki would just give him the answers? Asuma asked. Probably, Kurenai answered. Exam room. Sure, he said, handing him the answers. All Junin face faulted, minus Anko, who just rolled on the ground laughing. Ibiki was impressed. Naruto had to either be the bravest or craziest genin he'd ever met. May I have the answers as well? Shino asked. Ibiki was tempted to give him the answers, but he had a reputation to keep. No, Ibiki stated. Please, Shino tried. No, why did he give you the answers, Baka? Sakura asked. He should have given them to Sasuke-kun. Not that he needs them. She went on ranting about how great Sasuke was. It was a nightmare. Does she ever shut up about the Uchiha? Ibiki asked. Not unless you threaten her, Naruto asked. Then you may have a good 1 minute. I'll give you the answers if you shut her up. Ibiki offered Shino. Haruno. Shino whispered. Be quiet, or my friend's eye and will eat you. He allowed his insect to crawl around in a dramatic fashion for extra affect. They all believed he would. I believed he would. Not that he'd get much off her. Many thought there is no meat on her bones. With the answers, Naruto quickly blew through the test, minus the 10th answer. Not that it matters, he thought. He had already figured out the meaning of the test. Alright, are you all ready for the final question? Ibiki asked. The 10th question was a dangerous one. If they decided not to take it, then they were disqualified. If they did take it and failed, then they wouldn't be able to be promoted. Ever. The genin were already leaving the room. This guy is practically spoon-feeding me. The fear of failure was intoxicating, but it's still not enough. It's nowhere near enough. For those who are still here, Ibiki spoke. You, pass. As he spoke those words, a black cloth broke through the window. It spread out to reveal that it was a sign. It read. The second proctor, the sexy and taken, Anko Mitarashi. I'm the proctor for the second exam. She spoke. Anko Mitarashi? Anko? Ibiki sighed. You're early, again. You let so many though this year, Ibiki. Anko pointed out. Are you getting soft in your old age? No, but your little friend there, he pointed to Naruto, is a wild shot. I know, I'm so proud, she cheered. Hi Naruto. Hi Naru-chan. She greeted as she moved to sit in his lap. I saw your intro, it was amazing. Thank you. He spoke. I aim to please. Oh, you do, Naru-chan? She purred. You do. Before you to begin something you probably won't stop. It was true, they wouldn't. You need to remember you are the second proctor. Right. She had forgotten. I want you all to follow me to the next exam spot. We are going to cut the remaining teams in half. Naruto raised his hand to ask a question. Yes, Naruto, you will be allowed to literally cut people in half. He dropped his hand. No, I'm not going anywhere with you. Sakura screeched. Not after what you put me and Sasuke-kun through. Naruto. Anko spoke. If you would. Everyone, this room has been laced with exploding tags. Naruto spoke. If the blast doesn't kill you, the collapsing building will. Bye. Both he and Anko went up in smoke. Everyone looked and saw that the room was indeed laced with explosive tags. Many were wondering the same thing. How did we miss him putting those up? They'll never know, and the explosives were set to go off at any second. Ibiki was the first out the window. He had no doubt in his mind that those explosives were real. The genin followed soon after. 5, 4, 3, boom, oh god, he's trying to kill us? A random genin shouted. All eyes turned to Naruto. Even Anko had to take a look at the blonde. Naruto. She started, those explosives were real. Yep, he answered. People could have died, unfortunately they didn't, he spoke, but now they'll fear me, you make me so proud. Review. I know it's the shortest chapter, but fear not, next chapter will be much better and longer. Chapter 11. I do not own, Naruto, Chunin exams, Forest of Death. Welcome everyone, Anko shouted, to the Forest of Death. It doesn't seem all that scary, Kiba shouted. As fast as lighting a kunai sailed past his face. The blade just lightly cut into his flesh, drawing a drop of blood. Anko was right behind him with a kunai at his neck. It's the hot-headed ones like you that end up splattered on the ground, Anko spoke. Usually she would lick the blood up, but decided against it. Didn't want Naruto killing the genin out of jealousy, yet she felt a presence behind her. It was giving off subtle killing intent. Hello. I believe this is yours. It was a grass ninja holding Anko's kunai with an elongated tongue. Thanks, but you shouldn't be behind me, Anko stated with a hard smile. My boyfriend could get the wrong idea with the killing intent and kill you. Everyone saw the blonde behind the grass ninja. Gone was the mischievous smile. It was replaced with a hard mask. If his eyes were visible, many were sure that they were cold as ice. Take her warning. Naruto ordered. The grass ninja gave a predatory smile before backing away. That was unnecessary, Naru-chan. Anko spoke. I can take care of myself. Naruto didn't speak. He never took his blindfolded eyes off of the grass ninja. Anko knew to be on the guard. Hey, I'm still here, Kiba spoke. Good, Anko spoke. You can hand these out. She handed him a stack of papers. These are permission slips so that if you die we don't get blamed. What are we doing this time? Someone asked. The task is simple. Each team will be given a scroll. She held one that read heaven and one that read earth. Your job is to retrieve the opposite scroll from the other team, by any means necessary. She let that one hang in the air. You have 5 days to do so and make it to the tower in the center. What about food? Choji asked. There are plenty of plants and wildlife in the forest, Anko assured. Just don't let them eat you first. If that becomes too difficult, you could eat one of your teammates, Naruto offered. The one that is the least useful will be helpful by being dinner. What scared many genin was that Choji seemed to actually be thinking. His eyes were shifting back and forth between Ino and Shikamaru. He began drooling at the prospect of a new flavor. Can we begin? Ino asked. Choji is scaring me. The teams were each given a scroll. They were each designated toward a gate. A word of advice. Anko spoke, just don't die. The test began. Team 7 were moving through the forest at an even pace before coming to a stop. Once they covered enough distance, they came to a stop. Okay, we need a plan, Naruto stated. I think we. Who put you in charge, Baka? Sakura asked. Fine, Naruto sighed. Do either of you have a plan? I thought so, Naruto spoke. We should. He never got to finish his plan as he felt a large spike in chakra. There was only enough time to turn his head before he was hit. He was blasted away by a powerful wind jutsu. It carried him a great distance away. What hit me? Naruto asked. Hiss. Naruto turned to the sound. He was greeted by the largest snake he had ever seen. It stared him down with a predatory look. Are you one of Anko's summons? Naruto asked. The snake simply shook his head. Are you going to eat me? The snake didn't answer. It simply opened its mouth and swallowed Naruto whole. As the snake laid to digest the blonde, it felt strange. Soon pain erupted from its stomach as Naruto carved away at its innards. It had no choice but to spit Naruto out. The two looked at each other. Naruto shivered. He had just been eaten. He gathered himself as the snake made a second attempt. Naruto jumped to the side and released his henge while taking a stance. He had never fought anything this big, but he has fought countless snakes. After all, he wasn't going to be anyone's supper. Jumping into the air, he brought his sword, still in sheath, down onto the snake's skull. The serpent fell unconscious under the blow. Be glad one of my heims is a snake summoner, Naruto stated, otherwise I would have killed you. Now that the snake was unconscious, he could find his team. Relaxing, he spread his sensor meter a good distance before he found them. They were in the middle of battle with a powerful opponent. And losing. I need to get to them and fast. Without thinking, he jumped onto the unconscious snake. Giddy up, snake. The snake laid there. Giddy up, come on snake, giddy up. The snake continued to lie there. Naruto went behind the snake. Drew pulled his sword back. When I say giddy up, I mean giddy up. He swung it at the snake. The impact to the snake was great. It was enough to wake the snake up and send it into a panic. This caused the snake to start slithering away at incredible speed. Without Naruto, whoa snake, whoa, he ran after the serpent. The fight Sasuke was at his limit. The grass ninja was just toying with him. Even with his Sharingan he could barely keep up. Sakura was just switching between cheering Sasuke on and screaming in terror. Whoa snake, whoa, he heard a familiar voice speak. Drew everyone's attention. Come on, whoa, it was a ridiculous sight. When I say whoa, there was a loud impacting sound, I mean whoa. The snake couldn't take much more of this. As Naruto stepped into the area he was greeted with stares of disbelief. What? He asked innocently. Dobi. Sasuke called. Get out of here, he shouted. This opponent is way out of our league. You can take that freak Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered, though she went completely ignored. This is what you want, right? Sasuke held out their scroll. Just take it and leave us. Sasuke, you fool. Naruto shouted. If the enemy is as strong as you say, then what's to stop him from killing you anyway? He eyed the grass ninja. Isn't that right, Orochimaru? You are so clever, Naruto-kun. The enemy complimented. What gave me away? There are only 2 snake summoners, Naruto answered, and I'm currently dating the other? You're really dating Anko? Orochimaru asked, and they call me the cradle robber. I became legal when I put on this headband, Naruto stated. Now, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm just here for Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru answered. Now let's begin, shall we? Let's. I can make you pay for hurting my Heim. Naruto drew his sword and took a stance. He dropped his weights and removed his blindfold as prepared for battle. Even if he were to use his Shin no Appo. Stage 3, there was no guarantee he could win. He didn't have enough fear saved up. He had little to no control over the technique and just ran wild against whoever was in his way. The only reason he regained control was because of Anko, his Heim. He only beat Zabuza with it because the former Mist Nin was already tired. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin for a reason and looked full of energy. So you want a sword match, huh? Orochimaru mused. Fine. The snake Sannin began to regurgitate something, a sword. Now Naruto had a chance. Orochimaru wasn't a Sannin for his sword skills. However, Naruto still needed to be careful. Orochimaru had superior speed, strength and much more experience. Naruto decided to make the first move. He jumped toward a free branch next to Orochimaru. Looking the snake Sannin in the eye, he used Shin no Appo. Stage 1. The technique caught Orochimaru off guard long enough for Naruto to use another genjutsu. Demonic illusion. Double false surroundings. He hoped that Orochimaru didn't notice him start using genjutsu. While he had the opportunity, he dashed toward the Sannin. Raising his sword, he made to decapitate the Rouge. His blade was blocked by the one Orochimaru was holding. So he broke free. He didn't think it would hold all that well anyway. Now they were in a power struggle. Unfortunately for Naruto, Orochimaru was winning. Then it caught his attention. That sword, Naruto whispered. He jumped back onto another tree. It was the sword of Kusanagi. A blade that was said to be indestructible and capable of cutting through anything with enough force. It also came with a bunch of other tricks. So you know of this blade? Orochimaru asked amused. Do you still want to try yours against it? Like he had a choice, the Sannin jumped toward Naruto, blade extended. While the Sannin was in midair, he made his move. Now invert with Orochimaru's vision and balance distorted, he attempted a one-arm diagonal slash. Orochimaru tried to block, but you know how that goes. The blade made contact and Naruto was rewarded with the enemy's blood. As they fell, Naruto landed on a tree. Orochimaru attempted the same but fell through high. It was the illusion Naruto had placed in the beginning of the fight. The Sannin tried to right himself, but Naruto would have none of that. Everything the snake Sannin tried to grab was just an illusion. He landed on the ground painfully. Naruto jumped and landed on the other side of the clearing. Sasuke and Sakura followed behind after. Dobi, how were you able to beat one of the Sannin? Sasuke asked. You fool, Naruto shouted. He's not beaten, he's not even hurt. You are very perceptive, Naruto. Orochimaru complimented, and your skills are just as good. Well, Sasuke-kun is better, Sakura howled. Be silent, you pink thing, Orochimaru ordered. If you hate Sakura, then maybe you aren't all bad, Naruto stated. Sasuke, I need you to back me up here. Baka, Sakura shouted. You should be backing Sasuke up. I'm going to kill her, Orochimaru stated. While Orochimaru was distracted by Sakura, Naruto decided to make his move. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Two Narutos made their way to Orochimaru. The snake Sannin blocked the first blade with his own, and with a flick of his wrist he impaled him. He grabbed the second Naruto by the arm and tossed him head first into the Naruto that was attaching from behind. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. It was a direct hit, however Orochimaru simply walked out of the flames. He eyed Sasuke with a disturbing look. The snake Sannin stretched his neck to inhuman lengths toward the Uchiha. He bit the Uchiha, leaving a mark on his neck. This caused him to scream in pain. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried as running to his side. What did you do to him? I just gave him a little gift, he answered. It will also keep him from interfering with my fight with Naruto-kun. Let's begin, Naruto stated. Let's, he agreed. I wish to see what the one who believes himself to be fear can do. Naruto attempted a forward thrust. The Sannin merely stepped to the side. Leveling his sword, Orochimaru made for a side slash. Naruto raised his sword to block, but the blow was too heavy and knocked him down. As he picked himself up, he saw Orochimaru. The snake Sannin was standing over him like a predator. I believe I smell fear from you, Naruto, Orochimaru taunted. With great force, Naruto was back-slapped across the clearing. Striking shadow snakes, several snakes flew out to the still airborne Naruto. They latched their fangs into his and pulled him back. Naruto was greeted to Orochimaru's sword pointed to his face. Naruto pulled his sword arm up and cut through the snakes binding him. He then delivered a chakra-infused kick to the snake Sannin's stomach. Instead of being pushed back like Naruto had hoped, Orochimaru merely grunted. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his head, he placed the sword to his neck. Giving a chakra-infused elbow to the stomach, he freed himself. He jumped back a few feet to make some distance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He summoned 5 and they each made a dash for Orochimaru following the original. The snake Sannin dispatched them easily. The snake Sannin delivered a kick to Naruto, bringing him to his knees. He was forced to drop his sword from the pain. He pointed the Kusanagi at Naruto. The blonde fell back in fear. What he did next would shame him. He ran. He didn't know where he was. He just knew that he was tired and scared. He felt a familiar pulling sensation in the back of his mind. You little twerp. A familiar voice growled, how dare you? I'm sorry, Naruto whispered, ashamed. I know I shouldn't have ran. You're damn right you shouldn't have, Kyuubi agreed, but that isn't what has me so angry. It isn't? He asked the fox. Then what does? You were afraid, the fox shouted. You felt fear, and why? Container felt fear, from a snake. I was losing a life and death battle. It wouldn't be the first time, Kyuubi pointed out, and you didn't use any of the techniques I taught you. I didn't have enough fear for the Shin. I'm not talking about that, Kyuubi spoke. You haven't used any genjutsu I taught you but that one. You haven't even used my kenjutsu since Wave and you only used the basics. I can't control the illusions, Naruto stated, and your sword style is for killing and maiming. You aren't supposed to control the illusion, and what do you think a sword is for? But what are you afraid of? The fox asked. You mouthed to me, the Kyuubi. The fox stated. You taunted the demon of the mist. You even stared down the Ichibi container, so I know you don't fear death. The Ichibi container? You mean Gaara? Naruto asked. Don't change the subject, the fox growled. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of myself, Naruto shouted. I'm afraid of what I can do. It became a whisper, of what I will do. I see, the fox mused. You fear your control over yourself. What if I hurt my Heims? He asked. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. They Kyuubi wanted to be angry at the brat but couldn't. Even the giant fox had a heart when it came to this matter. But as the container of Kyuubi, there could be no weakness. Brat, I will no longer help you, the fox stated, until you find your resolve, you are on your own. With nothing more to say, the fox ejected Naruto from his own mind. Guess I'll go find my team, he thought, if they're still alive. Naruto spread his sensor radar as far as he could. He found Orochimaru first. The snake Sannin wasn't with his team. He was with Anko, his Heim. It took less than a second for Naruto to decide his next action. He ran toward the direction of the two snake users. Naruto may be afraid, but it wasn't of death. He would happily die for any of his Heims. He was afraid he wouldn't make it in time. Anko was worse for wear. She was completely exhausted and had used nearly all of her chakra. She had enough left for just one jutsu. Goodbye girls, Iruka, Naruto. Twin snake mutual death. I'm sure you don't want to waste your life like that, Orochimaru stated. How do you think your dear Naruto-kun would feel? That question was enough to make her cancel the suicide jutsu. What have you done with Naruto-kun? Anko asked in fear. Nothing too bad, just a friendly spar, he stated. To my disappointment he ran away. Well, now I'm back. A new voice spoke. Naruto-kun. Anko shouted. Get out of here. Well, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru spoke. Are you going to give me a better fight this time? Naruto said nothing. There was nothing he could say. He took his usual stance. They moved simultaneously and their blades met. It was another power struggle as they fell from the treetops. They landed like cats, never breaking their struggle. Naruto pushed Orochimaru back. The snake Sannin made a side slash at Naruto's legs. The blonde jumped and attempted a straight slash down. Orochimaru back-stepped, avoiding the blade. The Kusanagi took the blow, being pushed into the ground. Using his sword as a stand, Naruto delivered a kick to Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru back-stepped even further. Very good, Naruto. Orochimaru complimented. What gave you such a new flair? Naruto stayed silent, not talking. Well then, show me more. The snake Sannin made for a one-handed thrust. Naruto side-stepped and swung at his exposed body. The blade made contact. Before Naruto could feel any satisfaction, pain erupted from his back. It was only because of his tolerance that he was able to stand. The Orochimaru before him dissolved into a puddle of mud. Another stood behind him. Naruto. Anko screamed. She dived down to help the blonde. Drawing her kunai, she began to recklessly slash away at the Sannin. With no chakra or focus, her movements were slow and sloppy. Orochimaru simply dodged each one as if it were child's play. I'm not interested in you, Anko. Orochimaru spoke. The snake Sannin raised his hands and formed a seal. It was a seal she was all too familiar with. It was the one she feared most. She fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Orochimaru had activated the curse seal on her. Naruto ran to her side. He completely ignored the snake Sannin. All he cared for was his Heim. Anko. He cried. Get up. Oh, so she was your motivation? Orochimaru stated. No wonder you fought so hard. Stop it, Naruto shouted. I'm your opponent. Sorry Naruto. He falsely apologized, but no can do. Naruto glared at the snake. He activated the fox glare but nothing happened. He tried over and over again. Not gonna happen. What, why? You need to give in. Never. Naruto dashed toward the Sannin but was simply backhanded. I will deal with you when I'm done with her, he stated, unless you show me what you used at the bridge. Do you hear that? Kyuubi asked. He is going to kill your mate then you? I know, then give in. But, do you want to be alone again? Kyuubi asked. Do you want one of your Heims to die in front of you? No, then give in. All right. All right. All right. Orochimaru looked toward the mumbling blonde. He was greeted with a pair of fox-like eyes glaring at him. It shocked him but he knew enough not to look directly at them. That wouldn't stop it. The forest went black. Naruto unleashed more killer intent and fear than should have been possible. It filled the forest to the point that it stopped other genins in their task. Everywhere Orochimaru looked he was greeted with giant fox-like eyes staring at him from all directions. In the center Naruto was staring at him. It was unnerving, even to the snake Sannin. What have I gotten myself into? More than you could possibly imagine. With his concentration lost, Anko was freed. Naruto. She weakly mumbled before falling unconscious. 1 minute Naruto was staring at Orochimaru with untold hatred. The next he was behind the Sannin with fresh blood on his sword. Because on the shock, Orochimaru barely noticed the gash on his shoulder. Or the fact that Naruto was holding his severed sword hand. You shouldn't have harmed my Heim, Naruto stated. You would have lived. Orochimaru couldn't believe Naruto had just severed his hand. A genin, even if a gifted one, had harmed him, a Sannin. How did? Again Naruto vanished and another slash appeared. Longer, Naruto needed to pay for hurting Anko in the past. Orochimaru was in trouble. He had only one hand and he was under assault from an unfamiliar attack. He needed to end this. As much fun as this has been, I need to go, Orochimaru stated. You think you can just leave that easily? Naruto asked. Just like that? Of course I can, Orochimaru stated with confidence, with just 6 little words. Well, you had better say them fast, Naruto stated, charging Orochimaru. The Sannin simply smirked. You are so like your mother. That stopped Naruto. It also stopped the genjutsu that had filled the whole area. His mother? What would Orochimaru know about his mother? Even the old man, the Hokage, didn't know anything. Before Naruto could open his mouth, Orochimaru sunk into the ground. Naruto was at a loss. He wanted to go after the Sannin but he knew he couldn't. He wouldn't leave his Heim in a vulnerable state. After sealing the Kusanagi he gently shook her awake. Naruto. Anko weakly called, I'm a little thirsty. He knew what that meant. Walking to Anko he uncovered his neck. Anko bite down and drank the blood greedily. Naruto wondered if healing blood was a blessing or a curse. Even as Anko moaned in ecstasy he couldn't decide. Naruto, what happened? She asked after drinking his thirst. Orochimaru got away, Naruto stated. I'm sorry I had to use. He couldn't finish. He had broken his promise to Anko. It seemed she understood. You used the fox, huh? Anko asked. So what? This sent Naruto through a loop. I promised that I wouldn't. I made promise not to use it unless unnecessary. She spoke. I say an S-rank ninja definitely counts as necessary, don't you think? Naruto couldn't be happier. Anko wasn't upset that he broke a promise to her. In fact, she seems to have approved of his actions. It was ruined by a vile spike in chakra that just happened to be in the area of his teammates. Darn it. Go. She spoke. I can take care of myself from here, she assured. You on the other hand have an exam to finish. Naruto felt the area. There were Enbu on their way to this spot. Since he felt Yugo's chakra with them he didn't mind leaving. Okay. With a kiss he was off. Snake the summons needed a break. It had been summoned by its master for a simple task. Eat a child. What does it get? Knocked unconscious, knocked awake to be a ride, and knocked unconscious when it wouldn't. Suddenly something fell on its head. Hey, a familiar voice called. I know we got off on the wrong foot or belly but. The snake wasn't listening. Nope, it was getting away from that insane, blonde human. Unfortunately, Naruto was still on its head. Whoa snake. Team 7 Sasuke felt great. He had power, it was coming from the mark on his neck. He had been given power worthy of an Uchiha, worthy of his greatness. And he had the first prey to try it on. He even had an audience to use it in front of. There was Team 9 and 10 as well as Sakura. Before he could, a large snake burst into the clearing. It was thrashing around as if trying to shake something off. That something was a person. Naruto Uzumaki. Whoa snake. Whoa. A familiar voice speak drew everyone's attention. Come on, whoa. It was a ridiculous sight. When I say whoa, there was a loud impacting sound. I mean whoa. Everyone's sweat dropped as they saw Naruto ride in on a snake before smashing it over the head with a sword sheath. The snake had enough, it dispelled. As the blonde stood back up and dusted himself off, he noticed his surrounding. What? He asked innocently. Yosh, Lee shouted. That was a wonderful display of youth. Thanks Lee. Naruto spoke. What happened to you? I was defending Sakura-san, he answered. It seems I must increase my flames of youth. Well Lee, you did good, Naruto spoke, reaching into his jacket. Here's a turtle. It was a real turtle, he handed it to Lee. Thank you Naruto. Lee spoke through tears. I will forever tray. We were in the middle of something. One of the sound nin spoke, cutting Lee off. If you don't mind leaving. Sorry, Naruto spoke. As much as I don't like them, he looked at them, and I really don't like them. He added, I need them to pass. Baka. Sakura shouted. Don't get in Sasuke-kun's way. It finally clicked to Team 10 who this stranger was. Naruto had only showed this form to Team 7 and 9. Troublesome. That's Naruto. Ino asked, why isn't he? I'm usually under a henge when you see me, Naruto answered. Enough of this. Sasuke shouted. I have a fight going on. He looked toward Naruto. In fact, Naruto, I'll test my new power on you first. Charging forward, the Uchiha attempted to end the fight quickly. He was met with the end of Naruto's sheath to his stomach. The pain brought Sasuke to his knees. He gave the blonde his most hatred-filled glare. Sasuke-kun. Sakura and Ino shouted. You're in for it now Baka, Ino spoke. You attacked an ally, that's against the law. If you would have paid attention Ino pig, Naruto snapped, you would have saw him attack me first. Well it's still one down, the enemy spoke, now you. They attacked Naruto as one. He calmly took his stance, dance of the poisoned snake. Naruto struck them with great speed and precision. They fell to the ground holding various parts of their body in pain. It was an attack he had invented himself. It was a quick attack that struck the enemy or enemies deep. The wound wasn't lethal, but if left unattended the wound would bleed out. It was born from the idea of a poisoned snake's strike being feeble but deadly. If you don't get attention for that you will die, Naruto warned. It won't be fast so you have time, but you will just bleed to death if left unattended. All of the Konoha teams were shocked at Naruto, especially Team 10. This wasn't the blonde idiot I knew, this was a shinobi, a killer. Fine. The assumed leader spoke. We'll leave. Leave your scroll, Naruto ordered. They did. Luckily for Naruto it was the one they needed. Hey you, Baka? Ino shouted. I want answers so start. Ino. Naruto spoke. I have had enough of you and I could kill you now without any repercussion. Ino was frozen with fear. It was true, Naruto could kill her. During these exams death wasn't uncommon, it was actually expected. Sei looked around, it was obvious she would get no help. Uchiha, Haruno. Naruto called, let's go. Wait, you hurt. Sakura didn't get to finish. Naruto grabbed by the neck and raised her off the ground. He gave her a hate-filled glare. Sakura, I am tired of your fangirl ways. He growled, since this team formed you have been useless. It was true. If I have to keep dealing with you then I'll kill you myself, understand? Why yes. She choked out terrified. Let's go. How was that? Review I have a surprise for you all next chapter. Chapter 12 I do not own, Naruto, Chunin exams, preliminary. Team 7 had arrived to the tower a few days earlier. They were greeted by Iruka who had given a lecture. Afterwards Naruto had informed him and the Hokage of their encounter with Orochimaru. It was supposed to be kept secret, so naturally half of the village would know of it by the end of the day. Naruto had already reapplied his henge and left his team for better company. Now they were getting ready for the next phase. I'm sorry to tell you all this, but the Hokage spoke but was cut off. Maybe I should do it. Hayate spoke. I am the proctor for this exam. Fine, all right. There are too many of you. Hayate spoke. So we are going to have a preliminary match. Does anyone want to quit now? Kabuto was the only one who did. All right, everyone but the one fighting go to the balcony. Sasuke versus Yoroi. You should give up. Sasuke spoke. You can't win against an Uchiha. We'll see about that. Yoroi stated. Yoroi made the first move. His hands began to glow with chakra. He charged the Uchiha and grabbed him. It took a while, but Sasuke found out what he was doing. My chakra. He groaned. That's right. The Uchiha kicked Yoroi off as hard as he could. He drew a kunai and took a stance that angered Naruto. Dance of the poisoned snake. The blow to Yoroi was fast and ruthless. That attack wasn't meant to be lethal unless you let it bleed out. Sasuke spoke, but this is fire style. Fireball jutsu. The genin was burnt to ashes. Winner. Sasuke Uchiha. Hayate spoke as Sasuke made his way to the balcony. He was stopped. Naruto stood in front of him with barely contained rage. Teme. Naruto growled. You had no right. What are you going on about, Dobi? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Naruto was only angered further. He grabbed the Uchiha by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Naruto, unhand Sasuke. Kakashi ordered. Baka, you had. A glare from Naruto shut her up. Naruto. The Hokage called. Please explain yourself. That technique Sasuke just half-assed was mine. Naruto spoke. I created it myself. Naruto, you shouldn't make up lies. Kakashi spoke. I can vouch for him. Anko spoke. He based it off the style of the poisonous snakes. It's fast and seems easy to ignore, but given time you die from blood loss like poison. You should feel honored. Sasuke spoke with arrogance. I found the attack to be worthy, so I made it my own. Naruto increased the pressure on his hold. Naruto, stop. The Hokage spoke. I'm sure you don't need to kill him. Fine. Naruto mumbled, releasing Sasuke. But I'll get even my way. That's fine. Hiruzen assured. But not now. Come on, Sasuke. Kakashi called. We need to deal with that little problem you have. Shino vs Zaku Cannon. Shino wins. Kankuro vs Stretchy Guy Cannon. Kankuro wins. Sakura vs Ino Cannon tie. It was an awful fight. Temari vs Ten Cannon. Temari wins. How was that, Naruto-kun? Temari asked. Am I one of your heims yet? That was brutal. Naruto spoke. And no, Temari simply pouted before walking away. She stopped and looked directly at Naruto. Mark my words, she stated, I will rub those whiskers. Naru-chan. Anko called in a sickeningly sweet voice. Is there something you want to tell me? Maybe about that sand girl? No Habiheim, he spoke, there is nothing between us. Good, she cheered. I was worried 4 women weren't enough for you. 4. Kankuro and Kiba shouted. The Hokage and Kankuro experienced a terrible case nosebleeding. Kakashi, who just returned, was having a perverted giggle attack. Hayate and Asuma sent unnoticed glares to the blonde. Kiba was shaking in untold rage. You're dating the proctor, my sister and 2 others. Kiba shouted. If I fight you then you're dead. Shikamaru vs Kin Cannon. Shikamaru wins. Naruto vs Kiba. Yes. Kiba shouted. Now we can teach this Dobi a lesson. But I don't want to learn now, Naruto stated. Shut up and listen. Kiba shouted. I'm all ear. Using henge, Naruto created several large ears in various places of his body. That's gross. You just don't understand the power of henge, Naruto spoke. Which is surprising since your sensei is a genjutsu specialist. Forget genjutsu. Kiba shouted. Naruto. Anko called. Why not show him how well your henge is? Gladly. Akumaru ran toward Naruto and bit him. Although Akumaru was a small dog, he had powerful bite. It didn't help that there was chakra mixed in his teeth. Good thing Naruto had a high pain tolerance. Ah, heal, heal, Naruto shouted as he jumped around on one leg. How would you like a case of 7-year itch-bone breath, Naruto? Hanged into a man-sized orange flea, you'll free the flea. He began chasing Akumaru across the arena. It was actually pretty funny and disgusting at the same time. It lasted until Kiba threw a powder substance into his face. Whatever it was, it caused a burning sensation to Naruto's face. What was that? Naruto asked in his human form. Flea powder, Kiba answered. When you live with dogs you learn to keep prepared. It was true. Now come on, I'll show you why I'm top dog around here. You know, Naruto spoke, tightening his blindfold. I've always been a cool cat. He hanged into a man-sized orange tomcat. But baby, look at meow. The cat ran toward Kiba. The feline delivered scratch after scratch at Kiba, who was barely able to dodge. Kiba knew he was in trouble. He needed some space. Akumaru, he called. The dogs ran behind that cat Naruto and did something insane. He bit Naruto's tail with a chakra-infused bite. This caused Naruto to jump straight to the ceiling in pain. It didn't help his image that Akumaru was barking at him while running in circles. Like a cat and dog. Now everyone was laughing at him. He began to shake in rage. Naruto didn't like to be laughed at, so he undid his blindfold. An unnatural chill silenced all of the laughing. The walls all became black and seemed to close in on everyone in the room. From the unnatural darkness, an untold number of giant glowing fox-like eyes glared. The henge he was wearing hadn't been undone but altered. Now he was in his half-man half-Kyuubi form. The same one he had taken on the bridge, right before slaughtering the bandits. His eyes glared into Kiba and Akumaru with great rage. He gave a mighty roar and with great speed he stood before the two. Using one tail he grabbed Akumaru and began squeezing. 5 others latched onto Kiba, one on each limb and one on his neck. The tails on Kiba's limbs began pulling in opposite directions. The one on his neck pulled as well as squeezed. Who's laughing now? He growled. Who's laughing now? Naruto. Kurenai called, stop this instant. Naruto released both Kiba and Akumaru, who were struggling to breath. He also undid the illusion he had on the area and himself. He couldn't meet Kurenai's gaze. For him, disappointing any of his Heim was too great a shame. It didn't help that he had put his blindfold back on. Oh, I'm not mad at you, she assured, but how will Hana feel if you hurt Kiba too badly? Sensei. Kiba couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're one of them too, aren't you? That's why you always smell like foxes. You're dating Naruto as well. Well, she didn't like the gazes she was getting. Naruto finished the match. She couldn't meet the gaze Hinata was giving her. I will not lose to this Dobi, Kiba shouted. He actually thinks he's worthy of my sister, he continued. I am tired of them keeping the clan up all night when he visits her. This brought out some blushes. And nosebleeds, and mom only encourages it so he can get some grand pups. Kiba, Ino called, check your kunai pouch. What, why? If you want the baka to really suffer, she stated, show him what's in it. Fine, Kiba did want him to hurt. When he reached into his pocket he pulled out a few pictures. As he examined them he couldn't help but smirk. These would give him what he wanted, with interest. Hey baka, Ino called. You should take a look at them as well. Kiba tossed the pictures into the air and let them scatter. Everyone saw the pictures. Kiba, Kurenai growled. You fool, Naruto-kun. As Naruto examined them he felt a cold hand grab his heart. On each picture was a different one of his Heims. They each were with different man. Anko with Iruka Asuma and Kurenai Yugo and Hayate. Well Dobi, Kiba spoke, anything to say? Everyone watched as the blonde calmly walked towards Kiba. Naruto delivered a devastating punch to Kiba's face. The blow most obviously broke his nose, but that wasn't all. The force behind it sent Kiba sailing into the wall across the arena. On impact Kiba became lodged into the wall and created a crater. Naruto wasn't done. The blonde began to deliver punch after punch to Kiba's face. Each one digging Kiba further into the wall. Each one drawing more and more blood from the dog user. Kiba was beginning to fall unconscious. Naruto wasn't going to have that. He punched Kiba in the gut. The blow forced him awake for the continued punishment. It also caused him to double over and spit out both blood and vomit. He weakly looked at Naruto and regretted it. What he saw wasn't the blonde he ridiculed. What he saw was a pair of crimson-red eyes that made him afraid. Naruto glared into Kiba's eyes with such intensity that he nearly fainted again. As Kiba stared, he caught a glimpse of Naruto's fox glare technique. Kiba gave a horrible scream. What Naruto showed him was so full of his anger that it was maddening. Naruto delivered one final punch to Kiba, silencing him. This time he could fall unconscious. No one could believe what they saw, especially coming from Naruto. That was one of the most savage beating they had seen. It wasn't even a real fight, or even just a beating. It was punishment. And Naruto. Anko called. Is it true? He asked them. They wanted to say no, but they couldn't lie, not to Naruto. Yes. Anko and Kurenai answered. He looked to the cat-masked Anbu. She nodded her head. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. Why did you lead me on? Don't feel bad, Asuma spoke. You can at least say you went all the way with the Ice Queens, he continued, and on the first date on the same night. You chose him over me? He asked Kurenai. She wouldn't meet his blindfolded gaze. Well, cough. You are just, cough. A kid, Hayate spoke. And you're half dead, Naruto stated, getting a glare from Hayate. What's your point? Listen, you little. Hayate just barely stopped himself. Say it, Naruto ordered. I want you to say it. Hayate didn't know what came over him, but he said it. Demon. He shouted. You demon. You broke the third's law, Naruto stated, undoing the cloth, punishable by death. Hayate. Anbu-dressed Yugo called. Don't look into his eyes. Too late, Shin no Ippo. Stage 2. This stage was the one Naruto thought was the cruelest. In an average battle he wouldn't use it. Now he just didn't care. He wanted this fool to suffer. It literally froze a person's lungs with fear. Hayate couldn't breathe. He was literally suffocating from fear. He fell to the ground gasping for the air his sick lungs were denied. He couldn't turn his terrified gaze from Naruto. It became obvious to everyone why Hayate couldn't breathe. Naruto's henge ended and everyone saw what he really looked like. No longer was he the orange-wearing buffoon. Now he was a blood-red-wearing shinobi. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto asked. To feel those diseased lungs of your being denied air. He spoke, to feel them burn with each passing second, begging for an end. He then lowered his voice. One way or another. Everyone was shocked at what they saw. They couldn't believe the cruelty Naruto was showing. Naruto, please stop, Yugo begged her. Please fell on deaf ears as he watched him squirm. Asuma decided to step in and end it. Stand down, kid. He warned, or I'll have to take you down. Naruto wasn't listening. Look, I know how you feel, kid, but you can't do this to a fellow shinobi. You know how I feel? Naruto asked. You know nothing on how I feel, Naruto stated. I despise you both so intensely that I can't tell if my vision is blurry from my broken heart or my unforgiving rage. Everyone could feel both in his voice. Once I'm done with Hayate, I will gut you with an honest Takami smile on my face. Let's just end this, Asuma stated. Naruto raised his sword so that it reflected his eyes. Shin no Ippo. Stage 3. He felt the power begin to surge through him. No, Anko and Kurenai shouted. They needed to act if they were to save their men. String bean binding illusion. Kurenai used this to restrict his movements. Striking shadow snakes. Anko used this to separate Naruto from his sword. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Yugo split into 3 clones and performed the dance. There were 3 blades pointed to his vital areas by Yugo. They stopped short of piercing the skin. Himes, he couldn't believe what was happening. Don't call us that, Yugo snapped. How could you do that? Anko asked, after you promised me. I'm so ashamed of you, Naruto, Kurenai stated. This was really happening. His Himes were turning on him, for another man each. Naruto. Hiruzen called in an empty tone, he is my son. They watched as the Naruto before them faded away. He reappeared in the balcony with a blank look on his face. Look at you two, Junin wasted and gasping for air. He spoke to Asuma and Hayate. But you don't go yet, When your very lives are broken around you. He lowered his voice. Then you have my permission to die, so for now stand. Hayate and Asuma were finally regaining their breaths. I was a fool to think you three were any different in the end, he stated to his Heims. Once again Naruto faded out of existence. This time he didn't reappear in the room. You just had to teach him of all people the camouflage jutsu? Kakashi asked. We'll be lucky to ever find him. When Naruto didn't want to be found, he wouldn't be. All of his years living in the village made sure he learned to be stealthy. If possible, this would only make it harder. Hey, what's that? Ino asked, pointing to the arena. It was a scroll. It was obvious who left it. That was why no one wanted to open it, especially his former Heims. Fine, Hiruzen stated, I'll open it, Shadow Clone Jutsu. What, don't any of you look at me like that, he ordered, this is Naruto. He wasn't really going near that thing. The clone opened it and revealed a letter, Dear Heim. I want you all to know how much I love you. I know that I don't deserve any of you, but I will do my best to make you happy. Without any of you I would be nothing. It is you four that keep me whole. You four keep me from giving in to my furry tenant. Without any of you, I would have no purpose. If I were to lose you, I would just give up. If any of you were to die, then I would die right alongside you. I would happily follow any of you to hell if it made you happy. There was a seal on the one designated to Anko. When she saw what was in it, her heart nearly stopped. It was the severed hand of the one she hated the most. It was the severed hand of Orochimaru. I know I couldn't beat him, but I will. I will free you from that curse he left you. Even if it costs me my life. The snake mistress was in tears. All of them were in tears. They had broken the hearts of someone who had loved them. Naruto, who had never known love, just stated that would happily die for any of them. Naruto never lied. P.S. If you aren't one of my Heims and are reading this, then, as a tribute to Anko. Dodge. The Hokage's clone was greeted to a face full of kunai. At the end of each kunai was a high-powered explosive note that detonated on contact. That was a little, extreme. Many thought, good thing I used my clone the Hokage. Huff. What have we done? They asked themselves. You've just done something not even the villager could. Hiruzen spoke. You just broke Naruto's spirit, something many thought impossible. What happens now? That's the main question, isn't it? Hiruzen asked, and what will he do now? That was the real question. Naruto was a Kenjutsu genius. He had near limitless chakra and stamina to match. There was also the giant demon sealed in his stomach. I know many of you were waiting for a moment like this. I hope you like it. I felt I didn't make it epic enough. Review. Chapter 13. I do not own Naruto confrontations. Naruto was hurt. Nothing had ever hurt him this badly before. Not in his 13 years as a resident of Konoha. Not as a civilian and not as a shinobi. He had been beaten, stabbed, hunted, starved, burned, suffocated, crushed, poisoned. He has been physically broken in a year more times than he could count. These things he could handle easily. He could just laugh them off. They all healed after a good night's sleep. But none of those things could compare to the pain he was feeling. The pain in his heart. They ones he had cared for among all others had betrayed him. They had led him on. Given him the hope that he could have happiness. Yeah, right, he wanted to get to his land. He couldn't focus enough to just Shunshin there. So he was walking through the village hoping that he could get there before he lost control. Unfortunately, he didn't have his hanjon. He wasn't going to wear it any longer. He was tired of hiding. This didn't go unnoticed by the civilian populace. Hey, is that the demon brat? I think it is. It looks like he decided to show his true colors. Maybe we should teach him a lesson. Naruto had enough of this. He wouldn't be pushed around by the likes of these weaklings. He turned to the ones speaking. Well, go ahead, Naruto stated. Try and punish the demon brat. He drew his sword, but he'll fight you back. The civilians eyed him worriedly. Normally Naruto would just ignore them or give them a little scare. Not this time. We aren't afraid of you, demon, one of the braver civilians shouted. Naruto began to chuckle. It was an empty and hollow sound. The way he felt on the inside. Yes, you are. I can smell it on you. Naruto spoke, taking a big in a whiff. Because you're nothing but weak civilians. He smiled darkly. Already had enough skill to kill you all before I even graduated. He raised his voice. Now come on, who wants to be the first? None of the civilians made a move. They couldn't even look at him. They were all terrified of what was standing before them. It wasn't the boy they've tried to break and kill countless times. It was someone who would break them. Naruto turned to leave. He wasn't going to let them see him when he lost control. While his back was turned, one of the braver and more foolish civilians decided to act. He grabbed a large rock that sat by his leg. With great aim he tossed it to the back of Naruto's head. The rock made contact and fell off. Thanks to all of the abuse, he could barely feel it. Not that he would have, it was a welcome change to the pain in his heart. Naruto turned and glared at his attacker. So one of you cowards has a bit of courage, huh? He asked. I'll have to fix that? Do your worst. The civilian spoke. I am a proud citizen of the village hidden in the leaves. It seems that you have leaf envy. Naruto stated cruelly. Do you know what has leaves? Tea trees, he answered. Yes, trees, he answered. How about it? Do you want to be a tree? He lowered his blindfold and glared the civilian in the eyes. Do you want to feel your bones become brittle like wood? He asked. To feel your very blood turn to sap? Naruto glared into the man's eyes and his eyes began to glow with hatred. The man felt himself become stiff. His skin became tough with bark and his bones felt as brittle as the branch on a tree. The very blood in his body became thick and slowed as if trapped in his small veins. The civilian felt as his mind began to fade. That would have been too easy and too light of a punishment. Naruto halted the process to study his work. He would allow the man to keep his mind. That way he would endure all of the punishment. The unnamed civilian was stuck in his pose. Over half of the civilian's body was wood. His eyes were looking around wildly for any kind of help. Help that he wouldn't be getting from the other civilians. They didn't want to share his fate. Time to finish this. He stood back and opened his coat. A mass of blurs began to jump from its depths. The sky began to fill with dozens upon dozens of birds, woodpeckers. They made their way to the man tree. They flew onto him and began pecking, digging their powerful beaks into various parts of his wooden hide. He couldn't scream as they began removing his eyes from his head. He could only endure as they broke into him and began making nests in his body. But he wouldn't die. The woodpeckers glared at the remaining civilians, daring one of them to come forward. Naruto had left the minute the woodpeckers arrived. He was finally at his destination, his home. He finally lost control. His tears began to fall down his cheeks fast. There was no longer any way he could hold them back. He wouldn't have any way, not here. This was his place of peace. Surrounded by his family. The foxes didn't know what was wrong with Naruto. They just knew that he was hurt and need comforting. Thanks guys. He spoke, earning a growl. And girls. This earned a yip. I knew I could always count on you all. He could. Hospital. Naruto was sure that the Chunin exams were over. He no longer felt chakra being tossed around from the tower. He did feel a few of his friends end up in the hospital. He decided to check on them. Unfortunately, the doctors and receptionist were being difficult. Just tell me where Rock Lee is, Naruto shouted. Usually he wouldn't need to ask. Unfortunately, Lee was a special case. Without any chakra, Naruto couldn't tell if he was going to find Lee or enter an empty room. He was tempted to use his clones to find the room for him. He's resting and doesn't need company from your kind, she hissed, so leave before I call Anbu to escort you out. Do you have tree envy? Naruto asked. The receptionist paled. Many had heard about what had happened in the village earlier that day and didn't want the same. She didn't believe it at first, but now, Naruto stopped harassing the receptionist. A lazy voice spoke. You're making a lot of noise. Kakashi, who am I up again in the finales? Naruto asked. And what makes you think you passed? Kakashi asked, amused eyes still in his book. Because I beat Kiba. Understatement of the year. Naruto thought I thrashed him. You're fighting Neji Hyuga in the first round. All right, Kakashi. I know what you're going to say. Kakashi interrupted, but I won't be able to train you for the finale. I wasn't going to ask for training, not from you, Naruto growled. I just want Lee's room number since she, he pointed to the receptionist, is giving me a hard time. Naruto turned to leave. Wait, Naruto. Kakashi called. Sasuke is up against Gaara, and Naruto didn't care about the Uchiha. So I need some things from you. He continued. Your sword and any other dances you've made, they'll be the surprise since they're original. What? Naruto growled. You actually expect me to hand over my weapon and hard work? Don't worry. Kakashi spoke. You'll get the sword back. Sasuke just needs it to cast a few illusions until he wins. And what about me? I can't wait to hear this. What do I do while you're training the Uchiha? Well, since you're up against Neji, you should quit. What? Well, without you sword you have no genjutsu. Kakashi reasoned. Not that they would work against a Hyuga. No, Naruto answered evenly. Those genjutsu are mine, not the sword. He explained. As for the dances, forget it. I spent countless nights training those skills. I'm not just going to hand them over. Fine, if you want to be difficult, he spoke. As your superior, I order you to hand them over. The room went deathly cold. The sudden change caused Kakashi to look away from his book. He saw the source of the change. A pissed Naruto Uzumaki. Listen to me, Hitaki. Naruto whispered. If you ever try something like this again, well, here's a sample. Fox glare. Kakashi was in a small and nearly empty room. All that he could see was his sensei, his former team, and a copy of his favorite book, next to a kunai. Hello, Kakashi. They spoke as one. Sensei. Don't speak. They snapped. It's time for you punishment. Punishment? What do they mean? What's happening? He asked. We are going to read a copy of your book to you. They answered. How is that punishment? It's the yaoi version, they answered, and the only way out is to kill yourself. He didn't know what that was. If you do it, then you gain our respect and our forgiveness. The spoke. But you'll be shamed like your father as a coward. And if I don't, we kill Sasuke and leave Sakura to you. They picked up the book. You have until we reach the end to decide. Real world. Everyone who saw what had happened couldn't believe it. 1 minute Naruto was talking to Kakashi, the next, Kakashi passed out. Many senseis, who were here to check up on their students, saw the whole thing. Even his former Heims had saw the ordeal but were too afraid to step in. The shock only increased as he gave a cruel but hollow laugh. I will come back to check on my friends. He spoke coldly. Tell the others what you saw. He leaned and whispered. Or I'll come for you. Do you hear me? He asked. I'm talking pain, razor blades and lemon juice. The receptionist nodded frantically. Naruto vanished in a shunshin. In Izuka compound, Naruto felt like kicking himself. He had actually forgotten about Hana during the ordeal. She was the only one not in any of those pictures he saw. He decided to sneak around to her window. It would be unlikely if most of the clan didn't hate him more for hurting Kiba. Hana, he called. Inuheim. Her window opened and he humped right to it, never entering. He looked to his Inuheim and saw that she was upset. So did the triplets who hung around her feet. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had her angry. Why? She asked through tears. Why did you do it? Do what? Please don't mean. Don't play dumb, she shouted, getting the triplets riled further. Why did you hurt Kiba so badly? It was a match and I lost control, he admitted, but No, I don't want to hear it, she stated. You're nothing but a monster. Monster. No, Heim. He begged, don't say that. She was his last Heim. The last person important to him. Get out, she ordered. When he didn't, she put on the claw he got for her. I said leave. Heim. He took a step in toward her. Don't touch me, she screamed. In her anger she lashed one of the claws out toward him. The blades cut him deep across the neck, drawing a mass of blood. The triplets saw this as a signal and attacked Naruto. One bit into an arm and one into a leg. The last one tackled him, causing all four of them to fall out of the window. Heim. It was the last thing he gurgled before he dispersed into a column of black petals. The look of betrayal would be forever burned into Hana's mind. Naruto. She cried, I'm sorry. But it was too late, he was gone. Home, that was it, he was done. He had nothing left. He had no Heims and he definitely had no love for the village. So you are just giving up? Don't worry, I'll still free you. That's not what I asked. What else is there for me? I have nothing left. What did you have before meeting them? Nothing but my fox family. Exactly, it's just like starting over. Starting over? Yes, starting over without restraint. Restraint? Yes, No more of your hymes holding you back. Holding me back? What are you, a parrot? A parrot, he couldn't resist. The point is, you won't have to keep yourself restrained for them, relying on simple parlor tricks. The fox growled. Remember what happened in the forest? How could I forget? The only reason I started helping again was because you found your resolve. We went over this already, Kyubi. Yes, we did, and when you gave in, but only partially. Party, don't you start that again. Kyubi snapped. Sorry. You were so focused on saving Anko that you still held yourself back. I'm sorry. I can make you a stronger, better you, not held back by your emotions for them. The fox whispered. But for me to do that, you have to let go. Maybe I was a little hard on Kakashi? Review Chapter 14. I do not own Naruto. Newcomer Naruto was training as hard as he could. Why? Because he finally had the free moment. He had a little less than a month until the Chunin exam finals. His first match was with Neji Hyuga. He wasn't worried, in fact he was looking forward to putting that Hyuga in his place. The only real competition he had was Gaara. The rest were just there. That didn't mean he would take them lightly. He would give it his all in every fight. Unfortunately, he couldn't train as often as he would have liked. Why? The problem was with the Uchiha and Hitaki. Naruto often sensed them around trying to take his techniques. He tried going to the Hokage, but it wasn't enough. Without actual evidence, it would be his word against theirs. Even the Hokage couldn't punish people without evidence. So Naruto decided to do things his way. That included using his foxes as guards. They may not be very numerous, but they were very skilled guards. They, however, weren't his only problem. He sensed two more strangers watching him. Samui was one of the, if not the most attractive woman in Kumo. She was both a fear and respected kunoichi. Her business-like personality and skill had saw to that. When given a mission, she went through with it without question, even ones such as this. Engage Naruto Uzumaki, aka the Mirage Fox, and see if the rumors are true. If they are, then seduce and become impregnated with his child. If not, then if possible, obtain sword and return to Kumo. Naruto Uzumaki, recent graduate and former dobi of his class, fought Zabuza Momochi twice and caused the slaughter near 200 bandits, turned Momochi into a Konoha shinobi and liberated Wave Country, severed the hand of Orochimaru of the Sannin and forced him to flee. Konoha really needed to keep an eye on their secrets. That kind of information draw attention. You never know when there might be a spy listening in. Now if only she could find him. Naruto was tired of hiding from the strangers. He would meet one of them head on and he would do it at his land. It's better to have the advantage of home turf, in case things got messy. Now all he had to do was sit back and wait for the arrival. Home. I'm looking for Naruto Uzumaki, she spoke. Are you him? I am, he answered evenly, and this is private property. Samui was impressed. Most of the time men would be staring at her chest or turn into stuttering. Not Naruto, he was relaxed but also guarded. Must be the blindfolds. I am Samui, Junin of Kumo. I hear that you are pretty good with a sword. She spoke. I wish to test that. Fine, he spoke. It would be good training. As he drew his sword, she stopped him. I would like for you to use this sword. She handed him a well-forged katana, if that's okay. So that's your game, he thought. Find out if it is the sword or me. Fine. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Naruto wasn't foolish enough to think he could beat a Junin in a head-on fight. Even with his trickery, he was highly outmatched. Begin. She charged him with speed worthy of her rank. As she entered striking distance, she did so without hesitation. Invert Samui was shocked. Naruto floated behind her, upside down. He had his sword pointed to her back ready to strike. She knew he had a clear shot to at least one lethal area. As you can see, the skill is mine own, he stated, shocking her even further, not the sword. I see, she whispered. What gave me away? The minute you stated who you were and where you were from, he answered. Why else would a foreign Junin be interested in me? I was careless. Now what do you really want? He asked. Be honest, I'm a censor, he explained. If I find that you're lying, then this sword goes in. Samui mentally cursed. Censors were a pain to deal with in the shinobi world. You couldn't lie to one of them and you definitely couldn't hide from one. I was ordered to seduce and bear your child, she answered. I see. Let's begin. She began undressing. Wait. Stop, he shouted, dropping the genjutsu. Samui paused and looked around. Is this area not satisfactory? No, it's not that, she cut him off. Am I not satisfactory? No, you very beautiful. He paused, thinking of what to say next. Samui couldn't contain her blush. Back in Kumo she has been called both hot and sexy but never beautiful. She had to admit, it was a nice change. I don't get it, why was he turning her down? Most men would have jumped at the chance for her. Maybe. I have a brother if. She stopped when she saw him shudder. Never mind. You are very attractive, he stated. I just don't like being used. See, she was surprised by the amount of hate in his voice. What should I do now? What could she do? If she left now, then she would be a laughingstock in Kumo. A kunoichi that couldn't even seduce a teenage boy. Losing to him was no problem. He's proven to have real skill, but not being able to seduce him. Samui felt like laughing at herself. It would be easier to think if her back wasn't killing her. She couldn't keep in the groans of ache out of her voice. Why was I cursed with such a large chest? It was a question she asked herself often. Are you okay? He asked. My back is killing me, she admitted. I'm not surprised, he admitted. With a chest like that, who wouldn't be? Yeah, well, so he's like the rest, eyeing my chest. Want a massage? He asked, earning a glare. I've been told that I'm good at them. Fine, she answered. After some though. If he tried anything, then it could help her complete her seduction mission. He took his jacket off and laid it on the ground. She removed her shirt, with Naruto looking away, and laid on it. Once he began, she felt as if she were in heaven. She would let out a moan of pleasure near constantly if he needed her back. You are good, she admitted. What kind of oil are you using? No oil, he stated. My blood? Please explain, she spoke, tensing under his palms. My blood had healing properties. He didn't elaborate any further. That's cool. She began to relax under his kneading hands. It wasn't long before she began to feel drowsy. After a while longer she fell asleep under Naruto's working hands. Naruto was very surprised of the Kumo Junin, for a foreign shinobi, Junin no less, to fall asleep in another's hands. Her back must have been aching her for a while. Such a vulnerable state left them as easy targets for anyone. As she slept, Naruto heard a wonderful sound. It was a gentle music that called him for him to follow. He did so. Who am I to deny music? Once he reached the source, he was on guard. The music came from a woman playing a flute. That wasn't why he was on guard. No, he was on guard for two other reasons. The first reason he was on guard was because she was the second stranger following him. The second, the music she was playing was laced with genjutsu. Tayuya was a feared kunoichi of sound. Her genjutsu had and skills has made her one of the Sound 4, Orochimaru's personal guards. She had been given a mission by Orochimaru himself: seduce Naruto and bear his child or face punishment. Failure for Orochimaru was not taken lightly. Unlike most who thought it was the sword, he knew Naruto's ability came from another source, the Kyuubi. Hello, Naruto greeted. This is private property. I'm sorry. The redhead spoke. I just wanted a peaceful place to play. Well, if it's okay, he asked. He liked her music. Can I hear some more? You dumb ass, she thought. Now I can seduce this shithead and get knocked up. Not looking forward to these 9 months. Well, Orochimaru said he had plenty of stamina, so it shouldn't be too bad. She began to play her most alluring music. Under the tune was a lightly laced seduction genjutsu. As the moments passed, she noticed no change in the blonde. He just stood there calmly. She decided to subtly add a little more chakra to the song as she played. Nothing. What's wrong with this shithead? He should be a mindless. Her thoughts were cut short as the song ended. That was amazing. He complimented. Now tell me who you were and what you... He ordered. I want the truth or your head comes off. She felt 2 sharp blades press against her neck. Looking around, she saw 2 solid clones with their weapons drawn on her. When the fuck did he make those? Isn't it obvious, Uzumaki? A familiar asked. She's here for the same reason as me. Hello, Samui. Naruto greeted. I see you enjoyed your nap. Who the hell is Melon Tits over there? Tayuya asked herself. Yes, I slept very well, Samui stated. I was surprised to find that I was. She paused. Untouched? Unchained? Naruto offered. All of the above, she admitted. I told you that I was only going to. Hey shithead, I'm still here, Tayuya shouted. And who the hell is Melon Tits over there? Why did she say I was here for the same reason? Just as I stated, Samui answered, ignoring the name. You're here to seduce Naruto Uzumaki, right? What if I am? She challenged. The clones pressed their blades closer to her neck. Then you should give up, Naruto answered. As I stated to Samui-chan here. That earned a blush from said Chan. I don't like to be used. Well listen shithead. She ordered. I don't want to fail my leader, so drop your pants. No, hey, Melon Tits. What do you say to a team up? Tayuya called. He can't stop both of us and we get what we want. Well, she seemed to be thinking it over. Maybe you two would like to hear my proposition? Naruto stated. I'm sure both sides would be happy. Samui and Tayuya shared a look before nodding. We're listening. Naruto reached into his coat and pulled out 2 scrolls. Ones he had prepared in advance for this very occasion. They tried to open it but he stopped them, didn't want people to know. I want you to hand this to your leader, Naruto stated to Samui. If they agree then I want you to personally return to me. He looked to Tayuya. This one is for you. You have these already, shithead? Tayuya asked in disbelief. How? I knew you two have been watching me for a while, he answered. You shouldn't try to sneak up on a censor. They mentally, Samui did at least, cursed. Of course you don't sneak up when a censor is involved. They were trackers, it's what they're made for. Fine, Samui agreed. I'll have the answer as soon as possible. Same here shithead, Tayuya answered. They both left. If this kid was as good as they say then he was offering something good. Hot Springs Naruto had sent the kunoichi off a few days ago. He was expecting their leader's response pretty soon. With what they're being offered I expect an answer soon. After a hard day's training, he decided to relax. There was no reason he should overwork himself, plus he earned this time off. Now if only someone would stop that perverted giggling. Wait a sec, that's coming from the female side. With great skill and grace Naruto jumped out of the water. He made his way to the female side and followed the unfamiliar chakra. What he found was an old man staring through a hole. Hey pervert, stop peeking on those women. As the words left his mouth it entered the man's ears. The man stood and looked at Naruto as if insulted. Did you just call me a pervert? He asked. Yes, I am no mere pervert, he stated. I am Jiraiya. Naruto's mind began to fade as some crazy intro went on. And I am a super pervert. Thank you, Naruto stated. Oh, have you read my book? Jiraiya asked. Are you thanking me for its wonderful details? No, Naruto answered. I'm thanking you for digging yourself into a grave. He undid his blindfold, but for your honesty I'll reward you. Jiraiya made the mistake of looking Naruto in the eye. Naruto motioned for Jiraiya to turn around. The Toad Sannin did and was greeted by a gracious sight. It was a horde of beautiful women dressed in nothing but towels. They were making their way to him. With a certain sway in their hips. Jiraiya-sama, they called, we love you, do you love us? Yes, he screamed. I love all of you. Would any of why? They silenced him by putting a finger to his lip. Have you heard of tough love? One asked. What's that? The one who silenced him earlier answered. By headbutting him in the nose, there wasn't much force in it, just the surprise of attractive women headbutting him. Then it happened, their beautiful faces were gone. In their place were horrible reptilian-like scales and blank, pus-filled eye sockets. As soon as he saw it they vanished, as if they were never there. One of the women punched in the face. This blow had force behind it, it knocked the Sannin to the ground. Why? He asked. Sometimes love hurts Jiraiya-sama. They answered, and we love you a lot. They all began to grab weapons from nowhere and hold them menacingly. But, Jiraiya was cut off by a blow to the head. The women continued to beat the Sannin with the skill and strength of a pack of kunoichi. He begged for mercy but there was none for him. You have left me no choice, Jiraiya shouted summoning jutsu. Under him a giant toad appeared. It wasn't too large, around the size of a large human. A frog won't save you from our love Jiraiya-sama. They purred. Frog. The toad shouted in indignation. I'll show you a frog. The toad gave them a mighty blow with a water jutsu. The blast was enough for them to begin to dissolve as if they were melting. Such a waste, Jiraiya whispered as he dispelled the toad. They were such inspirations. We forgive you. A feminine voice spoke. Jiraiya looked and saw the women as they began to reform. Their melted skin began to smoke and bubble. In mere seconds there became living flames. That's a new meaning to the word hot. How? He asked. We forgive you because we love you, they answered, and we love you to death. They each tackled the Sannin as one. With the unbalanced weight and fear of burning to death, the Sannin fell over. He fell into the water of the empty hot spring, hoping to douse the flames. The water merely caught a flame as well. Naruto watched as he burned. Save me, he begged. Why? Naruto asked. Hello Naruto, my Kami. Haku couldn't believe the sight. Bet you forgot her. Hello Haku-chan. Naruto greeted. Where have you been? We have to help him. She prepared to freeze the water. No, Naruto shouted. Let him cook. Why? She asked, afraid of the answer. Because I'm have frog legs for dinner. Answer. The Raikage-sama wants to know if you can honestly pull your end off, Samui stated. Same with me, shithead. Tayuya stated. I can, but only if they agree, Naruto spoke. Then it's a deal. Samui answered. You'd better not be lying, Uzumaki. I put my word in for you. Let's us begin, Naruto stated. Begin what? Samui asked. You've lost your chance for a piece of ass, Tayuya stated. No, Naruto waved her off. My training. Training? Why the hell would we train you? Tayuya asked. Well, I need to win to hold up my end of the bargain, don't I? Naruto asked. Since this is a way around your failed seduction? They flinched at the shame. You two need to ensure that I win. That answers her, Tayuya stated. Why would I train you? So that you can brag about it. He tried. He had no real reason for Tayuya. I bet you think you're so damn clever, Tayuya growled. Don't you, shithead? Do we have a deal? He asked, still calm. Fine, Samui answered. Oh, what the hell? Tayuya spoke. I can torture you for a while? Don't you mean train? I know what I fucking said. Oh boy, gifts. Naruto was enjoying a nice little break from training. At least until his senseis find him. I think those women are trying to kill me. Hello Uzumaki-san. A new voice greeted. How are you? Naruto jumped away and drew his sword, on high alert. He looked to see a bandaged old man. Whoever he was, he wasn't to be taken lightly. He was able to, not only sneak up on Naruto, but get so close. As Naruto pulsed his sensor ability, he realized something. I still can't sense him, but I sense a dozen others. How had he missed that? Each were well hidden and each were at least Junin level with the chakra they had. Who are you? Naruto asked. What do you want? I have an offer for you, he stated. Your name? Naruto repeated. Danzo, he answered. I'm listening. I would like to train you, he stated, for the finals. What is the catch? There is almost always a catch. No catch at all, he answered. Even if Naruto couldn't sense him, which he still couldn't, he would have said no. He knew when he was being lied to. It's something that served him well over the years. No deal, there is always a catch, Naruto answered. Very well, let's say this meeting never happened. He placed a scroll on the floor, and this is insurance. I'm sure you'd enjoy it. He gave Naruto a calculating look. If you can use it. Danzo gave the ground a simple tap with his cane. The hidden shinobi were dispersing like roaches when the lights are turned on. After a moment they were gone, and so was Danzo. He had a clone check the scroll for traps. He may have been curious, but he was even more cautious. Living in Konoha had burned that into his memory. What he read was enough to interest Kyuubi. This will be the perfect payback for that thieving Uchiha. He was in a real good mood. Only one thing could make it better. Hey shithead, we've been looking for you, Tayuya stated. Naruto wasn't surprised. Samui-sensei, Tayuya-sensei. He called. How would you two like to get some dinner with me, as a date? I know you all hate these mysteries. No, I'm not telling the deal or what Danzo gave. P.S. Tayuya has spoke the most curses in this chapter than the story. Review Chapter 15. I do not own, Naruto, the Chunin exams finale. It was finally the day of the finals. Many people of influence such as daimyos and other leaders were attending. Even the Raikage showed, but he was here for a different purpose. Greeting Raikage-sama, Kazekage-sama. The Hokage greeted, I hope your trip was eventful. It was no problem, Hokage-sama. The Kazekage spoke, I'm sure you would have made the trip in your younger days. It wasn't too bad. The Raikage answered, I had to listen to my foolish brother's rap. Hey bro, you know I need to be me. He rapped, awfully. After all, I'm the rapping killer B, we. That was awful were the thoughts of the Kages. B. The Raikage sighed. Go practice rapping in an abandoned training field. I hear that the Uchiha will be fighting my son. The Kazekage spoke, I'm sure that it will be an interesting match. This put both the other Kages on edge. The Kazekage never called his children sons or daughter. I'm more interested in the match between Uzumaki and the Hyuga. Raikage spoke, and whether he holds up to his end of the bargain or not. All great candidates. The Hokage agreed, but we can't forget the other contestants. The proctor began speaking. He used a jutsu that amplified his voice over the crowd. We will begin the first match. Wait, where's Hayate? Naruto asked. Hospital? Sweet. Naruto versus Neji. The two combatants stood ready. Naruto no longer in his disguise and Neji with an arrogant smirk. The real difference was that Naruto now wielded 3 swords. The first was his original sword, the second the kusanagi, and the third, a mystery sword. You should surrender. Neji spoke. You are fated to lose. Naruto said nothing. He merely stood there with a smile on his face. Neji didn't know this, but it was the same smile he had when he was told to go all out. Small and calm, holding back the true madness. Naruto drew his sword. The blade caused a glint to cross Neji's eyes. His Byakugan activated and glaring into the blonde. He then resheathed the sword and never even took a stance. Naruto walked forward, causing Neji to take a cautious step back. Never dropping his smile, Naruto opened his jacket and stood still. The meaning was obvious. He was giving Neji a free shot. Come on, Hyuga. Naruto taunted. If you're destined to win, then end it here and now. I always thought you were a fool. Neji spoke, but it seems you at least understand your fate. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 palm, 4 palm, 8 palm. 16 palm, 32 palm, 64 palm. Each blow was to the intended target, not one missed their mark. However, Neji added a little change. Each palm was aimed for a lethal spot such as the heart. Naruto fell to the ground unmoving. I told you fate could not be changed. Neji gloated, turning to leave. It's over, Proctor, he won't be getting up. Impressive, Hyuga. Naruto complimented, even with my pain tolerance that hurt. How did you survive that? Neji asked. I know each blow hit its mark. They did, he answered. As to how I survived, well, I don't die easily, many could vouch for that. Well, come. I shall show you why your efforts are in vain. Neji taunted, activating his bloodline. My Byakugan shall see through any of your genjutsu. Well then, come. Naruto stood still with his smile still in place. He would allow Neji the next move. Don't mock me, Uzumaki. Neji snapped. Neji charged toward Naruto, letting his anger get the better of him. As he got within range, he threw a hand out, intent on hitting a lethal chakra point. Naruto simply sidestepped, allowing the arm to sail past his face. Naruto placed his arm inside Neji's guard and reached for his prize. With a quick motion, he completed his move. They jumped apart. Naruto stood back with a smile in place. This one was different. It allowed a bit of the madness to show. Neji stood back in confusion, unsure of Naruto's move. Naruto held up his prize. He placed it over his face so that Neji could get a good look at it. It was his Byakugan, it was his eye. I see you, Neji, Naruto spoke. Do you see me? The pain finally made itself noticed. Neji fell to the ground in pain. It was unbearable. He only thrashed around screaming, unable to even activate his Byakugan. Winner of TH. No, Neji shouted. I am fated to win. He forced himself to stand and took the Hyuga family stance. Naruto pulled out a large vial. It was full of a strange-looking dark red liquid. He placed the eye inside. Neji charged forward again, this time his guard up. He aimed for the chakra point at Naruto's heart. Naruto's free hand jumped out, it held Neji's just inches away from his heart. From nowhere, several Naruto clones dropped their illusion. They charged toward Neji, sword drawn for the kill. The Hyuga merely smirked. "You lose, Uzumaki," Neji stated. Heavenly Spin it was as its name entitled. Neji began to rotate while gathering and expelling a massive amount of chakra in every direction. This caused a visible sphere of rotating chakra to appear. It knocked away all of the Narutos in opposite directions. Deception Slice the user feigns being attacked. Then using replacement, or in Naruto's case Shunshin, they then surprise the enemy with an attack from behind. Neji felt himself fall off angle and excruciating pain in his legs. He looked down and saw a sight that filled him with horror. Naruto had severed both of Neji's legs. Neji knew he was at a loss, knew he couldn't win. He opened his mouth to surrender but nothing came out. Realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Naruto wouldn't let him. Naruto was calmly walking toward Neji, smile still in place. Neji tried to crawl away with his hand. He didn't get far before Naruto placed a foot on his back holding him still. With careful aim Naruto placed his sword into Neji's back. The blade dug through the Hyuga, missing all vital organs. It continued through until the blade was mostly in the ground through Neji. Naruto grabbed a handful of Neji's hair and yanked the Hyuga's head back. Slowly, deliberately savoring the moment, Naruto reached for the remaining eye. He dug into the socket as Neji thrashed, careful not to damage the eye. He had his prize. Now everyone watched as the Hyuga cried out in despair. Trapped in an eternal cage, a cage of darkness. "Kill me," Neji ordered. "Without my eyes, I'm nothing." "No," Naruto spoke, "that would be too easy." Naruto gave 3 high-pitch whistles and then a low pitch. Neji felt pain shoot through his body. His bones began to rearrange themselves as their size shrunk. As fast as it came, the pain vanished. The most surprising part was that he could see, but all he saw was the darkness and Naruto. He looked down and saw his reflection. He was a bird, he had become a dove. A caged dove. "This birdcage in your mind is where you'll stay," Naruto spoke, "forever trapped in the jail you believed you've lived." As Naruto faded away his voice remained. It asked the same question over and over again. In his bird form Neji couldn't answer, not that he had one. "Where is your fate now?" Balcony. "That was completely cruel," Kurenai stated. "He always was a brutal fighter." Anko stated. "Not that," Kurenai stated. The whistling. "What are you talking about, sensei?" Kiba asked. "What else did the Dobi do?" Kiba. "It is unwise to insult the one who nearly killed you," Shino stated, causing Kiba to drop his head in shame. It had taken hours in critical condition to keep Kiba from dying. "Well, what is the Baka doing?" Ino asked, earning a glare from the former Heims. Naruto used the ability to cast genjutsu through a simple whistle. Kurenai explained. "He's been in charge this whole fight." Yugo, no longer in Anbu attire, stated. "I thought genjutsu users always needed a medium," Kiba spoke. "Where did he learn something on that level?" "Who cares what the Baka can do? Sakura, Sasuke-kun is much better." "I told shithead not to do it," a voice stated, "but does he listen?" "Fuck no," it continued. "Now I have to listen to the pink-haired bitch." "Tayuya, did you really think Naruto would listen?" a second voice asked. "This is Naruto we're talking about." "Wait, you know trained Naruto?" Anko asked. "How, you're foreigners?" "Well, first we tried to fuck him," Tayuya answered, smirking at the glares. "Then he made a deal with us." "What kind of deal?" "Classified," Samui stated. "You're using him," Anko growled. "No less than you did," Samui stated. This caused them to drop their heads in shame. "We actually made a deal with him," Tayuya stated. "He knows the deal and gets something out of it." "Why is he so?" Kurenai was searching for the right words. "Brutal." That's all him," Tayuya admitted. "I guess he has some pent-up aggression for some reason." She gave them a smirk. "We've already fixed his other pent-up problem." The former Heims were angered by this, but they didn't know why. "It's over, we have our men," they thought, minus Hana. She was the only one that was single before and after. "Whatever you taught him won't matter," Sakura stated, breaking the spell. Sasuke will crush him if the baka makes it to Sasuke-kun. Watch, arena. I won Proctor, Naruto called. Right, he agreed, winner Naruto Uzumaki. The audience came for blood and that's what they got. The foreigners were cheering at a great, albeit quick, match. They applauded as if it were any match. The citizens of Konoha saw it completely different. They saw it as the demon brat, brutally beating and blinding a respected clan member. They made their opinion known, dwarfing the cheers of the visitors. They booed at Naruto, cursing him, saying he should be disqualified. They even threw stuff at him in hopes of injuring him from the angle. Naruto simply stood there. The smile that he kept the entire fight was long gone. Now he had on a deep scowl in unhidden anger. The shadow under his foot began to grow, silencing the crowd. It stretched until it nearly reached the end of the arena. It began to take form as its light shade darkened, becoming black. Once the form settled, they were horrified at it. It was a giant nine-tailed fox. A pair of large crimson eyes snapped open in the shadow. The shadow fox eyed them, seemingly focused on the former attackers. A large pair of white fangs made themselves known in the smile. It was a smile that promised untold pain to all that saw. RRROARRRRRR. The shadow let out a tremendous roar. The power behind it was enough to actually shake the entire stadium. They had the feeling that it wasn't part of his genjutsu skills. The citizens who lived in the village were even more terrified with the noise. It was the same as the one from 13 years ago, one that they would never forget. The sound of Kyuubi. The shadow retreated back into Naruto. He made his exit in silence. All of the foreigner were just confused at the action of both Naruto and the villagers. None of the villager were brave enough to make a sound. The proctor broke the silence. Next match begins now. Cage Booth. Well, I'll be the Raikage thought he actually got them. I'm sorry Naruto, the Hokage thought you shouldn't have to deal with this. Soon Sasuke-kun balcony. Naruto made his way up to the balcony. He saw his former heims arguing with his new ones. For the last time, I have no feelings for Naruto, Kurenai shouted. None of us do. We paid our debt. Anko growled. We moved on. Hey shithead. Tayuya called. Nice match, but why drag it out? The former heims turned to the one she called. They paled at who they saw, Naruto. It was obvious that he had heard them yelling. They lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his blindfolded gaze. He had on the same smile from the beginning of the fight. It was unnerving to all who saw it, even his new heims. It seemed that their words hadn't affected him in the slightest. Well, there was some bad blood between me and the Hyuga, Naruto answered, not missing a beat. We've settled it. He walked forward, not even acknowledging his former heims. Leaning in, he shared a gentle kiss with Samui and a rougher one with Tayuya. For some reason this gripped at his former heims' hearts. Man Dobi, Kiba stated, you move fast. That was a completely unnecessary match. 10-10 stated, teary-eyed. You didn't need to go that far. You're right 10-10, I didn't, Naruto stated, but I wanted to. This sent a shiver down their spines, a shiver of fear. For once, Naruto welcomed it from the former heims. It's been cool Naruto-kun, Samui stated, but now it's time for business. Samui stepped forward and handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto simply took it and handed her a scroll in the eyes. Hey Baka, a pink harpy shouted. Why did you trade? None of your business Haruno, Naruto answered. Actually, it's all of ours, Yugo stated. You just traded a village asset. Even if it is useless now, Kurenai added. I am within my rights as a shinobi, Naruto explained. I defeated Neji and salvaged what I found useful. He continued. I'm also able to keep them operational thanks to my blood. He was right. A shinobi is able to personally keep anything they take from a defeated opponent. The rules never specified what kind of fight, minus a spar. It was a rule created by the Uchiha. They also knew Naruto's healing blood was powerful. It could heal almost anything from physical to biological. Healing useless eyes weren't that far off on the list. Use it well, Samui ordered. I will, Naruto promised, after I make some Naruto modifications. He disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto modification? Many were really terrified. Cage Booth. Surely we can give them a little more time. The cage tried. It is an important match. Nonsense. The Raikage spoke, a shinobi not on time isn't a shinobi. I agree. The Hokage spoke Proctor. Since Sasuke Uchiha isn't here. He began. Gaara wins by default. This was greeted by a round of boos and jeers. These are cage orders. The proctor spoke. Take it up with them. Silence, that's right. Respect the cage's Kankuro versus Shino canon. Shikamaru versus Tamari canon. Naruto versus Gaara. Gaara entered the arena using a sand shunshin as their match began. He would finally fight someone who could make him feel alive. As soon as he arrived, come down Uzumaki. Gaara called, face me, or are you afraid? The sky over the arena was filled with a red mist and the sound of laughter could be heard. It began to shape itself into a fiery-like form many Konoha adults knew. The head of the Kyuubi in all its glory. You dare challenge me? Naruto's voice asked, filling the area but not being seen. You dare to challenge fear? I am feared. Gaara spoke, looking for Naruto. True, Naruto agreed. But there is a difference between our methods. And that it? Gaara asked. The fox gave a sadistic smirk before opening its mouth. From inside, Naruto walked out onto the tongue and stood with all attention on him. Presentation. The fox closed its mouth and began to dissolve, Naruto along with it. The mist began to snake itself around toward the ground. It finally finished reforming into Naruto. Both contestants ready? The proctor asked, earning a nod. Beg? A small puff of smoke filled the arena, a shunshin. Inside of it stood Kakashi and Sasuke, who wore a new outfit and a sword. Yo, are we late? Kakashi asked. Yes, the proctor shouted. Sasuke has been disqualified. What, I'm an Uchiha? Sasuke stated. I can't be disqualified. Well, you were. Naruto stated. I need to begin my match. So you made it past Neji? Sasuke stated. You know what, maybe I should pay your Heims a visit, unless you give me your spot. Naruto let loose a lot of killer intent. The action filled his former Heims with an unknown hope and his new ones with jealousy. What he said next changed that, like a knife to the heart. You stay away from Samui and Tayuya, Naruto spoke. Who? I'm talking about those so-called mistresses. Sasuke gasped. Oh, them. Naruto stopped the intent. You can have them. Naruto. Kakashi spoke. I don't think you are ready for a promotion, maybe you show. Fox glare. Kakashi was on a nice beach. He no longer had a care in the world, not as a shinobi or a civilian. He had lived a long and happy life, he even made a legacy for himself. Now he could finally relax. He looked out onto the beach to watch the sunset. There were two figures running at each other, each at a different end of the beach. It was Guy and Lee. They weren't wearing their usual green spandex, instead they were wearing green lingerie. They embraced in a horrible hug. You can't thank AM Phoenix for your nightmares. Real-world Kakashi fell to the ground in despair. I love the long-lasting affect of mental scars, he thought. He turned to eyes Sasuke, who backed away. I demand his place, Sasuke shouted, or else. Sleep. What? Naruto asked innocently. He'll wake up in a minute. To see me fight with power he'll never possess, and my finale. Just begin. The proctor grabbed the two downed Sharingan users and ran. Naruto backed up a few feet and drew his first sword. The fox won, and with great force he shoved it into the ground. He left it. Naruto decided to run forward. Gaara's sand formed three snake-like pillars and attacked, charging Naruto. He simply swerved his way through. Naruto faded it out and appeared in front of Gaara, the kusanagi drawn. He attempted to cut Gaara but was blocked by the sand. The sand pushed Naruto back, never relenting. As he was pushed further, he lost his footing and fell over. Off guard, the sand began to cover itself around Naruto, head to toe. Sand coffin. The sand made a coffin-like prison around Naruto. Sand burial. The sand collapsed on itself. The force behind it crushed the blonde inside. The sound was very wet and echoed in the audience's ears. Balcony. Naruto. His former Heims screamed. Serves him right, Sakura and Ino stated. You bitches need to be quiet, Tayuya stated. Shithead isn't dead. You should have more faith, Samui stated. Watch, it's about to become real cool. Fight, is that it? Gaara asked. I expected a challenge, and you'll get it, Naruto stated. Gaara was in shock. How is he still alive? He asked himself. Naruto was indeed alive. He was in fact standing right by the clump of sand that was supposed to be holding him. How? That'd be telling. Naruto began to run in circles around Gaara. The copies of the blonde began to form and began to run in both directions around Gaara as well. Gaara eyed each one, trying to tell them apart. Each Naruto struck from a different angle. Unfortunately, the sand got in his way. It protected Gaara from the real Naruto while the others passed through harmlessly. So he does his control that defense, Naruto, though good to know. Naruto put a bit of distance between himself and Gaara. He began leveling the kusanagi with Gaara. What are you doing, Uzumaki? Gaara asked. I think it's time. The blade extended at untold strength and speed, to wake the demon. The blade had pierced Gaara's sand defense, and Gaara. What is this? Is this? Gaara went silent in disbelief. Blood, my blood. Gaara became encased in sand. Balcony. No way. Tamari whispered. That blade. Yugo whispered. Fight. Naruto leveled the sword into a new stance. He had been waiting for this match, his opponent. He was going to fight the demon. The sand cocoon shattered. He had a new form. It looked similar to Naruto's form. It seemed that the sand had melded itself into Gaara's flesh. His face was half demonic raccoon-like and his right arm was a giant claw. Not impressed, Naruto spoke. I can do that too? Naruto ran forward and attempted to impale Gaara. His arm was caught in several ropes of sand. They began to squeeze the blonde's arm before crushing and tearing it off. Naruto fell back in shock and pain. Even with his pain tolerance, he had a limit. Having an arm torn off makes one hit the limit fast. The sand then snaked itself around Naruto's leg. With a powerful yank, Naruto was slammed into the ground. The process repeated itself over and over before tossing Naruto. Gaara ended it by swarming the blonde in sand. Sand burial. Naruto appeared by the sand unharmed but exhausted. When was the last time I was this tired? How are you alive? Gaara asked, never waiting for an answer. He sent several spiked tendrils of sand toward Naruto. Naruto made no attempt to move as they impaled him and carried his body off. He spoke, with a bloody smile, the name of the technique. Izanagi. Naruto appeared next to the traveling sand where he once stood. He was unharmed but seemed even more exhausted than before. I should have known I'd need a demon to fight a demon, Naruto laughed. He raised his blindfold and looked into his sword. He eyed his reflection. Shin no Appo. Stage 3. He was fear, and fear feared nothing. A massive fox-like head formed over him. It gave the citizens attending the battle a large smile. The fear in the area grew as the fox head entered Naruto. Naruto felt the power enter him. The power he had gathered thought the fear he'd gathered. He was encased in a slight red coat of chakra. It was like a second skin to him, more free. Gaara felt the oppressive power. It was truly overwhelming. This was what he wanted. He would finally have his challenge. 1 minute the blonde was across the field. The next he was beside Gaara. This high-speed movement caused Gaara to jump back a few feet, but not fast enough. The blonde raised his sword and impaled Gaara in the head. The one-tailed container felt his heart stop. Then it was over. They were back in the arena as if it never happened. Naruto drew his mystery sword. He gave it a mighty swing and unleashed a massive wave of wind. Even with his sand defense, he knew he had to dodge. Luckily he did, or it would have tore Gaara to pieces. Naruto came running from the side of and took another swing at him. This time he unleashed a wave of water. It hit Gaara dead on, knocking him off balance, but did little to no damage. Naruto appeared above Gaara and raised his sword. Instead of aiming for Gaara, he impaled the sword into the wet ground. A stream of lightning was unleashed. It shocked both of them, but with Naruto's endurance, the wet Gaara, he ended up taking most of the damage. As they stumbled apart, Gaara's sand began acting on its own. It crawled up Naruto's left leg, encasing it while doing the same with his right arm. The sand around his arm began to squeeze until his arm was completely shattered. With a mighty heave, the useless limb was ripped from his very body. The blood and roar of pain was enhanced by the silence in the audience. It seemed most of Konoha was pleased that the demon brat was getting what he deserved. The select few that didn't felt like saving Naruto. The sand around his leg began to tug at Naruto. Instead of trying to dismember him, it began to drag him. He was pulled through the ground and tossed into the arena wall. He was then lifted into the air, high above the arena. With the barest of gestures from Gaara, the sand brought Naruto down, fast and hard. The scene was blocked by the sand and dust. From the dust various elements shout out, they ranged from fire, lighting and air. Gaara raised his sand claw and let it take the blunt of the attacks. They pushed Gaara back but weren't powerful enough to break his sand guard. The smoke finally cleared and there stood Naruto in full health, as if he hadn't just been dismembered. The sand raised itself and began to take form. It was like a snake in body but with the one tail's upper body. It dived toward Naruto like a snake taking down easy prey. Naruto raised the kusanagi and the blade extended a great length. With a mighty swing he cut the sand snake, raccoon down the middle. Using his second sword he gave a swing scattering the sand with air. This was a bad idea. The scattered sand began to spin around Naruto as if a tornado. It came to a sudden halt as the sand began to come together around Naruto. There was a visible shake of the now large sand dune as the blonde was crushed inside. "What's next, Uzumaki? What will you throw at me next?" Gaara called in mad excitement. "Throw it all at me, give me your best." Naruto stood on top of the sand-made mound. His smile was full of equal no even greater madness than Gaara. They stared at each other for a moment in anticipation. All right. Gaara wanted everything, he would get it. Naruto's second sword began to vibrate because of the lighting. Chakra. The lighting wasn't being released in a wave like expected. This time Naruto was going to let it build. He would let it build to its limit, then he would allow it to release. He laughed. This was going to be a completely suicidal move. Just the way he liked it. Balcony. That shithead wouldn't really do it? Tayuya was visibly shaking. Would he? What? Sasuke asked. What is he going to do? Tell Sasuke-kun, two fangirls ordered, now. He would. Samui stated. Fight. Naruto ran toward Gaara at full speed. He was going to end this fight with his next move. His blade was vibrating so fast it was barely visible. His entire body began to glow from the built-up lighting. If it wasn't for his extra coating of chakra he was sure he'd be dead. Even the insane Gaara knew that this technique was dangerous. He raised his sand and welded it into an uncontrolled ground beneath Naruto. Because of this Naruto began to lose his balance. Only one thing to do. He threw the blade. Is he insane? Were the thoughts that filled the air he is. The blade didn't even need to hit the ground. Nearly a second after he released the blade all of the energy freed itself. Gaara did the only thing he could. Using the sand spread beneath their feet, he formed a wall of spike-like rods. All of the energy flew straight to the sand in powerful current. Gaara had to actually strain to keep control. It was a good thing sand was not only a conductor but an insulator as well. Too bad he was in a fight with Naruto. Hello Gaara. A dark voice called, scaring even him. Naruto stood there. His sword recharged, but this time he was using fire. It had reached the point that the flames were white hot. It was a decoy. Gaara realized. No, he shouted, I won't let you end my existence. Gaara commanded the electrically charged sand toward Naruto. It created a temporary wall between the two, and I mean temporary. Naruto literally burst through the sand. He hit Gaara across his deformed face with the flat side of the kusanagi sword. The force of the blow knocked Gaara a few feet into the air. As Gaara fell, time seemed to actually slow down for him. What he saw was Naruto pointing his heated sword in his face. Burn, and burn he did. The flames erupted with such power it nearly knocked Naruto over. The flames took less than a second to completely consume Gaara and even his sand. When the flame finally subsided, all that was left was glass and Gaara. He was trapped in his own so-called ultimate defense. Frozen in the sand melded into his skin. The only part not in glass was his nose to breath. Only his eyes were able to move and they showed the fear and pain, mostly fear, he was experiencing. Naruto made his way toward the terrified boy, Fox glare. Sleep well Gaara. You deserve it. Deep inside the One-Tails container's mind, the One-Tails roared. He was trapped inside hourglass, forever shifting. After a minute it was obvious he wouldn't be able to free himself. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stared at the crowd who watched him in disbelief. Their shock and fear was amazing. It was finally enough. Naruto walked calmly to his sword in long determined strides. He grabbed it and gave a flashy swing. It was time for the grand finale. He looked to the crowd and spoke. I challenge the laws of nature and reason, by summoning the power of fear herself. He raised the sword and impaled into the ground. Kyuubi exist. All of his power began to disappear. The ground began to shake and the center of the arena split open. There was a mighty roar, one that struck fear in all but Naruto. It was not of hate but of joy, the joy of finally being free. Phantom-like flames erupted like a tower from the splitting earth. The phantom flames began to crawl toward Naruto and spin around him. They merged and began to take form. Out of the flames stepped a woman. She had crimson red hair and eyes that matched with a piercing gaze. She stood at a tall 6 feet with a powerful and imposing, but beautiful body. Behind her were 9 swirling tails, 9 fox tails. Naruto spoke to the new arrival. His voice was low but it echoed throughout the audience. His words frightened all who heard him utter them. Welcome to reality, Kyuubi. Naruto laughed. Welcome to reality, my Heim. Review Chapter 16. I do not own Naruto Invasion. Orochimaru, like everyone else, looked in fear and disbelief. How is this possible? The Kyuubi should be sealed or the brat dies. He couldn't fathom how Naruto freed the demon. Naruto looked to the false cage. The smile on the blonde's face made even Orochimaru's blood run cold. It was obvious the blonde knew who he was under the disguise. I have to do it now. He made the signal. Where is Tayuya? Kimimaro will have to sub for her. With great swiftness he attacked the Raikage. Being caught off guard, he was able to knock him out of the balcony. It wouldn't kill him but it would serve its purpose. Now it's just me and Sarutobi. There was a large explosion as a massive genjutsu filled the arena. Ninjas from both the Sound as Sand village began to enter. The civilian audience fell asleep while the shinobi engaged in life and death battles. The invasion had begun. Arena, should we get involved? Naruto asked. I haven't stretched in a long time, Kyuubi stated. It'll be good to gather my own fear again. As she spoke these words, Naruto's Heims, former that is, entered the arena beside him. With various weapons his former Heims attacked the fox demon. With a simple flick of her tails, Kyuubi knocked the mistresses down. She glared at them with contempt. They felt themselves freeze up under her hate-filled gaze. They turned to Naruto, their eyes pleading him for help. He gazed back with a smile. Naruto, what were you thinking? Hana asked. This is the Kyuubi, why did you free her? Why would I leave one of my Heims imprisoned? He asked. I could never do such a thing. Why your H-Heim? Kurenai stuttered. How? Why? She has always been there, Naruto stated. Since the beginning, I've always had her. And you always will. Kyuubi spoke before leaning into a kiss. Now, time for some fun. Shadow Fox hunt from beneath her feet. Her shadow began to act. Her shadow began to shape itself into a human-like fox and crawl around under their feet. It began to spread out in 100 different directions in a web-like fashion. Once they reached a target, they rose from the ground, in front of them as silently as a thief. Raising a shadowy claw, the fox figures took a swipe at the shinobi in front of them. Their claws passed harmlessly through. That did not mean there was no damage done. Each figure that felt the cold touch of the shadow froze in mid-battle. Many were cut down but others were left alone out of worry of a trap. They began to convulse before falling to the ground. Dead. Okay, that was truly amazing, Naruto complimented. I hope you'll teach me that. Oh, I'll teach it to you, Kyuubi promised, and so much more. There was a large explosion from inside the barrier on the cage booth. The force of it drew the attention of everyone present. I guess we should help, Naruto stated. I'll help the old man. You can have the enemy armies. Kyuubi seemed delighted at that. Let the fear rise. She spoke. Let the blood shed and paint the ground red. She vanished into thin air and screams began to grow. Naruto. Yugao called. You can't. She stopped when he glared. He walked past them, never bothering to give them a second glance. This isn't the Naruto we know and, no, focus. They watched him go toward the cage-level battle. They followed after to see the upcoming confrontation. Cage Booth Naruto arrived to see the Anbu squad stand outside and watch the continued clash. Useless Naruto though, and he was right. They seemed to be making no effort to help their village leader in his battle. "Why aren't you helping?" Naruto asked. "We can't get through the barrier, Debrat." One Anbu answered. "Excuses," Naruto stated. Walking to the barrier, Naruto raised the Kusanagi blade and swung at the barrier. He used every ounce of force he could muster to cut through the barrier. It seemed like he was sawing through it. After forming an entrance big enough, he jumped through. The Anbu squad still made no effort to enter after him to help the Hokage. Once inside, the barrier resealed itself, trapping everyone either in or out. The mistresses arrived in time to see this. "Hey old man," Naruto called. "Hey Orochimaru." "Naruto." Sarutobi called. "Get out of here, it's too." "Sorry old man, but no can do," Naruto stated. "You're on your last leg against Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage." He looked at his leader. "It's time for you to sit down, I'll handle it from here." "Naru." He stopped from a look from Naruto. "Old man," Naruto spoke. "Either let me do this or I'll make it rain. Paperwork for 500 moon cycles." "Good luck, and be careful," Sarutobi called before whispering. "You're going to need it." He pulled out his pipe and his special smoking brand. "Hello old friend, I've missed you." "Your brat will need more than luck," Orochimaru spoke. "I was talking to you, Orochimaru." "Brat," Orochimaru growled before calming. "You know, I actually planed for you." He began smirking. "You were a fool to come in here, now you're trapped." "Oh really? This ought to be good." "I see the other way around," Naruto smirked. "I'm not trapped with you, you're all trapped in here with me." Orochimaru snapped his fingers and his plan was put into motion. The Sound Four left their places at the barrier, each leaving a clone in their former place. They took a spot next to their leader. The revived cages took a position on either side of the blonde, each waiting for an order. It was given. The members of the Sound Four began to activate their curse marks. They entered the first stage. Naruto took a step back aback as Kimimaro charged forward, two bone blades in hand. Naruto swiftly dodged each attack to the face by inches. To the enemy it felt like miles. This continued until Jirobo stepped behind Naruto and punched the blonde from behind. Or at least he tried to. The blonde disappeared on contact with the fist. He reappeared beside them. "We won't give you a chance to use that technique," Saken spoke, "and you're doomed without it." The second Hokage ran toward Naruto, already weaving hand signs. From the spike in chakra, Naruto knew it would be a powerful technique. Water style. Water shock wave. A spiraling vortex of water formed from thin air. It exploded into a type of water wave. Naruto jumped back, but to his surprise the water followed him. So this is the power of the second? He drew his elemental sword to defend. That was when he felt the spike in chakra from his side. From his both sides a pillar of wood rose from the ground and attacked him. He tried to move only to be constricted. The wood was wrapped around his feet. The collided with the water jutsu. The blonde was in the center of the collision. Izanagi Naruto stood unharmed. The smile from before plastered on his face. Spider-sticking spit. Kidomaru spit out a long web-like substance toward Naruto. The blonde raised Kusanagi to defend himself as the web came in contact with the blade. Kidomaru pulled the web with all 6 of his arms, hoping to remove the weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't know Naruto trained with Gai-in strength. Naruto was able to keep the sword even as Kidomaru struggled against him. "Do not release him," Kimimaro ordered. "Dance of the Clematis, flower." The bones from Kimimaro's arm began to extend and enclose, forming a type of lance. He charged Naruto in hopes of impaling him. Naruto raised the still restricted Kusanagi and blocked the lance at its very point. It's good to have an indestructible sword. They held in a power struggle, neither giving or gaining. Jirobo jumped into the air and focused his chakra into a punch. He was coming down with the force of a boulder. From both sides Saken and Yukon, now separate, charged him as well. Naruto drew his elemental sword and took a swing toward the ground. He unleashed pure lighting with no focus or any kind of control. It ran free in all directions, forcing all of the attacking shinobi back. He even freed the Kusanagi from the web. He looked at his reflection in his sword. "No," Orochimaru shouted, "stop him." Shin no Appo. Stage 3. Too late. The technique was started. Infinite darkness technique. Naruto felt his vision go completely black. It seemed his was the only one because he could still hear the footstep of the others. From the chakra he felt, it was the second Hokage attacking. He raised both his swords. Thank you Zabuza. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 8 clones appeared. 8 point. They spoke for all to hear: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He named, which will I go for? Once the second Hokage was in range, the Naruto clones struck. Their blades each hit one of the lethal point they named with great accuracy. They wouldn't kill the dead, but it was enough to stop him and break the genjutsu. They each drew a high-powered explosive tag. They placed them on various parts of the second Hokage and ignited them. With great strength he kicked the time bomb toward the enemies. Dodge. Unfortunately they decided to listen to him. The second Hokage went off in a glorious explosion. Outside. How did he do that? Kurenai asked. The second Hokage's skill in genjutsu is second only to his water techniques. We never taught him to fight on that level, even we can't fight on that level. That was the silent killing technique, Yugo stated. Momochi must have taught him. What else can he do? Hana asked. How powerful has he become, without our help? You're going to see. A voice behind them spoke. They turned to see Samui, Tayuya, Zabuza and the Kyuubi. Inside Spider sticking spit instead of his sword. Kidomaru aimed for Naruto. The blonde sheathed his elemental sword, freeing his hand, and sidestepped and grabbed the strands of web. With a powerful tug he pulled Kidomaru toward him. Raising his blade he made 2 cuts, the first separating the web from Kidomaru. The second cut to the spider-like man across the chest before kicking him away. With the web in hand he swung it like a lasso, catching the second Hokage and pulled him forward. He cut the restrained water user, stunning him before tossing his into a web-covered bundle. He felt the chakra spike behind him. Lightly leaning to the side he avoided the bone lance from Kimimaro. Because of the momentum that he continued to charge. This exposed his back to Naruto, who cut him deeply. Orochimaru watched in disbelief. How could this child have such power? He no longer even has his demon. The Sannin could take it no more. He entered the fight as well. 10,000 snakes waved from Orochimaru's mouth. A massive amount of snakes crawled. He no longer had the kusanagi to add, but his snakes were still venomous. Naruto raised his elemental sword and swung. The fire he released wasn't as hot as he had hoped, but the widespread range made up for it. The snakes were ashes before they covered half the distance to him. Orochimaru stared Naruto in the eyes. That was a mistake he would soon regret. Shin no Ippo. Stage 2. The snake Sannin froze in place, unable to breathe. He knew what Naruto was saying. Don't interfere and enjoy the show. No choice, he began to break the illusion on his lungs. The split Yukon ran toward the distracted blonde, forgetting he was a censor. Naruto turned to him before he got too close. The blonde raised his sword to strike the twin down. Wood style. Silent strangle jutsu. Naruto was caught off guard as the wood surrounded him. Nearly every part of his body but one arm was restricted. Unfortunately, that handheld kusanagi, if he let go he would be unarmed. He was trapped. Demon parasite jutsu. Naruto turned to Yukon. The twin grabbed the blonde and began to meld into him. What is this? Naruto asked. Like it? Yukon asked. It's my bloodline. He bragged. It allows me to destroy your body on a cellular level. Hey, is that all? Naruto asked. Yukon felt pain erupt in his melded body. It was like something was tearing him apart, just like his technique. What did you do? My body has the ability to destroy all foreign ailments such as parasites. Naruto stated. You are being torn apart on a cellular level. He smirked. You are literally being given a taste of your own medicine. Yukon did the smart thing. It was also the only thing he could do. He cancelled his jutsu and separated himself from Naruto. Saken, seeing his brother in pain, ran to his side. Naruto, using kusanagi, cut through the wood. It was pretty easy with an unbreakable sword. Saken charged the now free Naruto with Yukon trailing him. Naruto took a stance to attack them once they were in range. They were finally in range when Naruto spoke. Invert. Saken heard the blonde speak. He knew the technique. Turning on a dime, he impaled the kunai into his victim. However, it wasn't Naruto. The blonde was actually standing to his side, not that Sakin cared. It was Yukon. His brother. Brother, Yukon gasped in betrayal. Why? Sakin screamed. It was scream of pain, not pain of flesh. He would have relished in that. What he felt was a pain of the heart. In his blind anger he charged Naruto only to be cut down as well. Well, Orochimaru, Naruto spoke, what else do you have? Orochimaru was at a complete loss against Naruto. His best shinobi were being tossed around like rag dolls while the cages were indisposed, and he couldn't interfere. The Kyuubi was free, decimating his army. Sarutobi was resting, soon to be back on his toes. Time for my escape plan, he thought. Enough, Orochimaru called, we are leaving. But Orochimaru-sama, Kidomaru called, we can beat him, all we have to do is enter our Seiko. You fool, Orochimaru shouted. Look and see, he pointed to Naruto. The brat hasn't even left that very spot since this battle began. Do you think I'll just let you go? Naruto asked. Those 6 words won't work this time? No, Orochimaru spoke. You'll let us all go for this. He pulled out a scroll with a spiral crest on it. When the third Hokage saw the scroll, he began to choke on his pipe. Now Naruto was curious on the scroll. What is that? Naruto asked if the old man acts like that from a scroll. This Naruto, he motioned, is the sword style used by your very own mother. Naruto felt everything stop. The sword style of his mother. Give it to me, Naruto demanded. Only on one condition, Orochimaru spoke. You do not pursue us. He could escape the other ninja, but even I can't escape a censor without difficulty. What do you say? Why shouldn't I kill you all and take it? Naruto asked. Revenge. He answered simply, against Anko for her betrayal to you. He smirked. Imagine, my death is the one thing she wants most in this world. They turned to see her watching them outside the barrier. Take that from her and you'll have your payback tenfold. Don't listen to him, Naruto. Sarutobi screamed. He'll say anything to save his own skin. Or are you trying to save your own sensei? Orochimaru asked. Where do you think I got this scroll, Naruto? Naruto didn't answer. It was here, guarded by the Hokage. He spat. He kept it from you this whole time. Don't lie. Did you have it? Naruto asked coldly. He knew he couldn't lie, not to a censor. I did, he admitted. I was going to give it to you, but it was missing. When were you going to give it? Orochimaru asked. You could have given it to him at any time. I only stole it earlier this week. He stated, I know you can tell when someone is lying to you. I am not. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, couldn't come up with an excuse. Everything Orochimaru had said was completely true. Naru, set the scroll down and leave, Naruto ordered. You have my word, I will not pursue. No, Anko shouted from outside the barrier. Don't do this, Naruto. Kill him, she begged. You promised me you would kill him. Are you going back on your word? She froze on the level of killing intent directed toward her. It was coming from Naruto, who never dropped his smile. I promised my hubbyheim that I would kill him, Naruto stated. You are no longer my heim, so I have no need to kill him for you. He spat. I will however kill him. Eventually, he turned to the snake. Sanin. It will be at a later date. He turned to Anko. It won't be for you, it'll just be so it can be said I don't go back on my word. Anko couldn't believe the words she was hearing. Naruto was going to let Orochimaru, the one who made her life miserable, go. Naruto. She growled, I hate you. She knew that would have killed the old Naruto. Okay. He stated confused, is that supposed to hurt me? The feeling's mutual. But it wouldn't faze this one. Orochimaru sat the scroll on the ground and moved back a great distance. He had the clones to disperse and the barriers drop. Just like that, the snake Sanin and his team were off. The Anbu chased after them, but they were stopped by Kidomaru's web. They finally do something and they fail. He actually wasn't all that surprised. We have one of the sound shinobi, Hana stated, pointing to Tayuya. Right here. She's not the enemy, Naruto stated. She's on my side. She's a sound shinobi, which means she works for Orochimaru. Anko growled. She is the enemy. Anko and the Anbu moved in to surround Tayuya in an attempt to capture her. They were blocked by Samui, Zabuza and Kyuubi. Stand down, Momochi. An Anbu-dressed Yugo ordered, and this isn't your problem, Kumo-nin. Actually, it will be in 4, 3, 2, 1. Naruto spoke. Hello, Raikage-sama. Hello, kid. The Raikage spoke. That was amazing, thank you. Raikage-sama. An Anbu called, please order you shinobi to stand down. Samui. What are you doing? He asked. This is something I'd expect from Kurai. I'm sorry, Raikage-sama. Samui bowed. I was just protecting my fiancé's fiancé. Okay, wait, what? He exclaimed more than asked. When did you get a fiancé? Who is he? Naruto. Samui called, I'd like my fiancé by my side. Naruto walked over and stood between her and Tayuya. Both Samui and Tayuya leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. Kyuubi walked over and got a kiss in as well. Every shinobi was thrown through a loop. You're getting married? Hana asked sadly. The mistresses of Konoha felt as if their heart had been torn out and stabbed. They had never thought Naruto would move on so fast. Not after all they had been through. Has he moved on already? Has he forgotten us? Samui. The Raikage shouted, how could you marry him? That wasn't the order. Order? The Hokage asked. I'll explain, old man, Naruto spoke. These two were ordered to seduce me and bear my children. That earned some glares. I gave them an alternative which both were happy with. How does that involve marriage? That was for us, Naruto spoke. After some dating we got drunk and... Though you couldn't get drunk. Anko spoke. All the drinking they did. I'm sure I was drugged. Strangely, Samui was the one who avoided eye contact, and woke up engaged. He smiled fondly. I kind of want to see where it goes. Well, I'm canceling it. The Raikage shouted. I will not lose one of my best Junin that easily. I'm sorry, Naruto. Sarutobi spoke, but I can't allow your marriage to either of these women. How about another deal? Naruto offered. To the both of you. We're listening, the Raikage answered. The secret to defeating your worst enemy. Naruto spoke. You don't mean, the Kages saw hope. Yes, the secret to defeating. Defeating what? Anko asked. An enemy to 2 Kages. Paperwork. Naruto finished. The Kages fell to their knees. This was the moment they had hoped actually existed. Now they would be free. The Junin and Anbu couldn't believe what they were seeing. Here were 2 Kage leaders bowing to a genin. Tell us, Naruto-sama, they begged. We'll do anything. I have many more kunoichi in Kumo. The Raikage spoke. I can. No, Naruto spoke. All amusement gone. I'm happy with Samui, he looked at the Kages. All I want is for them to be free to come and go as they please, as my wives. Deal. Many couldn't believe that Naruto had just turned down a harem. The men wouldn't have. That was one of the few traits what made him desirable to the Ice Queen. They missed it. They wished their boyfriends were like that. Naruto. Hiruzen spoke. As well as this has been, there is matters we need to attend, he sighed, with the council. Can I? No, the Hokage stopped him. Whatever it is, no, he shouted. They need what little of their mind working intact. Fine, Naruto grumbled before smirking. Let's meet the council. We have much to discuss. We do have much to discuss, Hokage-sama. He turned to the Hokage, who flinched, especially concerning my mother. Review. I know most of you are wondering about my methods. Just keep reading. Everything I do has a point for either now or in a few chapters. Except for bashings, that's just fun. Next 2 chapters may be slow, but it'll pick back up after. Chapter 17. I do not own, Naruto, Council. I have gathered you all to discuss some important matters. The third spoke, matter concerning the myself, the village and... He hated this part, Naruto. Kill the demon. He should be banished. Silence, Sarutobi growled in a low voice. He will not be executed or banished. He turned to the door. Come in. Naruto walked in with confidence. The council hated, a fox on his head. He made his way toward the Hokage and bowed. He turned to the council. All right. Let's get this over with. Naruto spoke. You brat. A fat civilian shouted. You will show us respect. Respect is earned. Naruto snapped, not given from simple names or titles. We are the council, we stand ab. Yeah. Naruto out loud. Here is the new pecking order. He pointed to them. It goes you, the dirt, the worms inside of the dirt, that guy in the bandages. Danzo. Sume-san. The Hokage. Then himself. Then me, any questions? You demon, a kunai was lodged into his skull. What, he broke the third's law. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, the Hokage sighed, it's time we got to business. Yes. One of the elders spoke. It has come to our attention that you have abilities not taught by your sensei and gave village secrets to Kumo. I didn't give Kumo anything, Naruto stated. I traded with them. And what did you trade? Hiyashi asked, having a good idea, and what did you receive? I traded the eyes of Neji Hyuga. Naruto answered, earning a volley of shouts, for one of the 4 treasures of the Rikido himself. That silenced them. Why you lie? One Sakura Haruno shouted. The sage's weapons wouldn't be traded for eyes that won't work. Are you related to Sakura Haruno? Naruto asked. She is my daughter? I see where she ets her voice from, he stated, earning a laugh from many. You were right, they wouldn't trade them for that, so I fixed them. Impossible. Hiyashi stated, once the cage bird seal is on a placed branch member, it destroys the eyes if removed. He was so sure, no amount of medical chakra could heal them. Who said anything about medical chakra? Naruto asked. I'm talking about medical blood. Medical blood? Danzo asked. What else is he capable of? My blood has near healing properties, Naruto stated. How do you think I survived those beatings as a child with no mark? No one answered, but they thought the same. The demon. Because of that, Kumo can experiment with a healthy pair of eyes. The civilian side of council began ranting that the demon should be killed for giving village secrets. The shinobi side that hated him began yelling on harvesting his blood. Shut up or I'll turn you all into a trees. Naruto stated. They heard what happened. So they can restore blindness? Danzo asked. What else can they do? What are the limits? He needed to know how far the boy could take Konoha. I can heal nearly anything if I put enough blood to it. Naruto stated. I would offer to heal you as thanks, but I think you want to keep them. Danzo nodded. Brat, Sakura called. What treasure did you get and where is it? It was the banana palm fan, he answered. I have it sealed into my new sword. He held the weapon for them to see. Now all of its power is in here. Then we the council demand that you hand the fan over, Sakura shouted, and the Kusanagi blade you stole from Orochimaru. The civilians agreed. Sasuke could use it more than you. No, we the council, I will eat you, Naruto stated, filling the room with fear. I will use Akamichi seasoning, roast you and then eat you. Silence works every time. These swords are mine, understand? He glared at the civilians. The only way to get these are through my cold, dead and moving corpse. He increased the glare. You're all welcome to try, but know this, he increased the fear. I will come at you with razor blades and lemon juice, rotten lemon juice. Bra Naruto-san. Hiyashi spoke. Could your blood heal Neji? It could, he answered, but I won't allow it, not with my blood. Why are you leaving him like that? Hiyashi asked. He is a great Hyuga and could help the clan, and he means nothing to you. For Hinata, he answered. I have no romantic feelings for her, but what he did was below even trash. He looked the civilians in the eyes, turning on a family member who has never done him wrong. All she wanted was his love. He looked to Hiruzen. How could I do anything less? I have received a few complaints. Sakura's mother shouted. It seems that this brat has been tormenting my daughter and Sasuke-sama with death threats since their first C-rank mission. I have, Naruto admitted. See, another civilian shouted. Kill the silence. Sume shouted. Please explain, Naruto-kun. The Uchiha demanded my secrets and then Sakura attacked me when I refused. Naruto answered. I was within my rights to defend myself as I see fit. It was true. Where did you learn these techniques from? Inoichi asked. I was under the impression that Kakashi was focused on the Uchiha. I was trained by the Ice Queens of Konoha, Naruto answered blankly. There have been accusations that your relationship with them have. The Nara clan head looked for the right words, troublesome. They were my heims, Naruto admitted, they were everything to me. You say that in past tense, the Nara stated, what happened? Your son, he looked to Sume, and your daughter, to Inoichi. Naruto-san, Inoichi called. I would like to apologize for my daughter. Naruto-kun. Sume spoke. I must apologize for my son and daughter as well. I already got even with him, Naruto stated to Sume before turning to Inoichi. She helped show me who I was dealing with. He smiled happily. Now I have my new Heims. Yes, your Heims? Sakura stated. We believe that they should be given to the Uchiha. The civilians agreed. We can interrogate them for all they know and you will do nothing, Naruto stated in a tone that could melt ice. If you do, I will leave you as nothing more than a broken husk. Listen here, demon. I am no demon, Naruto stated. One of my Heims may be one, but I was not lucky enough. He sighed. I was born a simple human. What do you mean by that? The Nara clan head asked on edge, as was everyone else. My Kitsuheim, Naruto answered, is the Kyuubi herself. Impossible. One civilian shouted, you are the Kyuubi. I've had enough of this. The fox spoke, scaring the council. Naruto-kun is not me. The fox jumped and took a human form. I am the Kyuubi. Any questions? No way, are you the Kyuubi? A stupid civilian shouted. You're a woman. Everyone knows that the 9 demons are genderless, many agreed, or at least male. Fewer agreed. I see, she stated. Naruto? Go right ahead, my Heim, Naruto encouraged. Kyuubi walked toward the man and grabbed him by the neck. In a flashy display, her body was engulfed in a bright flame. Once the fire dispersed, the council and Hokage held their breath. Behind her flowed 9 glorious tails and on her head, 2 fox-like ears. She raised a claw-like nail. Like Naruto, she stated, my chakra is toxic. The claw began glowing red, but mine is more potent. She waved it in his face. If I scratch you with this, then that part will erode away, she smirked. Should I do it? What part should it be? Kyuubi-san. The Hokage called. We need some of the civilian council alive. Can I still kill this guy? She asked. Ye know, he answered. Dropping the man, she faced Naruto. We're going to set the training field up for your new sword style. With a kiss she was off. New style? Sume asked, trying to be friendly. I was told you were training in 2 styles. She spoke. 3 already, you must. Sume-san, I know what you're trying to do, Naruto stated. I won't seek revenge on your daughter. What about my son? She asked. Or mine? Hiruzen asked. And my daughter Naruto? Inoichi asked. Naruto didn't answer. What's this new one? Danzo asked. It must be good if you let Orochimaru go. Danzo. The Hokage growled. How did he know what happened? Before he could ask, Sakura spoke. You let ANS rank enemy of the leaf escape, Sakura. Shouted more than asked. Over a simple scroll. Many were just as angered. What sword style could be worth that? My mother's, he answered calmly. A little too calmly. Naruto. Hiruzen called. Stay calm. I am calm, Naruto answered. Your mother? Sakura asked. What 2-bit whore spread her legs to give birth to you? Instead of getting angry like many expected, he put on a smile. The same smile he wore while fighting Neji. Only the shinobi were able to notice it. Naruto. Sarutobi called. I'm calm, Naruto repeated. I'm like the honey badger, he stated. I don't give a shit. Well but Naruto continued. If I hear anyone badmouth my mother, the room became cold. I'll hunt you assholes down and feed you your own genitals. They backed up in fright. I don't care if your mother's there, your grandmother, innocent bystanders, little kids, babysitters, bill collectors. I'll leave the whole area with cold fear and hot with piss if I have to. Do you know why? Silence. Because I just don't give a fuck. You've been taking lessons from Tayuya, haven't you? Hiruzen asked. He wouldn't meet the Hokage's gaze. Naruto. Sume spoke. Who is your mother? She had an idea. Kushina Uzumaki, he answered. I'm sure you've heard of her. The entire council went silent. They all knew who Kushina was. She was one of the most skilled and powerful kunoichi in history. Her skill with the sword was said to have matched the 7 swordsmen of the mist. If she was alive, then many would have believed her equal to the Sannin themselves. Naruto with that skill, many shuddered at the very thought alone. As her son, Hiruzen spoke. He will inherit everything of hers. He glared at the council. That means, even the Uzumaki bank account. Naruto. Sume spoke. I was very close friends with Cushion, I could tell you about her. I would like that. He gave her a sincere smile. We shouldn't allow him that style. Someone shouted, what if he seeks revenge? If you hadn't wronged me, then you have nothing to fear. Naruto stated, are you saying that you've wronged me? Silence. Hokage-sama. Naruto spoke in a mocking tone. You still haven't told me why you tried to deny me my mother's style. I was trying to protect you. The Hokage spoke. I call bullshit. Naruto stated. I was beaten and tortured so many times that only a ninja can cause me pain. He growled. You call that protection? It was for your own good. He tried to reason. Your mother made a lot of enemies. If I had her style I could have protected myself. Naruto stated. I would have done everything to master her style. Exactly. The Hokage snapped. You would have. That's the problem. He reasoned. That would have gained too much attention from her enemies in and out of the village. He calmed himself. You probably would have been used as a political tool or ended up like Sasuke. Uchiha. It's only because of the Uchiha part I'm not going off the deep end. Naruto. The Aburame clan head spoke. How were you able to use the Izanagi? He asked. It's an Uchiha bloodline technique. My bloodline gives me the ability to use any genjutsu. Naruto answered. I can actually collect fear and become more powerful. Without limit. Lies. Kushina never had a bloodline. Mothers aren't the only ones that can pass on a bloodline, Naruto stated. I've never heard of that bloodline. The Nara spoke. You wouldn't have, Naruto stated. I am the second human to possess it. He smiled at the council. It was given to me by Q-chan. That demon can give bloodlines. Sakura shouted. We should make her. Make her what, Haruno? Naruto asked. Make her what? She was silenced under his blindfolded gaze. Everyone went silent at the intense hatred in his voice. Have you forgotten who my Hime is? She is the Kyuubi. They all paled. If she were to attack then, Konoha would be screwed and I'd be behind her all the way. But, she's the reason why you're hated, one of the elders spoke. This earned her a glare. No, she isn't, Naruto stated. I am hated because people blamed me for her actions. They looked away. They couldn't see the difference between the kunai and the scroll. Why are you defending her? A civilian asked. She's unholy. Unholy, you say? Naruto asked. He opened his jacket and ripped his shirt. It didn't show skin. Instead it showed an endless abyss of horrors even dreams couldn't make. The screams of terror that filled the room would forever be remembered. Even the ever-stoic Hyuga and Aburame clan headed couldn't keep silent. Danzo and Hiruzen were no different either. Their screams mixed well with the others as they cried out for their moms to make the bad things go away. Not soon enough, Naruto closed his cloths. He sealed the nightmare away. For now. Anything else? Naruto asked. The horror? Danzo wailed. The horror. Where does your food go? The Hyuga asked. It explains the unholy amount of ramen he eats. Hiruzen stated. Unholy? Naruto asked. The nightmare had returned. Stop that, Hiruzen ordered. I can't take much more of this. The nightmare was gone. The council stared at Naruto, too afraid to speak. Naruto, could you show us the bloodline? What do you want to see? Naruto asked. I could show you wonders only seen in your dreams or horrors of your worst nightmare. He offered. I could give you whatever you want or take it away. Naruto. Hiruzen asked. Could you show a? I got it, he shouted, cutting the Hokage off. Old man, after this you can consider yourself forgiven. Naruto undid his blindfold and gazed into Hiruzen's eyes. He found what he was searching for. I am sorry. Monkey-kun. A sweet voice called. The entire council turned to the voice and gasped at the sight. A woman. She was beautiful in a motherly way. She looked kind, but had a firm gaze in her eyes. Take her away. Hiruzen pleaded. I beg you, Naruto, please, take her away. Naruto knew that whoever this woman was, she was precious to him. He loved to mess with a person's fear, never their heart. I'm sorry. Naruto repeated. Who is she? You beast? Sakura shouted. That is Bawako Sarutobi, she stated. Late wife of the third Hokage. I want to know, Monkey-kun. Bawako spoke. Why did I have to die among strangers? Where were you when I was being killed? She whispered. I called for you. You didn't come to save me. She sobbed. You promised to always protect me. You never needed protection. He spoke through tears. You were a strong woman. He stood straight. You never feared death. You were a kunoichi, a soldier. You're damn right I was. She spoke in a tone only he knew. So stop sulking and be who you were. She ordered. You're the Hokage, not some spineless fool, so act like it. Yes, dear. And like that she was gone. Naruto, Hiruzen spoke. I believe it's time to get down to our last bit of business. He should be put on the CRA, Danzo stated. I accept, Naruto spoke, on the conditions that I choose my wives. Done. Naruto. Sarutobi spoke. You are hereby promoted to Chunin. Only Chunin, Naruto asked. I would have pushed for Junin, but you need more experience. Fine, I know when I'm beaten. And lastly, Hiruzen spoke. I am retiring. I've been at this too long. He admitted, earning a gasp. It's time I give the position up. I've decided to give it to my old student. Jiraiya? Someone asked. No, the female shouted. Don't worry, ladies, Naruto soothed. He won't be peeking anytime soon. Naruto. Sarutobi spoke. What did you do to my student? I caught him peeking on my himes, Naruto stated. I had to punish him. I am sending Jiraiya Naruto to retrieve Tsunade. Hiruzen spoke. She will be given the title. You're sending a genin, Chunin, Naruto corrected. A Chunin that seduced 2 foreign kunoichi and now possesses 2 powerful weapons. Hiruzen spoke. Beat the one-tailed demon after a match with a true Hyuga prodigy. He continued. Beat Orochimaru and his elite shinobi along with 2 of the reanimated Hokages. He looked at the council, all in the time span of a single hour. They stayed silent. What if she doesn't come willingly? Naruto asked. I leave it in your capable hands. Hiruzen spoke, dismissed. Come on, Sume-chan. Naruto spoke. I want to hear about my mom, say over ramen. But I hate ramen. Dodge. Naruto tackled her out of the way as a thin snake-like object moved toward her. What is that? Someone asked. You shouldn't have insulted ramen, Naruto stated. Now it's out for revenge. Kill it with fire. You can't kill ramen, Naruto stated. Then what do we do? Dodge. And dodge they did. Review Chapter 18. I do not own Naruto. Search. Naruto and Jiraiya began their search early the next morning. What can you tell me about this Tsunade? Naruto asked. What are we searching for? Well, she has the largest set of information that's relevant, Naruto stated. Fine, Jiraiya sulked. She is a Sannin like me and Orochimaru and is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Jiraiya spoke. She is by far the greatest medic nin in history and is considered the most powerful kunoichi. She is already considered the strongest human. Her strength makes even guys look like a weakling. Naruto felt a shudder of excitement. A strong opponent, he thought. No focus. She's not an enemy. She has a horrible drinking and gambling addiction. Her luck is awful. It can't be that bad, Naruto stated. Can it? Her losing streak has earned her a title. Jiraiya said. It's the... He took a dramatic pose. Legendary sucker. You're supposed to be a legendary shinobi? Naruto asked. No respect, the Sannin mumbled. Would you like to hear her other title? If it's anything like, no, Jiraiya waved it off. This one will catch your attention. Well, what is it? Jiraiya smirked. The Slug Princess. Naruto gave Jiraiya a long blank stare through his blindfolds. After a simple minute he walked off toward their destination. Jiraiya barely heard Naruto mumbling to himself. Ahem. Say, Naruto. Jiraiya spoke. How would you like to sign the Toad contract? No, Naruto answered. I could teach you some ninjutsu. He tried. What kid doesn't like flashy jutsus? No thank you, Naruto answered. What? Jiraiya couldn't believe what he was hearing. But I'm a Sannin. I could teach you jutsus that would make Kakashi jealous. It's not that I don't like ninjutsu, Naruto spoke. It's just that I'm a Soul Gen and Kenjutsu user. But even the best in those fields use ninjutsu. Jiraiya spoke. Look at the 7 swordsmen and even the greatest genjutsu masters. He continued. There are also situations where power is just required. Yes, I'm aware of that, Naruto admitted. That's why I have this. He gestured to his elemental sword. I can attack with all 5 elements when most have only 1 or 2. And defense? Jiraiya was sure he had him. How do you defend against a strong attack? Shouldn't I be able to rely on my partner? Naruto asked. Well, yes, he agreed. But some attacks can't be blocked easily. If I can't overpower it or hide from it, then I take the hit. Are you crazy? Jiraiya asked. Some of those attacks could kill a person on the spot. Yes, Naruto answered. I can however take a lot of punishment, but it's just genjutsu. The last person who insulted genjutsu ended up eating maggots, Naruto warned. Neither of them had anything else to say to the other, so it was a quiet trip. They were moving through some town when they decided to find a hotel. Hello sir, a lady spoke. Are you Jiraiya of the Sannin? Maybe, he answered the lovely lady. Who are you? I'm a fan of your work, she spoke with a blush. I must say that I love. Lies, he shouted. He had a low trust on women after the hot spring incident. Drop you disguise monster. He never did find out they were illusions. I will not be bested a second time. Needless to say, things got real stupid real fast. Lucky for Naruto, he decided to go and get a room. He left the Sannin to his punishment. Knock knock. Naruto had felt two powerful chakra signatures at the door. One was greater than his without his fear and Kyuubi. Needless to say, he had to open the door. On the other side were two figures in black cloaks with red clouds. One was Kisame, a rogue member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. The other was Itachi, older brother to Sasuke and the killer of their clan. Yes, Naruto asked. Can I help you too, Naruto Uzumaki? Itachi spoke. You will come with us. I need an adult. Naruto shouted. I need an adult. We are adults. All eyes turned to Kisame. What, we are? Naruto closed the door in their faces. He didn't lock it. He had a good reason for not doing so. When the two opened the door, they were greeted with a horrible sight. Guy and Lee. Overweight. Sunset. Overweight. Lingerie. Overweight. Men hugging. Needless to say, Itachi closed the door. I did not need to see that, Itachi spoke. Hey, is it getting hot in here? Kisame asked, earning a look from Itachi. What? Oh, don't look at me like. He was cut off by a large explosion of flame from the other side of the room. They were able to avoid it at the last moment without any burns. Naruto took a swing with his elemental sword and unleashed a torrent of lighting. Kisame stepped forward and unsheathed his own sword. The lighting hit full force and began to dissipate. My sword eats chakra, Kisame bragged. Your attack is useless. Naruto cut the stream and ran forward. Kisame followed suit. Their blades collided and Naruto instantly had regrets. He hadn't crossed blades with a sword this naturally heavy since Zabuza. You could only imagine the extra weight Kisame was adding. Jumping back, he drew the kusanagi and took a stance. Dance of the Poisoned Snake. The move was precise and perfect, as always, unfortunately for Naruto. His opponent was a S-rank ninja. Unlike Orochimaru, this one actually specialized in kenjutsu. Kisame merely sidestepped the blows as if they weren't there. The best Naruto was able to do was put a scratch on his face. Itachi, a pain in the butt, called, I'm here to kill you. Chidori the younger Uchiha charged forward with the intent to kill. The elder simply grabbed him by the wrist and directed the blow to the wall. Naruto had to admit, the crater was impressive. The explosions began to draw a lot of attention from citizens. Many started leaving their rooms to see the cause of the commotion. This would make it difficult for Naruto to fight. All right, Itachi, Naruto spoke. How about we do this in a genjutsu duel? I'm listening. If you win, then I come with you, he offered, and if I win, then you two take Sakura Haruno in my place. Did you say, Haruno? Itachi asked. Yee, hell no. Please, no, Itachi spoke. How about we just leave you alone? Fine. A poof of smoke appeared and Jiraiya appeared on a giant toad. His pose was so ridiculous the toad looked embarrassed. It is I, Jiraiya of the... Shut up, Naruto ordered. I have it under control. Naruto began undoing his blindfold as Itachi's Sharingan began to change. Since I was the one challenged by you two, I choose the battlefield. Naruto spoke. I assert reality. What's the game? Asked Itachi. And the rules? First to hesitate or fails to come up with an idea, Naruto spoke, loses. The whole area began to change as the two shinobi activated their genjutsu to the fullest. Reality really did shift and change under the skill of the two genjutsu masters. Even the civilians and other shinobi were drawn into the world of illusions. They became nothing and everything, the power of illusion. Warning: the battle isn't much of a battle, it's just one-upping, so no whining about it, I'll make it up next chapter. Naruto made the first move. I am the dire wolf, he spoke, a prey-stalking lethal prowler. Reality began to take form. A dire wolf came forward from nothing. It began to growl and snarl as it lunged toward Itachi, fangs bare. I am a hunter, Itachi spoke, horse mounted and wolf stabbing. A hunter wielding a large spear appeared from nowhere. Just as Itachi described, the hunter was on top of a large horse. Naruto felt the spear pierce him. Had any of it been real, the blow would have been lethal. I am the horsefly, Naruto spoke, horse stinging and hunter throwing. Konohashino Aburame almost cracked a smile. He knew somewhere someone was using an insect for something other than insult. Itachi felt the fly bite him as if he were the horse. He also felt the unseen ground as the hunter was tossed. I am the spider, Itachi spoke, fly consuming and eight-legged. Naruto felt himself wrapped in the hungry spider's merciless web. From the shadows the large arachnid made its was down the webs. He felt as the fangs pierced him and drained his blood. Konohashino lost his almost smile. I am the snake, Naruto spoke, spider devouring and poisoned tooth. The snake swallowed the spider in one gulp. Naruto knew from experience what that was like. He actually took a little pleasure as the insect squirmed for its freedom. I am the ox, Itachi groaned, snake crushing and heavy-footed. Heavy-footed is right. Naruto could feel himself crushed under the beast. Time to take this up a notch. I am disease, Naruto spoke, plague causing and warm life destroying. The ox body of Itachi began to rot away. For a second, a minor second, Itachi showed an emotion, fear. Not at the challenge but at the choice. So I struck a nerve. He decided to act as if Itachi hadn't hesitated. I am a world, Itachi spoke, life nurturing. This caught many off guard, especially Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha, nurturing. I am a nova, Naruto spoke, all destroying and planet cremating. Itachi felt as he was burned to nothing but was never even touched. I am the beyond, Itachi spoke, past the stars and life embracing. Time to end this. I am the anti-life, Naruto spoke, the beast at the end that will consume all. Naruto stepped forward. Even you, Itachi, but disease is already working on that. Itachi jumped back and broke the illusion. He lost. Itachi, Kisame called. What happened? You never lose in genjutsu. He caught me by surprise, Itachi spoke. Well, let's grab the brat and go. Kisame took a swing at Naruto and cut through his legs. Izanagi Naruto appeared unharmed. Itachi was caught by surprise at what he had saw. Naruto had used an Uchiha-only technique, capable only by the Sharingan. Or so he thought. Man, Naruto thought even with my fear that sword took a huge chunk out of my reserves. Let's go, Kisame, Itachi ordered, we're leaving, but. Now, his tone brokered no argument. He turned to Naruto, before we leave, what beats the anti-life? He had to know. Naruto couldn't help but smirk when he answered, hope. Itachi gave a nod of understanding before leaving. Neither Naruto nor Jiraiya tried to follow them. Well, that was, Dobi, Sasuke growled, how did you make Itachi retreat? I used the technique I learned in this scroll. He held out a blue scroll. Sasuke snatched and immediately tore it open to read, Dear Teme. You deserve this. Dodge pink paint launched itself onto Sasuke's forehead in small letter. It read. I love pink-haired and big foreheaded girls. Wah. He never finished as Naruto punched him unconscious. Naruto, Jiraiya spoke, was that? Dynamic entry. Jiraiya felt a powerful kick land on his face. Hello, Guy-sensei. Naruto greeted, I need a favor. What can I do for such a youthful friend of mine? Unlike Tenten, Guy didn't resent Naruto for what happened to Neji. If I cannot do it, then I. Well, Naruto spoke, cutting him off. I need you to unclothe Sasuke Teme and leave him in front of his fangirls. Consider it done, Guy spoke. That's it? Naruto asked. You're not going to complain or ask anything on stripping an underage boy? It's not my first time, Guy admitted. How do you think Lee and Neji get patched up after Tenten has a fit? So true, Tenten held nothing back with her babies as she called them. Thank you, Sensei. Naruto spoke. Here's a tortoise, to go with Lee's turtle. He handed it over. Careful now. Naruto warned. Lee's is male, so don't leave them alone. You carry tortoises with you? Jiraiya asked. I will keep them from breeding? Guy shouted, ignoring Jiraiya. And if I cannot, then I will train the babies to be youthful. Now, Naruto stated, let's go find us a female Sannin. Review. I know short, but it gets better. Chapter 19. I do not own Naruto, Tsunade. Their journey hadn't been too long before Jiraiya met his informant, in a strip club. Apparently my genjutsu side effect only works when he's not paying. How sad is that? From what he was told, Tsunade was in the village they were now entering. Now all they had to do was find her and convince her to return home. Okay, Naruto. Jiraiya spoke. My sources told me she's somewhere in here. He looked around. Look for any signs of unnatural damage near bars or casinos. He ordered. She tends to get aggravated when she loses. He took a serious tone. We could be here for a while, so I need to do research to gain some information while you Naruto spoke, cutting him off. I could look for the largest chakra source in the area. Censors. Jiraiya sighed. Takes all the fun out of the hunt. Hunt? Naruto questioned. We are trying to find our future leader, not be predators, Naruto shouted. We get enough of that from Orochimaru. And there is my first Orochi pedo joke. With no better plan, they decided to follow Naruto's idea. They ended up in front of a bar just as Jiraiya stated they would. They found Tsunade with her assistant and a pig. I was denied rabbit stew, now I can make up with pork. Tsunade. Jiraiya called. Long time no see. Jiraiya. She was shocked to say the least. What are you doing here? What? He feigned hurt. Can't I visit an old friend? No, she and Naruto answered. Whose side are you on? Jiraiya asked Naruto. The side that gets that pig in my belly. Naruto answered. Oink. Naruto took his eyes off the pig and the lady holding him. He was focused on the female Sannin. You are Tsunade? He asked. Yes, she answered, eyeing Naruto cautiously. And you are? I am Naruto Uzumaki, he answered proudly. Uzumaki? She asked. You're Kushina's boy? Yes, he took her hand, giving it a light kiss. It is an honor to meet you. Tsunade couldn't hold down her blush. My Slugheim. Jiraiya. Tsunade spoke. If you took lessons from him, then you could actually get a lady that didn't charge. That's just not fair, Jiraiya grumbled. I am Jiraiya the gallant, why don't I get respect? He asked before pointing to Naruto. Don't you already have enough women with your girlfriend and 2 fiancés? Girlfriend? Fiancés? Oink. I'll eat you, oink. I am in a very open relationship with my Heims. Naruto stated calmly, and Kyuubi Heim is actually demanding that I have more Heims, just so she can be Alpha Heim. Well, I'm impressed, Tsunade admitted, but I'm a bit old for you. I know you're as old as this perverted toad here, Naruto stated. He almost earned a chakra punch to the face, almost. But I see no problem with that. He admitted, to me it only makes you a more fine wine. Tsunade turned a shade of red that put tomatoes to shame. Why couldn't you be this smooth? She asked Jiraiya. So how open was that relationship you mentioned? Very, Naruto answered. Just 3 conditions, which are, you must honestly love me, he stated, you come back and be our Hokage, he continued, and you let me roast that pig. What? I'm hungry foe. No, she shouted. About being the Hokage, she glared at Jiraiya. Explain. Jiraiya told Tsunade everything that had happened and how they ended up searching for her, from Orochimaru's failed invasion to the 3rd Hokage finally stepping down. Needless to say, she was not pleased with any of it at all. Are you out of your mind, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Why would I want that fool title? That question struck a nerve in our favorite blonde. Is Naruto going to have to choke a bitch? The village needs you, Tsunade, Jiraiya stated. Think of all you could do to help. Forget it, she stated. I'm never going back to that village again. It looks like Naruto is going to have to choke a bitch. Pathetic, Naruto spoke. I expected better from you. What are you rambling on about? You aren't the one was I told of, Naruto stated in disappointment. Where is the woman the Hokage and this perverted fool spoke so highly of? He asked in outrage. This caused Tsunade to lower her head in shame. All I see is a spoiled woman drowning herself in her own self-pity. He gave a mock sigh. I guess Jiraiya really was the good student out of the Sannin. I feel disappointed. What happened to all that fine wine you spoke of? It's spoiled, Naruto answered. Now all that's left is rotten grape juice. You want to take this outside? She asked. But Tsunade, Naruto stated, we are outside. Tsunade was confused by the statement and looked around. Sure enough, they were outside in the middle of the street. When did? She looked to Naruto. Naruto, it would be better if we weren't being eyed by passing strangers. Jiraiya stated. Real or not? Fine, and like that, it was over. The shinobi were back inside the bar. I need a drink. Tsunade groaned. I never knew why people liked genjutsu. Tsunade stated, it's only used for hiding. Tsunade, how is your sake? Tsunade knew something was wrong the minute he asked the question. She was proven correct when she felt something squirm in her mouth. There was no hesitation as she spit it all onto Jiraiya. Now the toad Sannin was covered in sake, spit and squirming maggots. Are you trying to piss me off? She asked. You could have killed me? If I wanted to do that, Naruto spoke, you'd be dead. A voice whispered in her ear, forcing her to earn around to nothing. Angering you on the other hand is so easy it almost no fun, almost. That's it, she shouted. You, me, outside. Lady Tsunade, Shizune called. Be careful, Jiraiya warned. Don't take this lightly. Don't worry Jiraiya. Tsunade called, I won't hurt your apprentice. I was talking to you Tsunade. Jiraiya spoke in a rare moment of seriousness. He forced Orochimaru, his elites and the revived first two Hokages to our treat. He stated, after he defeated a Hyuga and the one-tailed demon container. Please Jiraiya. Tsunade waved off. It seems he got you with that genjutsu a little too well. Tsunade and Naruto stood face to face outside of the bar. Shizune tried to get Tsunade to calm down but she wasn't paying the apprentice any attention. All she wanted was to put the brat in his place. I'll give you one chance brat. Tsunade spoke, just give up and I'll let you walk away in peace. We both know I won't, Naruto stated. Fine. Tsunade growled. I'll go easy on you. She gained a smirk. Naruto has seen far too often arrogance. I'll only use one finger to beat you. If that's how it'll be, Naruto spoke. I'll only use genjutsu. That irked her. I'm a Sannin brat. She growled. Do you think you could beat me with simple genjutsu? If you're like the other two Sannin, then yes, he answered. You become so focused on your own specialty that you ignore the other arts, like genjutsu. Everything Naruto had said was completely true. Tsunade, like the others, had focused mainly on her strength and her healing. Genjutsu, or even ninjutsu, was far from her top skills. But she wouldn't admit it. I'm a Sannin for crying out loud. That's when it happened. Nothing. She felt some kind of shift but absolutely nothing happened. It just seemed her fears came to the surface and stayed. Naruto stared at her in his simple smile. The wind blew, pushing her hair and ruffling his blindfold. It picked up harder and blew her hair loose. 1 minute he was across from her, the next he was pushing her hair back in place. He had moved with speed she couldn't see. In a swift movement, he drew his sword and cleaved her in half, from side to side. Tsunade fell to the ground in shock and untold pain. Is this how I die? It was different from what she had always expected. Killed by a child. Hey, you better not fall asleep on me, Naruto shouted. That's the same as giving up. She looked around and at herself. Her body was unscathed from the blow. Her breath hitched as she fell to her knees trying to regain her breath. She was alive. You brat, she called. What did you do to me? I just showed you some useless genjutsu, he mocked. I never even drew my sword, so I kept my end of the deal. Well, I'll keep to mine as well, she stated, by shoving this one finger through your skull. Tsunade ran forward in a fury, index finger raised for action. Pulling back, she let her finger fly toward Naruto's head. Naruto just stood there as the older blonde passed through him. She never had the chance as the world began to grow larger around her. No, she was growing smaller. As she shrunk, her age began to reduce. Now she was just a little kid again. "If you want to keep acting like a spoiled brat, then I'll treat you like one," he spoke. "I'm going to do what your parents should have done." Naruto grabbed her by her wrist and placed her over his knee. She tried to struggle, but it was as if all her strength had left her. It was as if she really was a child, so she did what all children do. She threw a tantrum. "Let me go, you brat," smack. Tsunade stopped in her tracks as she felt the blow to her backside. "Did you just..." Smack. "OW. When I get out of this I'm going to..." Smack. Smack. "Ouch. Stop that, you..." Smack. 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 "OW. Wah wah mommy. Your mother's dead." Smack. 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 Naruto finally relented and restored her to her rightful age. He sat her on her legs as she massaged her sore bottom. Tsunade turned to her apprentice Shizune and her former partner Jiraiya. She glared at the snickering pair in complete embarrassment. Tsunade in her rage ran forward, index finger raised for action. Pulling back, she let her finger fly toward Naruto's head. It seems she really intends to keep her word. Naruto just stood there as the older blonde passed through him. "I'm getting real tired of this brat," she shouted. "You and me both, Grandma," Naruto stated behind her. Caught off guard by the close range of the younger man, she acted on reflex. Drawing her hand back, she delivered a devastating, full-powered punch to the blonde. Only for it to be blocked by the side of the kusanagi blade he wielded. "I win," Naruto stated. "How?" she asked. "You drew your sword." "Wrong," he spoke. "This is still genjutsu," he spoke, causing the area to shudder. "I never even drew my blade." "Then how did you block my punch?" she shouted. "I am a genjutsu master," he spoke. "I can make you think you punched a block of iron without your strength." With nothing more to say, he made his way back to the bar. Tsunade knew she had lost, but she wouldn't go easily. She was going to make sure she delivered a blow that hurt. "If I can't hurt him physically, then I'll give one to the heart," she thought. "Pathetic," she shouted. "You're nothing like your mother." This stopped him just as he entered the doorway. "What?" Naruto growled. "She never hid behind such techniques." Tsunade continued. "I bet if she were alive, then she would be ashamed to have you as a son." She paused. "I know that's a bet I'd win." A large gash appeared on the doorway as if it had been hacked at. Another appeared and another after each other. They made their way toward Tsunade as Naruto walked toward her. Tsunade knew this wasn't genjutsu, it was a technique she was familiar with. Quick sword and attack, the moves at high speeds that the average eyes can't match. It's used by moving a single arm at a rapid pace with no traceable chakra, pure speed. This technique would cut her down, had she not seen and known of it. Tsunade stepped back and opened both of her hands. Using as much chakra as she could muster, she clapped. The force her hands created caused a small shockwave. "I'll admit that was impressive," Tsunade spoke, "but it was far too slow." This drew confused looks. "Your mother was able to pull that technique off in her sleep with far superior speed." She smirked. "I really believe that she would be upset to see that you couldn't use it properly." "Shut up, you old hag," Naruto shouted. "I'll have this technique downpack in only a week." "Really?" Tsunade asked. "Would you care to put a wager on it?" "What kind?" Naruto asked. "If you can master it in a week, then I'll come back to Konoha. And if I fail, always a catch. Then you give me your swords, they should help pay off my debts." "Deal." He turned to leave, but not before Tsunade finished. "You should get to practicing, Naruto," she mocked. "Mommy won't be able to help you." He stopped. He undid his blindfold. He turned and met eyes with Tsunade. Then he turned to leave. A warm liquid began to fall on her, then another and another, like rain. However, rain didn't come in the color red. This can't be blood, but it was. Tsunade could never forget the warm feeling of that liquid across her skin. The metallic smell and flavor it carried. The memories it contained. It was blood. Tsunade was too stunned to move as it came down in a heavy pour. The bloody rain began to come down harder and faster by the second. A few feet away, the drops began to stop and slide, as if on something. On someone. It began to take the faces of the two most important people to her. T soon en nade cha nn. B big sss ister. Why didn't you save us? Tsunade couldn't believe what she saw. It was her little brother and former lover. They were becoming clearer and clearer by the second in the way she best remembers them. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't a good thing. She best remembers them as they were the last time she saw them. No dying. No covered in blood. No suffering. No. All because she couldn't save them. Don't make me see them, she wailed. Not like this. But they wouldn't go away. They stayed there, begging for an answer, one she couldn't give. It seemed like the haunting would go on forever. That she would forever see her loved ones as some form of punishment. It almost started to seem like death would be better. That's when it happened. The world shattered. Everything was back as it should have been. She looked around and saw both Shizune and Jiraiya beside her. They were the ones who broke the genjutsu and freed her. She looked around and there was no sign of the former host anywhere. That boy made a tough genjutsu, Shizune observed. We almost didn't break it. Wah! Tsunade! Jiraiya called. I don't know what the brat showed you, but know this, all form of the pervert was gone. Only a shinobi was left. You deserved it. Aye, you had no right to say those things, he growled. But he is an orphan who finally found something to make him feel close to his mom. Jiraiya spoke. Then you say those things. He shouldn't have spoke. The truth? Jiraiya stated, cutting her off. You were just a shell of your former self. He gave a tired sigh. You know Kushina would be very proud of his progress, maybe even a little jealous. The toad sage turned to leave. Wait, Jiraiya-sama. Shizune called. What's that? In the middle of the street was a scroll. Jiraiya picked it up. It was addressed to all of them. He cautiously opened it and read it out. Loud. Dear old hag, pervy sage, Shizune-san, and lunch, that means you pig. If you are reading this, then you finally got the old hag out of the illusion. I'm going to blow off some steam, so stay away. Beware. Naruto PS dodge. Jiraiya did the opposite of dodging. He tossed the scroll into the air using chakra to push it further. It landed in an empty part of a park. It was the smart decision. The scroll went up in a massive ball of fire. It consumed the area. Luckily there was no one there. The park, however, would never recover from the flames. Is he trying to kill us? Shizune asked. Probably. It was late in the night, or early in the morning if you wanted to be technical. Tsunade had finally recovered from the shock of Naruto's genjutsu. Now she was trying to find him. She had been searching for several hours with no hope. After a while she was tempted to just go and drink some sake. However, something inside her kept on pulling. Damn brat. Where are you? That was when she found him. He was in an empty area that was once full of trees. Now it was mostly just splinters on cleanly cut wood left. How long has he been out here? She finally saw him. How hard has he been pushing himself? She would never know. He's an Uzumaki after all. What do you want, Tsunade? Naruto asked in a cold tone. What are you doing here? Training, he answered simply. Naruto. She spoke. How would you like to add to the bet? Depends, he answered. What's the stakes? If you can finish that technique in a week, she spoke, then I'll give you this. She held out the necklace around her neck. The necklace of the first Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but eye her with great suspicion. This was, after all, one of the most valuable objects in the world. On top of that, it was a family heirloom. Her family. What's the catch? If you lose, she spoke, then you give up on trying to master your mother's sword style. So that's your game, he mumbled. Pretty steep stakes on my end, don't you think? Then raise the stakes, she responded. Fine, he thought on it. If I win, then I want the pig. Taunton? Tsunade asked. Why would you want her? I'm going to eat her, Naruto stated. What else? There was no sign of humor in his voice. Tsunade was at a crossroad. By accepting the bet she would be putting Tuntun's life in danger. If she lost, then Shizune would never forgive her. I can't back out now. Deal. Gonna enjoy that pig, he thought. I'll strangle it with my bare hands. Watch the lights drain from its eyes, and eat her for dinner that night. His mouth was watering in anticipation. Tail, gristle, teeth, all of it, but until then. How would you like to have dinner with me, Tsunade? He asked, or breakfast at this point. After all that, she shouted, you have the balls to ask me out on a date? Yes, I do, he answered immediately. You little I have rare sake. Naruto cut in, from Kumo. I want to play poker while we eat. Review. Chapter 20 I do not own, Naruto, Tsunade LL Tsunade would never admit it. You could bribe or torture her and she'd never admit it. That was a wonderful date. Out loud. All they did was play poker while eating and drinking sake. Yet it had been one of the best dates she ever had. The last one that good was with her former lover. Dan, she shook the thoughts away. It would do her no good at this point. Tsunade looked toward the blonde Shunin walking her to her hotel room. All night, or morning, he had been a gentleman. Sure he flirted, but so did she. Not once did he make any perverted comments. Not once did he try to make any sexual gestures. Not once did he stare at her chest. They finally made it to her room. Tsunade took another look at the blonde boy. It's been fun, but here we go, the part where he wants to come. I had a nice time, Naruto spoke. I'll see you tomorrow. Inside. What? When? What? Who? Stop that, she shouted. Why are you saying goodbye? Tsunade asked. Why aren't you trying to come in for sex? Because I never had any intentions of sleeping with you, he admitted. What? She couldn't believe her ears. Are you saying that because of my age? No, what about all that flirting? She asked. Though I was fine wine. Your age isn't important, Naruto stated. I'm 13 and none of my heims are under 20. Then why? Because you may be a heim but you aren't my heim, he stated seriously. I won't try to sleep with everyone I take on a date. Are you sure you're a man? She asked skeptically as she folded her arms. Tayuya thinks so, he answered. So does Samui and Kyubi. Well wait, Kyubi? She asked, as in the nine-tailed fox Kyubi? Yep. Well, good night. Tsunade spoke. See you in a week, Naruto returned. Tsunade would never admit that she had an amazing date. She would never admit that the boy may have a spot growing in her heart. She would never admit she left her door unlocked. The week had come and gone in a flash for Naruto and Tsunade. Their constant dates and inner thoughts were a big help. Jiraiya had tried to get Shizune to help recreate the student-teacher magic. Naruto and Tsunade had with him. That earned him 2 punches and a sunset genjutsu. As the week came closer to an end, so did the joy. Everyone noticed that Tsunade seemed to get closer and closer on edge. Naruto couldn't dwell on it as much as he would have liked. He still needed to master his mother's technique. Just one more day, he thought, and the pig will be mine. Naruto-san. A kind voice spoke. Please wake up. Naruto had been having a dream of his heims bathing in ramen. Needless to say, waking him up wouldn't be easy or pleasant. For them. When he did wake up, he could tell something was wrong. Shizune was distraught and Jiraiya's chakra was out of whack. What happened to him? Naruto asked. Tsunade-sama poisoned him, she answered. What did you do? Naruto asked. Did you try something perverted again? If he did, he would be feeling some tough love again? Tsunade ran away. Shizune spoke. That means I win the bet by default, Naruto exclaimed. Come here, pig. Oink. What? Shizune exclaimed, pulling Taunton away. Why do you want her? I'm going to eat her, Naruto casually answered. Tsunade did wager her. This is serious, brat. Jiraiya spoke in an uncharacteristic way. Tsunade may be going to meet Orochimaru. What's the snake doing here? Naruto asked seriously. He's trying to get Tsunade-sama to join him. Shizune spoke, and if not, kill her. Jiraiya finished. Naruto quickly stood and drew his kusanagi blade. He made a small cut and held his hand to Jiraiya. Drink. He ordered. Jiraiya did so and felt his chakra control return to normal. Naruto then expanded his sensing radar to its limit and came up with nothing. They're out of range, he spoke. I can't find them. Taunton can. Shizune spoke. She can track Tsunade-sama through smell. Well, let's go. Do we have a plan? Shizune asked. Oh, my lord, Naruto exclaimed. What, do you sense them? Jiraiya asked. No, it's. Spit it out. Jiraiya shouted. Naruto pointed to the jumping Taunton. It's Spider Pig, he shouted. Taunton is Spider Pig. It was impossible for Jiraiya and Shizune not to face fault. Too bad for them that they were in the middle of jumping through trees. On a serious note, Naruto spoke. I have a plan. What? I wasn't sure that Tsunade would come back willingly, Naruto admitted, and I knew he would be no help. No respect, Jiraiya mumbled, so I left a latent genjutsu that I can activate at will. Well, activate it, Jiraiya ordered. What's your decision, Tsunade? Orochimaru asked. Join me and you can see your loved ones again. It's an easy choice, Tsunade thought. I choose, Tsunade-chan. A familiar voice called, what are you doing? Tsunade snapped around and her heart nearly broke in two. There, standing in front of her were the two most important people to her. Her little brother and former lover. Everyone else was gone from reality, not that she noticed, it was just her and her precious people. Dan, Nawaki. She couldn't believe her eyes. You're alive? Noheim? Dan spoke. We died and passed on. You died for a pointless cause. Tsunade spoke to herself. Unfortunately they heard. We died for our village, Dan spoke tensely, the village your grandfather created. Yeah, Nawaki spoke proudly. It was our duty, we knew the risks. We died happy and proud, they spoke, knowing that the village had a chance to stand another day. What have you been doing? Nawaki asked. I bet you got that medic program going, right? Tsunade flinched and averted her shamed gaze from their hopeful ones. She couldn't tell them that she's been drowning in self-pity for over 10 years. What do I tell them? Then the memory struck. I've been offered the title Hokage, she spoke. Really, that's great, Nawaki cheered. How did that go? Dan asked in a knowing tone. Once again, Tsunade averted her gaze. Have you found a new precious person? Dan asked. No, never, Tsunade quickly answered. I've never had anyone since you. Dan gave her a critical look. Why? You're all I ever needed. She spoke. I've kept my memory of you in my heart. Sis, you're a moron, Nawaki spoke. We don't want you holding on to us. Dan spoke. Obviously we don't want to be forgotten. But we want you to live, to move on, Nawaki continued. Don't be a shell of yourself. Dan shouted. Be the woman I fell in love with. Be the woman I was proud to call sister, Nawaki joined, the shinobi I wanted to be like. Tsunade couldn't hold back the tears she had built up. She let it out. She let out all those years of her self-pity and suffering. She fell to her knees and let them fall. Take them away, brat. Tsunade spoke. They've said enough. What gave me away? A disembodied voice asked. You called me Heim. She admitted. So what's your choice, Heim? They asked as one. Are you going to choose us, or what we stood for? And like that the illusion was over. Tsunade? Orochimaru asked. My answer hasn't changed, she mumbled to herself. What was dodge? He did, just in time to avoid a chakra-enhanced kick to the face. Naruto held an inner smirk. They had just arrived to an area of mass destruction. There wasn't a wall unshattered or a tree unsplit. Naruto knew his genjutsu worked. Looks like Tsunade turned him down. Jiraiya spoke hard. Oink. So you did lead us to Tsunade, huh pig? Naruto asked. You just earned yourself another day of life. He glared at the pig with hunger. Cherish each moment, pig, because my hunger grows. Naruto. Stop threatening the pig. Jiraiya spoke. We need her to take us to Tsunade herself. Fine. Though I could find her now. Taunton wasted no time in following Tsunade's scent. The three humans were hot on her heels. We're here. They arrived to see Tsunade locked into combat with Orochimaru and Kabuto. That didn't include the two giant snakes that was summoned as well. Taunton was exhausted from all the terror-induced run. Now she just wanted to relax but couldn't. Naruto was still there. That'll do, pig, that'll do, Naruto spoke before whispering, for now. It is I, Jiraiya of the, we know who you are. No respect, he mumbled. So you're here, Jiraiya. Orochimaru mused, and you brought Naruto-kun as well. The three Sannin jumped into position, each going through the same hand signs. Summoning jutsu from the smoke came their familiars. Not just any, the boss of each species. From Jiraiya, Gamabunta, the chief toad. From Tsunade, Katsuya, the slug boss. From Orochimaru, Manda, the colossal snake. Well, it seems we're all here. Gamabunta spoke. Manda locked eyes on all around him. Knowing Orochimaru, they were all his enemies. His eyes found and stayed on one human in particular. You, boy, he called, are you the one that gave my kin a concussion? Yep. Then die. The colossal snake charged for Naruto with unexpected speed. Whoa snake, Naruto called as he dodged the first strike. Whoa. Manda reared back for a second strike. He never got the chance because of Naruto. The blonde raised the kusanagi and extended it with even faster speed than the snake. The blade pierced Manda through the mouth, forcing him to stay in place. Naruto grabbed his second sword and tapped the blade on the kusanagi. He sent a powerful electric current toward the boss snake, causing him to dispel. When I say whoa, Naruto called. I mean whoa, Manda won't be happy about that. Gamabunta spoke. Naruto turned his eyes to the two remaining snake summons. Tell the other snakes what you saw. He ordered. Let them know they better whoa when I say whoa. They gave a terrified nod before dispelling. Do you think I need them to take you weaklings on? Orochimaru asked. Yes. Yep, oink, silence pig, Orochimaru ordered. Hey, Naruto shouted. That's Ms. Pig to you. He continued, respect my lunch. You haven't won the bet yet. Tsunade called. That's what she thinks he though. Naruto. Jiraiya called. You hold off Kabuto. Fine. Let's go Naruto-kun. Kabuto called. Hey Tsunade. Naruto called. I win. Kabuto charged forward with his hands glowing. Naruto didn't even remove his blindfold. Invert everything suddenly became a mass of misdirection for Kabuto. He would raise his arms for defense in one spot only to get a cut in another. The confused Kabuto didn't know where to strike, he could only endure the confused world. In less than a minute he was just a bloody husk. Where are you going Naruto-kun? Kabuto asked. We're in the middle of a match here. How are you still alive? Naruto asked. I just punctured every vital spot you have. I have a healing factor almost as good as yours, Kabuto spoke. It was true, as they spoke his body was visibly sealing itself up. Naruto made his way to the healing trader. Do your worst, Kabuto spoke. I'll survive, but will you want to? Naruto asked. Shadow clone jutsu. They each drew their kusanagi blade and impaled Kabuto. Each blade pierced a pain receptor on the trader. Because of this he was frozen in place, unable to attack, defend or even remove the swords. Henge. They each took their half Naruto Kyuubi-like form. Wasting no time they began to tear into and eat Kabuto. Because of the healing he couldn't die, he had to endure it. Over and over and over. Kabuto could only scream. It almost reminded Naruto of his childhood, but I got stronger. Naruto-san. Shizune called. We need to get out of here. She spoke. The Sannin are beginning their battle. Then we'd miss the fun. Naruto answered. Give up Orochimaru. Jiraiya called. You have no snakes and your henchman has been defeated. Are his eating Kabuto? Tsunade asked. It was either him or you pig? Jiraiya pointed. No choice, Orochimaru thought. Eight-headed serpent jutsu. Large masses of flesh began to form around Orochimaru's body. It began to quickly expand and take form. Instead of doing the smart thing and stopping him, they let it happen. Once finished, there was only a serpent. The creature consisted of 8 snake heads merging into just one body. Each head and body were larger than even Manda, the snake boss. From one of the heads Orochimaru appeared. Why? Was all Tsunade asked. Now you will all die. The snake Sannin shouted. Each head struck the other 2 boss summons. The blow forced them to lose balance and Gamabunta to drop his dagger, leaving them open for attack. The remaining heads struck the vulnerable boss summons, fangs bared. Gamabunta. Jiraiya called. Dispel. The toad Sannin knew the serpent would be poisoned. Katsuya on the other hand was able to break apart into multiple pieces, avoiding the bite. Hey snake. Naruto called, waving the kusanagi. Don't you want your sword back? Naruto-san. Shizune called. What are you doing? I'm gaining his attention, Naruto answered. HISSSS. It looks like it worked. Shizune spoke. You might want to leave, Naruto spoke. Naruto began to pull out several large amounts of ninja wire and coiled it around himself. On the wires were countless amount of high-powered explosive tags. Shizune saw this and took his advice. One of the snake heads struck toward Naruto. He detonated the tags. Naruto would have been swallowed if he hadn't jumped into the snake's mouth. No one noticed the trail of explosives he left behind. The snake's head showed a sign of surprise before it expanded and blew to pieces. Naruto stood there on the ground as if he hadn't been in the snake's mouth. For the second time. Shin no Appo. Stage 3. He was fear once more. He jumped high into the air. This would leave a normal shinobi vulnerable. A snake head charged him, mouth wide. Naruto raised his elemental sword and gave a hard vertical cut. He unleashed a sharp vertical line of compressed air. It easily cut through the snake's head, cleaving it down the middle. The air continued on to a place we could never understand. Naruto landed on the thrashing stump. "Hey, Tsunade," Naruto called, "I win." Naruto jumped off the snakes back into the air. He sheathed his sword as another snakehead came at him from the side. No one saw him redraw his blade. All they saw was the snake get torn to shreds. It continued on as Naruto trailed the snake's body. "Naruto," Jiraiya called. "Those heads are pointless." He shouted, "You need to stop the one with Orochimaru in it." "Fine." Naruto put a lot of distance between him and the snake beast. He raised the Kusanagi blade and took aim. He extended it with great accuracy. He pierced the snake with Orochimaru. The snake tried to wriggle free, but Naruto kept turning along with the snake. "I have him," Naruto called. "Hit him with whatever you got." "I have this," Tsunade shouted, wielding Gamabunta's dagger. With a massive swing she beheaded the main head. As it fell to the ground, Jiraiya followed with his own attack. Rasengan. The attack tore through the remainder of the snake body, but it didn't stop there. It continued on through straight toward Orochimaru. When he finished, the snake Sannin was gasping in pain. "Now Orochimaru," Naruto spoke. "How do you intend to make it out of this?" he asked. "Those words won't work. I just mastered one of my mom's techniques and Anko isn't here." The snake Sannin gave a strained smirk. "I think I'll just let you keep Tayuya and call it even," Orochimaru spoke. "What?" Naruto asked tightly. "If you let me go," he spoke slowly, "then Tayuya will live." He smirked at the look on Naruto's face. "Did you really think I wouldn't find out about her betrayal?" he asked. "I've just been waiting for the right moment." "Well, you'll never get it," Jiraiya spoke as he began weaving hand signs. "Stop," Naruto ordered. "Let him go." "Are you? I will not put one of my heims in danger." Naruto spoke as he drew his sword. "Even if I have to cut you down." The two shinobi, a Chunin and Sannin, had a glaring contest. Only one had noticed Orochimaru had already grabbed Kabuto and left. "Well, thanks a lot," Jiraiya drawled. "He got away again." He turned to the Chunin. "We didn't even know if the threat was legit." "Exactly," Naruto spoke. "There were too many ways for it to be real and not enough for it to be fake." "Enough," Tsunade stated. "He's gone, so let's get some sake." They did exactly that. "Well, Taunton," Naruto spoke. "You've been a big help, but it's time for your final duty." "Oink. Being my food," he answered as his jaw unhinged like a snake. "Oink. Please, Naruto-san." Shizune begged. "Don't eat her." Naruto paid her no mind. "Naruto, I order you to leave Taunton alone." Tsunade spoke boldly. "And why should I do that?" Naruto asked with an inner smirk. "It's an order," she spoke just as boldly, but with a sincere smile, "from you Hokage." "So you've decided to accept?" Jiraiya asked happily, earning a nod. "That's great." "That's a nice try," Naruto spoke, "but even the last Hokage wouldn't be able to stop me." "Then do it as a request," she spoke a little more shyly, "for your Heim." Naruto re-hinged his jaw like it never happened. He gave Taunton a sincere smile before setting her down. He looked toward the trio of humans and spoke. "Anything for my Heim." Review Chapter 21. I do not own Naruto. Hokage 4 shinobi and a pig that had been allowed to live were returning to their home village. If you don't know who they're, then you haven't been reading this story properly. "Look like I'm back, Konoha." Tsunade spoke in a nostalgic tone. They made their way to the entrance guards. "Name?" they asked. "Jiraiya and Naruto returning from mission." Jiraiya stated. "What mission?" "Retrieving Tsunade of the Sannin." "Hey shithead, A lovely voice called. Where have you been? Tsuyu-hime? Naruto called. I've missed you. Tsunade watched with interest as Naruto shared a kiss with the foul-mouthed girl. Between the kisses Naruto asked if she had any trouble from sound. Tsuyu proceeded to curse a storm at Naruto for letting Orochimaru get away. She was one of his elite guards, Naruto thought to himself. After had their fill they separated and Tsuyu took notice of the others. Who the hell are they? She asked. This is Jiraiya. Hello lovely lady. Jiraiya spoke. How would you like to? It's Jiraiya. A voice spoke causing his blood to run cold. Let's show him our love. They began to brandish weapons. Our tough love. The pervert ran as if the Shinigami was after him. Shizune and Taunton. That's a damn pig, Tsuyu stated. How come you haven't eaten it yet? I tried. He admitted. Tsuyu gave the pig a hard stare. You've survived his hunger. You don't know how lucky you are. This is Tsunade, our new Hokage. Naruto finished greeting. She got bigger tits than melon tits, Tsuyu exclaimed. 106 centimeters to be exact. A certain pervert exclaimed from a distance. Okami. No, not my awe. Where is Samui-hime and Kyuubi-hime? Naruto asked. Melon tits is only an ambassador, Tsuyu stated. She does need to head home every now and again. She explained, and Fuzzy is training those foxes. Huh? He stated. What, I'm not good enough company for you? Tsuyu asked. Of course you are, Naruto quickly spoke. You're my hime, but so are they. He saw her look. I love each of you equally, I have no favorites. Then take me out, Tsuyu ordered. Tonight, can I join? Tsunade asked. Hey monster tit. Tsuyu shouted. Why do you think you? Tsuyu-hime meet Tsunade-hime. Naruto cut her off with a new introduction. Nice to meet you Tsunade, be ready by 7. She turned back to Naruto. I want sake. I like her already Naruto. Tsunade stated. Naruto stood in front of his Hokage, Hiruzen, the aged Hokage. Would be stepping down, but until then he had a few headaches to deal with. One big one was from Naruto after a mission. You met 2 S-rank rogues? I was minding my own business, bullshit. They came to me. Challenged one to a genjutsu match. I had to keep damages low. Knocked Sasuke Uchiha unconscious, gave Guy a tortoise to, strip said Uchiha and leave him with his fangirls. He had to suppress a shudder. Punishment. You then made a deal with a broken woman, former broken woman. That would have decided the fate of the village, yep. You then, you know what, no, just go to your himes, bye. Naruto was in a good mood. He had a new hime which he was taking out later. The Hokage would finally get to retire as he should have. Now he. Hey pup. A familiar voice called. Naruto turned and saw the Inuzuka clan head standing in front of him. Hello Sume-chan. Naruto greeted. How can I help you? Well, I was about to go get some. She paused and looked around. Delicious and amazing ramen. Sume gave a nod and Naruto understood. The ramen was near. He couldn't sense it with chakra, but he knew. The ramen monster was always watching, always waiting. Yes, Naruto agreed. Let's get some mouth-watering ramen. After a bowl for Sume and 8 for Naruto, he needed to save room for his dessert. They talked. The topic was the same as always, his mother. When they finished, Naruto decided to drop her off at her clan compound. I have something for you Naruto. Sume spoke. Sume had his full attention since she rarely used his name, so it must have been important. She handed him a heart-shaped necklace. He examined it in a confused manner. What is it? He asked. Open it pup. Naruto did and was greeted with an unsuspected sight. He saw a beautiful bright red-haired woman looking back at him. She had deep blue eyes that stared lovingly at him and flawlessly fair skin. Naruto had never seen this woman before but knew she was Kushina Uzumaki. His mother. Naruto didn't know what to say. He didn't need to imagine anymore. He could finally see what his mother looked like. He was so overcome with emotion that he grabbed Sume and pulled her into a hug. Sume was shocked but understood. She pulled him into a tighter embrace. Thank you Sume-chan. Naruto said through tears. How can I ever repay you? This time she pushed away and averted her gaze. Naruto, do you remember what you did to the Hokage? She asked. Naruto understood immediately. Who do you want to see? He asked, or would you like to experience something? I have had a mate, she admitted, but I feel like I'm forgetting him with each passing moment. She gave Naruto a desperate look. We Inuzuka choose our mates carefully and for life. He was your one and only? Naruto spoke in semi-understanding. What happened to him? I told the kids that I ran him away, she shamefully admitted, but that's not true. He died in the Kyuubi attack. She paused, making sure Naruto wasn't uncomfortable. Since we Inuzuka are lifemates, I've had a long time of isolation. Relax, Naruto soothed as he removed his blindfold and gazed deeply into her eyes. What do you want? I want to remember my mate. She blushed before adding, I want you to use your eyes on me, she stated seriously, to make me forget the pain of my lost mate, just for a little while. Naruto never thought that he'd get a request like that in his life. Everything pointed to him getting the exact opposite, but he understood the pain. No, he answered. Instead, let me treat you out, as a friend. But if you don't enjoy yourself, then I'll use my eyes. Sume was a little hesitant but agreed. Naruto had gathered his Heims, minus Samui and Sume. After a bit of discussion and cursing, he decided to take them to a bar, not the one he had taken Anko to. He could tell she wasn't in a mile radius. This diner was actually opened very recently. Luckily it had a bar. The bar occupants had taken one look at Naruto and kept a 10 feet distance from his dates. The rumors of Naruto's last bar visit had been spread like wildfire. Why the cold shoulder? Sume asked. I had a date in a bar with Anko once, Naruto answered. It ended in a bar fight. Everything was shattered after that as well. A voice spoke from behind. Who the hell are you? Tayuya asked. The owner, he answered. Get us some damn sake then. Tayuya ordered. I'm the owner, not a bartender, he retorted before turning to Naruto. Don't wreck anything. No promises, Naruto returned, causing the man to storm off, mumbling about insurance. Shall we take a seat? Kyuubi asked. They had taken a seat in a booth opposite the bar. The night had been relatively simple but very pleasant. Naruto did his best to give Sume what she wanted and seemed to be succeeding. Tayuya, Naruto spoke, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Oh Kami, this is it. Tayuya spoke in an uncharacteristically meek tone. What is? Naruto asked. You're breaking up with me, aren't you? She asked, standing up. You want a divorce? What? No. Naruto answered hastily. You're replacing me with monster tits and this wolf bitch, she started. Is that it? It is, isn't it? No, he. Sume was cut off by a punch from Tayuya. The blow knocked her out of her seat. You brought me to this damn bar so I wouldn't make a fucking scene, didn't you? Tayuya grabbed the nearest stool, which happened to be occupied by a customer. Well, I'll make a fucking scene. She raised the stool high into the air. Tayuya Heim. Naruto spoke in a tone his Heims had never heard. I'm not breaking up with you, in fact it's the opposite. Oh, she spoke embarrassed. Why did you think I was about to break up with you? Naruto asked. Because I don't have a pretty face, she mumbled, or large tits. Tayuya. The other girls spoke sympathetically. You know Naruto doesn't care about that. Tayuya looked away in shame before answering in a weak voice, I know. Excuse me. A terrified voice called. I don't mean to interrupt, but could you put me down? They turned to the voice only to find a man on the stool. The stool Tayuya was wielding. She said nothing as she tossed the stool and him aside. My leg. Who told you that you don't have a pretty face? Naruto asked. You're beautiful. Tayuya said nothing. She didn't need to. Her eyes wandered to the men in the bar eyeing his Heims, minus her. So that's it, she's jealous. Naruto stood up and walked toward the bar. He ordered the strongest and most expensive sake they owned. I'm so disappointed in you. Naruto spoke. You let the ones who called me a demon get to you. He looked around. Most of these people are simple-minded bigots. He gave the occupants a glare. They eye women as if they were a piece of meat to be eaten in. Throw the scraps away. He stared straight at her. Do you want to be treated like that? No, she whispered. Then don't let them affect you. He gave his Heims a loving look. You all are beautiful in my eyes. Thanks, shithead. Tayuya spoke. Now, Naruto shouted in a cheery tone. Let's try to get drunk and watch me fail at it. Sume had to admit that she had a good evening. Naruto gave her what she wanted, the absence of a broken heart. Naruto had treated her as if she was one of his heims. But all too soon it came to an end. They were once again in front of Sume's clan house. This time his heims were standing a bit away so Sume and he could have some privacy. I had a great evening, pup. Sume spoke. Thanks. You're welcome. Naruto spoke. Sorry if it got awkward with my heims. He looked toward her cheek, and the punch. No prob. She waved it off. Honestly, I glad I tried your way. She admitted. I would hate myself if I forgot my mate, even for a second. She poossed as she rubbed her cheek. Tayuya can throw a mean punch. Sume pulled Naruto into a tight hug and, Mom, Dobi. Naruto turned to see both Kiba and Hana staring at the pair. Kiba had on a look of anger and disgust. Hana had a look of anger and betrayal. Hello Kiba. Hana. Naruto greeted. Don't just hello us, Dobi. Kiba shouted. Mom, Hana shouted again. What are you doing with Naruto? Are you seeing him? She looked at their position. You are, aren't you? She accused. Why? Sume asked, causing Hana to freeze up in confusion. Why what? Hana asks. Why do you care if I see Naruto? Sume asks calmly. Hana tried to give a reply but faltered on her tongue. It didn't help that her mother was giving her the mom look when caught trying to lie. The one that pierces every nerve. Naruto. Sume spoke, not taking her eyes off Hana. Thank you for the evening, but no need to say it. Naruto spoke. Same time tomorrow at Ichiraku. Yes. They had walked from the Inuzukas in a tense silence. Tsunade didn't know why and felt out of the loop. Naruto. Tsunade spoke. Who was that? Hana Inuzuka. Naruto answered in an unusual tone. Sume's daughter. Why do you seem off? Tsunade asked, never noticing Kyuubi and Tayuya trying to warn her. That is a story for another night. Are you planning on making Sume a heim? Kyuubi quickly asked. No, Naruto answered. She's just a good friend. Hello Naruto. A lazy voice spoke. Lovely evening for a stroll on the road of life. What the hell do you want, Kakashi? Tayuya asked. Sasuke and I. Naruto. A voice called. I have such youthful news. It was Guy. Lee's indoor voice. Everyone stated in monotone. Sorry. Guy spoke sheepishly. They're coming, the eggs are coming. What eggs? Kakashi asked calmly. The ones Guts and Grit will have. Guy answered. Guts and Grit? Tayuya asked. What the hell kind of name is that? Well, Lee's turtle. No. Kakashi whispered. And my tortoise. No, it was louder. We'll have youthful eggs. How the hell is that possible? Naruto asked. Their shells shouldn't allow that. The blonde paused to think. Wait, I just gave you that tortoise. True, Guy agreed. Their shells did get in the way. He seemed upset over that, but when Lee and I saw their determination, we knew we had to help spread the. Don't say it. Kakashi ordered. I'm warning you, he shouted, the youth. Arg. Lee and I saw their devotion to each other, so we aided them. How could we not help them show each other their love? There were tears of joy in Guy's eyes. Naruto, we would like for you to be their godfather. Guy, wait, I'm your rival? Kakashi stated. Shouldn't I be the godfather? Your flames have went out. Guy stated in a tone most didn't know he was capable of. I would be honored, Naruto spoke cheerfully. Good, Guy cheered. Lee is guarding them, so will you help me make a safe place for the eggs? He turned to his heims. Go ahead. They spoke. The two were off in a flash. Wait, Guy. Kakashi ran after them. Now that he is gone. Tsunade spoke. I want the truth about Hana. She ordered, and any others. There were other. Kyuubi whispered. It all started on a shitty day. Tayuya started. Tsunade was pissed. No, that was an understatement. She was feeling rage that couldn't be measured by normal standards. Tsunade had finally gotten the answers she wanted from Tayuya and Kyuubi. All of it, that included the former heims. Those hussies, she would have her revenge. No one messes with my man. But that would have to wait. The citizens of Konoha, both shinobi and civilian alike, were gathered. They stood in a crowd around the center of the village, looking up to a balcony. On that balcony was the Hokage making a public announcement. Citizens of Konoha, Sarutobi spoke, I am finally retiring as the Hokage. There was a chorus of protest to the aged shinobi. Now, I leave you in good hands. There was a round of applause. He motioned toward the entrance of the balcony. Out stepped Naruto in his full glory, a shit-eating smile on his face. A cold silence fell over the entire village. We're all going to die. Someone spoke, quickly. Another shouted, kill yourself while you have the chance. I'm not senile enough to leave Naruto in charge. Yet the aged shinobi spoke. Citizens of Konoha, Sarutobi shouted, I give you your 6th Hokage. Tsunade Senju. Naruto shouted. Tsunade stepped out onto the balcony in full Hokage robes. There was another round of applause for the new village leader. One of the civilians, a council member, spoke. Should we really make her our leader? He asked, silencing the crowd. She abandoned the village and became a wandering drunken gambler. Many seemed to consider his idea. Plus she's so old and... He went silent. Everyone was staring at No beside him, where Naruto stood. They made eye contact. The man felt himself become stiff. His skin became tough with bark and his bones felt as brittle as the branch on a tree. The very blood in his body became thick and slowed as if trapped in his small veins. Naruto had turned another person into a tree. Anyone else want to question my Heims' right to lead? Naruto asked the crowd as he returned to his Heims' side. Questions? Who questioning? Not us. Shut up and take our ramen. The citizens had learned one thing about Naruto. His Heims were his life. Mess with them and you were lucky to die with your sanity intact. Well, citizens, Sarutobi spoke again. I can assure you that Tsunade is a changed person. He looked at their expected faces. I expect her to be an even better Hokage than me. Naruto stepped forward. How many of you actually think Tsunade is old? He asked, just give me a show of hands. No one made any movements. How many of you aren't answering because you think I'll punish you? A forest of hands. Well, I'll have to fix that, Naruto stated. He walked toward Tsunade and dropped his blindfold. He lowered the new Hokage and delivered a passionate kiss that made her legs wobbly. And former Heims jealous. When he finished he stood back. Please drop your illusion, Naruto requested. What? Tsunade asked in shock. Trust me. He pleaded. Tsunade couldn't turn him down with the look he was making. Fine, she grumbled, but don't complain when you see how unfine your wine is. Tsunade dropped her genjutsu and stared at Naruto. She had expected him to have a look of shock or disgust on his face. All she saw was his constant loving gaze. Still fine to me, Naruto stated honestly. That's sweet, Naruto. Tsunade spoke in relief, but look at all these wrinkles. What wrinkles? Sarutobi asked. Naruto drew both his swords and held them together. Thanks to all the care he gave them, they were polished to perfection. Tsunade could see her reflection and was shocked. I thought I released the disguise. She tried again. And again and again. Why won't it release? After several more tries she gave up and looked towards Naruto's smug smile. What is he? She noticed Sarutobi's as well. My henge jutsu is real. He spoke, placing it on another as child's play. He gloated. This my gift to you, Tsunade. Naruto spoke. For the village hidden in the leaves. He shouted to the mass below. I give you Tsunade Senju in her prime. The roaring cheers could be heard all the way to Kumo. He's given me a second chance, she though. There was so much she could do now without limit. Things she could enjoy once again. Make up for missed opportunities and fix old mistakes. What are you going to do now? Sarutobi asked. She looked toward Naruto. You. My room. Now, you all know how that goes. You called for me, Hokage-sama? Naruto chuckled. Yes, she answered. If this doesn't make me his favorite, nothing will. I have something for you, Naruto. She spoke as she handed him a scroll. I'm sure you'll love it. Of course I will, Naruto stated with a smile as he began reading. Any gift from a Heim is. Well, Tsunade spoke with a smug grin. How is it? There was one thing Tsunade knew about Naruto. He was sweet to his Heims. What she didn't know was that he was one crazed bastard. All she had seen of him was strength and devotion. Never his madness. Hee ha 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 ha. I hope you remember that laugh. It was Tsunade's first time hearing it and she knew someone is screwed. Hard. And Deep. Review Chapter 22. I do not own Naruto. Revenge. The Hokage's office was full of 12 shinobi and the former Hokage. They were the remains of Team 7, Kiba, Ino, the former Himes and their men. You shinobi have been summoned to pay for past crimes. Tsunade spoke. What crimes? Ino asked. Team 7. You two have attempted to sabotage a fellow shinobi. No names were needed. HN. He's a dobi, he's a baka, you say something? Asuma Sarutobi. Countless of sexual harassment, every female and his father glared at him. Your record is second only to Jiraiya's. Well, he had nothing to say. Kiba Inuzuka. Destroying property during your clan's manhunt for Naruto. He kept us up all night. Kiba shouted. Ino Yamanaka. Interfering with a match during the Chunin exams. But he got me in trouble with daddy, she whined. Iruka Amino. Several counts of coming to work drunk, everyone had a shocked look on their face. Iruka? Anko asked. This is my innocent Iruka? Don't you all look at me like that? He spoke. Some of the kids idolized Naruto and now hate me. He explained. I'm just under a lot of stress. Hell, Naruto is training some of them. Hayate Gecko. Breaking the third's law during the Chunin exams. I have an excuse. He quickly answered. Yes. Tsunade spoke sarcastically. The demon made you do it. We heard it all before. What about us Hokage-sama? Yugao asked. What are our crimes? You four have large records of assault on men. Tsunade spoke. They were perverts. They countered as one. I know and I approve your actions. Tsunade said, shocking them. You just made one mistake. Which is? You four got caught. Hiruzen answered. Castrated men tend to hold a grudge. What are our punishments? Ino asked. Pay a fine for everyone you assaulted, or. Since these crimes coexist with the same person, it's simple. Tsunade had an oddly familiar smirk. You all will have to get Naruto to accept your apology, so we're paying a fine. Hayate spoke. No, they'll pay a fine, Sarutobi corrected. You'd be executed. Hokage-sama, this is completely unfair, Kurenai shouted. You are abusing your power. What do you mean? Tsunade asked calmly. You're setting it up so Naruto can have payback. Hana stated. There's no way he'd accept our apology. I am just helping a loyal shinobi of the Leaf gain more power. Tsunade corrected angrily. Something that you should have done, she though, as she glared at Kakashi. It just happens that there are certain people in need of punishment for past crimes. There is a way to get the apology. Tsunade spoke after she calmed herself. It was an idea by Naruto. They began to pale. What would we have to do? Ino asked. Sign this. She produced a scroll. It says that for 1 hour, Naruto can have his revenge in any way. They paled even further. As long as he doesn't kill or cripple you, everything is free game, she continued. You will be able to try and defend yourself, but. So do we pay to you directly or? Kurenai asked, cutting her off. Kurenai. Kakashi called, cutting her off as well. You're passing up a free ticket? Cyclops, he will do things that make our assaults on perverts look pretty. Anko stated. We've actually updated some of our interrogation methods using his ideas. Even Ibiki found those cruel. Hiruzen mumbled to himself. Some of us don't have a choice. Hayate stated. He signed. I need my smoke money. Asuma stated. He signed. If I can drink, then I can't teach. Iruka stated. He signed. I don't fear the dobi. Sasuke stated. I can take whatever he's got. He signed. If Sasuke-kun goes, then so do I. Sakura shouted. She signed. I won't let forehead one-up me. Ino stated. She signed. I can't let 2 girls be tougher than me. Kiba stated. He signed. I could teach Naruto a thing or two. Kakashi stated. He signed. I'm paying the fine. The mistresses spoke as one. Since you 4 knew Naruto better than the ones who signed, Hiruzen spoke. Any advice for them? Yes. First we recommend pissing yourselves, Hana started. Then praying to whoever you believe in, Kurenai continued. Then kissing your asses goodbye, Anko finished. I'm not afraid of the dobi. Sasuke stated. None of us are. Asuma spoke. Tsunade leaned forward with Hiruzen as one. They spoke. You should be. They whispered, and you will. Naruto had never felt this good, not when he became a shinobi. Not when he gained his first batch of heims, not when he gained his power. There was only one thing that ever rivaled the happiness he was feeling. It was pain, the pain of betrayal and heartbreak. The one he felt that made him want to end his life. He was currently making his way toward his destination, the Shinobi Academy. Now he only had to wait. News of the deal had spread all across the village. Everyone was present as the shinobi made their way to the destination, the academy. Both shinobi and civilian, young and old. The mistresses were the only ones not to sign. They knew what Naruto could do. They trained him after all. There go some foolish souls. One shouted, dead men walking. Zabuza stated. That is what they have been hearing since they left the Hokage's office. They have had enough. Enough. Kiba shouted. We, cough, are Konoha's elites. Hayate shouted. There is no way the Dobi can defeat any of us. Sasuke shouted. They arrived to the academy. The Konohamaru Corps stood in front of the entrance. Abandon all hope. They spoke eerily low and as one, ye who enter here. That's not reassuring. Ino whimpered, don't tell me you're scared. No way. Ino shouted. You should be. The Corps spoke again, and you will. They entered the academy. Are they in? Jiraiya asked. Yes, Tsunade answered. So you're sure you can get him to drop the genjutsu for me if I do this for you? He asked. He had found out about it when he realized no one else could see it. Yes, now do it you pervert. Tsunade ordered perverted style. Widespread peeping. Now everyone in the village would be able to see what was happening in the academy. I know it's short, but then I thought, why should I have all the fun? My loyal viewers, send me punishment that would make the boogeyman piss himself. Close March 29, 13 Review Chapter 23 I do not own Naruto. Revenge 2. Funny. They stood in an empty abyss of darkness. Everywhere they looked, it was endless darkness. They couldn't see the ground where they stood or their hands in front of them. They knew it was a genjutsu but stopped trying to break it minutes ago. I'm glad you all could make it, Naruto's disembodied voice spoke. When this is over, you will all be crying like a bitch. Do you worse? Sasuke shouted, an elite like me can take it. You know what Sasuke, Naruto spoke again, you can go first. Everyone was pulled further into the darkness for their own punishment. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted. Where are you? Did the Dobi leave me with Sakura? That would be punishment. Sasuke-kun? Ino. Hello little brother. An empty voice spoke from behind. You're still too weak. Sasuke swirled around on the spot. He'd know that voice anywhere. Itachi? He shouted, what is he doing here? There in the darkness was a visible Itachi in his cloak. His Sharingan was glaring visibly at the younger of the brother. Their eyes met as Itachi's took another form Sasuke had never seen. Izanami Sasuke never knew what hit him. All he felt was his older brother's two-finger tap on his forehead. Just like in the old days, before the slaughter. The younger of the Uchiha drew a kunai and took a swipe at his brother. Itachi simply leaned away from the blade. He brought his fist down on the younger Uchiha's head. The force behind it knocked Sasuke straight into the ground. He didn't have enough time to stand. Amaterasu, he couldn't see it, but he felt the black flames latched onto him. No, it can't end like this. I need to avenge the clan. They began at his feet where they began to crawl up. Inch by inch the flames began to consume him. Turning him into ash. Turning him into nothing. The last thing he saw was Itachi walking toward him. The elder Uchiha raised a hand and tapped Sasuke's forehead. The flames were gone. The pain was gone. There in front of him stood Itachi. He spoke. You're still too weak. Then feel the power given to me. Sasuke shouted, and then we'll see who's weak. The curse mark on his neck began to grow. It covered his entire body in black flame like tattoos. Chidori, the lighting he held in his hand, blazed with every ounce of his hate. Sasuke charged his elder brother with every ounce of chakra he could muster. Crow clone jutsu. As Sasuke's hand came into range, it happened. Itachi's body broke away into a flock of crows, letting Sasuke and the attack pass though. He reformed behind his younger brother as if nothing had happened. He felt the two-finger tap on his forehead again. There Itachi stood. Sasuke's curse mark had receded as if he had never activated it. Even his chakra supply felt as if he hadn't used any in the slightest. You're still too weak. They locked eyes. Tsukuyomi Sasuke felt everything change. The darkness faded and became a red sky. In the sky was a black moon and clouds. Sasuke was strapped to a cross, unable to move. For the next 3 days you will. He stopped and began to change into Naruto. Dobi! Sasuke shouted. For the next 3 days you. He began to cackle. Will be at the mercy of your fangirls. No. Like a bitch. The audience were in a state of silence. One moment Sasuke was locked in combat with his brother and the next, being ravaged by fangirls. Only Naruto. Hiruzen mumbled. Sakura, so what kind of punishment would the baka have for me? Sakura asked herself. Let's find out. Naruto stated behind her. After giving a shriek in fear, she began screaming. You baka. You nearly gave me a heart attack. There's Sasuke. Naruto calmly stated. Where? Sakura asked with heart in her eyes. They broke at the sight before her. Her precious Sasuke-kun was being ravaged, not by just anyone, it was Ino Pig. While Sasuke saw an army of every fangirl he ever had to deal with, Sakura saw different. She saw said Uchiha being ravaged by an army of Inos. Not only were they so numerous, Sasuke seemed to like it. No, she wailed. This is your punishment. Naruto stated, for the remainder of the genjutsu you will see this and not be able to interfere. Sakura ran to the horde, determined to save her Sasuke-kun. The problem was that she wasn't getting closer. She continued on, but the army and Sasuke seemed to be forever out of reach. Like a bitch. Kiba. Come on out, Dobi. Kiba called. Show me what you got, I can take it. Kiba. A rough female voice called. What are you doing? Mom. Kiba asked, shocked. What are you doing here? Are you saying that I can't go where I please? Sume asked. That I need your permission to be here? No, mommy. Kiba answered. I heard you joined so you wouldn't be beaten by women. She stated angrily. Is that true? No, mommy. Kiba whimpered. Liar, she shouted. You need to be punished. What are you going to do to me? Kiba asked. You will listen to Naruto give me pups. She answered with a psychotic grin. Don't you mean grand pups? Kiba asked. I know what I said, she answered. Come here, Naruto. No. Like a bitch. Kakashi had been walking down an empty path for a while. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew two things. He was not on the road to life, and two, he would be on time. Not if I have anything to say about it. The Cyclops-like Junin thought. He prided himself on being late. He was Kakashi Hatake, the man who would be late to his own funeral. Little did he know he didn't. This way, Kakashi. Rin, sensei. He could see them in the distance. You finally come. They spoke, we're glad. Why you are? He asked as a tear escaped his lone eye. Yes, it's very. They paused as they thought of the right words, youthful. Kakashi stopped in his tracks as his blood ran cold. Now that he was up close he could see them, and their outfits. Green spandex. And something else, something he couldn't put his finger on. Where are all of the women? He asked himself. He was overheard by Minota and Obito. Women? Obito repeated in confusion. What are those? I think he means what Rin used to be, Minota stated. Oh, there are no more of them. Obito stated. What? Kakashi asked in dread. Why? We got rid of them. His sensei answered in cheer. They were distracting us from our youthful training. What about Icha? Kakashi asked. We have those, his sensei answered, filling Kakashi with hope. Everyone is a fan, even us. The Junin looked around and sure enough, it was true. Everyone not training was engrossed in a copy of the book. Kakashi felt his heart soar. There was still hope. Here's the latest issue. Obito offered. Kakashi snatched the book from the Uchiha with desperation. It was an issue he hadn't read. He looked at the book as if it were a gift from the heavens. He tore his headband off and began reading with his Sharingan. Wait a minute, this is yaoi. He screamed in horror. The words were forever burned into his memory. You don't like it? Obito asked. Where's the women? Kakashi demanded. Where's the smut? He continued. Where's a place not converted to youth? Well, there is no such place. They answered. They saw him began to convulse on the ground. Are you okay? There is nothing about this whole scenario that doesn't make me so disgusted that I want to violently vomit out my own internal organs. He answered with an unnatural calmness. I despise you both so intensely that I can't tell if my vision is blurry from the Sharingan or my unforgiving rage. He continued. If no women's smut is found, I will gut you with an honest-to-God smile on my face and proceed to paint the home I build with your bodies with your very blood. That's unyuthif. Ah! Kakashi shouted in rage as he began forming hand signs. Chidori. Wait. Minota shouted in desperation to stop his student. There is some. This calmed Kakashi down enough to listen. A copy of Icha Icha involving women. Where? He needed to know. Well, tell me, now. There is a place, he whispered, guarded by you, by warriors, he corrected. It's said to contain the only copy of what you're searching for. He gave a toothy grin with a sparkle. We will take you there. Later. So this is the place? Kakashi asked as he eyes the dojo. It's not impressive. It's a place where youth doesn't exist. Obito spoke. We'll be back in a while. Minota stated. Good luck. Kakashi was now looking at the dojo in a new light. A place untouched by Yaut H. He thought I'm home. The Junin made his way forward. Stop, a voice spoke. The ground around the dojo began to tremble fiercely. A large crater-like crack began to form in front of the Junin. Out rose 3 men. Like-sized turtles. We are the youthful turtles. One spoke, guardian of this unyouthful place. Before you can enter here, you must pass a test. Another spoke. What kind of test? Kakashi asked. If you say youthful all. No, the voice assured. It's an extremely youthful test. You must join us. Kakashi said nothing after the turtle's comment. He just looked at them with empty eyes. A little later Kakashi was running through the woods. He had decided to ignore the test and leave. No smutty book was worth it. The turtles were closing in on him. Kakashi, why are you running? A turtle called. Just accept your fate. Never. The Junin shouted. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna run? Where you gonna hide? Nowhere. Because there's no one out there like you left. Like a bitch. Ino had been walking down the dark tunnel looking for Sasuke. She had the idea that he would protect her from anything Naruto would throw. And then we'll get married, she thought to herself. Is it getting warm? All this heat is going to make my hair go frizzy, she whined. Out of nowhere a mirror showed up. Ino didn't question it, she just started to admire herself in the mirror. I look good, she said to herself. Yes you do, someone spoke, really good. Ino looked around but couldn't find the voice. Who's there? Ino asked. Just an admirer. The voice answered. What do you want? Ino asked. My dad's of the Yamanaka clan head and I'm a kunoichi. Well, I want to be in your skin. Well who wouldn't? Ino asked, but beauty like this can be copied. I know, the voice agreed. That's why I'm taking yours. What do you mean by that? Ino asked frightened. Her answer was just cruel laughter. Ino felt cold steel pierce her flesh and go across her skin. The pain was unimaginable for the young kunoichi. It tore away her smooth skin, leaving her with only the muscles and innards beneath. Give me back my skin, Ino demanded through the agony. No, you can have this one. She felt something cover her exposed flesh. The pain of having anything come in contact with her was excruciating. It wasn't over. Sewing needles began to work on her. Soon the skin was a part of her flesh. Once finished, she looked into the mirror. I'm a pig, she shouted in outrage. You really are Ino pig now. The voice mocked, and I have some hungry friends. Footsteps began to echo in the darkness, coming closer and closer. Ino couldn't tell where it was coming from, only cower. Soon she was surrounded by a mass of people. Naruto stood in front of them all. Well, would you look at this, pork for dinner. Wait, I'm not a pig, Ino desperately shouted. I'm a girl trapped in a pig's skin. That's what they all say. Naruto spoke. Besides, I gave Tun up. He said with regret. A second pig will not escape me. No oink. Like a swine. Iruka the teacher was in a large and complete dark room. He had nowhere to go, so he did the only thing he could. He waited. Iruka-kun, a familiar voice called. Iruka-kun. Anko? Iruka asked to no one. Hi. She spoke behind him, nearly giving the Chunin a heart attack. After screaming like a child, he straightened himself. Anko. What are you doing here? Iruka asked. Did you sign the contract? Nope. Then why are you here? He asked. Are you here to help me? Nope. Then why are you looking at me like that? Iruka asked nervously. Anko didn't answer, she just started moving forward. Iruka began moving backwards. You're not Anko, are you? Spread M, she ordered. Okay. Maybe you are. Iruka tried. Nope. Every nerve in his body was telling him to run. Too bad for him, his back was against the wall. Can't we talk about this? He pleaded. Nope. She began weaving hand signs, ones that he feared. Trouser snake jutsu. She grabbed Iruka by the collar and threw him to the ground. She began to arrange him as if he were a toy. Top down bottom up. She spoke into his ear. Wait Anko, please, he needed an escape. Ain't no breaks Iruka. She stated. What? All aboard, she shouted, full power to the caboose. No. Like a bitch. They were all surprised when the screen in the sky went blank. All those viewing this will have to watch someone else suffer. Naruto's disembodied voice called through. This is now too graphic, so we're moving on. I just wanted to say I don't agree to rape or even enjoy fix on it. But come on. That was funny. Hayate the sickly Junin was making his way down the shadow path, just as the others did. He had never taken his hand off of his sword since the whole thing began. What does he have planned for me? He asked himself for the 100th time. Hello Hayate. A voice spoke from behind him. The Junin quickly spun around, blade drawn. He attacked the first thing he saw with a fast diagonal cut. The blade made contact, but didn't go more than inch in. That was impressive attack, Naruto spoke, especially with a sloppy swing. I take care of my blade, Hayate growled as he added more pressure. Not all of us can rely on special weapons. A shadow began to form behind Naruto, taking the form of a person. Yes, it is average, isn't it? Naruto and the figure stated. Average blades are easy to stop, but blades of wind can't be stopped by anyone. Hayate saw who the figure was, the sand Junin that defeated him. Naruto grabbed his elemental sword and took a swing. He pumped it full of wind chakra. Instead of cutting through Hayate, it pushed him. The Junin flew back with force that should have killed him. Instead, it just left him in a lot of pain. I'm going to show you the one thing Kakashi taught me, Naruto spoke. Even if it was indirectly. I even gave it a boost. Naruto grabbed the downed Junin's sword. Leaf Village Secret Jutsu. 10,000 Years of Death. Does any more need to be said? Like a bitch, Asuma. Unlike all the others, Asuma didn't go anywhere. He would wait for Naruto to come to him. So you didn't make a move, huh? Naruto spoke beside him. Why should I? Asuma asked. I know how this'll turn out. Really? Naruto asked skeptically. How? With you beaten by me, again, Asuma stated. When did you ever beat me? Naruto asked, generally confused. I won kurenai. No comment I see, Asuma stated victoriously. How's your steak? Naruto asked. What? I'm not eat. He was eating steak, maggot-filled steak. The Junin began to empty his stomach. Stop doing that, Asuma shouted. Well, let's begin. Naruto stated as he began to light a cigarette with his sword. Are those my smokes? Asuma asked. And they're almost as good as ramen, Naruto stated. Give me ba. What do you mean almost as good? Asuma asked as if he had been struck. They're twice as good as any ramen. You shouldn't insult ramen. Naruto warned as he looked around nervously, it might become offended. I'll insult ramen as much as I want, Asuma shouted. It tastes like watered-down piss-covered noodles. He started. Is there something behind me? The blonde Shunin just backed away. Asuma slowly turned around toward the creature behind him. It was a pile of ramen 8 feet high. It seemed to be shaped like a monster-like being. It seemed to be staring directly at Asuma. And now I know I said some things. Asuma spoke. But I'm sure we can put all that behind us, right? The creature said nothing, it just pointed a noodle-like arm over Asuma's shoulder. The Junin looked toward the direction and was confused. There was a giant bowl of hot boiling broth. You want me to get inside the bowl? He asked the creature, earning a nod. Why? It opened its big mouth to reveal a large black hole. In those large black holes were rows of giant teeth. Hahuningir. Holy shit, Naruto shouted, it can talk? How did you not know that? Asuma asked in disbelief. You made the thing. No I didn't, Naruto replied honestly. I don't even know how it got in here. So, this thing is real? Asuma asked in fear, and it wants to eat me? Kind of ironic. Naruto stated. Hahuningir, it repeated. I don't want to be eaten, Asuma told the creature. The Junin drew his weapons, he would fight. He would use all of his experience to take down the creature. Every jutsu and combat skill in his arsenal would aid him. It was a short fight. Ramen won. No, I don't want to be eaten, the Junin shouted. Asuma was now being held over the bowl of hot boiling ramen broth by a string of ramen. He struggled with all his might, but it was all pointless. He belonged to the ramen now. You know what, fine, Asuma shouted. Let the noodle monster eat me. Ramen monster. Naruto corrected. Whatever. The Junin didn't care, just know this, I got something you'll never have. What? Naruto asked in an uncaring manner. I got the mistress of Genjutsu to say, I love you, to me, Asuma stated triumphantly. The ramen stopped the descent. It knew something was wrong, that something bad was going to happen. What? Naruto asked. That's right, Asuma spoke, all of us got the Ice Queens, your former Heims to say, I love you, to us. He continued. Did they say it to you, even once? They didn't. The ramen monster had only one thought in its head. Fuck this over and over, and it was too young to die. It dropped the Junin onto the ground, grabbed its bowl. The creature ran like the wind. The air became cold and empty between the two shinobi. It was hollow. Asuma felt like he had something he would regret. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. His laugh was empty. Oh dear, you said some really magic words. Naruto stated. I guess I'll have to kill you now. But the contract said, fuck the contract. The hollowness consumed the Junin. I don't think I did too good with this chapter, but I hope you all had laughs because from here there won't be any more, only pain and misery. Warning. They will be grim. Don't judge me for what you will see. Chapter 24 I do not own, Naruto, Revenge 2, Pain. Hi everyone, Naruto spoke to those in his genjutsu. I was trying to be a nice guy, trying to be lenient in your punishment. You did horrible things to us, Iruka and Hayate shouted. I said trying, he shouted, but thanks to Asuma, I won't be going easy on you anymore. Well you wait, easy? Ino asked. Anymore? I'm going to tear your souls apart? Kiba the Inuzuka had spoken a big game, now he was alone, and scared. At Leah's I still have you Akumaru, Kiba stated getting a bark in reply. Or do you? Naruto asked. Dobi, Kiba growled. Hello Akumaru, Naruto greeted, and goodbye. It all happened in a flash. Naruto had grabbed Akumaru. I will give you a chance to save your partner Kiba. Naruto stated, all you have to do is make a small sacrifice. What do I need to do? Kiba asked. It said that your family values loyalty above all else, is that true? Naruto asked. An Inuzuka would gladly lay down their life for their friends and family, Kiba stated with pride. Then do so. Naruto ordered, and I'll let Akumaru live. You think that'll work? Kiba laughed. The contract said you couldn't kill or cripple us. Did it say anything about suicide? No, didn't think so. Naruto chuckled dryly. Plus, you don't have to kill yourself, you could neuter yourself. A dark thought occurred. Plus, Akumaru didn't sign. I could kill him now. Naruto raised a kunai to the dog. Wait. Kiba slowly drew a kunai with shaky hand. He unsteadily held the blade to his throat. Suddenly his hand held firm. Dai Dobi. The young Inuzuka threw the kunai with experience accuracy. It soared toward Naruto, aiming for his heart. The accuracy was dead on. The only problem was Naruto had a shield, in the form of a dog. The blade pierced Akumaru's underbelly. The dog gave a soft whimper before going still. Naruto dropped Akumaru on the floor with a soft thud. The puppy laid there broken and cold. "You fool," was all Naruto spoke. He left the young Inuzuka to grieve over his lost comrade. The audience saw the whole thing. Sume was very disappointed, she just didn't know in who. Naruto for using Akumaru as a meat shield and killing him. Or Kiba for risking his partner's life. The academy entrance opened and Naruto walked out. "Sume," he called, "I have something for you." On his hand was Akumaru. The dog had bitten and hadn't let go. "You're letting Akumaru go?" Sume asked confused. "I'm not holding anything against Akumaru," Naruto stated. He was innocent in everything, only following Kiba. "Thank you, pup." Sume spoke. "Now about that scene with me getting pups." "Gotta go." Naruto rushed. "People to torture, minds to break." "Ino. As soon as I get out of here my daddy's going to kick your butt, Naruto," Ino shouted for the 100th time. "You always rely on others, even your clan name," Naruto chastised. "You wouldn't make it a day in my shoes." She continued walking when she noticed something, a light. It was a bit away, but it was something. Ino ran after it. She even ignored the fact that she was getting sweaty. When she finally reached the light, she walked through it. It led outside. "I'm free." Ino looked back at the school and saw that their tortures were being showed, just not hers. "That means I'm the only one out," she realized. "Sasuke will be proud of me. I better get a new dress for our date." The young Kunoichi began to walk around the shopping district looking for the best. She found it. It was a golden dress that matched her blonde hair perfectly. She just had to have it. "Excuse me, sir, how much is that dress?" Ino asked the cashier. He took one look at her. "It's not for sale," he stated. "But he didn't let her finish. "I said it's not for sale," he growled before calming. "But I have one that is." "You do?" Ino asked hopefully. The man went into the back and returned with an orange dress. It wasn't too bad, but not up to Ino's taste. "Well, beggars can't be choosers. How much is it?" Ino asked. "It's over 9,000 yen," the man answered. "What?" Ino ripped the dress from the man's hand and looked at the tag. "The dress says 1,000 yen. Are you telling me what I can and can't price my items?" Before she could answer he yelled. "Get out, I don't want your kind." Here, Ino ran out of the shop as fast as she could. She felt as if the owner would have actually hit her if she hadn't. Well, who needs them? She had better dresses in her closet. It's that girl. "You mean that one?" "Yep." Ino looked around toward the ones whispering. She saw their not-so-hidden looks of hate and disgust. There was also the looks of something Ino was almost familiar with, just never this dark. "Imagine what we could do with her. You'd probably catch something." As Ino looked around she realized everyone was either glaring at her or acting like she wasn't there. It hurt, a lot. "Score!" She heard someone shout. There was a quick flash of pain in her head. The blow had knocked her off her legs and into a daze. She looked at the object used and couldn't believe it. It was a rock. Someone had actually thrown a rock at her. When she came back to her senses, she came back with anger. How dare they? Ino grabbed the rock and threw it directly at the one who struck her. It hit him in the direct center of his forehead, knocking him over. "Did you see that?" Someone asked, panicked. "She attacked him?" "Someone get Anbu. Get the bitch. Kill her." Ino couldn't believe what she was hearing. They were going to punish her for self-defense. They began to move in on her. There's too many. There was only one thing she could do. She had to run as far and fast as possible. It wasn't enough. They caught her. Leave me alone," she shouted as she trembled. "I'm warning you. You all hear that? She's warning us." The entire crowd began to laugh. It wasn't a happy laugh, it promised pain. One of the villagers threw another rock at her. It started. The villagers began to beat her. They used whatever they could, be it their very hand or sticks they found on the ground. They cut her flesh with jagged and rusted objects. They burned her with fire jutsus. As they damaged her mind with cruelty and her body with pain, she had only one thought. The thought Naruto had many times in the past. Why are they doing this? Why won't they let me die? She knew the answer, it would have been too easy. They wanted to get out all of their hate. But why? Daddy. She cried. Where are you, Daddy? He didn't show. No one did. What are you doing? A distant voice asked. Finish her now. No, not like this, she thought, desperately looking for an escape. She found one. Better yet, she found several. They were in the form of her attackers. Mind transfer jutsu using her family's technique, she started her escape. She took control of one of her assailants, a shinobi. Once she was in control, she made for her helpless body. Grabbing it, she ran for the only safe place she knew. Home. Ino released the jutsu as soon as the mob stopped giving chase. She didn't have the chakra to go any further. She limped home. Finally, she thought as she saw the clan. Ino limped toward the entrance to her home. Before she could get to the door they opened, she saw the comforting figure of her father. Daddy. She cried in joy. What are you doing here? He asked, his voice full of venom. Daddy? She asked in shock. Her daddy had never taken a tone like that with her, even when she insulted the customers. You are no child of mine. He hissed. Now get out of here, Bebadai. I said leave. He snapped as he drew a kunai. Or should I finish what the villagers started? Ino couldn't believe it, even her own father turned on her. The feeling he was giving off wasn't something she was used to. It wasn't the comforting figure of a parent. This was something both shinobi and civilian alike were capable of. Hate. She did all she could. She ran. Maybe she could find someone who wouldn't hate her. There has to be someone, she thought to herself, right? Sakura too had walked through a light that freed her from the darkness. Now she was in front of the school as well. Sakura? Her heart skipped a beat at the sound of the voice. Sasuke-kun. She cheered. You made it from the Baka's genjutsu. Of course. Sasuke stated smugly. The Dobi's skill is nowhere equal to mine. This is my chance. Sakura thought. There was no one around, no senseis, no competition, no anyone. Sasuke-kun. She called. Would you like to go on a date with me? Sasuke stared at her for what felt like an eternity. He's going to say no, she wailed in her mind. Sure. He answered before walking away. Did he just, he agreed? She asked herself, he agreed. There was only one thing she could do now. Mom. She shouted as she ran home. I need a new dress for my date with Sasuke-kun. Date Sasuke had taken Sakura to the most expensive restaurant in the village. Everyone stared at her with complete respect or envy. It was as she had always imagined it. There had been very little talk between the two. Sakura was fine with that, they had a comfortable silence. Now the Uchiha was walking her home. Sasuke-kun is walking me home, she mentally cheered. I had a wonderful evening, Sasuke-kun. Sakura spoke as they arrived to her house. Sakurai, would you like to go out again? He asked nervously. He's nervous about asking me out. That must mean he likes me. Yes, she enthusiastically agreed. Time passed. Sakura and Sasuke grew closer as they grew older. Her time with him was better than she could have ever imagined. She even got him to open his heart about his family. I'm so sorry, Sasuke-kun. She cried alongside him. It's not your problem, Sakura-chan. Her heart skipped a beat. Thanks for listening. Sasuke-kunai, yes. He ushered her. I want to help you, she stated weakly before adding strength to her words. I want to help you reach your goal. Thank you, he whispered, but I could never ask you to face Itachi. I didn't mean that part, she stated with a slight purr. I want to help you revive your clan. I will not bear an Uchiha child out of wedlock, he stated with strong conviction. I'm sorry, she whimpered, thanking he was angry. Sakura, will you marry? Yes. Then and there it happened. The Uchiha showed the Haruno a night of passion and pleasure she never thought possible. Time passed. Push Sakura, the doctors ordered, just a bit more. Just what do you think I'm doing? It seemed childbirth increased her already large lungs. Wah wah. Two new and innocent voices cried. Congratulations, Mrs. Uchiha. The doctor spoke. You given birth to a healthy pair of babies. My babies, let me see my babies, Sakura weakly ordered. The doctors handed her the children, both boys. She looked at them with her eyes filled with love only a mother could possess. Time passed. Sakura was happy. "Mommy, look what Daddy taught me," her eldest of the twins spoke. The boy went through the hand signs for a fire jutsu, a tradition for the Uchiha clan. It was a small flame, but made her swell up with pride. "Everything okay, Sakura?" Sasuke asked as he noticed the tears in her eyes. She looked at him. She finally had everything she ever wanted. The man of her dreams. 2 gifted children she loved with all her heart. Wealth, fame, and finally, respect. "Everything's perfect," she answered honestly. "Then I guess it's time I stepped in." A voice spoke, making her freeze up. The Uchiha family looked to the one who spoke. There stood one of the people the Uchihas hated most, Naruto. "Dobi." The younger Uchiha growled. "What are you doing here?" What Naruto said froze Sakura to the core. "I came to help history repeat itself." "And no. Stay away from my family," Sakura shouted. "Stay away from my babies." Sasuke ran toward the duo, fully charged, Chidori ready. "Dobi," he shouted. "Today, I will finally crush you." Sakura never understood what happened. 1 minute Sasuke was going to beat Naruto, then he was just gone. He literally faded out of sight. "Sasuke-kun." "Daddy." Naruto began to walk to them, slowly and purposely. The 2 young Uchiha twins ran toward Naruto, blinded with rage. As they got closer, Sakura noticed something horrible. Each step Naruto took destroyed everything around him. The plants withered away and the ground broke away under him. The Uchiha children didn't stand a chance. They were now held high by their throats. They were at Naruto's mercy. "And behold, I shall be a blight upon the land," he spoke softly, "and everything I touch shall wither and die." As he spoke, she saw the worst sight she could imagine. Their skin became pale as their bodies became shrunken and frail. Their skins broke away, revealing the bones chipping away underneath. Her children weren't just dying, her babies were withering away, and she could do nothing about it. When he was done, there was only 2 piles of dust. They blew away in the wind, forever scattered and away from her. She looked up at Naruto. "Please," she begged, "kill me." He merely walked away. The ground, even reality gave away. All that was left was her, floating on a small rock in oblivion. Everything she ever wanted or needed was given to her. Her heart's desire was taken away. Now she was truly alone. All that was left was her and a true black abyss. She wanted to jump and put an end to it all. Something told her it was pointless, that she would fall forever. Never hitting the bottom. Never to enjoy death's sweet embrace. Never to join her family. "Sasuke. Where are you, Dobi?" Sasuke called into the darkness. "I'm here to challenge you, just like you did with Itachi." "You challenge me, huh?" Naruto asked, appearing from the shadows. "In what?" "I challenge you to a one-on-one, a regular match." "Fine." Naruto agreed. "You challenge me, so it's your move." "I am an Uchiha, the elite." Sasuke spoke arrogantly. "What do you hope to do against me?" "The same as everyone else." Naruto answered. "Break you." Sasuke made the first move. The Uchiha ran forward and started forming hand signs. Fire style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu. A barrage of small fireballs made their way toward Naruto. Invert what? Now they were making their way back toward Sasuke. The young Uchiha raised his hands to block the attack. It never came, at least not by fire, it came by cold steel. It started off as numbness that grew into a stinging sensation. It continued to build, forcing the Uchiha to open his eyes. He looked to his arms and saw a thin red line, exactly where the pain was. As the Uchiha tried to flex his hands, he noticed they didn't respond. They were numb, as if they weren't his. Then they fell. It took Sasuke a moment for him to realize what had just happened. His arms had just fallen off. It took even less time for the pain to kick in. The Uchiha fell to his knees in agony. Actually, it would be better to say he fell off his knees in agony. They too had been severed. Now Sasuke was nothing more than a torso. An angry, Sharingan-wielding torso. "Well now," Naruto began. "Where have I seen this? Oh yeah, with Neji Hyuga." Naruto stood in front of the limbless Sasuke. The Uchiha tried to attack Naruto. All he managed to do was thrash around in agony, spilling his blood. After a pointless moment, He began to slow down. He was getting dizzy and tired, so tired he thought. It was all because of his thrashing around. The movement forced more blood out of the body. Now Sasuke was near unconsciousness as well as death. Well? Sasuke asked weakly, aren't you going to kill me? Naruto didn't answer, he just raised his elemental sword high into the air. I'll finally rejoin my clan. Sasuke thought with a slight bit of peace, before shouting out in unholy pain. Sasuke looked to the sword Naruto had burning into his arm. He's cauterizing the wound. Sasuke realized. When Naruto finished the first arm, he moved to the next, then the legs. Naruto wasn't killing him, he was preventing the Uchiha's death. Why don't YYUJ just kill me? Sasuke asked in pain and anger. You don't fear death, you welcome it. Naruto answered. Your punishment must be more severe. Torture? Sasuke asked as fear built. Yes, Naruto answered, but not of the body. It will be of the soul. Sasuke looked at Naruto. For a moment he thought he would finally see his family, his parents. Then Naruto took it away from him. No, I will not be denied. Sasuke thought angrily. The young Uchiha opened his mouth and slammed it shut with all the force he could muster. His teeth tore through his tongue as if it were a marshmallow. He gave Naruto a smirk as his consciousness faded. It was met with a smirk from the blonde. Naruto shoved his elemental sword into Sasuke's mouth. Hard enough to force its way in, but soft enough to stop on the wounded tongue. A true contradiction. His mouth was met with the same situation as his limbs. Did you think I'd let you go that easily? Naruto asked. No, you don't get to go yet. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone. When your dreams are in ashes, then you have my permission to die. What does he mean by that? Sasuke asked himself. Earlier this week I was met with an intruder in my home. Naruto stated. Not uncommon, a lot of people want me dead. Sasuke agreed with that. The funny part was who it was. Naruto turned his head to the darkness and called. Bring him in. In popped several Naruto clones carrying a struggling figure. The sight filled Sasuke with horror and fear. It was a beaten and bloody Itachi Uchiha. The elder Uchiha looked as if he were about to collapse from either exhaustion or pain, maybe both. The clones forced Itachi to his knees in front of the two. The elder Uchiha locked eyes with the younger one. Hello Sasuke-kun. Itachi rasped. I bet why you're enjoying the sight. The honest truth, he wasn't. It was supposed to be him that brought Itachi to his knees, not Naruto. Say your farewells. Naruto ordered. He raised his kusanagi high. And brought it down on Itachi's neck, but not before he could utter. I'll tell mom and dad you said hi. The only sound was the thud of a head hitting the ground. Wait a sec. Naruto exclaimed. Didn't you have a second dream? He looked as if he were deep in thought before snapping his fingers. That's right, you also wanted to revive your clan. Now Sasuke was feeling despair. Naruto raised his kusanagi blade and took aim at the Uchiha family jewels. It happened in a flash, the blade extended and retracted. It had severed the Uchihas, yeah. Now we add fire to stop the bleeding. Naruto actually sung as he did just that, and sing of the mental help you'll be needing. Naruto walked away, but not before leaving Sasuke with a gift. He lifted Sasuke upright so the Uchiha could see. The area became a cemetery. Not just any cemetery, it was one Sasuke visited often. It was the Uchiha cemetery. His parents' grave stood before him. Mom, Dad, he thought bitterly, I am sorry that he couldn't bring himself to finish. He could only sit there, not even having enough will to cry. Kakashi was tired of dark tunnels. He knew Naruto had something planned for him, but he was ready. He truly felt Naruto couldn't do anything worse than before. Oh, how wrong he was. Kakashi-kun. A weak feminine voice called. Why didn't you save me? Kakashi felt his heart snap. Rin. He asked. No, this is just genjutsu. You didn't watch after your comrade, an older silver-headed man stated in disappointment. Has my life truly been in vain that my own son is a disappointment? Father. Kakashi couldn't believe his ears. I'm just as much to blame. Another voice spoke. It seems my lessons didn't sink into that skull of yours. Sensei. Don't call me that, Minato snapped. If you can't follow my lessons then I can't be your teacher. He gave the younger Junin a sneer. Look at you, playing favorites. Did I ever play favorites with your team? No, but You what? Rin weakly asked. I owes a debt to Obito. Kakashi weakly finished. So no, a new voice spoke. A new figure limped and joined the argument. His entire right side looked as if it had been crushed. The left eye was sending a truly hateful glare. It was Obito Uchiha. I gave you that eye to protect Rin. Obito stated. What do? You let her die, he shouted. Then you go get lazy and become an awful teacher. You taught your team nothing. I trained you better than that. Minota stated. I've used this eye to protect this village and many of my comrades. Kakashi tried to reason. Naruto appeared from the shadows. But you couldn't protect a child, he asked. Could you, Inu-san? We can forgive not protecting me. Rin stated. We are shinobi and our lives are in constant threat. We can forgive you being a horrible teacher. Minota continued. Not everyone is suited for it. We can't forgive you, Obito started, for becoming a hypocrite. As one they spoke. Those who abandon the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are less than trash. They're scum. Naruto spat. I think it's time I take back what's mine, Obito whispered. The Uchiha limped forward, arm extended. Kakashi had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. His sensei would just find him. He could only scream as the fingers dug into his eye socket and yanked. Iruka knew that he was in more trouble than ever. Whatever Naruto had planned would make his next punishment look tame. If that's possible, and he feared it was. Hello Iruka. How are you feeling? Naruto asked in a low voice. I'm doing fine Naruto. Iruka answered nervously. We'll have to fix that. Naruto stated. Iruka had clamps form around his wrist and ankles. They spread themselves out and latched onto the wall behind him. The whole darkness faded. It became a dark and murky room. The doctor is in. Naruto made his way toward Iruka, kunai drawn. He cut away at the Chunin's jacket and shirt exposing his chest. Naruto proceeded to a circle about an inch into his flesh around Iruka's chest with the kunai's tip. He then turned the blade to its side and carved the circular flesh. He repeated the process 2 more times at random points on Iruka's chest. He let out a hollow laugh as Iruka's cried. Naruto grabbed his kusanagi blade and raised it high. He brought it down repeatedly on one of Iruka's legs, cutting only halfway through. With each strike. Once he had finished, he moved to the other leg. Naruto then drew his elemental blade. He heated up 2 kunai with concentrated raw fire chakra. He slowly drove them through Iruka's hands, going inch by inch. When it had finally made its way through, he stopped with the fire chakra. He tied a thin piece of ninja wire from both ends of the kunai to his elemental sword. He began to pump them full with lighting chakra. Iruka couldn't describe the pain he felt. Every cell in his body was literally being electrocuted. He wasn't even given the chance to black out. Naruto drew another kunai and made a deep incision from Iruka's chest to his stomach. He dug both hands in before ripping Iruka's chest cavity open. He could only howl in pain as Naruto continued to laugh. Why are you doing this? He asked through his tears. Let me tell you something. Naruto began joyfully. I'm not completely with it. He removed the liver. I'm on the crazy train and there's no station in sight. He squeezed a kidney until it was goo in his hand. When I was born, I was beaten with the mental stick. He cut the spleen with a kunai. I'm a thread loose of a tapestry. He yanked on the small intestines. I'm 1 cupcake short of a bakery. You're insane. Iruka shouted. Bingo, Naruto agreed. The blonde brought a kunai down into Iruka's heart. The citizens on Konoha couldn't believe the brutality they were seeing. Many were emptying their stomachs onto the ground as they viewed the horrors. Hokage-sama, you have to stop him. No, I don't. Tsunade stated. As long as they're alive and can function, no rule has been broken. They watched as Iruka was put together and brought back to life. Only for the torture to continue. Death would have been a blessing. Hayate, Hayate, oh Hayate. Naruto called, come out, wherever you are. Hayate had used the only genjutsu he knew. It was a camouflage type, now he was hidden in the darkness. Or so he thought. Naruto was a senior nin. He knew the exact spot Hayate was trying to hide. Above. He just decided to humor the Junin with false hope. It made the fear all the sweeter. Naruto felt the chakra shift and knew Hayate was going to attack. The Chunin raised his Kusanagi sword as Hayate fell from the ceiling. The tip of their swords met and balanced the Junin. With a surge of chakra, they were separated. "I'm going to kill you," cough, Hayate screamed. "Come," Naruto ordered. Hayate focused as much chakra into his own sword before charging Naruto. The amount he had shined over the blade. Naruto met it head-on with the Kusanagi blade. They were in a power struggle until Naruto drew his second sword. Hayate drew back with caution. "Coward," Hayate spoke. "You, cough, can't face me in, cough, a kenjutsu match?" This caught Naruto by surprise. "A single kenjutsu match," the blonde murmured. "Fine, but on my terms." "Cough. I'm listening." Hayate spoke. "No kenjutsu-related jutsu," Naruto began. "No chakra, no anything other than skill." "Deal." Hayate readily agreed. He believed that with his skills and experience, that he had the upper hand. Naruto charged forward, both blades drawn. Hayate stabbed his sword forward intent on impaling Naruto. Naruto jumped over the blade and swung at Hayate's head. The Junin quickly stepped back and blocked with his sword. The weight in these blows are ridiculous, Hayate thought. He quickly pushed Naruto off and back a few feet. "I need time to think." Hayate panicked. "I can't keep this up without chakra." Naruto ran forward again, his own blade intent on impaling. Hayate jumped to the side and attempted to sever Naruto's arms. The blonde simply continued forward, avoiding the blow. Giving Hayate a clear view of his back, the Junin drew a few kunai with explosive tags from his pouch. He threw them toward Naruto and they were right on target. They would have hit had Naruto not spun around with a gust of lighting. It sent the charged metals back at the Junin. They landed at his feet and he almost laughed. He would have laughed if the explosive notes hadn't gone off. He was just lucky they were low-powered. He might have lost a limb. For now he was just stunned, unable to move, with Naruto around. He wished the explosion had killed him. "You just couldn't do it," Naruto chastised. "You couldn't meet me on even ground." Naruto watched as Hayate picked himself up, barely. The Junin felt an invisible force push him against the dark wall. His own sword began to float in front of him. The blade flew toward the Junin with great speed. It was thanks to years of experience that his body acted, grabbing the blade between his hands. "Impressive," Naruto admitted. The invisible force returned against the blade, again. And again. And again. It pushed against the butt of the sword, forcing it through Hayate's stomach. Hayate tried to resist, but the blows grew stronger each time. Naruto finally stopped when it was halfway through. Naruto walked up to talk. "Well, Hayate didn't let him finish. He grabbed the blonde in one hand, holding tight. With the other, he removed the sword and put it to Naruto's neck. "Ooh, scary," Naruto mocked. Hayate tried to force the blade through Naruto's neck. He would have succeeded if Naruto hadn't scattered in a mass of black petals. The black petals reformed and became a mass of shurikens. They rained down mercilessly onto the Junin. When they stopped, he could only glare at Naruto. "Go ahead," he growled. "Kill, cough, me." "No," Naruto spoke. "Your disease is doing that for me. Cough, cough, cough." He couldn't continue. Hayate was hit with a coughing fit. It was worse than any he'd ever had before. Soon he fell to his knees coughing up blood. His body fell over, paralyzed from the disease. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Naruto asked, though he already knew. To know that a disease will be the cause of your death. Not a shinobi way to go, like poison. The look in Hayate's eyes said so many hateful things. All he could manage was, cough, 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 cough. He barely noticed Naruto place a red vial on the ground, barely. He gave the blonde a questioning glare. "This is full of my blood," Naruto stated. "If you drink this, your disease will be cured." Hayate couldn't believe his ears. A chance of relief? He thought with hope. "You can have it. But there was a catch. If you can get it," Naruto spoke. "It'll only be there for 3 minutes." He stepped away from the vial that he placed 10 feet away. That's not fair. Hayate couldn't move. His cure was right there. But he couldn't reach it. It might as well have been a mile away, hidden in enemy territory. So close, Naruto whispered, yet so far. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Asuma knew he was in trouble. He had opened his mouth one time too many. He knew Naruto was waiting, saving him for last. So he needed to go on the offensive. And he did. Let's see if Kurenai's lectures were worth anything, he thought dryly. He released a burst of chakra that dispelled the darkness genjutsu. Only to show more darkness. Double-layered. And a surprised Naruto. Asuma-san, Naruto stated in actual surprise, how did you? My girlfriend is the mistress of genjutsu. Asuma stated as he lit another cigarette. You think she'd let me go if I couldn't even release a genjutsu? True. Naruto agreed. Now. Asuma began mockingly. Why don't you be a good chunin and let me out of here? Excuse me, I am a shinobi. Naruto began. I am the fuck-mothering boogeyman. He grinned. I am fear. He laughed. I have broken a lot of minds to get this title. I deserve to be caused such. And I am one of the 12 guardian ninja. He scoffed. You don't hear me bragging. But I could, aren't you? Dodge. That's exactly what Asuma did, barely. Naruto had swung his inflamed elemental blade at Asuma's head. Had the Junin been any slower, he'd be a real hothead. Naruto didn't stop there. He swung and released wave after wave. Asuma continued to dance like a monkey. But he wasn't a Junin for dancing around attacks. With each step Asuma took to avoid a blow, he got closer. Soon Naruto would be in range for a counterattack. Now, the Junin thought. He ran forward, trench knives drawn and ready for action. Naruto saw this and ran forward to meet the challenge. The two shinobi jumped forward and met in air. Their weapons struck and they landed back to back. Only both of Naruto's arms were on the ground. He didn't even try to evade. Asuma thought, was he really that cocky? You shouldn't have messed with a Junin. Asuma spoke. You'll only. He got no further. Naruto had turned and delivered a devastating kick to Asuma's sides. It had enough force to knock him onto his back. Asuma watched in awe and horror as Naruto's arms grew back. You forgot something important, fool. Naruto chastised. This is all a genjutsu. Well then, Asuma spoke as he took another puff. I'll just have to break through. He gained a cocky smile. Give me your worst. Let's see who kurenai taught better, me or you. Then feed on your own despair. Naruto whispered. The area turned red. No, Asuma thought. The darkness was bleeding. He realized. How the hell does emptiness bleed? The blood began to move around and take form. It was the form of a fox's upper body, then a second. Asuma didn't know what was happening. He knew what he was seeing was genjutsu, that's all it could be. What he didn't know was Naruto was pouring concentrated fear directly at him. He wanted my worst, Naruto thought grimly. Well, here it is. Asuma could do only one thing. He ran. He forgot one thing. He was in Naruto's genjutsu. There was nowhere he could go or hide that Naruto couldn't get him. How long have I been running? He asked himself. He didn't know, but he could stop. Not now, not ever. As he ran, he looked over his shoulder and saw the foxes behind him. Always behind him, always chasing. Wait, what's that? He asked himself with a sliver of hope. It was a light, a chance. No, Naruto spoke from behind. Asuma felt chakra pass through his leg. He was familiar with this chakra, it was the one he used. It was wind chakra. His leg had been severed, he couldn't go any further. Asuma turned to see Naruto standing in between the two foxes. Why, you, what have you done? Asuma shouted. What have you done different than anyone of us? Bitch, I eat people. Naruto yelled. What? Devour, Naruto ordered. The foxes fell onto Asuma. They tugged at his 3 remaining limbs, tearing them off. They ate like starved animals, and they continued to eat. They tore his stomach open and let his innards fall out. They nibbled, savoring each and every ite they could. One snapped at his neck, tearing out his throat in the process. With a second snap, his head was disconnected from his body. Asuma was conscious of every piece being taken away. He felt the pain he never thought possible. Naruto wouldn't let death come easily. When the blood foxes finished, not even bone remained. How was he? Naruto asked the creatures. He tasted like a monkey. One stated, gagging. A monkey that's past its prime, the second stated. Hokage-sama, Yugo cried. You can't let this continue. He still has plenty of time left. Tsunade calmly spoke. But, he needs to be stopped. You all can't join the fray. Tsunade stated as she held up the documents. None of you signed the contract. This was their chance, to stop the madness and torture. All they had to do was sign. And face Naruto's wrath. I don't know, Anko stated. I'd like to keep the little sanity I have. The giant genjutsu screen drew their attention. Naruto. What are you doing with that badger? It's not a badger, it's a honey badger. Naruto corrected. You mean the one that... Naruto cut him off. Yeah. Naruto grinned. The one that doesn't give a shit. Well people, Naruto spoke. How was it? It was horrible. Iruka whimpered. You survived my hatred with your minds intact. Naruto congratulated. But I have some bad news. What? Kakashi asked. You're going back, but it's over, Ino shouted. No, it's not. Naruto spoke. I'm nowhere near done. He can't do that, Hokage-sama. Hana shouted. Actually he can. Kyuubi countered. He's only used up a few minutes. What? Impossible. Anko shouted. We've been altering time from both sides. Tayuya stated, motioning to Kyuubi. He speeds it up time for them, but we slow it down for you. In all honesty, he used up about 15 minutes. The torture continued, for everyone. The fools who signed the contract only wanted death. Every torture Naruto did only got worse and worse. The villagers couldn't look away. They were stuck too far in awe and horror. It was like an accident that one. The mistresses watched, powerless to defend their boyfriends and brother. The only ones not suffering were the Heims. They just pretty much sat back and watched. I can't take this anymore, Anko shouted. Give me that stupid paper, I'm signing. Same as us. The mistresses spoke. I've already told you it's too late. I need a drink. Tsunade thought, clearly annoyed. Unless Naru-kun accepts, there's no way in. I have a plan. Yugo spoke. They huddled into a circle and listened. Are you sure it will work? It did for everyone else. We have little choice. Agreed. Hokage-sama, we want to sign. Before she could be cut off, she continued. We know how to get him to allow us. Fine. They signed, one by one. Anko, Hana, Kurenai, Yugo. It was done. Kurenai stepped forward. Naruto Uzumaki, she shouted with a genjutsu amplified voice. It gained his attention. We have signed the contract. Hana spoke with the aid of the genjutsu. We each challenge you. We the mistresses of Konoha challenge you. They continued, pure skill against skill. Senseis versus student, do you accept? They asked, when? He didn't reply. They continued. Are you afraid of us, Naruto? The doors swung open. Naruto had accepted their challenge. I am fear, Naruto's voice stated, and fear fears nothing. They walked in. Review PSI have work and college stuff, so it may take longer to update. PSS stop flaming. If you don't like, then don't read. It's that simple. Chapter 25 I do not own, Naruto, I'm back bitches. Sorry about the wait. 25% work, 25% school, graduated. 50% lazy. Naruto versus mistresses round 2. So you challenge me, huh? Naruto asked. I accept. Well then, none of those abilities Kyuubi enhanced you with. Hana ordered. You've become like the Uchiha. We want to see what you can do without it. Naruto didn't like the jab but had to agree. He had become very reliant on the gift. Okay. If you wager you titles. Naruto stated. What could you possibly want with our titles? Kurenai asked. Let's begin, Naruto stated before they could prepare. The mistresses began to spread out around Naruto. Looks like we need to give you a hard and thorough lesson, Anko said as she licked her kunai. Naruto ran forward and clashed swords with Yugo. The Junin and Chunin were locked in a power struggle. Clang. Izanami? What the hell was that? Kurenai asked, feeling something off. It was interrupted by Anko, who threw several kunai at the young ninja. Naruto kicked Yugo in the side before he jumped and rolled to the side. As Naruto stood, he began to deflect each one. Anko, however, was far from out of kunai. All those times you threw these at me are paying off, sensei, Naruto mocked. As he continued to deflect, ninja senses kicked in. He noticed that Hana's chakra was right behind him. Naruto turned and aimed his elemental sword straight toward her. A thin but strong stream of fire made its way toward her. Hana barely had time to duck, slightly singeing her hair. I need some space, he thought. He jumped back and threw a kunai with an explosive tag. The kunoichi saw his act and smirked a bit on the inside. We just need to keep pushing him, they thought. Hana threw a smoke grenade. They knew it wouldn't block his chakra senses, but it would distract him. Striking shadow snakes, a single snake wrapped itself around Naruto's legs, binding him. It was Naruto's turn to smirk, but he didn't hide it. Whoa, snake! The snake tensed up before releasing Naruto. It turned to a new target, Anko. It wrapped around her before she or anyone knew what was happening. Wait, what the hell? Anko exclaimed. You can control my snakes? No, Naruto answered as he raised his sword and prepared to strike Anko. It just knows better, all snakes know better. As Naruto drew his sword, his body froze in place. It took him 1 second to realize what happened. A paralysis jutsu, he thought. It took him another second to break it. In those 2 seconds, Kurenai was able to draw a kunai and throw it. It pierced through Naruto's wrist, forcing him to drop the kusanagi. Even with his pain tolerance, it hurt. It still wasn't enough, he thought as he jumped back while drawing the elemental sword. He needed more space. He couldn't keep track of them all, even with his sensory. The kunoichi knew this. They continued to press the attack. Hana first throwing a punch Naruto couldn't block. Now open Yugo grabbed his hand holding the weapon and twisted it over her shoulder, forcing him to release. With more pressure, she flipped him over her shoulder and painfully into the ground. He attempted to stand, but they didn't give him a moment's rest. They delivered blow after blow to the dizzy blonde. Enough of this, he thought. Flower petal escaped. Naruto scattered into a swarm of black flower petals. Had the kunoichi been watching, they would have noticed his sword scatter into petals as well. Damn it! Anko shouted in frustration. This is getting us nowhere. What should we do? Hana asked. She got torture advice from Anko. Her question went unanswered by both Yugo and Kurenai. When the 2 kunoichi realized they were being stared at, they focused. Something on your minds? Anko asked. I was just thinking of how well he used his escape. Kurenai answered. I couldn't follow him. I'm also impressed at how he stood his own with his kenjutsu. Yugo admitted. I was going all out. Anko could only look at the 2 kunoichi in disbelief. She couldn't believe that they were commenting on his skills at a time like this. Even if he did put fear into my snakes, she thought to herself. I know that look. Hana stated as she watched Anko. You're feeling pride in your student. Well, Anko trailed off before admitting, the scared snake was a nice touch. Tell me. Hana begged. What's it like? It's one of the greatest feelings in the world. Anko answered without thinking. Knowing that you helped in making someone become better, she continued, few things rival it. She would have continued had Kurenai not jabbed her in the sides. When she looked to see the reason why, she saw a very depressed kunoichi. Hana was crouched over, making circles in the ground. The storm cloud over her head raged with her depression. Didn't know anyone could be that emo, but the Uchiha. Must be nice, Hana mumbled, being able to appreciate what you taught. The 3 kunoichi could only stare in awkward silence. Damn, Naruto cursed, they're tougher than I thought. He could only chuckle at it. He had underestimated them. At best they're each high chunin, but in their own specialty they're high junin. He needed a strategy. What can I do? Best them? No. Separate them and pick them off one by one? Maybe. Get help? Maybe the ramen monster? No use flirting as a distraction? Hell no. Piss them off till they go berserk? No, I could. Wait, go back to that last one. Pissing them off? Yeah, do you have anything that could piss off 4 women? A dark smile crept onto Naruto's face. Perfect place for cliffhanger, but I won't. Women. I strongly apologize for what happens next. The kunoichi were preparing for Naruto counterattack. Well, what do we have here? Naruto asked. A Waffle House of bitches. He stated, so who's going to put on the maid outfit and serve me? The women could only stare in belief. He did not just. Oh, I believe I did. Naruto stated, you really suck, Naruto. Hana growled. No, you four do. Very well, I might add. Naruto corrected, I remember. And by the way, you four acted even better. The kunoichi turned red with both anger and embarrassment. It's true, they admitted. Hana had had enough and charged Naruto. The blonde was prepared. Naruto reached behind his back and waited as Hana drew closer. The kunoichi was prepared for a kunai or something like that. What Naruto drew made her stop 2 feet away. A rolled-up newspaper. Raising it high, he brought it down on her head. Bad dog. The blow itself didn't hurt her, just her pride. The shock and disbelief was enough to stun the four kunoichi, the audience and the readers. Thankfully Naruto wasn't done. Shooting his leg out, he knocked Hana to the ground. Sit. He delivered a powerful kick into the side of Hana's side, knocking her over. Roll over. He raised his swords high over his head. Play dead. He brought it down. Hana fell over lifeless. Naruto, you bastard. Kurenai was the first to snap out of the shock. Right into a feminine rage. Like a bull seeing red, she charged. Naruto gave a weak chuckle. What's wrong, sensei? He asked mockingly. I thought you said genjutsu specialists shouldn't charge into a fight. Don't you mock me, she shouted. Although Kurenai was a Junin-level shinobi, her taijutsu wasn't. She delivered a sloppy punch but missed, throwing herself off balance. You must have some real ants in your pants, he spoke into her ear as she tried again. Let me help. Smack. Naruto delivered a smack to her bottom that was so fierce it caused another pause. Firm with a little give. Naruto spoke. Just the way I like it. Pervert, Anko shouted as she struck him. After he recovered, he went onto the defensive. Anko was the opposite in taijutsu, so Naruto had to stay on the defensive. You of all people are calling me a pervert? Naruto asked defensively. Your name is on the bathroom wall right under for a good time. He gave her a look of disgust. That's definitely the pot calling the kettle black. Shut up, she shouted, taking another swing. It's not my fault the village is filled with simple-minded bigots. Why are you still a shinobi? Naruto asked. What? Anko asked in confusion. They were in the middle of a battle and he had questions. To protect the village. Naruto ran forward and swung at her. The special Junin just sidestepped and impaled a kunai in Naruto's shoulder. A kunai with an explosive tag on it. You bit? The explosion cut him off. I enjoyed that far more than I should have. Anko stated, only for her jaw to drop as Naruto walked out of the flames. Is that it? Naruto asked disbelief. The things people have been saying about you is true. He sighed with mock disappointment. Iruka's made you soft. What? She asked, shocked. Me? Soft? Impossible. I mean seriously, Naruto continued as if she hadn't spoken. The old Anko would have shoved that kunai where the sun don't shine. It's true. I'm the same Anko as always, she snapped. Really, all I see is a copy, he spat. The real Anko taught me how to do near suicidal stuff. A shit-eating smile split across his face. Stuff like this. Naruto ran forward and ripped open his shirt to reveal a vest. A vest covered in high-powered explosive tags. Naruto muttered only one word before they went off. Izanagi Anko barely made it away, but still took damage. She only had one thought: how does he afford to keep getting those? I'm so disappointed in you. Naruto spoke behind her. Iruka must have got you good. He realized he hit the nail on the head when she flinched. Is that it? Did he convince you to act civilized so people will accept you? I trust Iruka. She growled. And I trusted you. Look at us now. He chuckled. Those people out there. He gestured outside the arena toward Konoha. They thinks you're as much a monster as me. Shut up. She cried in rage. What do you know about? She stopped when she saw his, really, face. Never mind. Oh, before I forget. Naruto smirked. Bitch goes boom. Wah. Anko looked down to see an exploding tag on her chest. How do you affor? Boom. It's over. Naruto stated. Yes, it is. A voice spoke in his ear. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. Naruto couldn't move. He was caught in another genjutsu. Hold him right there, Kurenai. Yugo ordered. The kunoichi drew her sword and charged. Her vertical slash hit its mark with Naruto. Usually an attack like this would put one in critical conditions, but it wasn't enough for Naruto. Izanagi, he wasn't done. Invert Yugo knew this technique and its uses from experience. Yugo knew Naruto expected her to strike in his direction like so many before. She would however go in the opposite. It was that thought that Naruto was waiting for. Yugo's sword didn't pierce Naruto, it pierced Kurenai. Why Yugo? The Genjutsu mistress stuttered before falling limp. And then there was one. Naruto stated. How? That's the true power of the invert. Naruto stated. It actually uses your years of experience to trigger your reflexes of attacking. He pointed to himself. In most cases me. But I didn't attack you. Yugo stated. No, you didn't. Naruto agreed. You attacked what you thought was me. He smiled lazily. You can't expect my usual brand of crazy. I like to keep people on their toes. With a cry of rage, Yugo stood and rushed Naruto. She no longer had a style in her movements, just wild slicing. You told me one has to keep calm in a fight. The blade pierced his chest and he went up in smoke. Or you lose the fight, he whispered in her ear. Deception slice and the last kunoichi fell. Clang. Naruto and Yugo were in a power struggle. Naruto kicked the sword-wielding lady in the stomach. It was enough to make her double over and backpedal. Infinite darkness technique. Wait, what the hell? Anko shouted. I thought I died. We all did, Yugo stated. And you will again. Naruto answered. But how? He asked. 8 point. He spoke for them to hear. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He named. Which will I go for? The kunoichi all went on guard at the sound of Naruto's voice. They took a back-to-back diamond position. Where did you learn this jutsu? Kurenai asked. This was a specialty by the second Hokage. My Slugheim is both the 5th Hokage and a senju. Naruto answered. She allowed me to learn it. Kurenai formed a hand sign. Kai nothing, is that it? Naruto asked. I'm actually disappointed. What are you talking about? I guess Konoha's top kunoichi are all talk. What? Anko exclaimed in outrage. We are Konohas. So help me if you say elites. He roared, which echoed all around. I will make Iruka think he's a little girl. Can he actually do that? Hana asked. Kurenai gave a grim nod. Then again, I shouldn't be srprised. He sighed again. We can't let him win, Anko exclaimed. Our titles are on the line. Actually, just Kurenai and Yugo. Naruto corrected. The rest of you are dead weight. He gave them all a once-over. In fact, none of you truly deserve your titles. You're all just second best. What? Kurenai growled. Where is he? Hana. He spoke. You are just inheriting a title from your mom. She fell. Her lungs began to fill with blood. Anko. The titles you have aren't the kind I want connected to my Heims. She fell. Her jugular was sliced. Yugo, you will always be considered second to Hayate. She fell. Her ear was pierced, the fasted death. Kurenai. Well, Kakashi had ninjutsu. Guy has Tai. Hayate has Ken. Jiraiya even has Fuin. She fell. Her spine had been cut. Unfortunately, she wasn't dead. Naruto appeared. He had been behind them in camouflage. What's there really left? He asked as he pierced her skull. Clang. Naruto and Yugo were in a power struggle. Why do we keep coming back? Kurenai asked, breaking her composure. Naruto and Yugo broke apart. You of the Ice Queens should be the one telling, not asking. Naruto chastised. I can't keep this up, he thought. I'm running low without my fear. He was barely holding his composure. Just need to push them a little more. Genjutsu. She snapped. Yep. Naruto answered. While you've seen me use Izanagi to escape my fate, Izanami decides it. He explained. As much as I hate to admit it, it's an Uchiha technique. An Uchiha? Kurenai growled in contempt. Naruto noticed the disdain in her voice. What's that about? That's right. Naruto snapped his finger in realization. Itachi Uchiha, the master of Genjutsu. Shut up, Kurenai spat. The true master of Genjutsu. He laughed, and with Orochimaru as the snake master, You all really are second banana. That sent them over the edge. Both Anko and Kurenai charged in a blind fury with Hana and Yugo following behind. I forgive you. Naruto spoke, stopping the kunoichi on a dime. It's over. Reality around Naruto and the four kunoichi appeared as it once was. What are you getting at? Anko asked now that they were back in the academy. It's as I said, it's over. Naruto spoke, I brought you to the peak of your rage, haven't I? They all gave a tense nod in agreement. Now there's not a damn thing any of you can do. The kunoichi realized he was right. He had played with them, brought out their fears and shames. He had toyed with them. Just like a man. Kurenai muttered. What? Naruto asked, confused. You're just like every man. She continued. You toyed with our emotions and then just left us with the wreckage. You four were no different, Naruto stated coldly, making them flinch. The only difference is no of you can touch me. What was the point of all this? Yugo, I proved you weren't on the pedestal you thought you stood on. He explained. Now without your titles you'll just fade into the history of our world. No way, Hana muttered. The women had had all of the torment building up. Now it would explode. You bastard, Kurenai yelled, drawing a kunai. Do you see the pedigree of these women? She asked, pointing to her friends. A swarm of angry Kurenai clones formed around Naruto. Each one held a kunai and dashed forward to attack. As they came closer, Naruto focused to pinpoint the real one. They struck. Naruto let the first couple simply move right through him. They were harmless clones. Then came the original, the one with the most chakra. Naruto raised his kusanagi and deflected the weapon. The genjutsu mistress could only glare before a smirk appeared. Searing pain raked through Naruto. He looked to his chest to see a sword extending just inches from his heart. We've gone against S-rank ninja, on missions thought suicidal, and we've come out on top. Yugo screamed in his ear as she twisted the blade. 2 more points of pain appeared just under his thighs, forcing him to his knees. There were 2 kunai sticking out. He looked toward the one who threw them, Anko. It's hard enough being a shinobi, she stated, drawing more. A devastating blow to his cheek that cut his skin. Hana was using the gifts he had given her. You should try it as a woman. She gave him a second blow to his other cheek. We don't even have our own titles, they continued, just a distaff of the men. We have to be better. More than everyone expects, Hana continued, and damn it, we are. You took the easy way, just like the Uchihas. Yugo spat. We have to work ourselves while you made a deal with the demon. Naruto Uzumaki, Kurenai spat. What the fuck are you afraid of? She would end this now, and show the world. Demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique. This would be a perfect place for cliffhanger. Naruto felt like kicking himself. He was caught in a D-rank jutsu. Sure, it was overpowered. With enough to make it a low S rank. Still not enough for me. Just a quick twist of his chest and ow. He broke it before it could go into effect, but still it hurts. Not every part of him is pain resistant. Enough to have a sword shift inside. I don't have enough chakra to continue this fight without my eyes, he thought bitterly. He looked around. Yugo still had her sword in him. Hana was ready to strike him again. Kurenai was preparing another illusion. Anko was drawing more kunai. Where does she put those? They all stopped. Well, look at what we have here. A pained voice spoke. It was the mistress's boyfriends and the Uchiha. Where's Pinky and Blonde? Naruto asked as if he didn't have a sword in his chest. Who cares? Sasuke asked with his trademark arrogant smirk. Now this couldn't be good. Here I am, low on chakra and away from my swords. I'm practically defenseless. Yeah, right. One question, Naruto stated as he painfully reached into his kunai pouch. Do you feel lucky? He kept his hat in there, well, do you? Do you? Sasuke asked, his Sharingan blazing. A strong arm placed itself on his shoulder and he felt the chakra flow. From him. When I looked up I saw my Foxheim looking down at me. Behind her were his other Heims, Tayuya and Tsunade. Naruto didn't get a chance to utter a single word before something unexpected happened. Kyuubi, his Heim, slapped him. Wha? Was all Naruto was able to get out before she did it again. Is this what you've become? She asked in disdain. You're as bad as the Uchihas with their wretched Sharingan. Naruto didn't know what to say. He felt as if an old pain was resurfacing. It was one thing to hear it from the mistresses, but to hear it from one of his heims. It was unbearable. I'm sorry, Hai. She slapped him before he could finish. No, I'm sorry, she spoke, for thinking you could handle this much power. No, it's my fault. Tsunade sighed. I've been too lenient on him. She stated, as Hokage, it's my duty to keep all of my shinobi in line. We all have been lenient on the shithead. Tayuya stated. What are you? He couldn't bring himself to finish. You obviously can't be trusted with this power, Kyuubi stated. Or connections to power, Tsunade continued. Or a way to get any fucking power. Tayuya joined. What are you all saying? Naruto asked in a trembling voice. Naruto, I'm taking back your fox glare. Kyuubi stated. Samui agreed. I'm cutting your political marriage. Tsunade stated. In other words, we're fucking dumping you. Tayuya stated. I'm sorry. Naruto stated near tears, I'll be good. The women just turned their backs on him and walked away. The pain Naruto felt was all too familiar. Heims, please. Naruto begged. Don't leave me. Hey look, H is all sad, he heard someone say. Well, the Dobi deserved it and more. An arrogant voice chuckled. No need to let an opportune moment go to waste. He heard the sound of knuckle cracking and kunai drawing. He barely noticed a flare in someone's chakra. So this is how it is, huh? He spoke bitterly. A life without any of my heims. Big whoop. Asuma growled. You lost your girlfriends. Life will continue, Naruto. Iruka spoke. Just without them. A life without any heim, he repeated. Naruto then proceeded to do the strangest thing yet. He smiled. It wasn't a true happy smile, or even a sad one. It was the smile he used to show off when he spouted he would become Hokage. The old Naruto's smile that showed how hurt he was. He spoke. I would rather die. He opened his mouth wide, extended his tongue. And bit with enough force to break bone. This is a perfect place for a cliffhanger, so I will. Not the genjutsu broke easily. No one would know if it was from either pain, shock to the kunoichi, or even just will. He would rather die than live without his heims, many thought in awe. Naruto-kun, the heims, thought lovingly. He never went that far for us. Others thought jealously. Like all of his wounds, even the near-fatal ones, he healed. A part of him wondered how he'd live without his heims if that hadn't been a genjutsu. I have had enough of this, Naruto stated in a cold tone. The air suddenly became thin and cold. Not surprising with the amount of fear and killer intent Naruto was unleashing. He began walking toward them. Pray Anko began to whimper. There's nothing we can do. Hana thought. He can kill us at any moment, they all realized. Is this how far apart we've become? Just how strong is he? He walked right past them. I have no use for kunoichi, so weak. He spat. That they can't even defend themselves. They lost. They lost the fight. They lost their titles. They lost their pride. This chapter was a disappointment to me, and even after the wait. Next chapter I will do my best to make you all laugh. Don't worry, it won't be so long this time. Chapter 26. I do not own Naruto. Vacation. The third Hokage was in a bad mood. Why? Instead of telling, he'd rather I show you. Naruto? Tsunade called the boy for the 17th time. Please say something. He had been sitting in front of the Ichiraku's ramen stand for nearly an hour. All of his heim were standing behind him worried, except Samui, who has yet to come back. He hadn't even touched his ramen, not a single noodle. Heims, he called as if she hadn't been trying to get his attention. Do you think I abuse my power? He asked, or my relationship with any of you? The women went quiet at the question. Why the hell would you think that? Tayuya asked. It's his second biggest fear. Kyuubi stated. To be like an Uchiha. What's his second? Samui asked, only for Naruto to answer. To be alone. He spoke in a dead tone, without any of my heims. That's fucking it. Tayuya snapped. I can't take this bitching and moaning. Do something random. Tsunade. Do something that's fucking insane. Tayuya. Spread fear. Kyuubi. Eat your ramen. Ayame snapped. He just sat there. Naruto's funk had been going on for nearly a week. It put his heims in a funk of their own. which put Naruto even deeper. You get where I'm going with this, right? There's only one solution here, the fifth Hokage thought. I see, that's not cool. Samui stated after being informed on Naruto, but what do you wish for me to do, Hokage-sama? Drop the formalities. Tsunade spoke warmly. Naruto wanted us to see each other as equals. That's cool. I will explain when the guest of honor appears. You called Fo Samuiheim. Naruto called in a drastically happier voice. The Chunin gave her a bear hug. I've missed you too. She laughed as she returned the hug. I hear you've been in a funk. Yeah. He said as he started to return to it. Well, we're going to fix that. Tsunade quickly stated. Before she could finish, the door opened to reveal the rest of Team 7. You wish to see us, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked as if Naruto wasn't there. Yes, I have some important news, she stated. Naruto. Oh Kami, this is it. He groaned. You're leaving me, aren't you? Nar? Who's it for? He asked. Jiraiya. No, she screamed. Is it Sasuke? He asked in fear. If it is, I'm burning this tower to the ground with us in it. Naruto. We'll be together in hell, he stated, drawing his elemental sword. Baka. Tsunade screamed as she punched him in the head. I'm not going anywhere, Team 7 is. She stated. You're being given a 2-week-long paid vacation. She stated in a tone that brokered no argument, all of Team 7. Even the back. Sakura was silenced by Kakashi. What's the catch? He asked. You must make sure he comes back happy. She stated, pointing to Naruto. If he does, you will be paid S rank, if not D rank. Kakashi was sure there was something more to the vacation. He was sure if he went on it he would regret it. But come on, he mentally countered. Paid. Deal. Tsunade turned her eyes to Naruto. I am ordering you as your Hokage. She glared at Naruto. To come back happy. Her eyes softened. But I'm begging as your Haim to come back happy. Why am I here again, Hawk Tsunade? We have much to plan. Team 7 and Naruto, hint hint, was waiting at the pier several villages away. They were waiting for a cruise ship that would take them to a tourist village. Are you the people here for the cruise? The captain asked and received a nod. I thought there were 4 of you. What do you wears, Naruto? The shinobi looked around but they couldn't see him. It was as if he had vanished. All that was left was a letter that said going for a walk. Sir. The captain called. The ship leaves in 20 minutes, with or without you. Don't worry, Kakashi stated with determination. It'll be with us. But sensei. Sasuke called. How are we going to find the Dobi? As if by divine intervention the Uchiha received an answer. In the form of unholy screams of people in the process of a stampede. A single man latched onto Kakashi. The horror, he screamed. The PG-13 horror. Follow the fear. The Junin ordered. The stampede was forming around a single shop, a ramen shop. Naruto was currently following Samui to Kumo. How, you ask if he's with Team 7? Simple, he's the real while that one is a blood clone. It's still a part of him with Team 7. Naruto, when we get to Kumo I want to introduce you to my friends. Samui stated happily. It'll be so cool for you to meet them. Naruto saw how happy she was and wasn't able to suppress a smile of his own. Well, if she's happy, I'm happy. We all know what a happy Naruto is like. Naruto! Kakashi yelled in outrage. Where or what did you do? He took a calming breath before asking, why did you kill that guy? There laying on the ground was a man, obviously dead. He had numerous stabbing wounds and he was missing his hands. Beside him was Naruto, standing innocently. I didn't do this. Naruto stated, then explain what happened. He ordered. Well, I came to get something to eat. Go on. Then this guy walked in. And, so I stabbed him 37 times. Baka. Sakura snapped. That kills people, but I hit none vital spots. Naruto defended. It could have been his ass, he still would be dead. Oh, wow. Naruto stated as if it were shocking information. Where are his hands? Sakura asked. What? His hands? Why are they missing? I tossed them into my ramen and ate them. That's sick. I was hungry, and when you crave hands, he trailed off. Why on earth would you do that? My tummy was making the rumblies, Naruto stated darkly. That only hands would satisfy. Nar. Kakashi was cut off by the sound of a whistle. A ship whistle. Now pulling off. No, not without us. Kakashi cried, I don't want to be late this time. The Junin grabbed the children and ran full speed. In seconds he was at the pier. Only to see the ship had set sail. Looks like we missed them. Naruto stated. Not on my watch. Kakashi stated. He grabbed each of them and threw them far into the ocean. He then ran himself. It took him a few minutes to realize only Naruto was following him on the sea's surface. Kakashi, did you teach them water walking? No, he did not. Naruto and Samui had reached Kumo in record time. They had entered and now he was meeting her friends. Naruto, this is my brother Atsui. She motioned to a male lookalike, my teammates Karui and Omoi and Sensei Killer B. She motioned to 3 darkies, and my friend Yugito ni. I'm black, so I can say darkies. It's nice to meet you all. Naruto greeted. They Kumo shinobi were in the process of getting along with Naruto. All except Yugito, she stayed away as if she were having a massive headache. Why? Because she's the host of the two-tailed cat. Kitten, you must jump him. No, Nibi, she mentally screamed for the 3rd time besides, he's already taken. In an open relationship. Nibi countered. In a harem, he's obviously a pervert. He's obviously doing something right if he can keep 4 women. Yugito couldn't keep her face from turning deep red. Damn it Nibi. You show. Hello. Naruto greeted extending his hand. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi. Yugito stuttered. Yugito. Something's wrong. The two-tailed host went on guard when her tenant used her actual name. What's wrong? She asked as Nibi explained. You're a host. Yugito shouted. A former host. Naruto stated confused. How did your one too? The 2 tails to be specific. Yugito stated before pointing to Killer B. And he's the 8 tails. Now that they found a common ground the 2 began a conversation. It turns out they had a lot in common, the only difference were the degrees. It turned out all the hate she dealt with paled in comparison to Naruto's. Yet he can still push on, she thought in admiration. Do you see? Nibi yelled, he's a real man. And you're a woman. Put what you have together and. Nibi. What, we both need this. No, you need this. Yugito corrected. You're damn right I do. Nibi snapped, I haven't been laid in over 20 years. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Too late. I'm making the choice. Yugito was feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. So long that it took her a minute to realize what was happening. Her tailed beast was trying to get control. No, not trying. She did. Nibi. How could you? Sorry kitten, but I need this. Now sit back and watch mama get her freak on. The Nibi-possessed body walked toward Naruto in a sexy manner. She latched her arms around his neck and twisted her body around. She made sure to grind her bottom onto his crotch. Everyone's jaw fell at the sight. Oh Naruto-kun. She purred. I just love a big piece of meat. She stated as she pressed her bottom further onto his. Yeah, and unlike some girls, I always want more. She leaned her face in. Know what I'm saying? Oh I think I do. Naruto stated with an all too familiar smile. We made it. Kakashi exclaimed. He had to run back, make a clone, then catch up with the ship again. It would have been easier if Naruto had helped or even sent a clone to help. No, that Chunin decided to leave them. His excuse, I'm going for a walk. Now he was sunbathing on the ship surrounded by beautiful women. Well, we're here now. Kakashi thought joyously. Now all we need to do is sit back and relax. Ah, that's not fair. I'm back, Naruto screamed. He was breathing very heavily and his shirt was torn. Under his left arm was a pig and on his right was a half-grown cow. What he returned to was a Nibi-possessed Yugito tied to a chair. Omoi was in the process of sliding bacon sausages onto an overly large plate. Dropping the animals he ran to them. He grabbed handfuls of the food and started placing them into her mouth. Quickly Omoi, bring more bacon, he ordered, quickly I say, before she craves human flesh. What kind of idiot is he? Atsui asked. One returning to his old self. Samui stated with a warm smile, one that Naruto returned. At least get me some salmon. Nibi spoke through a mouthful. Nibi. What? I'm hungry. Nibi tried to defend besides, he's only playing hard to get. Baka. Sakura screamed. What was that for? I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto stated innocently. You sunk an entire cruise ship. Sasuke growled. It was true, right behind them was the cruise ship. It was cut in half and the part still afloat was on fire. Now it was a sea of lifeboats. Are you sure that was me? Naruto asked. I think I would remember something like that. You stabbed the captain in the face. That sounds dangerous, Naruto stated. You started headbutting people off the side of the ship. You even made out with the ice sculpture. It looked like one of my heims. He tried to defend. Why? They asked as one in outrage. I don't need to explain myself. Naruto stated. I'm going for a walk. And he did, on the middle of the ocean. Well, let's enjoy the moment without him, Sasuke stated. Sensei. Sakura spoke, gaining the other's attention. What are we standing in? He looked down and noticed for the first time that the lifeboat was red and sticky. A strawberry milkshake. He lied. It's too red for straw. It's melted gumdrops. He lied even harder. No. He thought of a lie. The truth. Sasuke ordered. Fine. It's the couple across from our room. Naruto stated as he seemed to fade in. Why? Was all that was asked. They were eating all of the ramen. Naruto answered blankly. Where are the other lifeboats? Sasuke asked upon seeing the empty sea. All eyes turned to Naruto. What? He asked too innocently. The lifeboats. Were? Kakashi growled. Well, looking at the moon and sun, Naruto stated scientifically, at the bottom of the ocean. He grinned evilly. I cut lots of holes in them. You're just worse than usual, Sakura screamed. Shush, do you hear that? Naruto asked. It's the sound of forgiveness. That's the sound of people drowning, Dobi, Sasuke stated. That's what forgiveness sounds like, Naruto stated, screaming, and then silence. So Samui Heim, Naruto spoke, is there a ramen shop around here? Yes, but not as good as Ichiraku, she answered. As they arrived they ran into her team and Sensei again. Apparently there was a contest, there was a commotion they were called to solve. I'm telling you your license is being revoked, Karui yelled. Why? The owner asked. Because you keep trying to sell everyone that same bowl of ramen, she answered, it's gone bad. There's no such thing as bad ramen, Naruto stated, making himself known. Where is it? Go get the ramen, the owner ordered to his assistant. Here you are, sir. The assistant returned with a birdcage. There in the cage was a bowl of the strangest ramen known to man. Its broth were a thick lime green that would pop with bubbles. The noodle itself was swollen and black that squirmed around. Why is it in a cage? The owner asked. It growled at me. As if known it was being talked about, the ramen growled. The action caused the civilians to run and hide. The shinobi all drew their weapons and formed in seals. Cowards, let's see how bad you are, Naruto stated as he opened the cage and grabbed the ramen. Whoa there, ramen, whoa. It continued to hiss and bark. When I say whoa, I mean whoa. The ramen went silent. Good boy. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he took the first bite. He sat in silence. Well? The crowd asked expectantly, how is it? I taste death, he answered before foaming at the mouth. A moment later he was being rushed to a hospital. Samui-chan, he weakly called. Yes, Naruto-kun. She asked through teary eyes. Wrap you up tea-hat ramen. He stated, I'm not done with it. Naruto had been in the hospital for nearly half a day. Apparently the ramen was so bad, it got past his immune system. He was fine now, but the doctors wanted to be sure. Now he had to wait until the doctors dismissed him. Naruto-kun, a voice purred. Nibi. Yugito shouted in protest, he's healing. Exactly, Nibi agreed. Now he can't fight back. What? I'm a cat. I like to toy with my prey. You need to stop this. There ain't no brakes on this train. No brakes. Yes, Yugito-chan? Naruto asked. Can I help you? No, she answered, but maybe I can help you. Well, if you don't mind, he began. Could you hand me the bedpan? After sweat dropping she did so. A minute later he was finished and staring at Yugito. Is there something you want? The kunoichi crawled into his bed and straddled his hips. She leaned over and whispered. I want you to send me somewhere I've never been. She smirked, know what I'm saying? He responded by whirping his arms around her. Oh, I think I do, he answered. Naruto had done exactly as he was asked and sent Yugito, Nibi, to a place she had never been. I just hope she doesn't mind me leaving her there, he thought to himself. Now he was wandering around searching for his hime. Hey you, a voice called toward Naruto. Yes. Naruto answered. Are you that Naruto Samui's been talking about? Yes. Here, from Killer Bee. He stated, handing Naruto a letter. Yo, your favorite 8 Tails hopes you get this mail. I'm hosting a music competition that describes me, Killer Bee. Be there or be a fool, ya fool. Well, I don't want to be a fool, Naruto stated before following the directions in the letter. It turned out that it was musical combat. 2 fighters went into the ring and used their ninjutsu or genjutsu while fighting. The nin in general were used as special effects for the audience. From what he could tell, the opponent went undefeated the last 4 rounds. Do we have any volunteers for the next round? An announcer asked. Naruto entered the ring. I'll give it a shot. His opponent just started laughing at him. You think you're red dye for my rhymes? His face began to flash red for the audience. He tried to give Naruto a roundhouse kick to the face but was avoided. You'll soon be as green as envious limes, lime green. He gave what would have been a fierce combo, but was also dodges. Fierce. I see you're not yellow fellow. Piss yellow. He tried to use the colors to blind Naruto but only missed. But I don't want to make blue, so get a clue. Sky blue. He was angry now, he charged wildly. And purple, the pluck before you're played. Purple, he was tired. I'll arrange a rainbow on your parade. Orange added as the colors began to rotate. Hold still so I can murder you, he panted, now abandoning the rhymes. Now it was Naruto's turn. Grabbing a pair of shades, he began. I don't feel like writing the fight out, but I will the song, so here's the link. You know which is Naruto. Watch. V=WOC_ESVIFG. Don't call it a comeback, I've been here for years. Rockin' my peers and puttin' suckers in fear, mackin' the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass go boom. Explosion. Overpower in over the competition, I'm towerin'. Reckon shop, when I drop these lyrics that'll make you call the cops. Don't you dare stare, you better move. Don't ever compare me to the rest, that'll all get sliced and diced. Competition's payin' the price. Chorus. I'm gonna knock you out, hooah. Mama said knock you out, hooah. Repeat 4x. Don't you call this a regular jam, I'm gonna rock this land. I'm gonna take this itty bitty world by storm, and I'm just getting warm. Just like Muhammad Ali, they called him Cassius. Watch me bash this beat like a skull. Cause you know I had beef with, why do you riff with me, the maniac psycho? And when I pull out my jammy, get ready cause it might go. BLAAAW. How y'all like me now? The river will not allow you to get with, Mr. Smith. Don't riff, listen to my gear shift. I'm blastin', outlastin', kinda like Shaft, so you could say I'm shaftin'. Old English filled my mind. And I came up with a funky rhyme. Now it was time for the winner to be decided. That would be won by Killer Bee. The 8-tailed host walked into the ring. With tears in eyes, he offered his own shades too. Naruto. The audience went wild cheering for the blonde. Nibi was no longer amused. Ironically enough, Yugito was. When Nibi had asked for Naruto to send her to a place she had never been. He did so literally. He had sent her to the bottom of a lake. No more games. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to get what I want. Ha 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 ha, and keep it in a jar. Ha ha, what? No breaks. She had found them being Team Samui, Killer Bee, and her target Naruto. Oh Naruto-kun, she growled, walking toward the blonde, I want your penis. She snapped. Oh, I think can't interpretate that, Atsui stated, laughing. Or is there? Naruto stated, more than asking. Where what once used to stand a proud village, there was only ruin. Everywhere you turned there was fire and endless destruction. In the center of it stood our favorite blonde and least favorite team. Naruto. A familiar voice screeched, we're supposed to be on vacation. I don't know about you, Naruto stated as he grinned wildly, but I'm having a wonderful time. You toppled this village's entire government, Kakashi stated in disbelief. The people have spoken. Naruto stated, Viva la Resistance. You pushed the resistance leader off a giant cliff, Kakashi shot. He was a traitor and scoundrel. He was stopping you from pushing other people off the same cliff. Before Naruto could reply, he let out a burp and a shoe. A burp and a shoe with a foot still in it. Did you eat somebody? Sakura asked in fear. Don't answer that, Kakashi ordered. We're leaving. Naruto gave a deep intake of breath before speaking. I should warn you that I filled our bags with flesh. Giving a deep sigh, Kakashi asked, what kind? Human meat, of course. As if it could be anything less. I'm not even surprised anymore, Kakashi stated. I think I've been issued a challenge. Naruto stated, well, I'll just have to try harder. Please don't. Sakura weakly begged. Nibi was confused. The other times, in some twisted way, she could understand the outcome with Naruto. She wanted meat, she got it. She wanted to go somewhere she'd never been, she went, and wasn't going back. She wanted his penis, now she was at a lose. In front of her was Naruto, wearing a human-sized fish. Not an outfit, but a fish he's caught in the sea. He had gutted it and climbed inside. Wait, Naruto shouted. This doesn't make any sense. Sex baka? Nibi shouted, I want sex. I know. Naruto stated, but Yugito doesn't. The entire area went silent. What do you mean? Nibi asked as he explained. Naruto had felt the shift in the chakra when Nibi took over and knew what was happening. He would have said something but trusted in Yugito's faith in Nibi. She did not take this well. Fuck you. Fuck your cock and fuck Kyuubi. She shouted, giving control back to Yugito. I'm going back to my cage to masturbate. So you had no intention of sleeping with me? She asked almost sulkily. Not unless my hymes are okay with it. Naruto honestly answered. I'm cool with it and the others wanted you to. Samui stated. What? Nibi heard and took control. Hold still. She ordered, making her way to him. It's not your first time, so I won't be gentle. She continued. Relax while I grab hold of your assets. I need an adult? I am an adult. No one in Kumo slept. This is why the third Hokage wasn't happy. He had to deal with the foolishness from Naruto. Not the real one, the clone. He had ended the 2-week-long vacation in just 2 days. Sinking a cruise ship. So what if they were all missing Nin? Destroying an entire village. So what if the villager were planning a coup? He had to punish Naruto for, where is Tsunade? He asked. She should be the one dealing with this. I gave her the day off, Naruto answered. He was cut off. Before you speak, Naruto began seriously, you should know I'm not the real Naruto. Then where is he? The third asked nervously. He's in Kumo raising hell. Tell him to pick up some Kumo brand tobacco for my pipe. With a nod of his head he drew his swords, piercing one through his heart and the other in his stomach. He gave a bloody smile before going up in a violet light. Say what you want. The third spoke to himself, but he knows how to die in style. It was time for the real Naruto to leave. He was in the process of finishing his goodbyes to his new friends. Now all he had to was peacefully leave. Damn. Do as I say, bitch, an arrogant voice screeched. Do you think I'm playing? Some civilian from the Kumo Council was in the process of harassing Yugito. Leave her alone, Naruto ordered. The civilian looked at Naruto. Who the hell are you? He asked. Naruto-kun, Yugito happily called. If you don't release her, Naruto said as he released his killer intent. You'll find out. Drawing his swords. You think I'm playing? Now list. When you're bathing, he stated, I'll be there. What the he? When you're reading, he continued, I'll be there. How I? When you're sleeping, he finished, I'll be there. Naruto. Samui whispered happily now that he was returning to his old self. Grabbing the civilian by the neck, he raised him high. Do you think I'm playing? No, he answered. Good. Konoha Shinobi. A nearby Anbu called, release the councilman. Naruto didn't like the smile he was seeing on the councilman's face. It was the look of someone who thought they were getting away free. Not if I have anything to say about it, Naruto thought. Hostages. He shouted, putting his sword to the councilman's neck. Samui had been happy that Naruto was returning to his old self. Now he was pushing it. It seemed that he was trying to make up for lost time. In doing so, he had taken not only a councilman hostage, but her team and a squad of Anbu. He was even able to empty an entire building and use it as a fort. No one was able to, or they'd end up as hostages. Now the Raikage was involved. It was insane, just like the man she loved. "What are your demands?" the Raikage asked. "I want a bowl of ramen that won't try to kill me." Naruto answered immediately. "More visitations from Samuiheim." He paused. "I'll see what I can do," the Raikage stated. "Every 5 minutes I have to wait," Naruto called to warn. "Someone's going to get stabbed in the ass." "He's bluffing," someone screamed in the back. "Stab." He's not bluffing," the same person screamed. "Enough of this, B," the Raikage shouted. "Get in there and bring that idiot out." All you could hear was a small scuffle, a loud wheeee, and a gigantic crash. "No," Naruto begged. "You can't send me to jail, my butt can't take the abuse." Another loud crash. "B-sensei." "Silence, oh no," Naruto shouted. "I think I killed him." A moment of silence they heard. No witnesses. 5 minutes later there was only absolute silence before. "Samui." The Raikage. "Can't you control your husband?" "No, he's too happy." With a sigh, the Raikage rolled up his sleeves and made his way to the building. The village hidden in the leaves were watching a sight to behold. Naruto was tied up and being dragged through the streets of Konoha by the Raikage. Unfortunately, said Cage forgot to gag Naruto. "Unhand me," Naruto shouted. "I am the master of fear, the lord of despair," he ranted. "Cower before me and witness terror." "Hi Naruto-sensei." The Konohamaru greeted, not the least bit surprised at the sight. "Hi K-core." Naruto greeted. "Do me a favor and tell my Heims I'm taking them on a date tonight." Naruto spoke to them. "On it," they stated as they ran off. "Now where was I?" Naruto asked. "Cower in terror." Samui answered for him. "Thanks Heim." Naruto stated. "Scream Hosanna of anguish to Naruto Uzumaki, the all-terrible god of fear." "Naruto?" the third asked. Before Naruto could speak he said, "Don't care, where's my tobacco?" "Right here." He handed it over before returning to his rant. "Worship me fools, worship me," he screamed to the Raikage and Konoha civilians. And in exchange for him not setting foot inside Kumogakure again, the Raikage spoke, "We wish to open a full alliance with Konoha." "Deal." Tsunade stated. "Let's seal it over sake." "Does this mean Samuiheim can visit more?" Naruto asked from inside his cage. "Yes." "Can I come out of the cage now?" Naruto asked. "No," the cages answered simultaneously. "Can you come in then Slugheim?" "Oh go ahead." The Raikage shouted. "I know you want to." Grabbing the sake bottle, she climbed inside. "See, not so long. Review, no flames. Let me know if you laughed." "Flamers seriously, you have nothing better to do, don't answer." "I know you don't. Otherwise you would actually be doing it instead of flaming. If you don't like, don't read, don't follow and complain chapter after chapter." Chapter 27 I do not own, Naruto. While away now I'm sure none of you were wondering what was happening while Naruto was away. Well, you are now. I intend to pique your interest on the topic. This chapter is centered around 4 specifics. The former mistresses of the leaf were in a funk. They were the most discussed topic in the gossip world. They were once some of most respected and feared kunoichi in the leaf. Now they had lost their title and the respect with it. Well, some of us, Anko thought bitterly. She got to keep her title as mistress simply because it was a waste. It also affected them on a personal level. Kurenai couldn't teach her team properly. Hinata would constantly attack her, both verbally and physically. It's amazing what anger can do for that girl, Kurenai thought. Yugo had lost face in public, but it wasn't totally bad. As a member of Anbu she was constantly concealed to the shadows. Anko had become a laughing stock. Everyone had heard the comment from Naruto on her going soft. Now she had to take it out on her victims in interrogation. That ended in quite a few deaths. Which is the same as sloppy work. Hana was in trouble with her mom. Anyone who's ever been in trouble with their mom knows that nothing else needs to be said. Another piss drop in their sour lemonade was Naruto. The boy who had made them lose control and then defeated them. There was a bit of humor in that. The old say of, the student surpassing the master, rung loudly. While they were upset at their loss of face, it wasn't all. They had done the exact same thing to Naruto as when they first met him. They hurt him out of their own foolishness and showed what he was. A boy just afraid to be alone again, they thought. Now he was in a funk as well. He was questioning his relationship with his new times. All because we couldn't let him win, Kurenai thought. Enough! Anko shouted, slamming her sake bottle onto the ground next to the other 17. What are you talking about, Anko? Yugo asked. We've been in this pity party too long. Anko slurred. We've done nothing but drink sake and eat dango for the last few days. That was all you. Hana corrected, you wouldn't share either of them. Not the point. She yelled as she attempted to stand up. Sure, we've lost our titles and respect. She paused. We still have our skills, our looks and our uterus. With her words said, the kunoichi passed out. Silence. I agree with Anko. Kurenai spoke up as a smirk grew on her face. Naruto may have won, but we have a title even he can't take from us. What? Hana asked. The Ice Queens of Konoha. Yugo exclaimed in understanding. Are we not kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf Village? Kurenai asked. Yes. They answered. Are we not some of the most sought-after women? Kurenai asked. Yes, they answered more enthusiastically. Are we not carriers of the almighty uterus? Yes, they screamed. Then let's show this village who we are, by paying the bill your drunk friend built up, a voice spoke up. The kunoichi looked toward the source of the voice. It was the bartender and owner of the establishment. In his hand was a bill, a large bill, their bill. A priest of man, Kurenai shouted as she kicked him in the ball. Grabbing their passed-out friend, they made a break for it, but not before giving a final shout of almighty uterus. A day later and a day sober, they had a plan. They would give their men the honor of taking them out. They were not having simple dates either. No, they were going to paint the village red. Who cares if they had a hard day? Who cares if they had to work in the morning? Who cares if they had to go on a S-rank mission? They would not be denied. They would go out to be treated to a lovely evening. Sexy outfit. They listed. Check. Lovely evening planned. They listed. Check. Men. They listed. Close enough. So, Asuma rustled for a topic. How was your day? Could have been better, Kurenai grunted. How's your team do? Kurenai cut him off. Don't want to talk about work. Well, what do you want to talk about? Asuma tried. Just order your food, Kurenai ordered. I'm not hungry. He umbled. He had actually eaten before he was kidnapped, surprised for his date. Order something. Kurenai snapped. At least she's treating, he thought, right? Anko and Iruka were in a bar that they frequented. Iruka to restock his supply or Anko to drink. Surprisingly, it was never together, just separate. Hello, Iruka-san. The owner called, not noticing Anko. Here for a monthly restock already? He asked, not waiting for an answer. I've got your 200 bottles ready. This caught Anko by surprise. 200 bottles, she thought. No, not today. Iruka answered sheepishly. I'm here on a date. This time he did notice Anko, and he was pissed. Hey, you still owe me money for all the sake you had, he shouted. Who, me? Anko asked innocently. Yes, you, couldn't be, Anko exclaimed. Then who? He asked. You, Anko accused, pointing at Iruka. Who, me? He asked. Yes, you, not enough, the owner shouted. Someone's paying the bill now. All eyes turned to Iruka. Who, he was cut off by a slap from the owner. Hey, we'll pay off the debt. A new voice spoke, for a favor. The three turned to a group of men. They were eyeing Anko with obvious intent. She turned to Iruka expectantly. Well, what? He asked. Aren't you going to be a man? She asked only to see his confused look. They're just words, Anko. Iruka spoke as if she were a kid. Besides, I thought you didn't care what others think of you. I don't, she admitted to herself, but it's the principle of the matter. Anko grudgingly sat, and though if Naruto were here, She quickly cut that train of thought. We'll be man enough for you. The man spoke again, if you catch my drift. Enough. Anko growled. Grabbing Iruka by his collar, she threw him into the group of men. Defend my honor, she demanded. They all stared expectantly at Iruka, and stared, and stared. And stared, and blinked, followed by more staring. Fine. Anko screamed. I'll be the man. She looked at everyone there. I'll be man enough for all of you. Anko, I don't like where this is going. Iruka stopped when he saw her weaving signs. Trouser snake jutsu. Everyone stopped what they were doing. You're all my bitches now. Kurenai was furious and Asuma was scared. What's wrong? Asuma asked again. It was supposed to be my night, she mentally raged, and he ruins it. I treated you to a nice dinner, she stated. I ordered a steak. What do you do? She asked too calmly. Let it go to waste. Well, you were treating. He defended, turning around. She slapped him. The blow had more force than Asuma had expected. It knocked him to the ground. That's right. She screamed. I order steak, then you order steak. She slapped him again. You don't go rogue and order lobster. But why you know how I am with steak, he chalked out. She grabbed him by the collar of his suit and pulled him up. If I'm paying for steak, then I better be getting some, she snapped before letting him go. K. Drop your pants. Asuma wasn't sure he heard her right. What? Drop your pants. Yugo and Hayate were having an easier time. They had went to a nice place for dinner and sake. They had a wonderful display of entertainment while eating. They were even having a nice stroll through the park. But to Yugo, something was missing. Hayate had noticed that Yugo had seemed a little distant. He had wanted her to have a nice night out even if he was forced into it. Well, I know a surefire way to get her to smile, he thought triumphantly. I have something, for you, he announced. Pulling out a scroll, he unsealed a brand new sword. It was forged with her name carved into it. She took one glance at it. It's beautiful, she stated distantly. Wow, he thought, if her tone was any colder I'd need a jacket. Let's head back to my place, she stated out of nowhere. Good idea, he quickly agreed. Asuma just laid there. After last night, he felt so used. It wasn't like all the other times where he was enjoying himself. Kurenai pretty much worked him over. It felt like she was the man and he was a bitch. Now they were just laying there. You were terrible, Kurenai stated. She left the bed and began preparing for the day. Anko took another puff of the cigarette she had stolen. She looked around at her work. No one in the bar had escaped her lust. Some tried. None got very far. Some fought back only to be poisoned. They weren't given the antidote until they submitted. She looked over to Iruka, who was silent. Well, Iruka, she began, I had fun. She was met with silence. Not in a talkative mood, huh? She asked. Well, I'm not surprised. I have to go see the girls, so you should try screaming less, she stated distractedly. It makes it less awkward. Whimper Hayate had to admit he was disappointed. It felt as if the night before had been mechanical. As his thought continued down their path, he felt a shift in the blankets. Yugo was up and leaving. Yugo. He spoke. Why wouldn't, you look at me during? She didn't answer. Where are you, going? He asked. I have a meeting with the girls, she answered. Well, can't you be a, little late? He asked. We, never talk. She paused long enough to glance at him. Feel free to raid the fridge but be gone by noon, she stated. Ouch, he thought, pained. As she made her way to the door, he made one last attempt. Yugo. He called, stopping her. I love you. She closed the door. Well, Hannah stated as she looked at her friends, how were your dates? A disappointment. They answered. And yours? I didn't go on one. Hannah admitted. She stayed home and ate ice cream. No one wanted anything to do with me. She looked at her friends. Well, dish. So the Ice Queens did. Wow, even I think that was cold. Anko stated to Yugo. Yeah, well, you're going to jail, she retorted. So are you, Kurenai. He wanted it. The former genjutsu mistress stated, even if he didn't know it. A moment of silence. So what do we do? Yugo asked. We dump them and find someone else. Anko stated. They'd all just be a downgrade from. Don't say it, Kurenai ordered. They sat in a tense silence that wasn't broken until someone yelled. The Raikage is dragging Naruto back. The village hidden in the leaves were watching a sight to behold. Naruto was tied up and being dragged through the streets of Konoha by the Raikage. Unfortunately, said Kage forgot to gag Naruto. Unhand me. Naruto shouted. I am the master of fear, the lord of despair. He ranted. Cower before me and witness terror. Hi Naruto-sensei. The Konohamaru greeted, not the least bit surprised at the sight. Hi K-core. Naruto greeted. Do me a favor and tell my Heims I'm taking them on a date tonight. Naruto spoke to them. On it. They stated as they ran off. Now where was I? Naruto asked. Witness terror. Samui answered for him. Thanks Heim. Naruto stated. Scream Hosanna of anguish to Naruto Uzumaki, the all-terrible god of fear. Naruto? The third asked. Before Naruto could speak he said, don't care, where's my tobacco? Right here. He handed it over before returning to his rant. Worship me fools, worship me. He screamed to the Raikage and Konoha civilians. It wasn't until a few hours later that they left the Hokage's office. Apparently Naruto had caused an alliance between the two villages. After the agreement was struck, Naruto and Tsunade went at it. They didn't even stop when the Raikage asked to be let out of the office. At this the former mistresses laughed. They laughed so hard that tears fell. Soon the laughing stopped but the terror didn't. They were outright crying. I remember when Naru-chan and I had sex at the most awkward moments. Anko stated. He satisfied me. I remember when Naru-chan was willing to treat me lovingly and still give me space, Kurenai stated. I remember when Naru-chan would always make me laugh, Yugo stated. I remember when he made me feel loved. Hana stated. They sat in a silence of true understanding. So it's agreed. Kurenai stated. We get off Naruto's shit list. Anko started. And back onto his Heim list. Hana finished. Agreed. But will he take us back? Anko asked in a rare moment of worry. I think you all know the answer. A new but familiar voice stated. They turned to see. That's right people, I'm ending it here. This will be the last intentionally funny chapter for a bit anything else is accidental. So will Naruto get back together with the former mistresses? Will it just be Hana? She didn't cheat on him. Will it be none of them? You decide. Everybody gets one vote and guests don't count. Chapter 28 I do not own, Naruto, confrontations my fans I have received terrible news from. Draco Hollow 117 Sappo is back. To understand, go to my profile. It's the first thing up there. The current Heims to Yuya, Kyuubi and Samui. What the hell are you all doing here? Anko asked. And what do you mean we know the answer? Kurenai joined. The former Heims glared at the current ones. Well, we were on a walk to meet Naruto for our date when we overheard you four, Samui answered. We just want to warn you bitches. Yuya spoke, stay the hell away from our Naruto. Anko stepped forward with a confident smirk. Hey, if don't want us being near him, that means you're worried our chances of getting him are pretty high. She knew how this game worked. To many women were suspicious if she were around their men for more than 5 seconds. Wrong. Kyuubi stated, we're worried that if you somehow worm yourselves into his heart, you'll just break it again. We won't. Hana whispered, we just want him to love us again. There was pain in her voice, a pain that all four of them shared. It only grew whenever they saw the new Heims on Naruto's arm. Two of the greatest pains known to both man and woman, guilt and heartbreak. A pain that could only be healed with two things, forgiveness and love. Well, don't get your hopes up. Kyuubi stated, I know Naruto is forgiving, but getting something like that is near impossible. Well, we'll just have to see about that. Hana growled. Watch where you growl, bitch. Yuya ordered. How dare she? Hana thought. Only Naruto-kun can call me that. For an Inuzuka, the term was taken differently than other women. Well, he intends to call you that and more. Samui spoke. Maybe you should all head back to your boyfriends. Kyuubi stated. We don't want them, Kurenai stated. We only want one. Yugo stated. You will not get near him. Samui stated. Who's going to stop us? Anko asked. Samui drew her sword while Yuya drew her flute. The former mistresses drew their weapons as well. Naruto will be ours. Hana snapped. What? The former mistresses turned to see their now ex-boyfriends. Asuma, Hayate and Iruka. When a man finds out their woman loves another man, there are three reactions. Self-doubt, what did I do wrong? Betrayal, how could she? The most common, however, is the strongest. Rage, I'll kill him. That reaction was going in full swing for the male trio, and they all had the same target. Naruto. A shudder went down our favorite blonde's spine. What was that? Tsunade asked as they sat in the restaurant. I think I pissed someone off, Naruto answered. What, but you've just been sitting there, Tsunade cried. We haven't even ordered our dinner. Where are the other Heims? Naruto asked. Tsunade shrugged. Naruto decided to search for their chakra signatures. To do so, he needed to spread out his range and feel for them. First he felt Tsunade Heim. The customers in the restaurant. The citizens going about their day. Asuma, Hayate and Iruka moving toward him in anger, more civilly. What? He felt the male trio's chakra constantly go off. An obvious sign of anger, that and the killer intent. Naruto Uzumaki, they screamed. I haven't even done anything, he spoke to himself. They entered the restaurant like savages. Their weapons were drawn and their killer intent flowed out like a river. What is going on? The Hokage demanded. Your precious boy toy has stolen our girlfriends, Asuma spoke, again. How in the? Tsunade was at a loss. You know what, no. Snapping her hands, the Anbu guards were out. They had surrounded the men and were ready to strike. She turned her attentions to Naruto, or at least where he was supposed to be. The Heims and the mistresses were at a standstill. Kurenai and Tayuya. Yugo and Samui. Hana and Kyuubi. Anko and Naruto was standing between the Anbu and the intruding men, and he was angry. His rage had caused the bit that was being directed toward him to fail. They felt as if they were having a physical weight adding pressure unto them. It was enough to force all three of them to their knees. When they finally raised their head, they saw Naruto swing his elemental sword. Chakra-laced wind. Not the kind that cut everything to shreds, it was more pressure. They were blown outside of the door onto their backs. Naruto made his way out to them. The Anbu decided to stay back until the Hokage ordered differently. What is going on? Naruto asked them. Why are my Heims fighting against your girlfriends? That's what we want to know, Hayate screamed. Well, we are going to go find out, Naruto stated. Well, come on, or do I have to drag you? I can't feel my legs. Iruka moaned in agony. Dragging it is. Naruto. Tsunade called, I'm assuming our date is cancelled. Naruto nodded in reply. Well, I'm grabbing some sake and heading back to the office. The women had been squaring off since the men had come and gone. They had been flaring their chakra, trying to intimidate the opposite group. Now they were going to strike. They each took a step forward. They had expected a lot of things. A jutsu. A war cry. A bitch slap, even a kunai. What they didn't expect was for Naruto's Kusanagi blade to come crashing down between them. The blade was imbued with so much force that instead of sinking into the ground, it caused a quake. If that wasn't enough, Naruto wasn't wielding it, but he was close. Here it comes. Tayuya stated. We've experienced it before, Yugo thought. This aggressive aura, Kurenai trembled. This fighting spirit, Hana admired. This demonic aura, Anko relished. This hate, they all feared. They had felt Naruto's fear power many times, but even now, they were rarely on the receiving end. For the Heims, it was like being in a pair of strong and protective arms. For the Ice Queens, it was like having the cold steel of a blade to their necks. Naruto. All 7 women spoke. Ice Queens. Naruto stated, what are you doing here? The Ice Queen looked to one another. This was their chance to tell how they felt and beg for forgiveness. Well, Naruto-kun. Kurenai spoke hesitantly, gaining a raised eyebrow. She motioned to her friends. We're having a serious discussion, and we were hoping. We want you to take us back, Anko stated. Naruto looked at the women he once called sensei and lovers. He looked at his Heims to see if it was some kind of joke. One look said the situation was real. They expected shouts of protest, anger, disbelief. They had even prayed for forgiveness. What they got was laughter. Not a mocking laughter or even his usual madness. It was a laughter as if he had been told a funny joke. "What's so funny?" Hannah asked. He paused long enough to look at their faces. "Wait, you're serious?" They nodded. He didn't know whether to laugh or curse. "Of all the things you could have said," Naruto muttered, "this was the least expected." "You know it's true," Hannah stated. "You can tell when someone lies to you." "Are we lying?" Yugo asked. Naruto paused to feel for them. He did not like the answer he found in them. They're telling the truth. Now he only felt like cursing. Now that he laughed a familiar laugh, one of coldness. "Well, Himes," he spoke mockingly, "if you want my love, then get on your knees and crawl to me." They were proud kunoichi. They were proud women. Usually if any man had said something like that to them, there would be a fight. But these proud kunoichi were desperate. They wanted nothing more than to get back on Naruto's good side. Even if it caused them public humiliation, they'd do what he asked. So they tossed their PRDE to the side and dropped to their knees. They made their way toward Naruto, keeping their heads down and eyes averted. When they finally reached him, they looked up. What they saw didn't make them happy. Naruto wasn't wearing a smile of any kind. Instead, he had on a frown of complete disappointment. "Wah?" Slap. Both the Ice Queens and the Himes were shocked by his action. Naruto wasn't one for hitting women, even with a broken heart. He usually only did so in combat. Even when the Ice Queens had broken up with him, he had never attacked him until the contract. Now he delivered a blow to each of them that knocked them to the ground. When everyone had a grasp PF themselves, he was gone. Naruto was jumping around the village as he tried to clear his head. He hadn't felt this confused in a while. On one hand, the Ice Queens were telling him the truth. They wanted him to forgive them. They had even submitted to utter humiliation. It was too confusing. The worst part was he couldn't even drink his problems away. It was a situation that was too crazy for him to drive mad. Not physically real so that he could stab it. Or even trustworthy enough to show love. What was a guy to do? Well, for Naruto, there was only one thing to do. Go to his little piece of heaven. Bet you all forgot about the foxes again. Naruto was finally relaxed. He was in his little den with his foxes. His own home away from home. He was with his first family. "Hey guys," he says to them. "Grr. And girls," he hastily added. It seemed his family had been growing in his absence. There were more foxes crowding around him. He couldn't be happier. It was the same as having a larger family. He couldn't help but fall asleep. Then he felt it, the disturbance. Someone else was coming toward him. The shocker was that it wasn't his Himes or the Ice Queens. "Naruto." A male voice called. "Who has the balls to come here?" Naruto shouted. It was Shikamaru arriving in a nervous fashion. "Before you do anything," he stated, "I have a seal from your girlfriend, the Hokage." It must be important. Naruto realized. He became confused when Shikamaru pulled out a small sheet of paper. He began speaking in a rehearsed manner. "Naruto, what is your favorite thing to do?" "To spread my love to my Hime," Naruto answered without hesitation. "And driving people insane," Shikamaru stated. "Just try to fucking stop me." "Even through hunting people down like an animal?" he asked. Second verse same as the first. Naruto stated. "Now put me on a plane so I can put them in a hearse." "It's too troublesome to ask what you just said," Shikamaru stated. "Here's the mission." Naruto 2-1 peek at it. Hee ha 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 ha. The mission. Retrieve Sasuke Uchiha dead or alive. Okay. The Ice Queen's polls are closed. I'm not telling who's in the lead. And the Sasukes are open. Dead or alive? My fans, I have received terrible news from. Draco Hollow 117 Sappo is back. To understand, go to my profile. It's the first thing up there. Chapter 29. I do not own Naruto the Hunt. Do you understand the mission, Naruto-kun? Tsunade asked. Yes, he answered happily. He was on a mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. If that couldn't be done, then execute him. All he had to do was keep minimal damage to the body and return it. The most important part being the eyes and manhood. So, who's on the mission? He asked. Shikamaru, who did you choose and where are they? Tsunade asked. The team already left. Shikamaru answered before giving a yawn. What? Why aren't you with them? Naruto and Tsunade screamed. I fell asleep. Tsunade Heim. Naruto spoke, never taking his eyes off Shikamaru. I'm going to go ahead and request command of this mission. Granted. Taking Tayuya with me. Bye. So shithead. Tayuya spoke as they jumped through the forest. Why did you bring me? Since you're Orochimaru's former ninja, I thought you could give me some info on whoever we run into. Tayuya had to admit, it made sense. Plus, I feel we don't spend enough time together. You think that about all of us? Tayuya stated. Before Naruto could reply, he felt the first chakra signature. It was Choji and another signature, one that felt familiar. Well, I'll find out who it is when we arrive. As soon as they arrived, they saw the results of the first battle. It was Choji and one of the Sound 4. While Choji looked to be on his last leg, the Sound Nin was on breathing lightly. And in Curse 1, Naruto saw that Choji was about to eat a red pill. Must be some kind of soldier pill, he thought. It was when Naruto saw him hesitate that he knew something was wrong. It must be dangerous, he reasoned. Unlike most of the ninja, Choji started off nice to Naruto. He didn't need to think about what he would do next. Drawing his sword, he pushed out wind chakra. It hit the pill, destroying it, without so much as scratching Choji. Choji looked at the destroyed pill in his hand. His determination was replaced by fear. Fear that fed Naruto. Naruto. Tayuya spoke. That's Jirobo, he's the weakest of the Sound 4, but also the strongest. Tayuya then turned toward them. Can you distract him while I rescue Choji? He asked, receiving a nod. Hey, fatty of a fat bastard, she shouted. What? Choji and the Sound Nin screamed. Jirobo was the first to recover. Hello traitor, he greeted, I'll deal with you as soon as I'm done with this weakling. Crushing palm, the blow was strong enough to break stone. It would have done much more had it not been blocked by Naruto. More specifically, the Kusanagi. If you hadn't been forcing chakra into your hand, Naruto spoke, this blade would have skewered it. Konoha trash. Jirobo growled. More of you just pop out of nowhere. He smirked. Well, that makes more to crush. That's right. Naruto stated calmly. You can write, because you're the biggest and strongest, right? That's right. Wrong. Jirobo of the Sound 4. Naruto whispered. I know what you're afraid of. As Naruto spoke, his form began to dissolve into mist. But the mist never had a chance to falter, it began to reform into a new figure. Tsunade. What the? A powerful blow silenced him. You're afraid that you aren't the strongest. Jirobo began to stand, now enraged but steady. Naruto may be able to change into a person, but he didn't become them. That meant no super strength. Never. Jirobo shouted as he returned the blow. I'll be the strongest. Really, but you rely on Shaura and false strength, the mist returned. Not again. While others train themselves to be strong on their own, he spoke, to continue fanning our youthful flames. Guy. Enough of the useless genjutsu. Jirobo shouted. Fight like a man. Fine, no reason to drag this out. Naruto stated as himself. Yes, now I'll kill you and the traitor, he proclaimed. How is a dead man going to do that? Naruto asked. What? Jirobo asked. You think you can kill me? You're already dead. Naruto answered, just under a genjutsu that slows time. Wah. Drawing a kunai, Jirobo cut himself, breaking the genjutsu, only to see a fatal cut on his body. He was dead before he could scream. Naruto, Choji and Tayuya were running through the woods again. From what Choji told him, they were up against the remaining Sound 4. I sense Shino up ahead, Naruto stated. At his words, Tayuya started laughing. What's so funny? Choji asked. If he's up against who I think he is, you'll laugh too, she answered. They arrived. It was a fight between Shino and Kidomaru. Naruto star Ed. Hard. The area was full of webs and beetles. Inside one specific web was Shino. That's right, Shino was stuck in had his beetles spread out around him in a defensive position. But he himself was trapped and nearly helpless. How's it hanging? Naruto asked. I will kill you. Shino stated. Naruto opened his mouth, only to close it. He repeated the action several times. I can't think of anything else to say, Naruto admitted. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of spider jokes. Naruto couldn't think of a single one. Then he felt the spike in chakra. Drawing the kusanagi, he began deflecting the weapons. They were ranged boomerang-type weapons. Because of their ability to change directions, they were hard to locate. Unless you were a sensor. Aiming the kusanagi blade in the opposite direction, Naruto let it extend. It pierced through the tree, forcing Kidomaru back, just barely missing him. Back into someone's chest. You shouldn't try hiding from a sensor, Naruto stated. Kidomaru was no fool. Jumping back, he tried to make a run for it. He dashed the opposite way further into the forest. Looking sideways, he saw Tayuya beside him. She drew her flute. Before she could get the first knot out, he jumped. He angled through the tree with the skill worthy of a ninja, only to see Naruto at the end of his path. Can I cut you yet? He asked. With a scream of rage, the sound nin lunged for Naruto. Using one of his fists, he threw a strong jab. Naruto was ready and grabbed the fist. With his grip on it, Kidomaru couldn't get free. I won't go that easy, Kidomaru shouted. Naruto was about to continue his attack when he felt searing pain on his chest. Looking down, he saw that he had been cut. Kidomaru had been holding a golden kunai-like weapon in his lower hand. Before he could go for a second attack, Naruto pushed him back. The sound nin landed on a lower branch a few feet away. Drawing his elemental sword, he charged. The fire chakra he was putting off was out of control. It was turning whatever it met to ashes. Kidomaru jumped further back and began weaving seals. Multi-sticky gold spider webs. He unleashed a barrage of thick, golden, spider-like webs. Naruto simply cut through them. Now he was in range. Raising the sword high, he brought it down on Kidomaru's head. The blow knocked him down through several branches before he caught himself. That should have split him in half. Naruto, though, looking at his sword, he was shocked at what he saw. It was the sticky, gold-like spider webs. They somehow avoided being burned to nothing. They actually covered Naruto's sword, sealing the flames. I see, Naruto mumbled. Look out, shithead. Tayuya screamed. Naruto looked in her direction in time to see his arm. Well, not his arm, but the spider web on his arm. The one covering and holding a high-powered explosive tag to Naruto. Damn, was all he could say before the tag went off. I killed him, Kidomaru whispered. I killed him. He began to cheer at the death of his enemy. Until he felt his entire body become cold, especially around his kidney. I'm not dead yet, Naruto screamed as he pushed the sword deeper, but you are. I could have won that fight, Shino stated. No you couldn't, Choji stated. I'll have my hive infest the Akamichi food storage. I'll be good, Choji whimpered. If you want, you can have the next opponent, Naruto offered. Good. The squad arrived in time to see Saken and Yukon nearly finish Kiba. The only thing that stopped him were the two swords Naruto threw at them. It forced them away but didn't hit them. Shino stepped forward. You're still alive? Saken asked. I thought Kidomaru would have finished you off. I guess he got distracted. Yukon paused, spinning the yarn. The brothers broke down into a fit of laughter. What is the biggest ant in the world? Saken asked. What? The elephant. Ha 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 ha. Shino began walking forward. Why did the kid throw the butter out the window? Why? He wanted to see butterfly. Ha 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 ha. Shino began weaving hand signs. Why did the bee go to the doctor? Why? She had hives. Ha 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 ha. Shino whispered the name of his attack. What kind of bee makes milk? What? Boo bees. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. Life-draining swarm. As the name described, a swarm of Shino's insects attacked. They clustered as one looking like a tsunami. Saken and Yukon couldn't stop laughing to see. The swarm seemed to consume them into the mass. When the jutsu ended, the bugs returned to their master. All that was left of Saken and Yukon were dried up husks. Dude, Naruto spoke. That was unnecessarily brutal. Pot. He pointed to Naruto. Kettle. The Aburame pointed to himself. Have to agree there, shithead. Tayuya stated. Shoji agreed as he ate the chips. Naruto. Tayuya spoke, if we're up against who I think we are next, we may be in trouble. Why's that? Naruto asked. Kimimaro. The bone guy. Naruto asked, I beat him before. Not at full health. Tayuya stated, together the Sound Four couldn't do it. Why do you think he would be at full health? Tayuya looked away. This caused Naruto to stop, the rest followed suit. Hime, Orochimaru, gave me an offer. She spoke, bring the Uchiha or die by the rejuvenated Kimimaro. She looked Naruto in the eyes. I chose to stay with you. I believe you. He answered. But how strong can he be? Naruto asked. The tree near his head shattered into pieces. Hello trash. The Kagaya greeted. Naruto looked toward the rejuvenated Kagaya. Naruto could feel the chakra coming off him. It was on a different scale than before. He's using the curse mark at level 1 and yet he's stronger than Gaara, Naruto thought. Where is Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto asked. That is of no concern to you trash. Hime. Naruto spoke in a serious tone. Cloak yourself and the others in a genjutsu and hide. Kiba didn't like that plan. Wait a minute Dobi, I can still. He was silenced by the tree near his head shattering. Hide you say, good plan. Naruto stood his ground in front of the group. He needed to wait until they were safe and hidden. Digital shrapnel. The Kagaya fired 10 bullet-like bones from the tip of his finger. So that's what he's been using, Naruto thought. He knew what they could do when sick. He didn't want to find out what a healthy one could. Let alone 10. Quick blade drawing the kusanagi. Naruto was able to deflect all 10 of them. The force behind each bullet was tremendous. Good thing I chose the kusanagi. He eyed the sword. If I had used the elemental sword, it would have snapped. Naruto looked back toward Kimimaro and realized something. He had made his first mistake. He took his eyes off the enemy. The Kagaya was no longer on the branch. He was now in the air initiating his next attack. Bracken danced from his chest. A forest of sharp bones flew out. They rained down on the young blonde in tremendous numbers. Only one thing I can do. He reached into a pouch and pulled out a scroll. Dodge. From the scroll came a wave of kunai. Attached to the kunai were high-grade explosive tags. Each one connected with a bone pillar and activated. The explosions didn't destroy all of the bone pillars, but they destroyed enough. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was gone. Where is he? Kimimaro asked himself. Black Flower's petals began to reform into Naruto behind the Kagaya. He crossed the blades in front of the Kaguya's neck. Nowhere to run. Naruto stated. Surrender. Never. Kimimaro answered calmly. Too calmly. The Kagaya suddenly sprouted dagger-like bones from every part of his body. It forced Naruto to release the sound ninja and backstep onto another branch. Kimimaro was already upon him, bone dagger drawn. Naruto barely had time to block the weapon with his own. They were now in a power struggle. His blows are heavy, Naruto realized, and he's only using the first level. The Kagaya added more pressure, breaking the struggle. It forced Naruto out of the branch toward the ground. Die trash. The Kagaya screamed. Naruto drew his elemental sword and pumped chakra as he swung. Out came a torrent of water, knocking the Kagaya into a tree. Damn, Naruto growled. He made his second mistake. I didn't focus on the element. Ninja were adaptable creatures. But I can use this. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. The tree seemed to come alive around the Kagaya as Naruto emerged from it. Didn't you learn? The Kagaya asked. Another armor of bone emerged. However, unlike last time, Naruto stood his ground. I learned, you didn't. Naruto stated. I'm a genjutsu master, I could be anywhere. I see. Kimimaro stated. Time to end this. The Kaguya's curse mark began to grow. It eventually consumed his as his chakra level grew. It was strong enough to break the genjutsu. His body then began to transform. His skin darkened into a gray along with his hair. 6 large bones began protruding from his back. Finally, a tail began protruding from his backside. Naruto began pumping fear, and a lot of it. I have a feeling I'll be needing it, he thought. They ran toward each other, their power rising. Obviously intending to end the fight as quickly as possible. Nothing ever goes as planned. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A ball of fire flew between them. It was obviously not an attack meant to hurt either. Whoever did it wanted their attention. They turned toward the offender. Uchiha-sama. Kimimaro spoke. Why are you here? You are supposed to be on your way to Orochimaru-sama. The Uchiha didn't answer immediately. He sent a glance to Naruto. When I was told that a maddening type of chakra was following me, I knew it was you. He spoke to Naruto. I couldn't resist this. Resist what? Naruto asked. That look in his eyes. Naruto thought. They were the look of a poisonous snake savoring the venom, killing the prey. Wait, did he say, told? Dobi, meet my escort. Sasuke spoke. A pair of arms nearly wrapped around Naruto. If it weren't from his quick reflexes, they might have gotten him. Naruto looked at the new mysterious enemy. There was a cloak and veil hiding the main details. All he could make out from the face were violet eyes showing through an opening. From the slim body, she was obviously female. She had a sword on her side, was in a ready stance. The harder he looked, he saw that they were the eye of someone from the impure world resurrection technique. Whoever they used to be, they were skilled, Naruto thought. The enemy had been able to hide from Naruto's natural and chakra sensor abilities. So you are Naruto? The figure asked. Yes, and you are? Naruto asked back. The person who's going to break you, she answered before vanishing and appearing behind him, like a Kit-Kat bar. What? Naruto spun around and attempted the quick blade attack. I repeat, attempted. She was able to grab his arm and steal his sword. I believe the snake humper would enjoy this back, she stated, throwing the sword to the Kagaya. What? Naruto was surprised she had insulted Orochimaru like he would. Then she used an attack that shocked him. Quick blade. The blow was used with the flat side of the sword. It was still enough to knock him through a tree. He was at a loss. What the hell is going on? Watch your mouth, she shouted. What are you, my mother? He asked. Naruto's statement seemed to have struck a nerve. The figure went completely still and laughed. A laugh of madness. No, he ha 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 ha. No, she began to remove her veil, showing her red hair. No, 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 that's right, Naru-chan. She stated, I'm your mama. She appeared behind him again. And I'm going to give you a spanking. Cliff. Motherfucking. Hanger. That's right. I did that and left you all with the mother of all cliffhangers. All voting polls are closed. Now you should all know what I want. Feed me your reviews. Chapter 30. I do not own Naruto. Mom. Naruto stared at the lady that had just claimed to be his deceased mother. There's no way, but there was, and Naruto knew it. She had been resurrected by Orochimaru. Alright, let's do this, Naruto shouted. He formed a seal to the one ninjutsu he'd ever need. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones popped into existence, one after another. When they stopped, 20 Naruto clones stood ready for battle. The first wave of 5 jumped forward. Kushina simply dashed through them, lightly waving her sword. When she was done, everyone stopped. What the? Give it a minute. Kushina spoke. Just as she said, the clone fell to pieces, literally. Second wave. Naruto shouted. You know what to do. This time it was 10 clones. They raised their swords. Shin no Appo Stage 3. They were fear, and fear feared nothing. That's powerful. Kushina stated, I think I'll actually have to try this wave. The clones and Kushina began a massive barrage of swinging swords. It seemed that the clones would get an opening only for her to block. When Naruto thought they were in a deadlock, he thought he had the edge. He could send more clones in and turn the tide. That's what he thought until he heard it. Patty cake baker's man. She took down 5 clones. Bake me a cake as fast as you can, and the other 5 go. Third wave. Naruto shouted to his last 5 clones. Fuck you. They shouted before running the other way. What? In Konoha. Everyone's least favorite 9-tailed fox was enjoying a nap. That was until she felt a something so familiar that she was startled awake. Everything okay? Tsunade asked. I sense a presence, she stated as she strained for the answer, one I haven't felt since. One from a past life of hers. It was that of her previous host, Kushina. Come on Naruto-kun. Kushina spoke. Surely you can give your mother a better challenge than that. Hey bitch. Who the hell are you? Tayuya snapped, breaking the genjutsu. You think it's fucking funny to make that claim. She drew her flute ready to attack. Kushina smiled, freezing Tayuya in place. Let's go Akamaru, Kiba ordered. The dog user drew a kunai and charged. If he had paid attention, he would have noticed his companion didn't. Kushina caught his hand. Look at me, boy. Kushina stated. Put your weapon away. Jutsu don't stop me. Kunai don't hurt me. Look at me. Kiba had no choice, the fear was too much. I am a pilot error, I am fetal distress, I am the random chromosome, I am complete and total madness, I am. Fear. She released him. Naruto, Tayuya started. I think she's. Don't say it, please. Naruto stated in tone they were unfamiliar with. I know. He admitted. She's my mom. What did you say? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Kushina's back. Kyuubi stated. But something's off, it seems she's not really alive. Tsunade understood. Orochimaru, you bastard. You're the fastest. Tsunade stated. Go after them, I'll inform the others. In a blur the demon was off. Naruto stared at the women before him. You know, I've always wanted to know about you. Naruto stated, if you had abandoned me or if you really were dead. Both I and your father loved you and still do. Kushina stated warmly, don't you ever doubt that. Thank you. He had needed to hear that answer for years. Naruto, you know that you need to stop me, she stated. I can't. He had just gotten his mother, how could she ask him to do such a thing? I just can't. Enough of the emotional discussion. Kimimaro stated, you were given an order too. To ensure that the Uchiha made it to Orochimaru safely and that nothing stood in his way. Kushina stated, I was also told to follow the Uchiha's orders, what were they again? Slay the blonde nuisance. Sasuke stated proudly, so if you took the Uchiha and went to Orochimaru while I fought, she began, then I wouldn't be breaking any orders. Fine. The Kagaya stated, let's go Sasuke-sama. No, I won't leave until I see the Dobi dead. Sasuke shouted, now kill him. As you wish. Kushina spat. She charged forward with her own sword drawn. It was an exact copy of Naruto's fox sword, even down to the red blade. The speed was overwhelming. Naruto never even had the chance to put up a decent guard until it was too late. He would have been beheaded if it weren't for one thing. Kyuubi. In a blur of red, Kushina had been split in half by Kyuubi's red and demonic claw. They watched as her two halves fell from the trees to the ground. Mom! Naruto cried. Kyuubi, what did you do? There isn't much time, Naruto. The demon rushed. She'll heal in a matter of seconds, you have to A pair of glowing chains were wrapped around her. The pressure was too much for her to break free of. Even with all of her power, she was helpless to the chains. Naruto followed the chains to their wielder. A second Kushina. It seemed that she also knew the clone technique. Kushina was back up and studying the situation. She would have made the clone crush the demon until she felt something. Sasuke-sama. Kimimaro stated, we must leave. I said no. But Oric. I don't care what you master ordered. Sasuke snapped, I'm not leaving auntie. He was silenced by a chop to the neck. No one disobeys Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro stated, not even you. Grabbing the boy, they were off. Naruto was leaking a lot of killer intent at his mother. It was obvious that he was struggling with himself. Fight and kill the mother you always wanted, or let one of the ones you love die. I sense a strong urge to kill me. Kushina stated, good, now just cut me down. She didn't give him a chance to respond. They were quickly stuck in a power struggle. Quick blade, the two unleashed an attack of speed nearly impossible to follow. Both were trying to get the upper hand of the other. Both were trying to hold themselves back so that they wouldn't hurt the other. But under that, if you stared hard enough, you would see smile. Kushina, a smile of pride at her son. Naruto, a smile of love. They broke apart, jumping back 5 feet. They began running around each other in a full circle at top speed. Fox glare. Naruto had hoped to catch her by surprise. It did, for a second. A second later and it was broken. The technique only worked on those with a weaker will. This kunoichi did not have a weak will. What was that? She asked. The fox glare. It allows me to master genjutsu and collect fear. He answered. It was a gift given to me from Kyubi. He noticed her looking down and shuffling her feet. What? Kyubi never gave me that ability. Kushina sulked. I did give you the ability to manipulate fear, said Demon struggled to speak. Yeah, she admitted, but not the fox glare. Are you shitting me? Naruto exclaimed. We are in a bad woe. The mother grabbed Naruto by the hand and pulled him over her knee. She then began spanking him with the flat side of her sword. No cursing. Sweet boys don't curse. She paused at a realization. I'm giving you your first spanking, yay. Naruto could only lay there and take it. Flower petal escape. He was gone in a breeze of black petals. In his place was a scroll. This scroll has been glued to your hand. It will now release a stream of kunai that will tear you apart. Have a nice day. That's not fair at all. P.S. We don't give a fuck. Dodge. The word was shouted throughout the entire forest. It's still not enough. A voice spoke behind him. Naruto spun around to give a diagonal slice to his mother. It was easily sidestepped. Damn, she's good. He mentally screamed. Need to try and read her movements. She began with a one-handed thrust. He was able to slightly sidestep it so that it missed his head. It did however cut a few strands of his hair. Next was a slide slash that nearly finished him. He was able to dodge again. Kushina then brought the sword down for a vertical slash. Naruto raised his own sword stopping her. When their blades connected, he was able to send a strong volt of electrical chakra through it. It broke her stance. There, he had a clear shot. He dashed forward. When he was in striking distance, it became inevitable. She couldn't block or dodge any of his attacks. Neither could he. A chakra chain shot out and tore through his shoulder. We have to hurry. Tsunade stated. We can't match your speed. Samui stated. Why are we here again? Kankuro asked. We have to save Naruto and the rest of the team. Tamari answered. No, why are you and I here? Repeated. Other than Gaara, we can't fight on that level. Tamari had to admit he was right. I'm more concerned as to why his former Heims are with us. We are concerned. Kurenai answered. Plus if worse comes to worse, we may need a meat shield. Anko stated eyeing Kankuro. Get up Naruto. Kushina ordered coldly. Why is Naruto so sloppy? Kiba asked. I've seen him fight better than that. Shino answered. He can't find the drive to cut down his own mother. Well, I'll just have to give him the drive. Kushina stated after overhearing the conversation. Hey bitch. Tayuya screamed. Get the hell away from my man. Thank you. Kushina cheered. You just gave me what I needed. What a. Chains appeared around her neck. The chains around Tayuya and Kyubi began to constrict. They could barely scream in pain as the chain crushed their throats. Heims. Naruto shouted. Get up Naruto, now, Kushina ordered, or you, Heims, will be killed by my clone. She didn't want to do this. At best they'll last 5 minutes, maybe 10 for Kyubi. Death by strangulation isn't pretty. She would have continued if she wasn't stopped by a force of wind, and fire, and lighting, and earth, and water. As the blows connected, Kushina had two thoughts. Pride, my little boy is so strong. Anger, that little shit actually tried to kill me, his mother. The elements tore at Kushina's false body. It carried her through, not one, but several trees. An attack like that would usually kill a person several times over. But for a dead person it was useless. As she laid there under the rubble, she heard a voice. A voice that sent chills down her fake spine. Listen up. Naruto spoke. No one touches my Heims, no one. Tsunade was pushing the group to their limit. Inside their heads they shared a thought. Please let us be in time. Turn back. A voice ordered. The group looked to see a team of Narutos. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked with Akage's authority. Naruto wanted us to fight that crazy bitch. Clone 2 answered. So we left him to deal with, whatever she was. Tsunade didn't get to comment as a pressure of fear began to crush them. That's my boy, Kushina thought as she felt the pressure. After enough time under the rubble, she began digging her way out. She wanted to look at the boy, know the man that came from her. She wanted to see her pride and joy. She took a step forward, and felt the coldness of death stand behind her. He's here, Kushina thought, he's here to take me back. She knew if she turned around she'd see it. The Shinigami, so she tried not to look. But knowing that it was there, it was truly maddening. Slowly, so slowly, she turned, and she saw it. Not the Shinigami. Not the man and not the boy. It was her son. She saw the essence of fear. And Naruto? Her son. Allow me, he began. Allow me to show you. He vanished and spoke behind her. That which cannot be seen. She turned just in time to be decapitated, but it was all useless on the dead. As she felt the chill of fear go up her spine, she began to laugh. A laugh of madness few could ever make. Her son soon joined in with a mad laughter of his very own. That's it, Naruto. She encouraged, give in to madness, it make the pain of the heart more bearable. Her hair began to rise and flow under the power of fear. It split into 9 tail-like bundles in the ominous aura. One move. Naruto stated. Fine. Kushina agreed, aim for my skull, there's a seal on the inside. Understood. They could yell some random attack. They could use their most powerful jutsu. They could do a lot of things. But they wouldn't. It was going to be one attack each. Whatever they did, it would be from their own skills. Not the power of a jutsu or technique. It was just them. And fear. The two walked forward, they met. And they walked past each other. The first person fell to the ground. It was Naruto. Kushina stood holding her sword covered in blood, his blood. It was a good fight, Naruto. She stated, and I'm impressed, but you weren't strong enough yet. He. Naruto chuckled. Naruto opened his hand and out came a shattered seal. So you were a little faster than me, huh? Just a little. He answered. I released some weights I forgot I had on. I bet you all did too. If it weren't for them I'd be dead. You, Tayuya was it. Kushina spoke, could you play us a lullaby? Why yeah. She knew just what kind she needed to play. The Heims, mistresses and Sand sibling arrived at a strange sight. Naruto in a locked gaze with Kushina. Neither were moving, they were a genjutsu. In the air was a sad melody. Play my Heim Ost, it's only a fairy tale, NOW. Naruto and Kushina were alone. No one from the outside world would disturb them. Could disturb them. The only proof that the real world existed was Tayuya's melody. The light of the world would change colors to the smoothest tones one could imagine. The sun stood high in the cloudless sky. They walked through a field of grass and flowers. Little fox cubs played around without a care in the world. It was peaceful. It was perfect. Naruto was no longer the embodiment of fear. Here he was a healthy 6-year-old boy. Innocent to everything in the world. Kushina was no longer a puppet, she was healthy mother. They made their way to a hill. On top was swing set. The very one he used at the academy when he was alone. Mommy, can you push me? He asked with the innocence only a child could have. Yes, honey. She answered with the love only a mother could have. Lightly, she placed him onto the swing. His legs didn't even come close to reaching the bottom. She pushed him, slowly. Then she began to push him faster, higher. Naruto could finally feel it. Something he had only witnessed at a distance. The one thing he could truly say he envied from the others around him. It was the one thing he had ever wanted in his life. It wasn't fame. It was power. It wasn't fear. It was a mother's love. Kushina could finally feel it. She had never had the chance to do so before. She had died before she ever had the chance to experience it. Her son's love. They shared a laugh. Not one of madness or pain. It was a kind laughter. One filled with joy and love. It was the laugh of a family. They were happy, but it wasn't to last. I can make it last. Naruto thought defiantly, he could. In the genjutsu world, Naruto reigned supreme. Time was nothing to someone like Naruto. He could stop the essence of time altogether. They could spend eternity together. He could do anything. Make a world for them. In the genjutsu world, he was God, but he wasn't God. He was Naruto Uzumaki. He was just a man. Tayuya's melody had stopped. But the genjutsu wasn't over. What do we do? Ahime asked. We wait. The calming lights had gone out. The perfect sky was now full of gray clouds that turned black. The fields of grass and flowers had withered up. Now there was only a barren land. The foxes no longer played carelessly. There were no foxes to play. There was only bones. On the hill was a single figure. Naruto Uzumaki. He was no longer an innocent little boy. There was no more love, no more happiness, just bitter truth. The Genjutsu world couldn't protect him anymore. In the end, it was only an illusion. Now he had to face reality. He was once again a broken man. A broken boy. A broken boy that wanted his mommy. Naruto did something he hadn't done since his heartbreak. He cried. It's done. Kyuubi stated. Let's get him home, Tsunade stated. As they walked, Tayuya began to play another song. The tears stopped flowing from Naruto. Something close to a smile made its way to his face. When Naruto awoke, he would have to face reality once again. For now he's earned a little bit of peace, even if it's just in a mirage. Review. Tell me what you all think about this chapter. I tried to add FELS. Tell me if I did a good job or not. Also, I thought more people would be pissed about my last cliffhanger. Tell me your opinion on that chapter 31. I do not own Naruto. Check my polls. I plan on working on another Naruto FIC as soon as this is finished. Aftermath. Naruto laid in the hospital bed. After he was returned to Konoha, it's where he was taken. Around him were the only people he truly trusted. His Himes, Hiruzen, the Sand siblings and the K-Corps. The mistresses wanted to be there, but for obvious reasons they waited outside. What's wrong with him? Sume asked. Nothing, Tsunade answered. He had been checked over by Tsunade personally. There was nothing wrong with him physically. Kyuubi would have personally seen to that. Emotionally, not even she could fix a heart. It seems that he's focused on something, Kyuubi answered. Something in the Genjutsu realm. Like what? Tayuya asked. Whatever it is, it's taking a lot of the fear he has, she answered. Everyone knew he was planning something. Each one with a different opinion, but it all came to the same conclusion. Revenge. He'll wake up when the job is done, Gaara stated. Sasuke had made it to sound. After he was healed, he would begin his training under a Sannin. Soon he would be strong enough to avenge his clan. He would finally gain the power to kill his brother. And the Dobi while I'm at it. He smirked. Soon for now, it was time for some rest. He just laid down and relaxed, until he noticed something. The shadow began to move and bend to a single point. They began to bulge and take the form of a person. No, this isn't a person, he thought. The only part he could make out was a pair of blue eyes. Hello Sasuke, it spoke. The Uchiha drew a kunai only for it to be slapped out of his hand. He felt himself fall to his knees as if a weight was on him. He couldn't move. Who are you? He asked. What are you? As soon as the question left his mouth, he regretted it. The room began to heat up, but he felt so cold on the inside. He looked at the shadow. Even though he could see its face, he knew it was smiling at him. But its eyes, the eyes held nothing but hate. I am the thing that keeps you up at night, the evil that haunts every dark corner of your mind. It walked forward and placed a hand on the Uchiha's head. I will never rest, and neither will you. As the entity finished speaking, he felt something. It was his chakra being disrupted. And then he woke up. He was in a cold sweat and couldn't help but to shiver. Are you okay, Sasuke-kun? A snake-like voice asked. It seems you were stuck in a latent genjutsu, an impressive one too. Damn you Dobi, even getting a compliment from my new sensei. He mentally raged. At least it's over, he thought, relieved. Or is it? The shadow's voice echoed in his head. Sasuke-kun, I belie Ak. Orochimaru screamed in pain before falling over. Dead. Behind the deceased Sannin stood the source of his hate. Itachi, he screamed. Foolish little brother. He chastised. Did you think I'd actually allow you to surpass me? No, not now, he mentally begged. I'm not ready, and then he awoke. Is something wrong? A voice asked from his side. Turning, he saw one of the nurses Orochimaru appointed for him. Are you okay, Uchiha-sama? She asked. It seemed you were having a nightmare. Usually he would have said, HN. Or brushed her off, but he felt he needed to get this one off his chest. Have you ever had a dream where you thought you woke up? He asked, but it turned out you were still dreaming? No, I don't believe I have. She answered as her head fell off onto his lap, but I believe you'll be having plenty of those. And then he awoke. Naruto finally opened his eyes. Naruto-kun. They all cheered, minus Gaara and Kankuro. We have company, he stated. And Anbu appeared on the scene. My apologies, Hokage-sama. He spoke respectfully. The council has requested an audience with you and Naruto. The shinobi or civilian side? Sume asked. No one was surprised at his refusal to answer. Well, let's go. Naruto spoke as he tried getting up. No, you stay here and rest. Tsunade ordered. We both know I'm all healed, only physically, she countered. I'll get better in time, he stated, let me go cheer myself up. Council, so why was this meeting called? Sume asked as she waited for the others. We believe that Naruto should be punished for failing such an important mission. A fat civilina stated, preferably executed. And what about the others? Sume asked. Some of our kids were on that mission. What about them? Haruno asked. Are they to be executed as well? Why would they be executed? Someone asked. They aren't. The doors opened. Let's get this over with. Tsunade stated. Hokage-sama. Someone spoke, since the mission was a failure, we the council believe. Let me cut you off right there. Naruto stated, who do you think you are? He never had the chance to finish. If this is some way for the civilians to punish the demon for his failure, then know this. Naruto stated calmly. I will follow you home and tie your family up. I will then rip out your intestines and then I will fuck them. Who do you think you are to threaten to rape our families? Someone asked enraged. It's not them I'll fuck. Naruto answered, but I'll make them watch. Also, Haruno. He called, if your daughter gives me any grief on this matter in the next 24 hours, I will slap the shit out of her. Naruto then left the room and closed the door. That's it? Someone asked. No killing intent or ocean of fear? For some reason that was scarier. I think he'll actually go through with his threats this time. Slap. Sakura-chan. The Haruno head cried. We could now find Naruto doing something we all could expect, eating ramen. Naruto. Are you okay? Ayame asked. Fine. He answered without looking. Why do you ask? You're not gulping the ramen down, she answered. It's true. Naruto was eating at a slow pace. He was actually still on his first bowl. Tell us what's wrong. Tucci spoke, you might feel better. Naruto did. He wasn't one for speaking his feelings to anyone but his Heims. But these people had been like family to him. And that's everything. Wow, just wow, Tucci stated. Oh Naruto. Ayame spoke, in tears. Wait, Naruto. Tucci spoke, what did you say her name was? Kushina. Naruto stated. She was a valued customer when she was here, Naruto. A voice spoke to his side. Get him the stress special. Alright Kyuubi-san. A moment later Naruto was eating an entirely different bowl of ramen. Is this sake in here? He asked in disbelief. He was literally drinking liquor with his favorite meal. Oh, how jealous Anko would be if she were here. Yup. Tucci answered. Your mother made me make that. He continued, she said if I didn't, I feel her touch. Is that some kind sex or rape joke? Naruto asked. It's actually your mother's most powerful technique. Kyuubi answered. If she had used it during the fight, we'd be dead. What does it do? Naruto asked. It burns you with your own fear. Kyuubi answered. Then why didn't she use it? Personally, I think she was still fighting Orochimaru. I see. Naruto was touched by the answer. He began to scarf down the food at a familiar pace. In moments Tucci was making the sixth bowl. Hey Naruto-kun, shithead. His Heims called. That day, Tsunade became a loyal customer. Naruto was enjoying the small break he had been given. It gave him time to think, to plan. Now he was ready, let's begin. Kyuubi. Naruto spoke in a tone that was all business. My mother was touched by your fear, right? Yes. She had a feeling she knew where this was going. Why do you ask? No reason. He stated before leaving. Hokage office. What can I do for you Naruto-kun? Tsunade asked. I'd like to pay for a mission, he answered. What kind? She asked curiously. He tossed her a scroll with the details in it. As she read it, she couldn't help but look at him as if he were crazy. But she remembered, he was. Naruto, this is suicidal. Tsunade ranted. It's probably the most idiotic thing I've ever seen, even from you. Is that a no? He simply asked. She couldn't turn down the mission without a good reason. Emotions aren't considered a good reason, so she needed to stay neutral. Naruto, this would be listed as a SS class mission, she stated. Are you sure you could afford that? He could. He had taken many missions with and without his Heims. Unless he was spoiling them or buying ramen, the money just sat there. Well then, she began hesitantly, as your Hokage I approve, just make sure you put a decent team together. And as my Heim? Naruto asked. I'd rather you didn't, she admitted, but I understand. Everything's going well, he thought. Just one more thing to take care of. Why are you following me? Naruto asked as he turned his head around. Anko. Never breaking stride, he looked to the roof. You go. Stretching his arm, he grabbed the air as it were a blanket and pulled, revealing kurenai. He finally stopped walking. My former Heims. It was Kurenai who made the first move. She stepped forward and revealed a sword. It was worn but well taken care of. When he saw it, he prepared to draw his own. He stopped when he saw her kneel on one knee. Anko stooped next to her holding a locket with a loving couple inside. Lastly, Yugo joined them while holding a tattered headband. Naruto, this sword belonged to my father, Kurenai spoke. This locket is the only thing I have of my parents. Anko spoke. This headband belonged to my old teammate. Yugo spoke. These are our most prized possessions. Kurenai spoke. The closest things we have to our most important people. We want you to have them. Yugo spoke, cutting her off, to show you that you are the most important person to us. Naruto, we are begging you to take us back. Anko stated. We need you, we absolutely love you. Naruto looked at the proud kunoichi before him. They truly wanted his forgiveness. The blonde couldn't help but think to all the times he begged for forgiveness. To a crime he had no control over, being a host. But this is different, he thought. They knew exactly what they were doing. You once said you'd rather die than live without your Heims. Yugo stated. That's how we feel about you. If you don't take us back, Kurenai paused as she thought of a suitable statement. We'll slit our wrists. Anko shouted. Yeah, Kurenai agreed until her thoughts recollected. Wait, what? Is that so? He thought as an idea began to form. Flashback. Naruto, this is suicidal. Tsunade ranted. It's probably the most idiotic thing I've ever seen, even from you. Is that a no? He simply asked. She couldn't turn down the mission without a good reason. Emotions aren't considered a good reason, so she needed to stay neutral. Naruto, this would be listed as a SS class mission, she stated. Are you sure you could afford that? He could. He had taken many missions with and without his Heims. Unless he was spoiling them or buying ramen, the money just sat there. Well then, she began hesitantly. As your Hokage I approve, just make sure you put a decent team together. Flashback end. So you want a chance at forgiveness? Naruto asked. A chance for my love? What do you want us to do? Anko asked. I have a mission and I need a team. Naruto stated as he tossed them a scroll. Do you accept? They took a moment to look the scroll over. Each word they read forced them to pale a little more. Mission: infiltrate Sound Village, retrieve Uchiha alive or dead. If dead, return with DNA. Are you crazy? Do you accept? This is suicidal. Do you accept? Isn't there another way? Do you accept? Yes, they answered as one. As he turned to leave, Kurenai asked, will you forgive us after this? It'll be a good starting point, he answered. We leave at dawn. The shinobi were at the gates on time, just as they were instructed. As they prepared to leave, they were interrupted by those who understood nothing. The civilian council. Let me guess. Naruto spoke. You don't want this mission to go through. We don't care about that. One civilian stated. We just don't want you to drag down some of our best kunoichi. So we're ordering them to stay. Another spoke. No, Yugo stated. We weren't asking. Danzo stated, if you don't follow orders, you will be punished. Punish all you want, this is our only shot at redemption. Kurenai stated, we aren't giving that up. You can take Anko. Another spoke to Naruto, but the others stay. What? Anko asked pissed. Before Anko could make a retort of any kind, Naruto spoke. This will be the only chance you'll get to have the Sharingan back in Konoha. Don't play with us, Haruno snapped. We all know you don't care about the Uchiha. What are you planning? Danzo asked. Naruto began his march outside of the village with the mistresses following him. They ignored the villagers until a voice spoke. A voice he couldn't deny. What is it you want from Sound? Tsunade asked. I want what I've always wanted. Naruto answered, never stopping. I want what all orphans want. And what's that? A civilian sneered. I want my mother. Review. Check my polls. I plan on working on another Naruto FIC, as soon as this one is finished. Chapter 32. I do not own Naruto. Go to my profile for the poll and vote for the next story. Silenced Sound. Naruto, Kurenai, Anko and Yugo were making their way toward Sound. They had not Yi. We forgot Hana. Kurenai shouted. As I was saying, they had not yet come up with a plan. They had yet to bring it up, but the mistresses were sure that Naruto had one. He just hadn't shared the info with them. Honestly, they couldn't blame him for the lack of trust. They had decided to just bring the subject up once they set up camp. So Naruto. Yugo began drawing everyone's attention. You haven't told us your plan for infiltrating Sound. Naruto took a deep breath before answering honestly. I don't have one. What? Yugo asked. I had intended to just sneak in. He stated, now I'm just gonna throw a large amount of balled up explosive tags at the village. They would have laughed if he hadn't been dead serious. I do have one warning. He stated, while we're there. He paused, uncomfortable about the next statement. I won't be able to use any fear. What? The mistresses asked, shouted as one. I won't be helpless. He stated, I'll still have my chakra, but... Hey! An angry voice shouted, how the hell could you three leave me out of this? The group turned to see Hana, but strangely, she didn't have her three companions. It looked as if she had been following them since they first left.